climb this mountain. Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. hear me out. I don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out. And that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our hands. And maybe I should search for a smile. It'd be nice to talk about things without going back another mile. And with all of this empty space, I'll never fill the void again and find comfort in your place. Now, just hear me out. I don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out. And that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our hands. And I still know all of our means, those reps that existed without any seams. They're all our best laid plans. They're all our best laid plans. I did it to myself. I have no explanation. Twisted games and tricks, all tangled up and wasted. Double down in the bus, sucked into faking patience. Haunted dreams awake, still I love to be so hated. I did it to myself. 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 Bolt it up and lose the key. I've got no motivation, got no will to breathe, growing more and more complacent. Train wreck at my feet, this monster I've created, running out of steam, but I can't fight the craving. So on and on, I train alone. The pain it slips away. came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man.
Hello and good morning, everyone. It's time to rise and shine, and of course, it's better to do it with some blast rising as well. As of course, finally, we got a chance to break down some of those playoff games, the ones we've been waiting so long, because we had to go through the groups, we had to go through the plane, and now we do have a single elimination bracket here for the playoffs. Now, of course, I wouldn't be the only one doing the talking. I'm joined here by Overseer, and of course, Overseer, the 4 games lined up for today's best of threes, and of course, we're going to be covering 2 of them.
Yes, of course. Thank you for putting out there. Of course, the fact that we are doing this already in the round of 16, basically, we're already jumping into the final stage of this tournament. Last time we saw the group stages, of course, the GSL group stages. Now we are seeing, of course, the playoffs already being and going out. Here, of course, what we're going to be seeing is going to be our first game of the day, GORILLAZ versus LDLC. This is going to be a fun little series. Of course, GORILLAZ, the mixed team with Flusha at the head and Esperanto at the back, basically leading everything. And of course, LDLC being the LDLC, we know them, that we have known them for so long from Maka, Haji, Sixer, Lambert, you know, the likes of the lineup that we are well familiar with, I feel like. And in any case, this matchup, this is going to be a fun little series because, you know, we are not really sure what we can expect, are we?
Yeah, from the side of GORILLAZ, let's actually start off with the side of GORILLAZ, because I think there are a few more interesting narrative points when we talk about this mixed team in particular. Obviously, this is supposed to be, you know, a proper project here. Obviously, they don't have a proper organization to support them. But on the side of GORILLAZ, of course, their names you guys have heard plenty of times. The names you've seen in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. We're talking about Flusha, it's Esperanto, it's Sergey, and whatnot. So it's actually very interesting to see this sort of roster come to play. But I will say about this roster in particular, there are a few signs of worry. The fact that they built this roster and so far they just haven't had any good results. If you look through some of the open qualifiers they tried playing here, as well here in the Blast Rising, this team has not been looking good.
Honestly, when you put it like that, yeah, it's true. The perspective for this roster is not exactly great. The outcome of their previous tournament, of their previous runs was not exactly the most admirable. They even are playing the SSS3, the Spring Sweet Spring 2 tournament, not 3, excuse me, the regionals, and they didn't really yet come out of it on top. Of course, as you said, the results at Blast Rising likewise don't really give them too much hope. Young Ninjas and Norderwind both defeated them 2-0. And it could be an issue moving here up against LDLC. As you say, they have not yet established themselves as a squad. This is still basically a mix that has great names, great potential, but has yet to achieve that cohesion that you would otherwise expect out of a team, right? Because they've been together for what, a whole month at this point, with NATO being even less than that, like a good week or so. So yeah, this is certainly a team that still needs a lot of work. And as you say, it's already been shown in some of their matchups that they need that work to go anywhere.
Yeah, for sure. And if we're talking about work as well, one individual I'll point out is going to be Esperanto, who right now actually won't be playing in the matchup. That's going to be Xfloud. Now, he's supposedly just a stand-in for this one best of three, but in all fairness, I'm not really sure what's the situation right now, because if you look at this roster of GORILLAZ and you look at the name value, right, one of the players you always expect to have at least a good run of form, that's going to be Esperanto. Of course, he had that brief stint there in the contact lineup. I mean, they really didn't achieve anything in World Counter-Strike. He's probably more well known for his run with the Imperial squad a few years back, with the crazy lineup. And so Esperanto in this lineup just hasn't had any success. In all fairness, he's been playing pretty poor Counter-Strike. And it's not like Esperanto is going to be your first player into the bomb site. He's still giving the freedom to work around. You'll notice from what I've seen him playing in some of the matchups, it looks like he's just given the freedom to look for some openings potentially on some areas of the map. He's also just giving that freedom to work with, which probably some players don't necessarily have, and yet he's still not able to perform. But on the other hand, we also do get to see DeVito at play here. And of course, one of the things we have to mention about GORILLAZ is that they don't necessarily have a strong map pool heading into best of three video like LDLC.
Yeah, technically, you know, being together for a little bit over a month, or just so much, or just at that point, yeah, usually that means that your veto ain't gonna be that good. Of course, that doesn't mean that you don't have a map or two under your sleeve that could work out perfectly. And going directly to the veto, we see the Mirage peak coming out first from GORILLAZ. I feel like that's a great pick for a team like that. You know, we talk about a Mirage a lot, and we'll talk more about it a little bit later. Second pick is Inferno from LDLC. When you think about it, Inferno makes sense. It's the perfect tactical map. LDLC, they've been together for so long. I think they can rely just on their team play to take down GORILLAZ here, which technically should be the biggest difference between these two teams. You already mentioned names beforehand. You mentioned names that we should all recognize, and absolutely, if you've been watching CS for any time within the last 2 to 3 years, you know, the 5 members of GORILLAZ, with the exception of now Esperanto not playing today, with with Xfloud coming in for the stand-in, everybody else is just, resonates on the scene, resonates as a whole. So I think there should be no question of quality. There should just be a question of consistency in this case. And for LDLC, I feel like they just bring too much consistency when it comes to a map like Inferno, or at least when it comes down to it. Third map, of course, is going to be Dust 2, with that being the decider. I mean, it's anybody's pick back at that point, but I feel like Mirage will be the real testing ground. And GORILLAZ, I think it's a good pick for them, because it's Mirage, because it's a map that's been played out so many times that, yeah, you know what I mean, right? At this point, both LDLC and GORILLAZ should know how to play it.
Yeah, and it's a good map as well. If I were to return to my Esperanto angle, I mean, that just used to be one of the maps you could always see SB just pop off and have an amazing run of form, running up connector, finding that success. And that was also one of the more successful maps for him in the GORILLAZ lineup. From what I've seen from the statistical data, is that, yeah, that seemed to be one of the maps where Esperanto still had some more impact, whereas some of the other maps on the GORILLAZ map pool just didn't look good for SB. And if we were to also look back at the video as well, I was actually potentially hoping for maybe an overpass pick coming in there from GORILLAZ, but LDLC, luckily for them, they banned the map instantly because
Yeah, it was an
they've been
insta ban.
having just a horrible run of form there. I think they have 10 or so losses on Overpass in a row, which is quite akin to what also remember that not necessarily this LDLC lineup in particular, but the core members of Sixer, Lambert, they also had, I think, maybe a 10 or 11 losing streak on Vertigo as well. So yeah, some difficulties here for the Frenchmen to maintain a consistent victory, but you definitely have some of those consistent losses on some of these maps. And yeah, for GORILLAZ, the pick of Mirage, it just makes sense, doesn't it? It's somewhat of a simple map. You can have your individuals pop off. And speaking of those individuals, the one surprising thing for me has been the role change when we talk about GORILLAZ. Look at some of the players here. You see NATO Safix. NATO Safix not opting for this team. He's in fact the rifler for GORILLAZ. That's a very interesting thing, and it's Sergey that has picked up the AWP mantle, which is again something you don't necessarily expect. And for NATO Safix, well, in this team right now, he seems to be the one player that is doing the entry fragging. From what I've seen as well on Mirage, he seemed to be the first player entering the bomb sites from ramp, the B side and whatnot. He seems to be that first individual, first man in contact. And then again, it comes down to the questions where, okay, so we have NATO Safix, who's actually doing a fair and solid job on the entry fragging. And then you have some of the other players like a slower rifler in the form of Sunny, who's entering the bomb site, and he's not able to find that same level of consistency like he found in some of the previous lineups. Yeah, I mean, this is somewhat frustrating for this team, is that they seem to have good pieces, yet so far they just don't click.
I think beyond just, if I touch on the subject, as you mentioned, of the op, being switched out to Sergey instead of NATO Safix, perhaps in this case there could be an internal reason. Perhaps NATO is not feeling comfortable with the op anymore, or maybe not, that he doesn't play. It's just maybe at the time they want to switch it out a little bit more to Sergey, because, in general, we know that NATO was the one-man army with the op himself. The clutches, I think, come into play here. NATO's have had some amazing one of those, as most recently against Caronte, he clutched out, I believe, in the last round to win the game, just yesterday, basically, when they were still playing within the previously aforementioned tournament. In any case, this should be still a very tight game. As you say, Mirage being a map as it is, a very standard map these days, even for mixes, for pugs, for everything like that. When you play, for example, when these players are playing FPL, they most likely play, of course, Mirage. When they play pugs, when they play just generally to relax, most of the time it's Mirage. It's Inferno, Mirage, or maybe it's Dust 2 somewhere there in the middle, coming up, or, you have your occasional nuke or Vertigo. But in any case, I am very much worried about what we're going to be seeing here, of course, out of our mixed team, because their previous results don't really bring too much hope, right? Their victories, of course, to get here, perfect, superb, great that they did what they did, great that they made such a successful run against Budapest 5, against Norderwind, but losing then again against Norderwind, and again against Young Ninjas, does tell you that they still require quite a little bit of work to be working against proper teams. Though Young Ninjas might not be the biggest epitome of quality, they're still a team that you shouldn't have any issues playing up against. In any case, Mirage, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're slowly getting ready to begin this game, to begin this first map. And Danny, not gonna lie, kind of wanted to see these playoffs, of course, seeing where they take us, because this is gonna be one stacked round of 16.
Yeah, absolutely. Round of 16 is looking very stacked. Of course, this is going to be just the very first best of 3 of the day, LDLC versus GORILLAZ. This should be a very interesting best of 3 because we have a lot of history on the side of GORILLAZ, but LDLC as well. It's not like there's some sort of fresh roster out of the blue. We have some individuals as well that have been playing Counter-Strike for a very lengthy time. Counter-Strike in particular in the form of Sixer, but also you have a fresh talent in the form of Maka joining this lineup. I believe he joined the roster 2 or so months ago, and if we do remember Heretic's run in 2019 2020. That was when Maka had a tremendous run of form in online CS. I remember it was the ESL 1 Cologne 2020, I believe that was going on, and Maka had a breakout performance against some of the top teams in the world. And it's great to see that he's back in a French lineup. And on the back of it, I do believe they managed to secure one victory thus far. That is the ESL National Championat in France, which they managed to win the #1 finish. That's actually pretty sick there for LDLC. And of course, also we have to remember here, folks, that GORILLAZ, they're not going to have Esperanto joining in the lineup here. They're going to have xFloud, who used to play in the former team of 9. He's going to be standing in here for SB. And of course, looks like we can continue on and start off our best of 3. It is going to be GORILLAZ on the T side, and it's going to be a great start for LDLC. Haji eliminates NATO Safix.
To open it up, the first entry, of course, here for the Frenchmen. And as you said, their previous tournament runs had been pretty damn decent. Even here at Blast, they've had a great run through the group. They were undefeated when it comes down to it, defeating, of course, Ekle Bruges, and of course, I believe the second one was UMX, or the first one was actually UMX. But in any case, we are on our pistol on Mirage, as you say, and xFloud and Sonya left, unfortunately. GORILLAZ, in this case, will have to truly have a breakout song to work this one out. They've already lost the bomb in top middle. That's going to be Haji controlling the lineup. And on the other hand, we do see, of course, 2 players down middle, under Con, under Window. And as you were mentioning, first of all, yeah, absolutely, Maka joining 2 months ago was one of the biggest, acquisitions LDLC could have afforded. But hold up on that thought, because right now Sunny might be the acquisition from, of course, the side of ENST for the side of GORILLAZ to make this one a happy camper. Oh my god, xFloud and Sunny! It was a 4v2, my friends. It was a 4v2, Danny. And they lose at GORILLAZ. Somehow they pull it off. What the hell?
Oh, that is so dissatisfying. LDLC, they had everything going for them in that round. Early push in top mid, get the frags, that's perfect. I'm already thinking about an LDLC victory in the first pistol. But then you see the bounce back coming in. xFloud and Sunny, superb showing in the first pistol. And that's the one problem here for LDLC. You may think that, oh, we can eliminate these guys of GORILLAZ. We could just go for those early fights initially. It worked out for you perfectly. But of course, GORILLAZ, they still have that X factor, which you have to be very careful of if you're a team like LDLC.
Exactly. This is what I was trying to say with Sunny, with Sergey coming out from the Finnish scene. And then obviously you have Esperanto, which unfortunately we are not seeing him today. But xFloud as well, he seems to be the right replacement. Either way, GORILLAZ, they are well attuned to Mirage, and we should be expecting a strong battle here from both sides. More specifically, we should be expecting LDLC to suffer a little bit of loss, and great start so far already, as we can see it again here. Flusha getting himself the entry with the Mech 10. Meanwhile, speaking of, just to kind of mention it, right? Sure enough, Maka joined 2 months ago, but I had so much higher hopes for Haji, though. I'm not gonna lie, I had higher hopes for Haji than what we're seeing as of late. In any case, there's the B push.
A good, solid B push here from GORILLAZ, just overwhelming the B bomb site. Not having a lot of issues in that sense. LDLC, they go for the investment, and it's just not looking good for them. Maka might just, there we go, get a kill here on Flusha, so some damage inflicted here in GORILLAZ, but overall a good round here for the side of GORILLAZ. Now, I will say this, we of course have, again, I'll mention the stand-in situation here in the form of xFloud, but I don't think it's going to be too impactful for the side of GORILLAZ, especially on this first map of Mirage. If he's just going to have to take the roles of SB, which is primarily just lurk in some areas of the map, hold some angles, and potentially go in second or third into a bomb site, I don't think it's going to be a massive problem for GORILLAZ to slot in xFloud, at least in the first map. Maybe it's going to be a bit more difficult on that second map of Inferno. We'll have to wait and see. So far, good start for GORILLAZ.
Well, hopefully the lack of Esperanto won't break GORILLAZ too much, but as we can see, they're not really having too little to no success. They're actually doing pretty well. As you say, LDLC, on the other hand, they're going to have to be prepared for what comes, as it is a lot of firepower, and beyond that, a lot of skill and a lot of experience that is rumbling down middle against them, and will be rumbling down the next few rounds. In any case, Lambert, of course, in my opinion, one of the stronger players on the side of LDLC in general. He's had some great runs in the past, and hopefully, we'll see more out of him. His skills with the op have been quite insane. Though on the other hand, you have Haji, you have Maka, you have Sixer. I mean, just the whole lineup of LDLC is pretty damn insane.
Woo! Nice one, Sixer. Opening frag on NATO Safix. They're gonna continue on with the push here. GORILLAZ not gonna be slowed down anytime soon. I was a little bit scared there for GORILLAZ. Once we saw that initial frag coming in from Sixer, thought they might consider to back away from this one or slow down to a halt. But instead, GORILLAZ, they persevered, they continue on with the push and successfully take over the bomb site. So not a difficult round here for the GORILLAZ. 3-0 start as well. Too shabby here.
Yeah, this is really nice. And the fact that they just walk on out of pit, get themselves those early entries and secure the round is pretty darn good. As LDLC now will have to prove their quality through the gun round, of course. We've got Maka with the MP9 and the Kevlar. He can make a bit of a difference. More than anything, it's the Kevlar that counts here. The MP9, depending how he wants to use it the next round, will it be just a push up middle? Will it be a push down underpass or a push towards Palace? In any case, I'm eager to see where it takes us here, as they will need to do something out of the ordinary. I don't think they can play a normal default and hope to win, because right now GORILLAZ have a beat on them, and more than specifically, GORILLAZ are abusing their current position a bit more than you would usually see. The AKs are out, the Galils are out, as one expects. LDLC, on the other hand, Maka with the op. As mentioned previously, Lambert as well can be great with the op, but Maka is just a little bit better, and he does upgrade it to a much better weapon than what we usually see. Chaos pushing up middle. We kind of foresaw this, and Chaos with a triple. There we go. That is a lot. That is a lot of damage.
That's a sick little sequence from LDLC. You can't say that was something truly amazing from a tactical perspective. I mean, it was just some nades in middle, as well as Chaos delivering chaos. Beautiful stuff here for LDLC. Great start for them again, once more. Shutting down GORILLAZ on the mid take. Not much of a response from them.
I mean, we kind of knew that aggression will happen on the first gun round. It's not really anything special out of the ordinary, though. I'm surprised GORILLAZ weren't better prepared. Usually the first gun rounds are the real test for these kind of plays, and in this case, LDLC, they might have lost Haji, but they still have 4 players, and up against X-Cloud or NATO Safix, I should think that they can finish this easily, especially with the fact that Chaos is in CTs, kind of controlling the current push, and Sixer under Palace easily, of course, with the nade beforehand. Sixer cleans up the mess. First round for LDLC, well played out to begin with.
Too shabby. Still loads of money here on the side of GORILLAZ. Wonder if we're going to see the op. There we go. AWP in the hands of Sergey. It's going to be interesting to see how he can perform on a map like Mirage. I've also, Sergey still seems to be one hell of a great individual. Of course, he also had a very interesting storyline at play when he had to go to the Finnish military, I believe, for 6 or so months. Oh, Flusha, though. Early frag from his part. Also had Sergey in the backlines if things get too hairy for Flusha. It's going to be another one for GORILLAZ. Sergey eliminates Chaos. So this time the push from LDLC is a disaster. But notice as well, LDLC this time go a lot more aggressive. Not just for fighting for some early top mid control. They're basically pushing into the spawn of GORILLAZ.
Man, I still remember how good, of course, Sergey was in Havu. And next to him, of course, on the other hand, being Sunny. Though he never played in HAVU, he played in ENCE most of the time, and in their stint in ENCE in 2020, when they had that great success. Well, actually in 2019 when they won the Blast tournament, the Pro Series, was it in... Wait, was it in Spain or was it in Sweden? Because I don't remember right now. I know it was a Pro Series run of Blast, but I don't actually recall which one exactly it was for Sergey, at least, that they won with ENCE. Sixer, on the other hand, speaking of the round currently at hand, he does refrag as LDLC are losing Sixer on side, but the tap away on Sunny and Con as NATO Sapphics through, of course, in this case, Tetris. And he's able to put up a little bit of a defense. 2v2 as LDLC are trying desperately to succeed in this current run. Sergey 1v2 and, well, he's about to be felled. Or is he? Nice fake out. Lambert gets caught 1v1 against Maka. All of a sudden, the odds swiftly change. And Maka, of course, on the other hand, patiently waiting. That was a bit anticlimactic, wasn't it?
Yeah, we see the swing out coming in and Maka just holding the headshot angle with the AWP. That is such a difficult shot to hit. The guy that's out there in connector. Not too shabby here. LDLC win the clutch as well. Maka, beautiful one coming in from him. Also interesting, so far Sixer has been doing a great job on the A side hold. Every single time being pushed by GORILLAZ. Managing to get a kill or two. Slowing down the offense of GORILLAZ. Not a bad run of form from him. But for GORILLAZ, yes. Even though early on it was a 3 versus 5 from what I remember. GORILLAZ not managing to close it out. So it is going to be a victory for LDLC. Back on pistols as well. Mid push coming in. Of course, the early smokes being deployed. This is just standard stuff on a map like Mirage. One at the bottom here, and Chaos looks like he's going to go for the push here. Bit of a daunting play to make. There are players on all sides, and Chaos will back away. Doesn't want to face them just yet.
Yeah, a bit of an extremely dangerous position for, of course, Chaos and LDLC in general. And, well, that extremely dangerous position just does not pay off for Sixer. He gets himself caught in Con. That's an M4 that can be picked up, and that's a problem because whoever has a Kevlar can do a little bit more damage than what you would usually assume, as LDLC right now have a line by Haji's hand. Oh, no, but Haji... he loses his own head against Sunny's duel at 4 HP. Sunny is still going to be better there. And Chaos, luckily enough, finishes the job on 2 more. And that should be enough at the end of the day. Though, speaking of which, enough. 2v2. Danny, these rounds, they're so neck to neck. You know, so close in these moments. NATO, though, unfortunately, Sunny kind of out in the open. NATO still picks up the op, and of course this is the best weapon for him in a position like this. Let's see how he plays it out on stairways. Already been going, but NATO Sapphics, what a clutch and a whiff and a shot that makes it 4-2. Danny, what a successful run there.
I mean, at the very end, it's perfect for NATO Sapphics. Clutches it out. He was in such a difficult spot as well. Out there in the open. Has to flick with the AWP to get that frag. Unbelievable stuff here from NATO. Again, it just goes to show that he can still handle the AWP. Even though his primary duties on GORILLAZ is that of a rifle. LDLC, though, we do see some players holding towards the mid area. Chaos going to go for a bit of a peek. Great frag early on here for LDLC. Chaos goes for a simple peek, but look at Maka as well.
That was a little bit dangerous and definitely well thought out at the end of the day. The LDLC, of course, with the deal, with the op, the risk is huge, but they're getting away with it, seems like it. With a 3v5 being set here, LDLC are in a perfect spot to secure themselves a 3rd round. And what better way to continue your success when your opponent wins a round, has to rebuy or reinvest most of their money, and now they're left with 3 players and barely any dollar to work with. Funny enough, you know, when you look at Sergey, when you look at the past, well, excuse me, not Sergey, but rather in this case I'm thinking Esperanto, that he's currently not playing. His ex-teammate Haji, of course, from Contact, from Imperial, not Contact. My lord, I am truly missing out his teams today. But you know, I remember back in the day in Imperial, Haji was the prodigy from the French scene. But as I said already previous, he was the one name that I truly was looking out for all this time within the last few years, but never really saw too much progression beyond what he initially succeeded with. This Chaos and Haji additionally add a few more kills. It is down to Sergey, 1v3 now as he cleans out 8 seconds, not enough time to make a difference. And on short, of course, Maka with the op, the cross is being set, and the third being gotten. LDLC finally break the tide and force onto a hard eco for GORILLAZ.
Early on, tactical timeout as well from GORILLAZ. Yeah, you can just sometimes see how powerful that one AWP can be. I mean, that's all they had, really. The one AWP in the hands of Maka. The other players just with pistols. And even so, while it's on pistols, they go for some really nice plays. We saw that Chaos peak coming in from middle. Maka as well doing a tremendous job. You can also see the aggression that came in there towards the B apartments. Basically, it comes down to that push from Chaos. They think, oh, it's only the pistols. This is a good time. We can try to advance on the B bomb set. And as we saw, Maka on the other side, beautiful shot coming in. And from there on out, a 3 versus 5 is really difficult for a squad like GORILLAZ to bounce back from, even though they do have the weapons. And so, you can see GORILLAZ economy broken. They're going to go for the force buy into this. Sergey has just enough for the AWP. Could find some engagements here. As we can see, GORILLAZ, pretty standard stuff. Early, in fact, smoke grenades and Molotovs on the A-bomb site. Now they're going to go in for the push. X-Cloud with the Tech 9 having some difficulties, but most importantly, bomb going down here in the middle of the site.
Well, that is going to be an interesting little tidbit, and we see how it, of course, switches out here for the side of GORILLAZ. Sergey with the op. Of course, you can't really challenge him straight up. You need a flash, or you need a straight headshot. Sixer peeks out, but Sunny... well, always sunny in his country, ain't it? As he gets himself a headshot. That is going to leave LDLC bleeding and probably wounded too much to deal with this. They're bleeding from all sides. I mean, it's already a 2-man disadvantage. Clearing out Sunny is perfect to begin with, but they still have 3 players to have to clean out. As Maka gets 1, Chaos keeps it up. But is it enough? No, I do not think so. No more time as Maka runs away. Lambert will die, and that is going to be the 5th round for GORILLAZ. By the way, apparently X-Cloud is their primary player. They're not a standard, but an actual primary player, that they're permanent 5th. I generally didn't know that, so apologies, of course. First of all, X-Cloud will be the main man here and not just a replacement. So, okay, that is news to me, and I'm kind of happy to hear it. Of course, sad that Esperanto no longer is in that position, but of course, that is the decision they've made.
Interesting if that is going to be the case here. I mean, arguably as well, if there's one player you've always expected to step up on the side of GORILLAZ was, in fact, Esperanto. That was the one player that was underwhelming on this team. And perhaps if he had a great run of form, if he could return to his form in 2019 when he was playing in Crazy, or even better, maybe 2018 when he was playing for Imperial, maybe that would have been enough for GORILLAZ to actually just plow through a lot of these qualifiers, a lot of these cups and whatnot. Now, looks like if you say that X-Cloud is going to be their permanent member, that is a very interesting change-up of how GORILLAZ might have to play. And, well, so far, let's see. Trial by fire, their first tournament together. And it is going to be GORILLAZ again, back with a reinvestment here. Not the best weapons, if I'm being honest, but could be just enough to hit the B bomb site. Lambert, so
Lambert,
quick, running and gunning.
Lambert,
beauty pistol. Lambert lining him up. So many good kills. And in fact, LDLC will just secure the victory. GORILLAZ not thorough in their approach, not doing a good job at clearing out the angles. Oh, in fact, doing quite a horrid job, if anything.
That was a little bit disappointing, not gonna lie. LDLC, of course, in this case, thanks to Lambert, is why they hold the ground. The double after he got the initial frag and the Galil is what really saved the day, and that is gonna work out like a charm because now LDLC are back on the menu. They've got the op up on Maka, as one would expect. And we should be seeing pretty much a full eco as we are here from the side of GORILLAZ. They have no money in the bank. Maka pushing up top middle. This is unusual for an AWP player to do so, but they are doing it nonetheless, as Maka just adds on to the tally. 3 frags to his name. Easy, lemon peasy. You know, this is just too easy basically right now. 5-5 tied up. And let's see how it goes, as GORILLAZ at this stage are gonna have to go for another eco, because they just don't have the money, Danny. Look at it.
Yeah, and I guess it comes back to the fact that GORILLAZ just not, you know, they're in a position where, yeah, they're going to go for the reinvestment. They end up losing it. Then again, it's going to come down to a simple eco coming in there from GORILLAZ, and they somehow managed to win that one round. But when it comes back to the gun round, it's again the same shenanigans. This is a little bit weird, not gonna lie, here on the side of GORILLAZ, that they're just not able to string rounds together. Same could be said for LDLC, the fact that they end up losing those rounds to just the mere pistols. Of course, this time around, gun round, and Haji has the angle here. Flusha's gonna go for the jump. Oh, Flusha! So good to get that kill on Haji. That is a common angle, and that is a good start for GORILLAZ. There we go. Another kill coming through. Now it's 3 in total, and it is going to be a victory here for GORILLAZ, though I'd be very cautious about that one. Lambert and Maka still in the server.
Yeah, I mean, what Lambert pulled off last round was pretty darn insane, so hopefully he can do it again here. But either way, I'm not sold on the idea of the force. It works out a lot better than one would have thought, but still, GORILLAZ do risk a lot with it. LDLC, on the other hand, look at this. They are rotating over to A, both Maka and Lambert. This is the right decision. They want to stick together, right? They don't want to give away too much of anything. They don't want to give away their weapons, and in case it is a B, of course, plant, they'll just save up. They will probably go into Palace or Pit and just try and make sure that these weapons survive till the next. The money situation, when you look at it, the economy is not as bad as some might think for LDLC. They can afford a rebuy next, no problem. But it's still about 3 rounds left here in our first half. Well, 4 rounds left in our first half, and you don't want to give it away all by just, you know, running headlessly into an opponent. And sure enough, this case, GORILLAZ, lucky stars are above them, because they're able to get this round and they're able to avoid a certain economical death throw. On the other hand, they take the lead likewise, and it's their map after all, right? This is what we should be expecting from GORILLAZ. Success after success for map 1.
And the new economy just also helps them loads. With the new economy, well, they say the new economy, the economy changes that took place definitely helped the T side to just continue on playing the way they've been, going for these partial investments, some pretty solid force buys as well. I mean, in the previous round as well, they were primarily just the Lils and the Deagle in the hands of NATO Sapphics. And here as well, though, good start here by Maka. Early elimination, a second one to boot. Oh no, GORILLAZ this time to go for a faster style of play, and they're just not ready for the might of LDLC.
This is going to be interesting to see. Of course, LDLC, I love the response. After losing a round, they take it up to their, well, they take it into their own hands to switch out and to give themselves an opportunity of victory. The shot on short is really what makes it, and then the push and pit as well. Look at Sixer. He's going far deep into T-base that you would usually want to go in normal times, and he's going to get a lot of information because of it. But there's also one big underlying problem. There's a flank being set by NATO. So Sixer spots him, but NATO still, he is alive at what, 3 HP? No, at 1 HP actually. Sixer actually nades him down. There we go. And that will continue the success for LDLC. Sixer switches out to the op even. Oh, this is going to be a crazy day, isn't it? Though he's not as good as Lambert or Maka on the up, so better run away, my friend. Don't lose your head. Chaos cleans up the mess. And that's pretty much down to Sunny. 1v5, a clutch round that he has to pull off. 1v4 now, of course, though 30 seconds. Not even remotely enough time to do anything here.
This is just so back and forth between the two teams, no one having a substantial edge. You can talk about how, oh, this is Mirage we're talking about. You know, Mirage, these are the sort of rounds that end up being so close. These are the sort of halves that end up being so close, the 8-7s, the 9-6. But here in this first half, just neither team having an edge. Just an eco scenario, back to a force buy, eco force buy. Again, it's a 6-6 scoreline. LDLC have by far the best chance to extend said scoreline. They're just going against the Mirror Pistols. In fact, if you'll notice, there's just a few deagles sprinkled in, and that's about it. I think, yeah, there's also the one flashbang in the hands of X-Cloud. So that's all they have to work with. By far a great chance for LDLC to secure the victory. Especially we'll see what Sixer can do on the AWP as well. Because primarily he was holding the A bomb site with just the M44, and fair enough for him. Sixer has done a pretty good job holding on to the site. Now there's going to be a lot more players popping out. He's got Chaos backing him up as well. So far, it's Chaos doing all the heavy lifting. Sixer chimes in. X-Cloud. Oh, nice shot with the Glock as well. Maka out of the picture. It looks like Sixer has to be very careful about it. Now going for the peak, though. Flusha. So good with that shot on Haji. Puts it in a 2 versus 2. A much more winnable scenario for Gorillas, but still, they're just on the Mirror Pistols. This should not be a winnable scenario. As Flusha holding the backlines. Lambert in behind. Very good. Swings it. Great spray transfer on Flusha. That will be a victory for LDLC, but if I'm being honest, that was not an easy one to take.
Absolutely, it wasn't. Look at this from X-Cloud. Beautiful shot with the Glock, of course. At the end of the day, unfortunately, it was Lambert that's able to sneak on past the defenses and not being detected in quick enough of a fashion. Gorillas lose both players. Beautiful transfer. And that is going to be the 7th round for LDLC. Though this is as neck to neck as one would have hoped it to be, given what we know about these two teams, given what we expected out of these two. No doubt that Gorillas, of course, will keep this sense of aggression up, as already in Con. Look at Sunny. He's going to lurk all the way in towards jungle already. He's with a Mach 10, so he is looking for that quick frag. But look at it. Haji, on the other hand, though, responding. Killing Flush on the window is pretty much the best course of action they could have gone for. LDLC. Very passive play. The best thing I love, well, the best part of it all is the fact that LDLC are playing this defensive posture towards Murder Hole as well. When you think about it, when you see, of course, where Maka is posted, he does not allow a cross through that little hole, through that hole in the wall. And Gorillas are counting exactly on a frag from Sunny to make anything happen. I mean, Sunny needs to get a kill here. And he... Oh, Maka! Oh, man, I thought they had the divine intervention of knowing there's somebody there. But unfortunately, it's now only Lambert. Isolated on site. He gets one. And they have to come out for trades. And indeed, X-Cloud from Con is enough.
35 seconds. The players of Gorillas really got to move in. Really got to take over the bomb site right now. Still being very careful in their approach. But look at Haji in the backlines. Drops the bomb carrier. That's a massive frag for Haji. Now, if he can only survive for as long as possible, that could be enough. Sunny peeks in for 1 and a 2. Haji holds the line. And he's going to swing to secure the victory. The clutch for LDLC. It's Gorillas that struggle once more. This time I thought, okay, Gorillas, things are finally looking up. You've got yourself the A bomb set. You can get that bomb planted. But the one thing they did not expect was the flank from Haji.
Well, Haji definitely secures the advantage, and not just that, but a really big upswing in the right direction as well. The money finally crumbles to dust for the side of Gorillas, and we can see here the picture, of course, or the video of Lambert and the rest of the players of LDLC Sixer as well. Very well established in recent years, as Haji, I think the biggest talent on LDLC at one point when he joined the squad, but Maka seems to be shadowing his quality and seems to be overshadowing him in general. Whilst for Gorillas, I hope that the addition of X-Cloud and now being a permanent member of theirs is not going to impact their entry capabilities. If there was one thing that, you know, we could rely upon for Esperanto was the fact that he could run into a site and get himself like a few headshots easily. And of course for GORILLAZ, they need to be extra careful now moving forward. They will invest again. Galil, an AK, a sacrifice for utility, or for weapons, no utility. And here comes the commitment, of course. Again, GORILLAZ, they're going in very divisive. They're going in one by one here, it seems like, or at least for Flusha alone through Con. And in through Palace, they're going to be coming into a murder hole, into a meat grinder, Danny. No, this force really didn't work out the way they'd hoped. Of course, it was the last round, so they had no choice, but yeah, that was a little bit anticlimactic.
Oh, a little bit dissatisfying in here for GORILLAZ. I'll give you that. I'll give you that for free, in fact. 9-6 here for LDLC. As on the side of GORILLAZ, yeah, I mean, again, we could just look back at some of the economical issues they had to face, and that was the fact that there just wouldn't be a lot of rounds where they'd have a good purchase. They'd go for the one eco, then they'd reinvest, then they somehow lose the one round, but then they'd somehow win the eco once more. So they win the rounds where they had no chances, GORILLAZ, but they couldn't convert the must-win rounds, and that I'd say was a pretty big problem.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there were a few moments in this game where, as you mentioned, there was the round they lost against the Pistols, of course. It was the eco round, or the force buy round from LDLC, the Lambert Deagle shots and the Galil pickup that he was able to pull off. That was one of those that could have transferred the entire half into their hands. On the other hand, you know, it feels like LDLC is just a little bit stronger in this position, or at least in this game. With that being said, the pistol, of course, the second pistol is coming up in a moment. We'll be starting off in a second or two to look at over what we are seeing here from both of these two sides. LDLC is going to have a smoke and a flash. The rest yet to buy something. And on the side of GORILLAZ, we already have Flusha with the kit and flashbangs themselves. So perhaps a plan to go for a bit of an aggressive push. It wouldn't be the first time we see something like this on a pistol. Their spawns are not too shabby for something like a pit push, a palace push perhaps coming out from GORILLAZ. It could work.
There's always the potential for that, right?
Oh, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And right now, on the side of LDLC, yeah, we're going to see some of that utility invested here in the hands of Lambert. The other guys looks like they might just rock up with some armor, I would presume. On a map like Mirage, just that one smoke grenade and the flashbang could be more than enough, if I'm being honest. Also depends on which area of the map you want to try and go for. Potentially, if you're going towards the A-bomb site, smoking off something like top connector could be a bit more important than, say, CT, than say CT spawn. Because if you're the T side, you're taking over the A-bomb side, might as well try to fight for some CT control as well. And in the case of LDLC, we can see the players are spread out quite thin. But again, you can also see they're going to try to pull off a fake here on the A-bomb side. Lambert is here, that smoke grenade and the flashbang. He also has one player in the form of Maka backing him up as well. And also some mid control, in fact, here from LDLC. So maybe the A-bomb side is the one map area of the map they want to push.
Ooh, Sunny will be first point of contact. Haji actually sees him. A great flash support from Lambert as Sergey is holding the line, and Flusha keeps on adding on top of the tally right now. LDLC are losing players, and quickly at that. X-Cloud is already dropping a few, but Sixer jumps into window from short, is able to get himself two, will even retrieve the bomb, and now 2-on-2 against Flusha and NATO Safix. Flusha, though, accurate as ever. The dangerous Swedish player. You don't want to give him any sort of chance like such. And his experience and his knowledge from years of being on Fnatic will give him more than enough of confidence in this case. NATO Safix holding his corner, and there we have it. GORILLAZ will find themselves another round, this time the second pistol, and what a better way to start off this second half than to secure a pistol after losing the half 9-6. And beyond just that, they've lost initially, well, they looked like they might have lost initially the pistol as well, the first one, but they've gotten both now. And tactical timeout for LDLC, respectively, of course. They want to make sure that whatever happens in the next few, they absolutely are prepared for it.
Thing is, as well, in that round, LDLC, they had a great setup. I mean, that was a perfect setup coming in from their part. Players pushing into the bomb site. They have also diversion going on there in the window. So it was looking very solid for LDLC to just secure that victory. But GORILLAZ managing to hold their own, another pistol round victory going their way. That's actually very nice from their part. And yeah, you could also see the cam there of the coach somewhat frustrated after that loss. Clearly, they thought they have just the right setup. Flash coming in there from Lambert. Things were looking good, but eventually it's the skill that GORILLAZ have that allows them to pull through. Bit of a mid play coming in from GORILLAZ as well. We get to see some FAMASas shooting off their bullets. We also see Sergey taking somewhat of a more aggressive angle. And we might see LDLC with a push on the B bomb side. Flesha has made the rotation here alongside his buddies, but oh no, x-Cloud, the first player to go down. That leaves the B bomb site vulnerable.
Well, this is not yet done. LDLC have gotten the plant, but this is still a 4-on-4, and with the CTs having quite a little bit of firepower in their hands, this could work, but Sixer decides to go aggro, though that could be the wrong decision at the end of the day. In hindsight, it definitely doesn't work out the way he would have thought so, but Haji, though, Deagle in hand, and again, we can see success with these Deagles, the way we would never thought possible as the kit is on Sunny, and of course, slowly ticking away. Sunny drops, that's the kit down, and even though right now, Sergey, he will have time. I think he just has enough time, and indeed he has. He will defuse it in the last few seconds, or at least he should be able to... Nope! Oh! I misheard. He didn't have enough time. Sunny had the kit at the end of the day. That was the vital breaking point, that Sunny should have been on the bomb instead of Sergey at the end. Okay, round 4, of course. We can see here the coach of LDLC, Oststriker. And of course the round here for LDLC themselves. Haji saves the day. Hot damn, Danny. That was unexpected, wasn't it?
No, that was not unexpected. Though from LDLC, they do a tremendous job taking over the bomb site, eliminating anyone on site. But even so, the fact that he managed to win the round, I mean, it just comes down to Haji just hitting that one shot, right? He gets that one shot. That's more than enough for him to win the round. No time on the defuse. We can see this commitment here from LDLC. Looking pretty okay, though some damage inflicted, that's for sure. Not the cleanest of victories, but they take over the bomb site. That is the most important part. Get a Sapphics. Not looking to do some shopping. Instead, he's out here to do some killing, as he might be pushed by some of the potential members of LDLC. But even so, yeah, it looks like he's just gonna try to back away from this one. LDLC, successful beat take. Gonna work out in their favor.
It's insane how well LDLC are able to incorporate aggression into their style, and more specifically into their quick pushes. I love their coordination on the push itself. You know, once they are ready to go, the players from B House are not, you know, are not jumping out of house, or not contacting until the players on short are already ready to fight. And it's beautiful to see this coordination between LDLC as players themselves. It's something that we are on occasion rarely having on most of other teams as well, but it's one of the more important factors that counts on to successful aggression or not, is how you engage when you engage. And in this case, LDLC seem to have the timing down to the bone. They still lose 2 players, sure, but they win the round, and that's at the end of the day what matters when you count it all. As for GORILLAZ, unfortunately the force fight doesn't really work out, and this is a bit of a disaster. Sergey has the op, and that's about it. The rest with barely anything to account for. A Deagle, a Mech 10. We do have a smoke and a flash, but that is not going to be enough, and... well... oh boy, Chaos, look at this aggression again. This time it's a little bit different than what we used to. Chaos just runs up short. Sixer helps him. Danny, that is a great decision at the end of the day, because, you know, LDLC are like, you know, let's ignore middle for a long time. Let's ignore everything else. Let's just run B. And they do so, weirdly enough.
I mean, that's the exact same repeat of the previous round. That is exactly what LDLC did as well. That one probably made a bit more sense. Again, you're up against, just to go against pistols, easy pickings. And LDLC, amazing. Great way to take over the B bomb side. Not much of a response there from GORILLAZ. Has to be expected. It is, though, the next round where things do get interesting. Gorillas will finally have just enough money to reinvest. We might even see some more aggression there from Gorillas. That's the one great thing you want to see from these individuals. Say, for example, right now in the comms, Gorillas X-Cloud is saying, guys, I'm feeling confident. I can go for the mid play. Can someone push middle with me? And they might do something like that to try and eliminate the LDLC danger as early as possible. As now we do see the reinvestment, like I said, there's going to be the M4s, there's going to be loads of utility. And like I said, the one thing I'm expecting from Gorillas right now is that early aggression.
Well, this aggression might still come out handy. Of course, as you said, that early fight, those early fights, if they go the way for Gorillas, it could be perfect. And Sergey, of course, starts to show off a little bit from underpass from a position that is very powerful. He even gets Haji, turns around for the 90 degrees, and Haji unfortunately does not have the accuracy to close out the gap. That is going to work out perfectly at this stage, and we can see that Sixter peeks out Palace, at least brings it back for one, but NATO Suffix, how does he win that duel with a Mach 10 on that far of a range? Though at the end of the day, does it matter? No, because that is going to be most likely here the 8th round, LDLC. Losing a player on long range or not, that is all there is to it. What a little bit of a switcheroo. Gorillas, they'll close the gap down to 4 rounds remaining, though they are still far away from going anywhere here. And of course, go check out Coinbase, boys. Cryptocurrency is falling, so soon enough there's going to be time to buy some cryptocurrencies, you know, with everything going down. Did you see how far did Bitcoin fall? Down to $40K.
I've heard that it's taken a bit of a dip, but no, I haven't heard of the prices.
Huge dip, really. It's probably going even lower, so we'll see. Not nice, honestly. If you have any Bitcoins, you're not very happy with the current outtake.
If anyone's going to be happy about the past, it's absolutely going to be the side of Gorillas. I mean, that earlier round works out just so well for them, but it really just comes down to one Sergey, if I'm being honest. It wasn't like Sergey was in a position where he was flashed out by his teammates. Someone else was holding the angle from him. It was basically just lonesome Sergey just pushing down mid, getting the one frag, and returning to connector by his lonesome. I mean, great finesse there from Sergey as well. You can finally see that military training paying off. Great movement, gets the 2 kills, and backs away to safety.
And of course, with that, Gorillas, they're playing a smart game right now. They know that more than anything, it's valuable to survive. But look at LDLC. They will be losing no time again. Towards A they go. And they're going to be planting quite easily on towards default as Maka burns down, or not just burns down, shoots down Sunny. That is a bit of a hiccup that right now Gorillas cannot afford. And so does Sergey fall. No bloody way. We praise Gorillas for their well-thought-out aggression, and more specifically for their well-thought-out positions, that at the end of the day, they still come up short right here. The aggression from LDLC, unprecedented chaos. A headshot just as he clicks out of clicks out of their CT stairway spot. Oh my. Oh man, a clean round. Are you... What? A clean round, Danny? How is this even reality right now? How does this happen? Gorillas, they're in dire trouble right now.
This is the one thing I expected from that pistol round in the second half, because we saw that LDLC, they clearly had the idea of how they want to approach the round. They had the right setup, they had the right players in the good positions, but still wasn't enough to secure the victory against Gorillas. Bit of a dissatisfying state of affairs for them, but LDLC right now, a quick pace round, though they have to check their corners. Sergey and NATO Safix. First few good kills coming in. The response from Flusha, a peek, doesn't go the way of Gorillas. They still have a massive advantage, though the numbers, they're thinning.
Oof, this is right now fantastic. It's not yet over coming down for it. Gorillas still have a chance. A 3-on-3 that could work, but LDLC, they're taking a bit of a backseat here. They're slow down. They've got a minute 13. They've got a position to work with, and a pretty good one at that. The Molotov, though, might burn, well, would have burned Sunny if he had no smoke. Luckily enough, right now Gorillas don't need to deal with another disaster on their hands. Whilst Haji, Chaos, Lambert seem like A is the port of call here. NATO in connector. Sunny's going to rotate over. Question is CT or B? He seems like leaning towards CT. Fair enough. Why not? Or, well, specifically, makes sense. And this will be a lucky draw for Gorillas. They've got 2 players ready to defend. The question is, can they hold the line whilst the players out of Palace are walking in? As here we come, the contact for Sunny, successful. Though NATO peeks out a little bit too much, the Molotov still ready to go on towards Ticket. And indeed, there it is. Haji wins that duel as well. Down to a 1v2 Chaos against X-Cloud. And of course, Haji against X-Cloud. Can't do it. X-Cloud, the newest member of the team here for Gorillas, secures their victory, and this is basically the opening tournament for him, right? This is the first time he's actually playing with the team, and one hell of a clutch he pulls off. 1v2.
That is amazing from X-Cloud. Yeah, like you said, the 1v2 clutch, and this is the first time he's playing with Gorillas. If I'm Flusha, I'm probably thinking, yeah, that's a good gamer. Definitely a great showing here from X-Cloud, and so far, it might just be the one saving grace for Gorillas here on this CT side. Though look at this, LDLC changing up the pace, early push here on the A-bomb site. Though Sunny looking very good, another frag being picked up, a third one from Sunny. Maka with the response, and Lambert losing quite a big chunk of his health. Minute and 25, that should be the bomb plant here, but Maka, has to be careful being down here. Flusha doing a great job shooting through the smoke, and he even gets the frag here in Maka. Even also Lambert going down, and that will be the victory here for Gorillas. This time though, Gorillas great hold, not just from X-Cloud, but Flusha and Sunny chiming in as well.
Well, it works out like a charm right now. Gorillas down to a 3-round difference. Now they still aren't out of it just yet, but there is a way, there is a chance they can get to a tie, they can get onto even a victory. It would be a much required one, let's be honest here. We are looking at Mirage, the first map of the day here. Gorillas map pick themselves. And they certainly do not wish to lose it against LDLC, because then, of course, on Inferno, the storyline is a little bit different. The situation is a little bit more complex, perhaps we can even say. For Inferno, Gorillas, they've only played it like 5 times, I believe. And they've lost it 3 times itself. So there's not a lot of success when it comes down to stats. Though I can imagine that stats right now don't care to them, or don't matter to them. They're quite well attuned to what they need to be doing, and they won't be worrying about anything like that. 13-10, LDLC, sticking to pistols and Kevlars. Of course, at this point, forced onto an eco themselves. When you look at the economy, it's not much better for Gorillas. They, 1 round loss and they would be gone for as well. But they can't really afford to lose players here likewise, I dare say. Losing more than 2 players will be devastating. And if they give a bomb plant and 2 players are lost, that's already going to be pretty damn successful for LDLC.
I mean, right now as well, the members of LDLC, ill-equipped. They're trying to hope for the best push right now, the best possible scenario. See if they can move in here and get any of the frags going their way. For Sergey is looking very good. X-Cloud as well with the response, though that is a weapon recovered. Sergey being pressured here by Maka. Some damage inflicted here. LDLC though, bomb being dropped. They have to recover it to try and win this round, but so far Gorillas good frags on the initial push from LDLC.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Sergey holding the line. That is a bit of a mistake from Maka to be getting this exposed, but he had to do something. And of course, Chaos in this case, trying likewise to pull off some beautiful shots. Can't really do it. There we have it. 11-13. 2 players are lost and the bomb is planted though. And remember what I said. This is quite a little bit of a loss on the side of Gorillas. The economy that they have currently does not support, lacking or lagging behind, I guess you can say. This will give enough of a boost so LDLC can go for the op, and beyond just that, this will be Gorillas' again, an opportunity to close the gap, but likewise an opportunity to lose this first map, because this round is decisive for them. I mean, look at the economy left. Flusha with $800, NATO with 0, Sergey with 250, Sunny with, 2.3, and of course xFloud with 1.9. That's barely anything to work with. And this is going to be the round that Gorillas absolutely need to win, or we are most likely looking at 15 for LDLC. But look at this again, B, again LDLC. They seem to have found the gap on B, the weakness on B, and they're going to be abusing it all they can here.
Another commitment, another hold from Flusha. This time, it's strong. xFloud joins the fight. A second one from xFloud from the bench. He's actively getting all the frags. And that will be a solid one from Gorillas. Look at this. Just the one player going down, and they shut down the push from LDLC. Yeah, it looks like they decided to test out the waters on the B bomb set in the previous round, with just the players just pushing up with the pistols, and they thought, you know what? Maybe we can find a similar level of success with the gun round as well. That is exactly what LDLC do in the previous round. Fast play on the B side, though, this time. And the combo of Flush and xFloud is just too strong. The pillars of the B bomb side don't flinch. And so for LDLC, it is back to another reinvestment, luckily for them. They still have the cash to work with, but look at the push from mid as well. Look at Sunny's positioning. In fact, he's going to push up all the way right now. Should hear the footsteps and maybe even see the players crossing towards B. You can see a rotation actually not occurring. Not a full-on rotation just yet. 2 players right now on the B bomb site. Gonna wait for more individuals from LDLC and Flush right now, just waiting. In comes the push. xFloud, great pickup here in Haji, and look at Sunny's positioning as well. He's in the backlines. He's in the perfect spot, but he goes down to Sixer. That will be a great frag for LDLC. They can still bounce back, especially with the A bomb site having no defenders. And look as well, Chaos positioning, and Sixer still finds Sergey. And look at this as well, Chaos getting his. This is not looking good here for Gorillas.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not looking as good. Well, definitely not looking as good as it should have. But I mean, they've got the HP advantage over Sixer. That's the one thing that they have going for themselves. Though NATO in this case, good headshot, immediately takes out Lambert out of the equation, and this leaves Sixers in a very poor state. And of course, for LDLC, now it certainly doesn't look good as much as it did at the start. And oh, he's gonna try and go B. I like the idea, but unfortunately the execution ain't gonna work out as well. Although Sixer, this tells him that A side is open. NATO had been walking with his back turned, and xFloud thinking to himself, perhaps he might be going B, but nope. Sixer, the plant on A, and now one-on-one against xFloud. Let's see who takes the reign here, who takes the victory, because this is a vital round. As I spoke earlier, Gorillas, they desperately want to win this, and likewise LDLC wish as well. Their economy ain't going to support too much of a rebuy next, and this would be a devastating blow to LDLC and a great success for Gorillas. But no, Sixer peeks out at the right time, just as xFloud checks sandwich, turns the other way, checks pit, looks down the side of it, and voila, a headshot to clean the mess up. 3rd timeout for LDLC. This is a fantastic victory that will be of great importance here for the Frenchmen. We see Chaos laughing very, very profoundly there, and of course it makes sense. As Maka as well, the happiness on the faces of these guys is what you want to see when these rounds are being played out. And of course the coach himself, very content with how it's going, but keep calm, keep collected. And I love this. Look at the intention, look at the focus he's currently displaying, and that's what you need in a coach. That's what you need in a person that's surveying your every move.
Oh, and here as well, I mean, Sixer, the one player you probably don't expect to perform so well in LDLC, but in all fairness, he's found some great success in this LDLC roster. The case of Gorillas, that is a really dissatisfying loss. We saw some really good positioning from Gorillas. It even looked like they're just going to win the round on the back of information and the players just in some prime positions. Well, we do see LDLC with a faster style of play here. Sunny, great pickup on Lambert. We could see some more members of LDLC going in for the fray. It will be, in fact, Chaos. Great pickup on Sunny through the smoke as well. A 4-on-4 ensues, and look at this flashbang as well. NATO Safix at the ready. Great frag on Chaos, looking for more players. That's another one for
Dixer,
NATO.
hello?
He's finally stepping up when it matters most. Haji being forced out of position though. Haji getting himself 2. And now Flusha left in the 1v1 mano a mano against Sir Haji. And he's trying to go for a bit of a spray, trying to go for the dig.
no.
But Senior Vac will have to take a seat as Haji wins the round.
Well, that is certainly going to be a little bit of an anticlimactic ending there. LDLC win the round with, of course, Flusha pulling out a deagle at the end of the day, trying to be the hero, but unfortunately being more of a defeated Goliath. The stat is going to be 15-12. LDLC, they take it up to map point, and this is going to be the round that's going to decide everything. Gorillas are left with Deagles and a CZ. It is quite devastating to see them in this stance. But look at LDLC. They're losing no sleep. They're losing no focus. They just keep on rushing, keep on going towards the A site. Lambert aggressively with the Mac-10. Unfortunately for the rest of Gorillas, he's the only easy frag they will get. Flush out. Whoo! What was that shot, man? I didn't even see the man when he already shot at him. Unfortunately, X-Floud, though. 1v3. Do you believe, Danny? Do you believe in him?
X-Floud had an amazing run of form thus far, but even so, I don't believe in X-Floud. He'll give us his best shot, of course, but just the CZ75, it's just not going to happen. From all angles, the kills come through here, and LDLC secured the victory. The very first map here of the best of 3. Of course, we're also going to have our second map in the form of Inferno, but so far, that's a good showing for LDLC. If Gorillas wanted to secure the victory, that's absolutely something they had to do. They had to win the first map. Right now, things are looking scary once we do have to jump into the second map of Inferno.
Absolutely amazing performances, of course. And with that being said, we are jumping onto our second map, Inferno. So, folks, stay tuned as we return here with Blast Rising in a matter of a few moments. See you soon.
If your wicked words, I've had it out. And that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our hands. And I still know all of our memes, those reps that existed without any seams. They're all our best laid plans. They're all our best laid plans. I did it to myself. I have no explanation. Twisted games and tricks, all tangled up and wasted. Double down in the bus, sucked in the faking patience. Haunted dreams awake still. I love to be so hated. I did it to myself. I did it to myself. came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. I came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our second map of the best of three. And of course, what we witnessed right there was a pretty decisive victory there for LDLC, even though the scoreline ended up being somewhat close there at the very end. But I have to give props for the Frenchmen. They played some superb Counter-Strike.
They absolutely did, and surprised us all in quite a few ways. Of course, one of them being the unbridled aggression they continuously put out. The other being the fact that, sure enough, they went up against a few rogue players out of GORILLAZ that were able to make their day very bad, very poor. But at the end of the day, LDLC pulled through. They closed out the gap, and more specifically, they closed out Mirage with success. Moving forward here, of course, on Inferno as our second map, the choice of, in this case, of course, LDLC. I'm a little bit worried what we're going to be seeing out of GORILLAZ, and just to reiterate, the aggression from LDLC was something that we should be getting used to from them continuously, because we're going to see the same probably here on Inferno. At least that's what I'm kind of expecting. And of course, Mirage is a map that allows for far more aggression than just a few rounds here and there. Since the map itself is built like that. But Inferno, likewise, if you start T-side, which I think they will, this is going to be a very, very fun map to see to begin with.
I'd still say it may not be as fun for the side of GORILLAZ, considering as well that they have a new player in the form of xCloud, so they shouldn't be looking as good on Inferno as they probably did on Mirage. But the great thing with Inferno as well, it is a map that we've seen played thousands and thousands of times. It is a map that is notorious in the Counter-Strike map pool, and is also a map that the side of GORILLAZ did play. They did play, I think, about 5 or so times. Don't have the best win rate on it, but consider this as well, that right now they just have to take Esperanto out and put in xCloud. And what we've seen thus far on the very first map of the best of three, xCloud definitely performed. xCloud played to a very high level of Counter-Strike, and if I'm being honest, he shouldn't have any difficulties replacing Esperanto on Inferno as well.
Given, as you just mentioned, how it all went down, of course, the bigger disappointment for me was NATO. NATO was only at 11 frags throughout the entirety of the series, and that didn't really work out too well. Even Lambert, on the other hand, being a bit of a quiet one at 11 frags, likewise. But for the most part, as you said, yeah, xCloud definitely proved his quality and more specifically his worth to the team. Switching out for Esperanto, of course, we all took Esperanto as being the prodigy from Lithuania. Unfortunately, never came to be that they, not that it didn't came to be, just simply put, it turns out to be a little bit harder to become a prodigy overnight and just, to be the god of CS overnight. Either way, the map here, Inferno, should be starting in a few moments. Though, let's go down to predictions more specifically. I want to hear, what do you think of Inferno in general? How do you think it's going to go? Will we see another close result like on Mirage, 16-12? Or is it going to be far more one-sided this time around?
I think with Inferno, it should be a bit more one-sided, if I'm being honest. Though at the same time, Inferno lends itself to some very close scorelines. This is, again, like Mirage, ends up being, quite close. Those are the scorelines that we can see, the 9-6s, the 8-7s. That's what Inferno is great about, because it can have these very tight games. And I would presume it could get close against the squad of GORILLAZ. But again, I'll give props to LDLC. This is a team, a tactical team. They also have some great individuals on their side in the form of Maka, in the form of, actually, Sixer as well. I'll give him a shout out. He's actually had some good run of form as of late. Haji as well is one of those players. So they definitely have the individuals to work with. And right now, from the side of GORILLAZ, there's just loads of problems, right? You can definitely look at the problem that, first of all, it's a fresh roster. It's a fresh roster, but not a very deep map pool. Second of all, because it's a fresh roster, some of the timing, some of the plays they're making, some of the spacing on the peaks, it's simply not good enough. But that is to be expected from a fresh roster, right? And third and foremost, this project as well, even though it has some highlights, potential highlights, it's just not working out thus far. Maybe they still need some time. Maybe they still need to work on some of the players here. But thus far, I have to admit, LDLC, I am expecting the victory here on Inferno as well.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Unfortunately, for the side of GORILLAZ, I think they've met their match, and more than anything, they need a bit more time. When it comes down to it, they need a bit more space to work out the kinks and to work out the details. But it is Inferno. It is our second map. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping onto it as we speak. We see the pistol is already live. And right now, LDLC going up against GORILLAZ on their T side. Of course, LDLC very aggressive as per usual. Though in this case, they want to play it safe. They want to play it calm and collected beyond belief. Because they're going for an A split, Danny. And I love this idea because one smoke on long, a flash over towards the roof of A, and they could easily break anybody on site itself. Should be smoke on towards Vespa and smoke on towards long. Let's see if that is indeed the case. There's a second smoke ready and 2 nades as well on towards pit, I think, that will be flying. But here comes the smoke Vespa and here comes the push on towards the site itself. Nades into pit, or no, it's going to be into graveyard, even better.
The positioning, though, look at the positioning. It's good here. Sunny gets the one. Sergey as well with the reply. LDLC entering the bomb site, looking pretty solid. Sunny with the response. Haji, though, ends up going down eventually. Even though LDLC do a good job at popping out, the problem is the frags. They come in there from GORILLAZ. It's Sunny, it's Sergey. The Finnish duo not going to get scared off by anything. Though I would presume if you want to scare Sunny and Sergey, probably the call-out word would be Alu. That's just a little jab there. Ooh.
Oh, that's an underhanded, man, down to in between the ribs. That's how deep it felt. Funnily enough, again, yeah, LDLC, they seem to have trouble on their pistol rounds, but right now the rush round here, the second round will be towards Banana. Haji gets caught. Dixer is ready at least, and LDLC are no strangers to this map. This should not be an easy pickup for GORILLAZ, even in a second round like this, though we do see far more success than otherwise thought of. By the way, I think one important part of the situation as well is the fact that on towards Mirage, GORILLAZ started off with winning the first and the second pistol in general, but oh come on, this is just too much. Seriously, X-Cloud and Sergey though, they dropped the bomb towards A. Not sure what the idea here was for LDLC. They got bomb control, or more specifically B control, but at the end they still come up short. Maka now at 1 HP up against X-Cloud with the UMP and 60.
Right now, it's just all going to come down to positioning. In the case of Maka, I'm enjoying his play. What he's trying to do right now is just go for the long take. Of course, this is a very long rotation, but he still has some time to work with. 35 seconds, though, you can see X-Cloud seems to have the read. The player could come from middle, and he's just in the perfect angle. Will secure the victory here for GORILLAZ, though in no way, shape, or form was that an easy one. And that just seems to be the trajectory for GORILLAZ, at least in this first best of 3 here, and on the first map as well, that the eco rounds, they're never clean for GORILLAZ.
And technically, you know, they probably never will be until they really establish themselves as a squad and not just currently as a mix. Because again, let's be fair, right now it's more of a mixeroo than anything else, and they've got a long way to go. And of course, I'm happy. I'm actually not gonna lie, I'm super excited to see Flusha on a team here, on a fresh team, on a team that has a few names that we recognize, a few names that we weren't really, you know, too hand in hand with as of late. X-Cloud definitely from what's the name? 9inch, or what's the Turkish team that played that is no longer
Nails.
It is the 9inch, right?
No, I'm
it isn't.
joking.
Oh,
no,
wait,
no,
I
it's
forgot
9.
9
It's just
it's
9.
not. I think it's just 9, but you know, I never knew for certain what it was, the actual pronunciation. And X-Cloud, of course, proved his worth there, though I have my doubts how far they can push it here against LDLC, even with the personal performance, even with the quality of these players that is undoubtedly almost unrivaled across the board. But it is LDLC's team cohesion that I feel like is the better part of the deal here, as GORILLAZ will be dealing with another 8 push, this time 2 players on the defense. X-Cloud on balcony, this is a little bit too much for him even, as the MP9 of Sergey hits the mark. It's more of a team kill by Chaos than anything else. A 3-on-3, and LDLC in an excellent position to keep their first round in their hands.
The fact that it's a 3 versus 3 still gives a chance here for the side of GORILLAZ to try and go for the retake. They have the free players here to work with. No defuse kit though means they have to get those frags as soon as possible. NATO Sapphics, first man in, entering the bomb site. There's the flash, but there's also the few kills they needed to cement the victory here at LDLC. No way in the world Sunny can win this one. He just have to back away from this and save that weapon of his. LDLC, that was some great entry fragging from their part. We saw how quickly they managed to take over control over the A bomb site, but they also do an amazing job at just clearing out the site, looking towards the balcony position, clearing out the bomb site, and from there on out, it becomes much easier for them to secure the victory, even though the team kill, it does come in.
Yes, it does. GORILLAZ unfortunately getting caught there out of position. xCloud again, of course, on that balcony spot. It's a very difficult position to hold on to, especially with a UMP, and especially when you're the first point of contact. Everybody's looking at you. And GORILLAZ, unfortunately, yeah, the first round is lost. Of course, the rebuy is here. We do have coming out of it the FAMAS, the MP9s, and the such and such. Sunny this time with the M4. The only rifle on the board that was worth mentioning. Gets himself a piece of the pie. Chaos continues on. Chaos needs to be very careful. He is the lone slinger here, the lone gunman. Oh, the lone gunman seems to be truly the Wild Wild West incarnated. That is absolutely amazing, and that is going to be LDLC with a second round. What the hell was that, man? Chaos. Is he like the, you know, the, what's the name of the movie? The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? Is he like all three combined? Because that is amazing.
Is that you, John Wayne? Is it me? That's just a reference the Zoomer's not going to get. I'm not even going to try, honestly, but...
Dirty Harry, man. Dirty Harry.
Yeah, that's just some beautiful shooting there from Chaos. Absolutely. 2-2 is going to be the scoreline here. LDLC mop up GORILLAZ. But that's, again, the one thing you also expect from the side of LDLC, not just the tactical depth that I was talking about in the pregame, but it's also the fact that there's some good individuals on this side as well. Again, I pointed out Maka, Haji, Sixer as well. But yeah, the one player I didn't really mention, in fact, at all was Chaos. Chaos also had a good run of form there on the very first map of the best of three. And in general, he also seems to be a player capable of leveling it out here, leveling out his play field, also doing some great damage here on the side of LDLC. And GORILLAZ, very early on, they're going to consider to take the timeout.
I like this early timeout because I think it gives them a moment or two to, you know, not necessarily just discuss what's going around them, but they can chill for a second. They can kind of try to dissect as to what's been happening for the last few rounds. I think the biggest problem was the fact that LDLC and their aggression seems to be coming out of nowhere. And then again, when you think about it, it's like, it's not even coming out of nowhere. It's literally, you know, it's aggression. It's LDLC. It's aggression incarnate. They do this for breakfast. They do this for lunch. They do this for dinner. Aggression is should be their middle name almost. And again, we'll see a bit of a slower paced push. Lambert this time getting naded into banana. I like this from GORILLAZ, stacking on towards towards B, with Sunny having that smoke just to kind of give an idea. Okay, we might have naded B, but we're actually still playing with A positions, so, you know, you can't just rush that easily. LDLC, of course, it's not only aggression. They can adjust, and right now we're seeing exactly that. They slow down. They realize, yeah, know what? We might be up against a few players here that, you know, we don't want to give away our weapons for. But speaking of weapons, Sergey gets himself one. Likewise, it is going to be, of course, Sunny. Excuse me, NATO, not Sunny. Beautiful stuff. And a 4v3 right now that could succeed for the side of GORILLAZ, especially with Maka having the bomb. Danny, what? Sergey with a double. Oh boy, GORILLAZ. That is what you'd hope to see.
What is going on as well? That push from GORILLAZ. They go full Congo here. Oh my, oh my. Lonesome Sixer remains to try and pick up the pieces, but it's just so difficult. GORILLAZ holding on to the bomb. They have full control of it, full presence, in fact. They have all the angles covered as well. So what can Lonesome Sixer do? Oh man, he's gonna go for this one by the looks of things. Even the players, they are somewhat unarmed. I mean, there's just no time. There's no time for Sixer to win this one. And I'd say his option would be to just, yeah, back away from this one. Back away and save the weapon in shame. Because LDLC, that is not the type of round you should be losing. That is the type of round you should be able to secure without much of a hassle. But GORILLAZ, the aim is there, and so is the victory in the round.
That is fantastic. That is unexpected welcome, but absolutely fantastic. As we can see right now, it is going to be LDLC that's going to be going in for some hot damn success here. Of course, AK's back out for the Frenchman, whilst for GORILLAZ, I mean, they've got a Mech 10 on Flusha still. They keep that weapon, that little busty weapon that can definitely bust up your day. But LDLC, again, look at this passive. Okay, I mean, not really passive, but look at this idea that they ignore Banana completely. They throw a molly, they throw a few grenades, but now they focus on Joe middle. But Sergey's like, hello, boys. Welcome to Hotel California. You will stay here forever. And indeed they do. 3 players are down. X-Cloud helps him out. Maka trades in, but it's not even close to being enough. Flusha's like, hey, easy money. And an AK. What the hell, Sergey? That is what you love to see. That is what you hate to see if you're LDLC, though, because that spray was superb right there. Look at this, and they line up like the charm. Woo!
Oh, that's just so beautiful from Sergey. Beautiful control as well. Not much of a response from LDLC when such a massive spray comes in. That is beautiful here for GORILLAZ. LDLC right now struggling in terms of money. That is to be expected. The money issue gonna just be the first problem for LDLC to face. The second, of course, is GORILLAZ. Fully armed and dangerous GORILLAZ out here holding the B-bomb side, holding middle as well. Though you can see it's somewhat of a more passive approach from Sergey, still keeping a close eye on middle, but definitely not going for the close quarters engagements. He knows, very much aware of the purchase or lackluster purchase from LDLC. So he's just going to play it of a somewhat slow counter-strike. In fact, we don't even see any banana aggression from GORILLAZ as well. All they're doing right now is just holding the angles, waiting for LDLC to arrive to them.
Well, I mean, LDLC right now, they usually relied on these pistols, at least on the side of course, on the side of Mirage to get some control, to get some rounds. Flusha this time, though, holding that cross as NATO is holding from triple. This should be a no-fly zone for LDLC. Speaking of no-fly zone, it's Sixer that says hello. Unfortunately, doesn't really matter, does it? There we go. That is all going to be it for GORILLAZ. 4 surviving members, no bomb plant. That is as good as it gets here for the side of the Silverbacks. And you know, a fun fact for GORILLAZ, that they also have opposing thumbs and big toes like we do. Like, they have the same way on hands and feet, you know, opposing thumbs on our hands that we can grab and deal with stuff much more precisely. So do GORILLAZ. Okay, I know that's, you know, a weird fact, but for example. So it's one of the main one of the main thing of the primates that they're able to do that. So it's pretty amazing. GORILLAZ, of course, not just that, they have a strength of about 10 men. So, you know, you don't want to deal with a gorilla. And apparently, you never want to look at him in the eye unless you want to challenge him. So I guess LDLC either look at them in the eye and challenge them, or bow down and bow out of this map, because it is going to be Sergey time. And of course, Flusha time yet again here, as an entry goes to the way of the G's themselves.
Good hold right now from GORILLAZ. LDLC having some difficulties facing off these players. And I thought it might just be a faster style of play as well. If Chaos wins the engagement against Flusha, I'm sure it's just a full-on hit on the bomb site right now. Ooh, that's a nice nade. That's going to put Flusha on just 11 points of health, even further softening up that defense. There's still NATO Safix holding on to the Molotov as well as the smoke grenade. That's so good right now. 40 seconds remaining. It can still actually, there we go, deploy the Molotov. That's going to slow down the push even further. Even though there was some nice smokes from LDLC, they just have to wait. Right now, another smoke should be coming in from NATO. 20 seconds, though. He's not deploying it just yet. LDLC getting dangerously close towards the bomb site. In fact, it's just the 2 players remain here for GORILLAZ. Haji, first man in. He doesn't check for NATO. NATO finds the one. Now looks for more players as the rotation should be coming in. NATO, good frag on one. No bomb plan just yet here from LDLC. They gotta get it down.
Oh, he's gonna
Flush up
prevent
peaks.
it.
Oh, that's so quick. And that will be the victory here for GORILLAZ as Sixer also taken down.
Oh man, that prevention from Flasha was what really won the round, and that was fantastic. LDLC is starting to lose control, and truly, it seems like they've met their match. The silverback here, GORILLAZ, absolutely insane, and I mean, that is amazing at this stage that they're able to pull it off like this. GORILLAZ 6-2 currently, as we can see the faces of all the players and even the coach of LDLC are quite concerning. Everybody's literally almost facepalming here. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Let's see, of course, what they come up with, because LDLC, they need a solution. They absolutely need a solution for this one. But
Yeah.
CS Money, of course, go check them out. The solution, if you have any skins, either selling them or, of course, either buying them, go check them out on CS Skins. And CS Money, of course, more specifically, with that Deagle Blaze being very juicy to buy.
Yeah, we're going to see some 6 shooters put here from the side of LDLC. Gonna try and get some early engagements here as quickly as possible against the GORILLAZ, but I don't think it's gonna be easy. You can see the weaponry is there for the side of NATO's Safix. He also has, of course, Flusha backing him up as well. But who knows what can LDLC do here in a round like this? I mean, Maka has proven to be a very good pistol player. Could try and go in for the peak here onto NATO's Safix, as NATO has to be so careful right now. Yeah, there we go. There's going to be the push coming in here. NATO Safix, so far, so good. Damage inflicted. Kills being acquired. And Lambert, I don't think he's feeling lucky. Punk. There we go.
Lucky.
Another reference in.
Punk? Do ya? Oh man, I love it. I love it. Yes, it's true. It's a quality reference, my dude. Many people don't even know where it's coming from. Most people probably will recognize this from the movie The Mask that held Jim Carrey. That was basically a comedy, and had a few of these quotes in, like, feeling lucky, punk? Huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's like that was one of the. I remember that specifically from the movie itself, but those are some legit old school quotes from one of the best Western movies of all times. So even the music, by the way, the soundtrack by Ennio Morricone was fantastic and still is to this day one of the best music soundtracks for a movie I've ever heard. To those that don't know, go check it out. It truly is amazing music for the movies. Just write The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, or what's the name? The Gun on the West, or what's the name of the movie? I won't recall now. But let's first go back to the round, because right now it's going to be another A push. This time LDLC don't waste no time. They go through balcony, through apps. But what is this push? What is this push, Danny? Why are there players coming out of balcony and there's not even anybody on short? This is such a huge mistake. I praised LDLC for their good classical takes of having a good split and a good coordination here. It's a very different take on things, as Sergey is holding the line. This is a disaster right now. The French hopefully not waving too many white flags, although Lambert, luckily enough, gets himself one. That's Flusha. Lambert with the second. Okay, I'll take that one over what happened to begin with.
Oh, NATO with the response as well. In the 1v1 we go. Lonesome Maka just on 11 points of health, but I think he could recover the AWP. That would change things massively. Does get the AK-47 here. 30 seconds remaining. NATO still holding his position here from Library, as Maka is expecting the flank from NATO, but it's not going to happen. I think NATO is playing this one very well. All he has to do right now is just wait for the sound cue. The sound cue of the bomb being planted, and for
he's gonna walk
Maka, he's going to swing out.
Oh! Oh, what? Maka, 11 HP, AK in hand, and he is a deadly combatant. Oh my lord, LDLC. Now that is gonna hurt if I've ever seen anything hurt before. 7-3, LDLC are doing a splendid job at least being a bloody factor in this map as the third round has gotten. Hopefully they can continue here. Hopefully they can find some more. But 3 rounds, damn, fair enough.
Oh my gosh, Maka. I mean, that's just amazing
Yep.
skill on his side as well. NATO Safix did an amazing job, I remember, in the first map, winning a clutch with that AWP, but Maka's positioning superb right now, out there in the open, going super aggressive, and it gives LDLC the round, which so far, this has been frustrating, if I'm being honest. LDLC only winning the free rounds on T-side Inferno, when initially it looked like, there we go, those are some good setup, those are some good plays, and yet LDLC is struggling to get any more, but perhaps the struggles will end. Mid control coming in here, but Flusha, the first player to secure the frag here in Chaos, even LDLC getting mid control, they lose one of their own.
Yeah, LDLC right now don't seem to be having the best of beginnings. Almost every round is kind of falling apart for the most part. Hopefully LDLC will find more success within the coming moments, because, I mean, just getting one round is one thing, but actually getting some successive rounds in a row is a whole different part and a whole different music jab. Let's see, of course, if Sixer is able to entry towards B. Haji being the nuisance on A, trying to draw the attention of a second rotation, actually a third rotation from B itself, and he might just be too successful here as Sunny has moved into CT deep. Now he's out of position, leaving NATO alone. And would you look at this now, a 4v4 left over LDLC. They've got low HP on 3 players effectively, but they have a position to work from, although do they X-Cloud? What in the world? How does he hit Maka? How does he not get killed himself?
Lambert, Daddy-O with the Mac-10-O. That's a good frag. That's another one from Sixer. I think they've just about done it, LDLC. Lonesome Flusher remains. Sixer has... Oh, there we go. Not actually going to win that fight. Haji left in a 1v1, but there's no time.
Yeah.
Gonna have to back away from this one. Nice attempt from LDLC. Some great individual plays. Once more, saving the backs of LDLC.
That was quite fantastic. LDLC able to get the 4th round. It was, of course, thanks to Haji and his flank, or more specifically, his fake towards A, that somehow succeeded, which doesn't really make too much sense, because the only thing, of course, that was required coming out of the side of GORILLAZ was to recognize that there's nobody top middle. When you have to deal with somebody in apps, yeah, sure, it's a problem. Yes, it can be an issue. But as long as you know he's there, as long as you have eyes on middle as well, you know that most likely there's nobody coming towards A. It was a proper fake that forced the rotation off of Sunny, and that pretty much broke the defense of B in half. And we can see here x-Cloud again, the entry secured for him. How is he getting these kills? As he peeks out in apps, gets the frag on Haji. The opener is perfect. LDLC once more on the losing side of this 12th round. Ooh, boost over the wall could be working here. Maka needs to be extremely vigilant, but Lambert comes to walk over the smoke. That's the bomb, Lambert, hello! You have the bomb, mate. Chaos now joins the fray. Actually, what? Chaos finds both. Daddy, how does he get both? I don't know, but he gets them. 2v2 again, and the rotation for x-Cloud and Sergey is here.
The 2v2 retake is on. Sixer and Maka in... Oh no, they're actually going for the aggressive plays. Look at this. This is something GORILLAZ will not be aware of. As Sixer manages to find Sergey, and Maka chimes in as well. That will be a victory here for LDLC. A splendid one at that. To answer your previous question of Chaos securing those 2 frags, I mean, I have no idea how he does it, but that's beautiful. He gets those 2 frags. That single-handedly opens up Banana as well as the B bomb site. And from there on out, LDLC, what I'm expecting, because they have an AWP in the hands of Maka, is just your passive play on the B bomb site. Back of site, crossfire setup, that's more than enough. But instead, LDLC, they go in for the aggressive plays, and now they're going for the bombardment here on Banana. Looking good for LDLC. They're going to continue on with the push. The Mac-10 there from Chaos. And it looks like this is going to be a cleanup here on the P side. A lot more players entering the fray. And Lonesome NATO Sapphics on that D. Great first shot, but should be going down as LDLC now securing the 6th.
It's finally improving. It's finally going the way you would imagine it going. And of course, with that being said, you might want to go check out Red Magic with their Series 6 phone, 165 hertz refresh rate. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, it's as insane as the last few rounds we've seen here, and more than anything, LDLC, the fact that they've made it to 6 rounds is quite amazing. And as I've spoken earlier at the start of this series, already mentioned it kind of a little bit on Mirage, the consistency for LDLC seems to be better than what GORILLAZ can kind of come out with. GORILLAZ, of course, relying mostly on their entries and mostly on their aggressiveness. X-Floud here, would ya look at this, and Sergey adds on top of his 16th again. Very well played out coming out from GORILLAZ. That was the aggression that, you know, usually would give them some sort of an entry. And what can I say besides the fact that this is still a fantastic moment, a fantastic opportunity for GORILLAZ to take up 8, maybe 9 rounds, close out the half 9-6. That'd be pretty damn good given the CT side. On the other hand, though, LDLC, I don't know how they're finding success every single round in rounds that they never should have some, but they are. And 4v3 right now. Let's see if LDLC can still make something out of it.
Right. Sergey holding the line, has the backup off Sunny as well. Oh, they're going to move on through the smoke. Sergey may not be aware of this, though. Goes for the peek. Oh, deals the damage. Still not enough to find a frag, however. But free players here from LDLC, they haven't softened up. This should be good here. Oh, look at Flusha getting himself tubed, getting himself free as well. Beautiful little sequence there from Flusha, closing it out as LDLC go in for the push. And this time, though, you have to admit here, over GORILLAZ, great utility usage, throwing down the smoke grenades. The utility slows down the advancement of the Frenchman. And when it's time to peak, that's when GORILLAZ at the ready. They have the members, they have the angles.
In this case, they were prepared. They seem to be reading well onto what LDLC is kind of throwing at them. The fact that they realize, okay, there could be more than one player in apps, you can immediately see that Flusha doesn't look to go for the engagement. Even the player that was previously in Graveyard doesn't look to immediately fight, but it is a smart choice the way GORILLAZ go about this business. As another nade hits Haji down to 41, or 43, doesn't matter, he goes. And this is going to be an A play towards middle, towards top middle. Let's see if they can get anything out of it. Sergey finds one. Sunny helps him out, or at least helps out the hold. And this should be more than enough at this point for the side of GORILLAZ to close the gap and close the round with 9-6 most likely. This half is slowly coming to a close. X-Floud on Graveyard. This is really well positioned for GORILLAZ as well. The fact they have a player in Graveyard will be the surprise here. And X-Floud, yep, there's the surprise. There's the hello. And well, unfortunately, they weren't calling him, but they did get him at the end of the day. X-Floud with the final hat trick. And a very well thought out round from GORILLAZ. 9-6.
9-6 is going to be the scoreline to end the very first half here of the second map. So far, LDLC have been trying to pull off a bit of a comeback here at the very end, and they managed to secure themselves the 6th round. So a 9-6 scoreline is again something you expect to witness on a map like Inferno. This is not a completely blowout, but I will say this though, probably LDLC a little bit dissatisfied. They only got the 6 rounds. You can see from the player cams as well that they seem to be dissatisfied that it's only the 6 rounds, when in all fairness, you know, initially things are looking pretty good for LDLC. Some really nice setups, some really good individual plays, but some slip-ups definitely cost them the momentum, and from there on out, a 9-6 scoreline is going to be a good showing here for GORILLAZ. I think they're going to be somewhat happy that now what they're going to be doing is playing on the T side. This is where you can hear them rubbing their hands. Now it's the T side. Now our individuals can pop off.
Yeah, they can let, of course, X-Floud run across the map freely. They can give free reign to Sergey as well. Of course, free him, give him that space that he requires. Sunny likewise. Flusha likes to be, obviously, Flusha in the sense that he's always going to do something extra, something special. We can count on him probably closing out a few moments, a few rounds, almost single-handedly. But more than anything, the biggest factor of all will be this pistol. LDLC have lost 3 pistols up to this point. Even though they've won Mirage, they've lost both there. And moving on to Inferno. Let's see if they can at least close up 1 pistol to begin with and get some sort of purchase for the second half, for the second CT half, where LDLC have to shine brighter than a diamond, one could argue almost. And here we go. It begins, Danny. It's once more a single smoke and 2 flashbangs. This time the Flushmeister, of course, will be on utility here. No surprise.
Sixer, the only player, in fact, holding this aggressive angle. Oh, speaking of Maka, oh, that's so sick. 2 bullets with the CZ-75. That's an early frag. And that's GORILLAZ already losing the first. Sunny, that is a massive frag going the way of LDLC right now. Sixer still holding an extreme angle. Finally, will be forced to retreat. But early on, LDLC, good start.
Absolutely. Sunny out of the equation. It kind of helps out a bit, but still, there is going to be an A play in hand. And of course, Haji is going to have to hold the line. Supported by Maka, but he is far away with the CZ as well. I wouldn't really put too much hope on him unless he hits some crazy headshots. There goes Haji, though. Finds one. Maka's out of the equation already. NATO was the one to bring him down. But Haji, the accuracy of his USB shots is insane. And he keeps on adding on top of the tally already. He's got quite a few notches on his belt, and we can see Sergey is left over as the last member. And he has got a bullet with the name of every and each player that is going up against him. Unfortunately, those bullets will have to wait a little bit longer. There you have it. That is going to be the 7th round for LDLC as they win their first pistol in this current series. I mean, it took them a while. It took them only 2 maps, but they've got it.
There we go, the pistol round going the way of LDLC. And that's actually one interesting tidbit you mentioned, that GORILLAZ actually also won the pistol in the pistols in the previous map as well. So it goes to show that GORILLAZ, they basically need every single advantage they can have to make these maps competitive, because at the very end of Mirage, even while it's winning the pistol, that is still not enough. Because the pistol round, even though that could potentially grant you 3 or so rounds in Counter-Strike, it's so important to win that second round right after. That second round where both teams have the money invested, and this is the exact same scenario. Both teams investing into this one heavily. And it's even quite hard to say at first glance which team ended up winning that pistol, because they're more... Oh, actually, in terms of weaponry, it is the exact same amount of rifles, so to speak, on the side of GORILLAZ. But at the same time, LDLC still have a few more SMGs to boot.
Absolutely, as you said, right? Those pistols are the one thing that will make a difference. And for GORILLAZ, it did make a difference on Mirage. They were able to pull us to 12 rounds. Instead, it probably would have been far sooner than it was. In any case, this current round, this current buy for, of course, both sides is not exactly perfect. GORILLAZ with the Galils and the AK and the Tech 9 Mech 10 buy, you know, they're putting themselves out there. They're, of course, risking their necks, risking their utility, and generally their chance of success within already, you know, the round after, to break LDLC at the seams and make sure that they cannot handle the pressure coming forward. So a smoke from Chaos will be instrumental, because you know what happens here? Chaos drops the smoke if they hear or see anybody, and now he steps in front of the smoke, sprays a little bit, and supported by, of course, Sixer. Oh, wait, no, support. What? Sixer? Hello? Good flash, I guess. Sixer is blinded, and now about to be caught in the back by Flusha. 3v3. Jesus, Danny. GORILLAZ are making it happen. This push by Flusha was superb.
Oh, and Sergey as well holds the line, gets the kill on Lambert. And the remaining players of LDLC, you can see they're being shut down. They can't do anything in this round. As I love the play from Flusha as well. They managed to get the frag there on Lonesome Chaos, but instead of, you know, fully committing on the bomb side, as it should be standard practice, you see Flusha going for the wraparound all the way through ruins, and then in the backlines, he catches off Sixer, who thought, well, okay, the smoke is deployed. I don't know why I'm doing that outrageous French accent. Once the smoke is deployed, he's obviously not going to be going for those engagements. He will consider to back away. And then you have, of course, Flusha with an amazing kill. That is going to be not a bad scenario here of 10-7. But if we're talking about outrageous accents, y'all want to have control of your economy, might as well head on over to Coinbase.com as you can get yourself some gold. Join the gold rush now at Coinbase.com.
Oh shit!
That was outrageous, Over. Don't support me with your laughter. That was horrible.
Creepily on point. Creepy on point. It sounded like you were some sort of Arizona, Texas kind of, accent. I don't know.
19th
I'm
century,
not for sure.
going for the
yeah,
gold
it's
rush.
like the gold rush. How did they? Not the proctor, but the people that were like
The prospectors.
prospectors. Thank you. Yes, the prospectors that are hunting the gold in Arizona and stuff. My hot damn, Danny, we're coming in here with some more gold mining operations. No, okay, I don't. I don't. I'm very bad at accent, as you might have noticed. So, my accent ain't something I'd really be proud of. Well, we already have our own accents, don't we, Danny? But it is going to be 10-7. LDLC is coming out hot with Deagles, and I like the fact they have a few smokes to work with. Though Chaos is alone, so he needs to pull a happy here. And he will be happy if he pulls a happy, but, whoever pulls a happy then makes the new happy, and do you really want to be happy? But in any case, X-Floud and Apps, this could be an interesting little development. They're going back towards A now. Indecisiveness on Gorillas, perhaps, that could cost them a little bit here. This is dangerous. But no, never mind. Oh, Maka. Zeus kill.
Not bad. That's going to be NATO, Safix, and Co entering the bomb site. Sunny, great pickup on one more player as well. This is turning out to be a costly round for Gorillas. They end up losing 3 of their own, and luckily the bomb, oh no, Lambert moves in with the play. Now it's up to NATO, Safix, and the 1v1 swings it out against Chaos. And this time, NATO does deliver, wins the clutch for Gorillas. But another costly round here for Gorillas, that's for sure.
Well, they've paid a high price, but they've got the advanced position now. They've got the advanced rounds as well. This will force LDLC onto an eco. 12-7 is the most likely outcome that is out of this current situation going to be coming. This is amazing as we're seeing it here from the side of Gorillas, actually, to be fair. And yes, as you said, it is a problem. Sure, it is a problem that they have to deal with this mess that, they don't have to, or that they don't have the money to support this current win streak, but they are doing pretty well when it comes down to the rounds. And I'm fairly certain they'll check. Oh, yep, he will check Sixer, no doubt. Okay, NATO helps out immensely there. Flush, unfortunately, only with a Tech 9. Can't really do much, but still, this should be. It should be enough. I mean, should be 12-7 again. I don't think there's any doubt, right? Surely. No doubt. Sixer was able to get 1, but that's about it.
Oh, Lonesome
Actually, Sixer got 2, more specifically.
Yeah, he got himself the 2 frags, but this is not his round. Absolute victory should go the way of Gorillas. Interesting to note as well that Sunny is still lingering about here too. Yep, eventually secure the frag here for Gorillas. 12-7. One of the great things that I've been seeing from Gorillas as well are the tactical timeouts. Actually, once they started to feel some pressure from the side of LDLC, that's when they consider, you know what? We're going to take the timeout. We're going to have the discussion, and we're going to try to figure things out. Whereas on the side of LDLC, I don't think we've actually seen any timeouts thus far. So perhaps if they end up losing, say, this gun round, this could be a disastrous scenario for them. They lose the gun round. That's 13 for Gorillas. Potential another eco coming in. Maybe even 14 for Gorillas. So for LDLC, this is crucial. They went around like this, and so far, so good for Gorillas. Map control looking acquired here in Banana. Though I'm also keeping a close eye in middle, where we do see a triple man setup.
I like the idea here from LDLC. It's a 3-man short setup that works like a charm when you play it correctly. Of course, boosted up on towards the edge there is going to be most likely, I think, Lambert, if I'm seeing that correctly. And then, of course, no, that's actually Haji. Yeah, Lambert is right underneath him. And, of course, next to them is Sixer. Oh, Maka, great shot, taking down NATO. And as you said, this round is pretty much quintessential to the chance of success for LDLC, though. Oh, what the triple setup doesn't really work the way it's supposed to. A 2-on-2 ensues as the A side is lost, but LDLC rotating over with both players looking to regain control of A side. Sergey setting himself up to be the monster in the closet, and well, he will find Maka, and I think this could be it. GORILLAZ 1v2. There's almost zero chance they might lose this, though. Look at it. Flusha 1v1. Chaos thinking this could be B now, running all the way back towards B. Flusha, meanwhile, about to plant, and a one-on-one ensues. LDLC, we said it. Let's see if they can take it. This is the round that will decide the fate of this map, most likely. Not entirely down to the bone yet, because, you know, there's one more buy in between there, but it's pretty much a done deal afterwards. And, oh, Flusha, he hears him running through long. This is just basically a cat and mouse game right now that Robin is playing.
Yeah, Chaos not going to be aware of Flusha's positioning. A perfect round here for the side of GORILLAZ once again, securing themselves the victory here. And I have to admit, that setup there in middle, that's the one frustrating thing in that round, because you take a look at that mid setup, it is free players. Free players on the side of LDLC holding the mid position. But unbeknownst to them, the players of GORILLAZ able to pierce that defensive as if it wasn't there. And LDLC, that is quite the frustrating loss, I'll give you that. So the scoreline is also quite frustrating for the Frenchman. 13-7 is their current scoreline, in which GORILLAZ on the brink of securing potential victory here on the first map, on the second map of Inferno. And then you have to wonder, if GORILLAZ end up securing this second map, imagine the chaos they can cause in the third one of Dust 2.
Well, I don't even want to imagine how good Dust 2 is going to be, because from what we know, GORILLAZ, you know, once they get their groove on, it seems like they're very hard to stop. And indeed, at 13-7, it's one of the more vital rounds in this game. LDLC on an eco at this stage, though not really, I think, an excuse. They need to do everything they can and need to play twice as good as they can. If they can get at least a few frags, if they can diminish the economy of GORILLAZ, you know, that's going to be a start. That's going to be something. Setting the stage for the next successful round is already a part of the plan itself, as we can see flashbangs towards long, but Maka walks into like all five, and they're just running through long towards site. Makes sense. Why not? Haji with the 5-7. Doesn't make a difference, does he? Or is he making a difference? Well, Haji? Oh, god damn, Haji. Those are 3 frags that he shouldn't be getting in the first place. And now 1v2, Sixer. Both players stacked up. This could work like a charm, but no, Sergey prevents that.
At a moment's notice, it gets dangerously close there for GORILLAZ to just close it out. I mean, you saw as well, in that position, Sixer, he walks up with a deal. So yeah, the two players, they have been softened up just enough, I think, for Sixer to just use the 2 bullets to get them both. So yeah, for GORILLAZ, it definitely got a little bit close. There's some damage inflicted on the economy. That's great and all. But right now, we're looking for a potential victory here for LDLC. 14-7. That's the only way for them. If they do not secure the victory in this round, it's going to be over on Inferno. Nice little setup in middle as well. The 2-man setup, Maka with the off angle, trying to spot out someone on the side of GORILLAZ. Doesn't see anyone just yet. And LDLC, but out of control as well. That's the name of the game, though it is somewhat late. In fact, no, it's just utility usage, but they're not going to fight for Banana. If anything, the first fights should happen in middle.
Well, absolutely. And through balcony, seems like that the plan is here for GORILLAZ to push in, though. They have a good idea. You know, they remember what they did to LDLC going through balcony, so they want to avoid doing it themselves and facing that judgment themselves. Good Molotov, by the way. Sunny tagged up, as well as, you know, sound cue there that somebody was in fact in boiler, close to at least. Top middle overtaken, contact on towards long. Maka misses his shot. That's unusual. Flusha continues on his push, though, and gets himself caught by Chaos. Now counter push by Chaos. He finds himself a double, but keeps on going, Chaos. A bit of an overextension there. Almost guaranteed that he would have survived otherwise. Sixers in pit and T-base. Oh, he hears them rotating over towards B, and he's about to flank all 3 of them. This is beautiful. This is fantastic. And Sixer He doesn't even need to pick for the last one. They know he's already in towards B, and a 1v4 is now impossible to pull off. Sergey at least plants the bomb. That's still pretty darn insanely good. Considering that we talked about economy earlier, you know, getting the plant here would be fantastic. And no bloody way, he actually gets it. How does he get it? What the hell?
Yeah,
How does he
Lambert not
actually
getting
get
that kill. That's
so weird, yeah.
not something you expected to witness. But either way, the great thing as well is for LDLC that they make it clean. All 4 players end up surviving and they don't end up losing it, which things could have gotten quite dangerous if I'm being honest, as the economy game is very important here in CS. And if you guys have some economy to spare and probably want to spice up your looks, at least your in-game looks, definitely go to cs.money if you want to try and buy yourself some fresh skins, maybe even trade up some new skins. Be sure to do so over at cs.money. But for now, let's take a look at LDLC. Going again for some presence here in middle and perhaps some banana control. There's the nade exchange, and oh, that's a powerful one on Chaos.
Again, yeah, they take the brunt of the force here. LDLC take quite a little bit of damage to begin with. But the double up might be making the difference this time around. Sixer being the secondary opper. Interesting choice. I would have thought that at least Lambert would try his luck with the op since he's having the slowest of days and the slowest of starts. Even as we mentioned it at the beginning on Mirage, he wasn't doing too well for himself. Though, as we see, this could work for LDLC still. Aggression by Maka needs to be successful though, as Haji is holding from balcony. On long it's Lambert. Here comes the push. Maka off angle finds one, but the flash now is working in charm for him as Lambert is spraying, but he cannot hit anything. And that will be LDLC losing 3 players for the cost of 2 in the trade itself, and that is pretty much the done deal. I feel like Sixer, if he can get 1, maybe. But I sincerely doubt that they should even try this. I mean, the money is gone, the position is already lost, and what do you expect to achieve here? It's a 2v3 with having an op on Sixer. No point. One hell of a day this has been coming out for LDLC.
And it's time to skedaddle if you're LDLC. Just save the 2 remaining weapons. That's the best possible scenario, as it's just not looking good for them at all. GORILLAZ, as I was talking about earlier, this is where I was hoping for the individuals to step up on the side of GORILLAZ and push them over the finish line. And as we can see right now, they're definitely doing exactly that. Those individuals are stepping up. The victory is looking imminent. Sergey as well having a tremendous run of form. 27 frags. Our first map still hasn't concluded. But yeah, this is the type of performance you do expect from a guy like Sergey. And if we were to remember our earlier point as well about Esperanto, that was also the one player you looked towards and said, this is the guy. If he can get those 20 frags every single time they play, absolutely. GORILLAZ would be looking a lot more stronger, a lot more dangerous in that sense. But of course now, scenario is we do have xCloud chiming in, who has been a little bit more quiet here on this map. Maka, though.
This might be a nice little intrusion into the space of GORILLAZ, and indeed it is. Though, what the hell is Haji thinking here? Oh, man. Ouch, ouch. That just hurts. That hurts my heart. It hurts my soul. Lambert is about to be tagged out, and of course, that is the map. 16-8 is going to be the final score. Chaos, I mean, he's in a 1v4. Let's be legit right now, lads. He's at 16 frags with a FAMAS. If he gets 1, he's going to be happy. There is the 1, maybe the 2nd, but Sunny's already on the cross. 16-10. Boys and girls, we are moving on to our 3rd map of Dust 2. Oh, boy, what a disaster here for the side of LDLC, though. Their map pick just goes down in flame, and there's not much they can do about it.
That's for sure. That's the one thing LDLC did not expect. The loss on the 2nd map, perhaps a Mirage, you know, the map in which you can see those individuals step up massively on the side of GORILLAZ. That is where you could expect the loss. But here in the 2nd one, you can see the frustration amidst the ranks of LDLC. They did not expect Inferno to go the way it did.
Of course they didn't, and of course with that being said, here at Blast Rising, we are now in the round of 16. This is the first series of round of 16. Of course, with that being said, 3rd map, Dust 2, coming up next. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, and see you real soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our third map of the best of three. Of course, not that long ago, we witnessed Inferno, which we were hoping for the potential victory there of LDLC managing to win the series 2-0. But they failed. They ended up failing, and GORILLAZ managed to persevere and secure victory on that second map.
Exactly, so well said. Of course, I mean, more than anything, yeah, Inferno really didn't work out the way LDLC would have wanted. They've lost it quite considerably, more than one would have even thought possible. 16-8, I think the result itself speaks volumes as to the current state of LDLC and their issues that they have been undergoing. The half 9-6, they win the pistol, then it's 5 rounds lost in a row for LDLC, only to bring it back for one and then just close it out in a very disgraceful fashion in a way. The Frenchmen definitely need to improve here on Dust, though I worry, you know, I did say for the third map of Dust that we'll see when we get there, and we got here. We are here. This is it. GORILLAZ, I think they found their stride. I think they found their way back into this series, and more than anything, it seemed like for a moment that LDLC are too invested into their into their personal performances, into their personal plays to even consider right now the fact that, you know, this is Dust 2 now. You can't just run around the map and hope to get frags and just rush everywhere and hope to get kills. You need to work together as a unit, and I've been praising them for that on Mirage. Here is a little bit of a different story, though.
Yeah, on a map like this too, it's going to be, I'd say, more difficult for LDLC to secure the victory, because this is the sort of map where, yeah, you can essentially run around and go in for those engagements. That's the great thing about Dust 2. It does allow your individuals to shine, and unlike any other map, potentially Mirage could be another map in which an individual could have a great run of form, but even so, even on a map like this too, you need to have some sort of idea, some sort of notion of what you want to accomplish. Of course, a lot of times Dust 2 ends up being this spawn-based Counter-Strike where, right guys, we're to the T side, we have a good spawn to just run towards long. That is exactly what we're going to do. Late long takes can potentially take place, but more often than not, the early engagements end up happening 20 or 30 seconds after the start of the round on a map like Dust 2. And from there on out, you can really get the notion of which team has got the upper hand.
Absolutely, and of course there's a bit of more of a pressing question that I have actually for you, and I guess the chat as well, if they want to participate in this case. Who should we be on the lookout here for LDLC? Who will be the rising star? You know, we saw Hadi, we saw Sixter, we saw Maka on Mirage. They did pretty well. On, unfortunately, Inferno, it was only Chaos that really showed up with anything. I mean, everybody kind of chimed in a bit. You know, everybody threw out their 2 cents into it, but never really worked out too much beyond just the 18 frags that was the top amount on Chaos. Lambert once more being the quiet one. I am kind of concerned about this. This is now a 2-map performance that he is not really showing up, that he is really not giving us any hope. And I hope that Dust 2 will be different. Of course, I hope that Dust 2 will be a bit more on the point. Though, who do you think we should really be on the lookout here?
I'm going to go with Maka. I think Maka is an obvious pick if you're looking on the side of LDLC. Dust 2 is, I think, also the map in which he was able to shine in that ESL 1 Kelowna was talking about earlier back in 2020. So, absolutely, this is the one map I really expect Maka to just dominate on the side of LDLC. We could potentially see the double op setup there from Sixer and Maka, because we saw in Mirage as well that there were moments where Maka decides to go for that AWP purchase, and there were some really good moments where you're thinking, right, Maka, B-side Mirage, looking solid as heck. Whereas on the side of GORILLAZ, not necessarily having that same player on Mirage. Whereas on Inferno, it was a different story. On Inferno, we saw Sergey stepping up with the AWP. That was massive. So perhaps, yeah, I'm looking for Maka to step up, but I'm also excited to see on the side of GORILLAZ, what can Sergey do on Dust 2?
Absolutely, of course, on the side of GORILLAZ, Sergey has been a monster. Likewise, I mean, I gotta give it to Flusha as well. He's been doing pretty well. Indeed, as the oldest member, I believe, of the team, he has been doing one hell of a job at containing his opponents, and more specifically, finding some successful frags. In any case, the pistol is live. Ladies and gents, it is our first round of Dust 2, the third and final map of this best of 3 series. Winner, of course, we'll be happy to progress forward to the next stage of the tournament. Loser, a bit of a different story, but Lambert going to be opening it up here. Chaos adds on top of the tally as LDLC are having success across the board, across the map, and everybody finding a way to chip in.
All the frags are now for LDLC. Everyone managing to find their own, except for Lonesome Haji. I'm sure he'd love to join the fray, perhaps gonna look for a potential frag here. But yes, a great way to kick things off here for LDLC. If there's one thing we can really count on this team are the setups. You know, the setups on the side of LDLC is the one thing you can hope to look at and say, this is much better than what GORILLAZ could potentially come up with. And on the side of LDLC, of course, pistol round victory gives them the early economy advantage. But here on Dust 2, I would expect GORILLAZ to go for the reinvestment, perhaps even
100%.
a double scout. That is always something I'm really excited to see on Dust 2. But in this case, nope, just the pistols for GORILLAZ.
It's nice that you actually mentioned the double scout. We did see it quite a little bit in the past few days, at least for myself. I know we saw it as of recently between Sangle and One Win yesterday that I was covering, of course, for the Spring Sweet Spring tournament. And I gotta say, the double scout is actually amazing on the CT side. If you have two players that can use it, that can absolutely, you know, touch down with it, why not? NATO is one of those, and of course Sergey being the other opera now, being the primary opera for GORILLAZ, seems to be as well very capable with a scout action weapon. Though LDLC have made the decision to go towards mid and of course split into B here, so this should be easy enough of a victory for LDLC. Though speaking of easy, it is nothing but here. Not NATO cleans the house. Unfortunately, it doesn't last too long. That's a little bit of a shame here. Chaos already with a third at the end. And 2-0 start for LDLC. A very successful one.
Yeah, it's a good start here for LDLC. Looking very solid thus far. A good approach as well on the B-bomb side. And it is going to be a victory here on their side. Whereas for GORILLAZ, we can see that their many players going to get mopped up here. In fact, not a single player will survive. Sometimes, you know, that's why I'm looking forward to that double scout setup, because the double scout setup on a map like this too just seems to work so well. Just it just seems to be the perfect map for it as well, because not only can you go for those long range engagements, but even up close, you can always just, for example, the A bomb set, a perfect example of, you know, the CTs constantly jumping up over the wall, trying to spot out the players, and the scout is just notorious for having that accuracy while it's being mid range. So absolutely, on the case of GORILLAZ, quite satisfying to see any scouts, but again, it is not a good start for them. 2-0 for LDLC, and as the players of GORILLAZ not really going for any sort of setup or any aggressive plays, so to speak, was hoping to see maybe a stack. Here, LDLC mopping the floor, doing a stellar job at it.
Absolutely. In this case, LDLC controlling their angles, and more than anything, just going in together, not allowing any sort of mishaps to happen. You know, weapons being lost. Oh. Let him plant. Let him plant. No. Win the... Why? Why? What? X-Cloud. Man. This is the classic matchmaking strategy here. You let him plant. He runs away. Or you kill him immediately. He plants. You kill him. You defuse. And by the time they can get close to you, you defuse. Or at least try to defuse. I know I know there wasn't a big chance of that, but... Oh my god. Oh. Look at this madness. Oh, that feels bad. That feels super bad. X-Cloud could have had a kill, and not only that, could have maybe, not necessarily, but maybe had a round. It's possible. There were two players in CT ramp, and there were two players on long. I think he could have had the round with the defuse. Not even joking.
This as well. A difficult start for GORILLAZ. Early on, NATO Safix just on 2 points of health. X-Cloud on 46. So the dinks from the rifles do a tremendous amount of damage. If eventually LDLC decide to go towards B, that's the one area of the map they should have no problems to speak of. And speaking of which, the mid push as well from LDLC. They're entering the B bomb site, but X-Cloud holds the line. So does NATO Safix. Sunny chimes in as well, and what could have been a good victory for LDLC ends up being a blowout as Lonesome Lambert remains on 10 points of health. Yeah, the nade will strike him down.
Well, that certainly goes very well for GORILLAZ in this case. LDLC, the split wasn't exactly the best. They didn't really time it correctly. This is something that we had kind of expressed and, of course, pointed out on Inferno, how the aggression from LDLC, when it does come, when it does start, always a little bit wonky, a little bit weird. And in this case, it's not much different. First point of contact, of course, through window, and then through doors, both players being tucked into the corner and pretty much destroyed in that essence. So LDLC won't be stopped from rebuying, as we see Chaos on short already. Very aggressive style, very aggressive push. And I think Flusha is well aware of him, and indeed he is. The UMP, accurate and deadly. And a beautiful, beautiful moment here. Oh, Flusha takes even more out of it. Hot damn. Gets himself a secondary as well. That is amazing right now. Unfortunately, Sixer stops his success, but... Sunny. Always sunny in Philadelphia. Well, it's always sunny. It's always sunshine in Philadelphia. What is the name of that? I think it's always sunny in Philadelphia. That's the right way. But yeah. 1v3, Haji. Sunny or not. For him, it's hard rain and thunder.
Jesus, over. I'm a boomer, but I didn't watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I mean, again, I'm a Jim Carrey type of guy. The 90s
I love
movies.
Jim Carrey. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, by the way, just on a side note, Jim Carrey, great actor.
The best, for me, one of the best impressionist actors of all time. I don't think there's many that can come close to how many different roles he can play and how much of a different spectrum he can bring. Honestly, and I'm sad that, you know, he's gone a little bit wonky on the sides, but, you know, hopefully we'll see him more before the end of the century. Well, before the end of the next 10, 15 years.
You've got about 10 seconds. Favorite Jim Carrey movie? Go.
Absolutely The Mask. Or no, Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber. Dumb and Dumber. Absolutely Dumb and Dumber. No doubt. The best movie I've ever seen him act in. It's so dumb, it's so good. Though then you have obviously the... I mean, there's just so many movies. I mean, you want to really...
You had 10 seconds over. You had 10 seconds.
No, I don't care. 10 seconds or not. Or what's the movie where he's caught in a reality show?
Truman Show.
Truman Show, for example. Also, amazing. I love that movie. It's so... Like, it starts off so nice, and then you literally cry at the end. That's how it went for me. It was just an emotional movie all throughout. Or Andy Kaufman, the Man on the Moon show, I think, or what was it? Or a movie. Like, amazing. Well, speaking of the moon, Sergey sends Maka to the moon with an express SpaceX shuttle. As the second round for GORILLAZ is gotten, but not forgotten. Let's see if the third will be here as well, and maybe a 3-on-3.
Look at Haji as well in the mid. Let's get a few tags in here on NATO Safix, but nothing of importance until we see more members of LDLC gathering up close right behind that smoke. X-Cloud on the other side goes in for the spray and gets himself 3. I think he's just about done it as Haji goes down as well. NATO Safix and X-Cloud. What a great combo to hold on the B-bomb site as LDLC. Well, they get absolutely shut down to that round. That's always the scary nature of just committing on the B-bomb site through the tunnels, right? It can just be such a difficult affair here. And well, looks like, folks, if you want to make things easy, at least when you're gaming on your mobile phone, be sure to head on over and perhaps even check out our sponsor, Red Magic, as they're offering the Red Magic 6 Series phone with 165 Hz refresh rate. But keeping things fresh, LDLC, long take.
I like this coming out from LDLC. They're going to be focusing a little bit more on the classics, you know, on the classic spots here, and that is, of course, long to be overtaken soon enough. And great entry for Chaos as he finds a piece of the pie for Sunny. It's not exactly looking too good. Haji finds himself Flusha as well. This is a problem. This is a big problem. Let's see where it takes us, though. Chaos finds himself a second as, of course, Maka in between there was able to stick together, and that is gonna be it. NATO, good luck doing anything here. I don't see him being able to pull off this one. Saving the op is already the best thing he can pull off, and we'll see. Should be 4-3 for the side of LDLC here as they take charge once more after a quick few rounds lost. And they will yeah, they will give chase. Why wouldn't they, right? They want to get rid of this op, and they know if they do so, they're going to limit the amount of money left over for GORILLAZ quite considerably.
For sure. Lonesome NATO Sapphics, if you get the big green out of his hands, that's going to put a bit of a strain on the GORILLAZ economy, though NATO, yep, is going to go down. Though, if they really want to, they can very easily reinvest into the AWP. Thanks to Sunny's investment, I mean, of $7,000, that is loads of cash. So absolutely, the AWP will become out once more here in the hands of Sergey. But also take a look at the current spawns here for LDLC. 4 players, T-spawn. That is exactly where they want to go right now. Look towards long. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Early long take coming in here from LDLC, and the members of GORILLAZ, even though getting close towards long, we might see the early engagements here. Nades being deployed. Sunny dealing damage, but it's Sixer with the frag. Flusha looking for more in the pit. He's going to hold his position, waiting for more players. Molotov as well. That's a nice one, but Flusha evades it for now. Needs the backup in the form of Sergey as he's being naded. Another Molotov coming in, and there's the flash. Flusha looking for the peak. Sergey goes down, leaving it all up to Lonesome Flusha as he can't hold the line.
Yeah, he can't persevere any longer. No support, no help. Of course, that is pretty much locking him out of position. And NATO and Nextcloud, oh, well, boosting over, trying to get some more room to work with, of course. But with a smoke and a Molotov only on their utility belt, it's not really going to be too helpful, is it now? As we can see, LDLC taking it carefully, though. 3 players are critically low. 1 bullet from the FAMAS most likely finishes off the 2 of them, at least. And at this time, LDLC want to secure the 5th, of course. They want to prevent the CTs having any sort of chance, any sort of comeback potential here, as smoke is being deployed on towards middle, as CT is being smoked off more specifically. This does not draw attention of GORILLAZ. This does not sell anything to GORILLAZ. And Lambert, there's the entry. That's what they needed. Now down to NATO. Can he hold the line? Can he find 1 or 2? Well, he certainly starts off well. But it is at the end Maka that closes the gap and secures the victory. 5-3 and an eco for GORILLAZ. A great start for the Frenchman. Given compared to what happened on Inferno, this is an excellent opener.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though I was expecting someone like Maka to have a tremendous run of form here in Dust 2, it's in fact been quite the opposite. His other teammates are able to step up, Haji being one of them, Chaos as well. Looks like we might see another long take here from LDLC. This time, though, Lambert with the flashbang out. Sixer has the angle with the AWP, and Nextcloud has to be quite careful about those bullets piercing his body. As for the squad of LDLC, you can see long control. That's the name of the game. Especially against an eco like this, it does make a lot of sense to fight for long control.
I would like to see, of course, GORILLAZ keep a stack on short, because it's probably going to give them the best chance of getting a kill or 2. And in this case, if they can pick up a weapon, I mean, this could be a repeat of what we saw on Mirage, if you recall, as to how it went down. Of course, Lambert, how he held on his own on B at that time. On the other hand, LDLC, they were quite split up, but it seems like the group has been called together, and they'll be hitting A with all they've got. Against USPS, they shouldn't have an issue, and indeed, Sixer already kind of confirming that exactly. This is pretty much it for the round. 6-3. Gotta say, this is a much better start and a much better performance in general from LDLC than what we saw in Inferno, and I have no doubt in my mind that GORILLAZ will have to struggle twice as more as they did on our second map.
So far for GORILLAZ, this has been somewhat satisfying, and for LDLC, it's been a resurgence. The one thing I did not expect to see, resurgence from LDLC on this 3rd map, considering this is Dust 2. This is where GORILLAZ probably have the best chance of proving their worth as a team, or maybe perhaps even as individuals on the side of GORILLAZ. But as you've noticed so far, no one really having a tremendous performance, so to speak. It's still somewhat early days here, though the first half, slowly but surely, coming to this midpoint in which, with 6 rounds already, LDLC is looking solid. 6 rounds on the T side of Dust 2 is already a good scoreline, but considering this is this map in particular, just like Mirage, just like Inferno, you do expect to see those tight score lines, you know, the 9-6s, the 8-7s. So I still believe that a squad like GORILLAZ can bounce back, and this gun round could potentially be it. xCloud has just enough money to drop his teammate in AWP, I believe. So we might see Sergey on the AWP. But of course, guys, if you actually want to be invested in some of those cryptocurrencies, be sure to head on over to Coinbase.com to find out their fine selection. But as we do see, no AWP, just the M4s and loads of utility here on the side of GORILLAZ.
I want to see that UMP being used closed up. Flush, of course, towards B. He's holding. He's trying his best. But look at this right now. Sunny, the nade, well timed. Doesn't do as much damage as one would have thought possible. And LDLC have decided to go for a bit of a standard practice style or standard practice default round here. Basically looking for mid control. Avoiding short entirely, which is a pretty weird decision since usually short is a nice way to at least break the perception for your opponents and make them think that perhaps it is an A split or a short push in general. Lambert, he's the connecting factor of lower tunnels. I'm thinking Six is going to be the lurk, of course, coming all behind through middle, whilst Lambert joins the rest of the party in upper. That kind of would make sense. Sixers trying to fake it out as if it was an A play. GORILLAZ, I think they're taking the bait. They've put a second player off of B and moving towards mid. Now Sixer finds another frag, or at least a frag, and that is an opener that now could concern GORILLAZ quite largely as xCloud peeks out tunnels, gets killed by Maka, and here comes the commitment. Flusha with a UMP close range could be the difference maker, though. Is he going to be? That is a different kind of question to be answered quite soon. Flusha with a double. He's still holding. That's the bomb drop. Flusha with a triple. Insane with a UMP. 1v2 for Lambert. 15 seconds. This is a disaster. What in the world is going on? How did they allow this one to happen and to go this way? What in the world truly has happened here? LDLC against one man with a UMP.
Lonesome Flusha, so much good work, and Lambert should be going down. There we go, the double peak comes in, Suddy and Flusha. You're right about it. How does Flusha, with just the UMP, hold on the B bomb site for as long as he did and survives the encounter? That's the one crazy thing about this round, and GORILLAZ, great pickup for them. They absolutely needed to stop the LDLC advancement in these rounds, and you have to admit, that was amazing coming in here from Lonesome Flusha. Beautiful. Both the players line up. And of course, getting the third one, it just cements the round.
That is fantastic. That was a round that LDLC were counting on winning. Effectively already had won it almost. They had 2 entries. They had everything they needed. But Flusha was the instrumental part of success for GORILLAZ. 4-6. NATO opens up now in our 11th round quite nicely here. Catching off Chaos, and this seems to be switching into a bit of a different mode for GORILLAZ. I love it. The energy, the strength that they're displaying is what we expected to see from the get-go. And let's see what the, of course, end result here will be. 2 players in middle, 2 players in long. It does feel like an A split. But I like how GORILLAZ are handling this right now. They're not actively looking for a fight, which they could, and they absolutely could get a round or 2 out of it. Excuse me, a player or 2 out of it, but they're playing on contact here. They're waiting for the mistake of their own opponent. NATO Safix, though, misses a shot. That's uncharacteristic. Sunny this time round comes out through doors and gets himself the refrag. 4v3. And all of a sudden, well, 3v4, excuse me, as GORILLAZ, I think they shouldn't have any issues closing the round itself. Ooh, Maka. Ooh, Maka. Ouch.
So Sunny as well, holding in there from long. Lambert, good shot here on Flusha. xCloud chiming in as well. And that will be the victory here for GORILLAZ. I mean, you were talking about how GORILLAZ are playing this contact style, not really committing anywhere just yet. But once we saw the LDLC members grouping up towards long, hitting the A bomb site, that's when we saw the mid players chiming in. That's when we saw the flanks coming in. Good shots there from Sunny. And then he was going in with the long flank, a very long flank. So the players of LDLC didn't really stand a chance. and somewhat dissatisfying for them as well, because early on as well, LDLC looking quite solid. But now one of the problems for me is that the guys from GORILLAZ are stepping up. GORILLAZ finally getting success, finally winning those individual duels, and LDLC starting to struggle.
See, as you mentioned, right, that GORILLAZ, or as we talked about already, GORILLAZ not really reacting too much at the, well, not really doing too much at the start, but reacting to what they get. And it's beautiful to see this action towards middle, because they know that once the A-long position is being overtaken, LDLC are going to have the majority of their players there. So what they do is put Sunny into an aggressive state, and he hits a great timing to, of course, find himself a piece of the pie. But look at this, Maka this time around, NATO Safix with the second op being lost in the wind as he is shot through the doors. And we continue on with our current state. LDLC with an entry and 5 players on long. Of course, this will prompt GORILLAZ again to push probably in a flank manner. It's something that the CTs do desperately need to do, especially in a map like Dust 2. You cannot allow yourself to be caught with only, you know, 2 or 3 players in the defense. You do need that flank as the CT, and right now, rotating Sunny over to A seems like the right idea as well.
There we go. Smoke's now being deployed, and Sergey on the other side will have the high ground, waiting for more players to pop out along. He's out there in the ready. 55 seconds though. LDLC about to pounce on this bomb site. There we go. More smokes, more Molotovs, more flashbangs thrown out by LDLC as they go in for the push. They're not aware of Sunny, but Chaos, good one. Eliminates Sunny, who could have potentially caused a lot of damage. LDLC, though, have control of the bomb site, but it's Sergey with the frag. Great one on Lambert. A second one for Sergey. So good, as with 30 seconds, LDLC should be getting that bomb planted. There we go, bomb plant coming in. But now we also have X-Cloud with the big flank from long. So many angles to check. Right now, the 2 players, run boosted is. There we see the boost, and Sergey sees the players, doesn't land the shot. Sixer gets his, and now it's time for X-Cloud to chime in as he finds the one on Maka, leaving lonesome Sixer in an unwinnable scenario. Very well played there by GORILLAZ. The big flank coming in, and the victory goes their way.
Well, that is a fantastic finisher. GORILLAZ not only tie the score, they break the bank for LDLC, force them onto, well, could be a force here, could be a full investment if they really want to risk it. But I think that, of course, LDLC is too smart for that. They won't throw away their current position that easily. Should just be a few deagles, maybe a Kevlar or 2, a few nades, and that is it. There we have it. Tied up, GORILLAZ doing a splendid job at handling this state that LDLC is pushing them into. And once again, Sunny might be tagged, but overall, the loss on the side of GORILLAZ here won't be as heartfelt as it otherwise would be if it comes down to it. On the other hand, though, they just want to close this in fashion. They want to close this round with the 7th for themselves and make sure that, of course, no hope will be given to LDLC. Phew, Sergey. Is it Sergey or is it Sergey? You know, I mean, you know, obviously his name is not Sergey, so there's that, but...
Seryoja. Easy for him, as now LDLC push in the middle. Sunny, good few frags coming in, and now that's just lonesome Sixer remaining, and that will be the victory here for GORILLAZ. Not bad. Not a bad showing here, and look at this. They've finally done it. They overwhelmed the LDLC scoreline, and so 7-6 in favor of GORILLAZ. Probably this is the one time LDLC begin to sweat a little bit. GORILLAZ no longer on the back foot. They're in front of them.
That's the thing. GORILLAZ have themselves the advantage. They've got a perfect opportunity to take this first half, potentially even more, as LDLC are now looking for a B rush or just upper B halls control, and a quick one at that. I'm not particularly sold on the idea of a B rush behind all of it. Though they might be in luck, because there's a lone player there, and that's going to be NATO, of course, playing with the AWP. He's been the most successful up to this point. As we can see, unfortunately this time, the flash from Haji gives Maka enough time. The response is there, and so is the B side. That is the round gone. 7-7, I think, already, as GORILLAZ will concede it No point in even trying for the retake when you have no control, when you have no advantage, and above all else, you don't even have a chance at getting back into this, given what you're dealing with. It's a little bit of a disappointment, isn't it?
I'll say that was a fair take from LDLC. In all fairness, GORILLAZ not really standing a chance, if I'm being honest. Beautiful plays here from the side of LDLC. And of course, again, just as I was mentioning earlier, this is the type of scoreline you expect here on Dust 2. A tight scoreline as it possibly can be. 7-7 is going to be it here. And of course, only one team can secure the victory in the half by securing the last round as well. The good thing here for GORILLAZ is that with the free weapons being saved, I think they'll have just enough of a good purchase. That's the one great thing for them, but that's just standard practice as well. If you end up losing the bomb site, you're going to have to figure out how to save up that money or potentially earn some money, which is definitely one of the things you can do if you head on over to Coinbase.com.
Well, currently, I think there's a lot of chances of, buying into cryptocurrencies given that the Bitcoin has fell so much. But, as we can see here, a bit of a timeout was called, even if I saw correctly there. Of course, the Frenchman LDLC, the cameras kind of showing us, and of course the picture showing us how distraught they are about this, how uncomfortable they are about this. We could see there at the end Haji, of course, holding his head because he was so frustrated with everything happening. 7-7 tied up. We are in our last round for the first half, folks. This is our third map, the final map of this series. Winner moves on forward to the next stage. Loser, unfortunately, goes home, well, empty-handed, as this is the playoff stage. Winner, of course, faces off either against Strict or Copenhagen Flames, which will also be a series played out right after we finish this one. Sergey finds one, but it is going to be the replay coming back forth, or the retag by Chaos. Not for long. Again, NATO. This is a hot take by him, though Chaos might have a few words to say about it.
Look at the frags and look at the victory for LDLC. They managed to close things out eventually here in the first map. Gonna go their way, but it definitely wasn't an easy affair and no stretch of the imagination. As even though at one point LDLC in the lead, they seemed to be comfortable, we finally saw the response there from GORILLAZ, and at the very end, things got a little bit tight. But I guess this is what you expect from these two teams. We have the tactical team in the form of LDLC that has some great individual prowess as well. But on the side of GORILLAZ, probably lacking a bit more on the tactical side, but still having some prime individuals that can cause a lot of damage. So definitely, trust me when I say this game isn't over just yet. The second half, or you know what? This map has only just begun.
Indeed it has, and of course the pistol alongside it in a moment, as we are getting ready to see where it takes us. GORILLAZ on their T side will have to be far more effective now, as LDLC, we can see that Sixter and Chaos are having a splendid run currently, whilst the only one on the side of GORILLAZ, it's NATO Safix with the 12 frags himself. There is a bit of worrisome in my mind. Sergey, Flusha, Sunny, X-Flout, respectively going 6, 7, 8, and 9 kills in succession by one another's hand. So, in essence, right now, GORILLAZ are a little bit quiet. I mean, sure enough, no better for LDLC. It's 6, 9, and 8 for Lambert Maka Haji, or for Maka Haji Lambert. But this is a well set spot for LDLC to take themselves up for one more, find the third pistol in this series, and close out this map potentially with success. Let's find out for certain. The pistol is starting. Ladies and gents, Blessed Rising round of 16. This is going to be the series, more specifically the map that's going to decide the end of this series. And let's see, of course, who takes the cake.
Maka is going to try to take the early frags, but doesn't really find them. In fact, considers to back away. Haji joins the fight. Maka, though, beautiful headshot here in X-Cloud. Good start for LDLC as the players from GORILLAZ not slowing down. They're advancing even further, and I think they may have done it. They got themselves the few, but look at the backlines. That's where Haji strikes. He's already found himself a few, and that bomb's dropped in a very awkward spot, and Sunny will become dark, as that will be a victory for LDLC. A beautiful pistol to kick things off on the second half.
Certainly a bit of a different outtake than what we believed possible. To begin, of course, beautiful shots coming out there from Maka. Unfortunately, that GORILLAZ, even though they got 2 kills in CT and they make it look easy, they get absolutely destroyed moving forward. And that will be attacked through middle. Maka gets stacked by the scout. NATO already as well down to 25. So in general, right now LDLC with their buy having a bit of a better success rate. Or at least a better success story. And GORILLAZ, they better group up together as a family and hit the site together. They don't want to split when they have pistols. They want to split when they have any control in their hands. You want to go in as all 5, or all 4 for that matter, have the smoke that you have on X-Cloud, and split out towards A. Lambert, on the other hand, like, yeah, we can try that, folks, but ain't going to work out. Peeks out wide, gets 1, falls back in line, and they're waiting for Sunny, aren't they? I think they're waiting for Sunny to get through short. Then they'll push onto site.
Yeah, that seems to be the current game plan, and I don't think they have anyone necessarily overlooking short. Oh, there we go. The boost comes in. That's nice. Lambert as well going for a bit of a peek here with the MP7. Sergey chimes in with 1, but though Sunny not in the best position, gets the frag here on Haji. That allows them to open up the site and potentially cross safely. The smoke grenade is still in position. Sergey, ooh, there's a massive gap for Maka. Oh, it doesn't secure the frag though. That will allow Sunny to take the high ground, and Sergey not backing away just yet. With the Tech 9, he will hold as he finds 1 on Lambert. Now it's a 1v2. Sergey swings, but it will be LDLC for the victory. Love the plays here from LDLC as well. Really enjoy the fact that Lambert goes in for that very early peak, but he just swings out, taps a few bullets, and then returns back to safety. Doesn't go for any sort of lengthy spray, not really knowing how many more players could there be and how quickly can they respond. And even though we see the flank there from Sunny, LDLC still composed on their retake and do a fine job at it.
Yeah, that got a little bit close there. Sunny, the attempt was definitely worth it, because at the end of the day there, or more specifically Sergey, because as soon as he gets himself that position 1v2, you need to run out to contact, you need to run out to get a frag. You need the advantage. It's you're already in a poor spot as is, and oh la la, Maka pushing lower through 2 more players from upper that push up and get control of B halls. This is amazing. Look at the amount of information that LDLC have going for themselves right now. They're in an excellent spot given the position, given the current state, as GORILLAZ do not even have. I mean, this is a disaster. This is a tactical disaster for GORILLAZ. There's no other way to put it. One big issue for them is the fact that they don't have anybody on middle, nobody towards long, nobody towards short, nothing. They have no eyes, no info. They do not know what they're walking into. For all they care, it could be 5 players waiting them on B. Obviously not going to happen, but they have 0 idea, and they will go in blind. Let's see if that even works, or if there's any chance of working.
Dexter has vision, and there's going to be a lot more players entering the fray. Chaos with a good response, but now I think he'll just back away from this. Allow GORILLAZ to take over the B bomb site and just wait for your teammates to get in position. Once that bomb does go down, now LDLC will begin the retake, I'd say. A few players coming in here from the tunnels. In fact, 3 players from the tunnels. Sergey, though, great pickup on Lambert. Instead of holding his ground, will back away for now. But look at this, Maka alongside Sixer could potentially catch him off guard. Yep. Sergey, though, holds the line for 1. Maka with a response. A 2v2 now. Haji goes down. And it's all up to Lonesome Maka, and he does not want to go for this. GORILLAZ fend off the bomb site. They hold it successfully and secure the round because of it.
Well, that was an important round, of course, and more than anything, a very important round victory for GORILLAZ with the way it's been set, with LDLC having a man advantage as well as having a fair chance of going into this round with success, and with the retake being even a bigger chance for success given they had 2 players in upper. It doesn't work out the way they'd want to. It doesn't work out the way they'd wished. But maybe if they gotten better skins, it could have. CS Money, of course, skins for your lust, for your want. So go check them out. And, you know, I have a question, Danny. I'll get to it in a moment. Let's just see what happens here first. And then maybe you can answer that for me. Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know if, you know, anybody can answer that. But we'll see enough, I guess. We'll see soon enough. Oh, Sixer. That was beautiful to see. Doesn't last him too long. Neither does Haji. Ouch, that hurts.
And it hurts because that's a lot of damage as well. Maybe Lambert right now, the one player with just the right gun can deal the damage of the incoming players of GORILLAZ because they're just so low in HP right now. That's Sunny, that's Flusha. Barely alive right now. Limping in the server. And maybe the one good thing for LDLC is that, or shall I say the one good thing maybe for Maka, if he can somehow survive this one alongside Lambert, as we do see the players of GORILLAZ just holding their angles right now. I do like this play from GORILLAZ because all they're doing right now is just waiting for the time to waste. They're also waiting for LDLC to make mistakes. Perhaps someone will push up aggressively and try to come in with the flank. So that's why they're holding their angles for now, but that should soon come to an end as Flusha spots out one of the culprits.
Well, this is where things could still get very interesting. Lambert on site, the MP7, not the best weapon for these kind of fights. Unfortunately, the Molotov is the real culprit of his loss. And Maka? Has he been... Yeah, I thought so. Sergey, he either Spidey sensed Dingling or he heard the scope. Either way, there you have it. That is going to be the 9th for GORILLAZ. They close the gap down to a single one remaining. And this is where my question would come in. Do you think, or what do you think about my theory of maybe 10 years in the future, 20 years in the future, you know how these days ladies fall for cars and nice amount of clothes and that kind of thing? You think they might fall for skins? You know, that's why maybe CS Money might not be a bad choice, you know? Maybe ladies will like that choice. Dragon lore or that, you know, red line AK.
Oh, I think it's already a great choice. If you really want to show off your style, you really need to get those good skins. Even right now, boys, if you want to fight
Impress
for the women.
ladies.
But in all fairness, why do we even need women? We have gaming. Gaming
We have
is what you
games.
need.
That's true. That's true. We have games. That's true. It's much better. Usually they don't talk back. Usually they don't need any maintenance. It's, well, maintenance in terms of you just, you know, you buy yourself a PC. You take good care of your PC. You're good to go. But enough of the fun, of course. Let's see where it takes us here. GORILLAZ tie up the score. This is going to be interesting seeing how it develops because the money for LDLC is an issue. They can't even go for the AWPs now, though doesn't seem like that is actually a problem. Maka pushes up short, gets a frag, and now pulls back fully. Safe and sound. Back to the hometown.
Good start for LDLC. Managing to secure that frag and just instantly back away. That's the best way to go about it. And it comes back to my point about how on a map like this too, a lot of times you can see those early aggressions or those early kills at about 20 or 30 seconds in the round. Oh, look at Sunny though. Great swing on Lambert. Even Lambert wasn't expecting that play. And now they could potentially hit the bomb site. Look at Sunny as well. Are they going to be aware of Sunny's positioning? Not yet, as Sunny finds himself too. That will slow down the advancement, and for LDLC, this is looking pretty horrid. They already lost middle. They already lost the bomb site. If anything, they should just look for greener pastures elsewhere. But I say that, look at Haji's and Sixer's positioning. Slowly but surely, they're getting close, but Sunny will be closer as he finds himself the ace and shuts down LDLC.
We definitely see greener pastures for them. They've been sent to the eternal hunting ground by Sunny, and what better way to be sent by the Sunny God himself? In any case, this was fantastic, Sunny. One hell of a beautiful moment for him. One beautiful round than an ace clutch by Sunny that saves the day for GORILLAZ 11-10, and that is gonna be a devastating blow to the side of LDLC. I don't even know what they can do here.
Oh, it is devastating. You can definitely feel it on the cams as well. That was not the round they expected to lose. That was the round they expected secure the victory on. And yeah, you can see frustration on the ranks of LDLC. No wonder we see the timeout being deployed as well. And looks like it is going to be a potential another victory here for GORILLAZ. And you can see this is quite frustrating. This is absolutely frustrating here on the side of LDLC, because GORILLAZ, what happens here is just Lonesome Sunny just walks up middle and just start banging heads. Not much of a response you can do if you're LDLC, because the positioning was just so good. And it's scary as well, because this map is coming to an end. This best of 3 is coming to an end. And when it matters most, LDLC are struggling to pick up the rounds.
Yeah, coming up short on these gun rounds is what really will break them in half, as we see. Going towards B seems like GORILLAZ have read the situation pretty well. Nice shot, Sixer gets tagged, and this is a dead tail sign that basically LDLC, well, more specifically GORILLAZ, are going towards the B side. Sunny, on the other hand, is going to keep clear, making sure that lower parts of tunnels is cleared out. Oh, he does not even care about his 40 health points. Fair enough. I respect that. Though Chaos might be something of a problem. But yeah, no issue at the end of the day. These rifles still too good. Too good to deal with it. So far, so good for GORILLAZ. And what the hell does LDLC do here? I mean, they do have a buy next, right? They should have an up as well. Even a double up, I think, should be available if in case they want to try it again. But I wasn't sold by Sixer's double upping skills on Inferno, and I'm not sure I'm going to be sold by them here on Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, this is somewhat a difficult scenario for LDLC, because I'm not sure if the double up setup will be the answer. For sure, get perhaps 1 AWP. A lot of teams end up doing that double up setup when things are getting dangerous, and right now things are definitely looking dangerous for LDLC. But perhaps you might also want to have the mobility of the rifles to potentially go for some aggressive plays. Looks like it will be, in fact, the double up setup coming in. One in the hands of Sixer and the other one in the hands of Maka. And one of the things that's frustrating right now is just Maka's performance. One of the players I was looking forward to perform really well is having a difficult time indeed against GORILLAZ. Look at Maka on the cross. He already loses significant amounts of HP, but still finds X-Cloud while it's blinded.
That was a beautiful shot to be made. Flush is already out middle, though. He's looking for an answer. He's looking for more than anything, an entry. As the flash will come out on top, Sixer gets caught. So does Maka. Flusha with a beautiful double. This could be the round decisive maneuver that just gives the victory to GORILLAZ, but Chaos still on B. And he is an issue to be handled with just yet. As LDLC are having, of course, Lambert and CT. He's playing it safe. He wants to get back on A site. Doesn't want to lose through short. There could be a chance, you know, somebody might already be on short itself, and you don't want to put yourself out there too much. On long, though, NATO Safix. Unfortunately, that is Haji that drops dead. Lambert left alone. 11 frags on this man. He is, again, the quietest on the server currently, alongside X-Cloud. And it's not looking too convincing, unfortunately. It really isn't.
Oh, Lambert right now on the bomb site has no information to speak of, has to rely on his teammates and his spider senses. Chaos, though, good peek on Sunny. That's going to put LDLC in a somewhat of a better position, but look at the B bomb site. Not a single player there, and Chaos seems to think this is the A bomb site, but Lambert, once he gets the frag on NATO, they're going to be aware of what's going on. They know they're up against Sergey in the 1 versus 2, and look at this, Sergey with the aggressive play already finds Chaos. That's a great early frag, looking for Lambert.
Oh, he hears him. He hears him
out as well. That's more than enough. Lambert, you're gonna have to be very precise as Sergey, ooh, missing a shot, whips out the block and wins the round. Sergey, so good on the clutch.
Oh man, what a clutch indeed. And of course, it might have not been previously from Sunny there, but now Sergey definitely shows us what a real clutch is, as the op on Sergey makes a difference, but the Glock is what really wins it all. And perhaps he should just stick to it. That was beautiful to watch. Unfortunate for LDLC, though. They made the right decision not buying the head armor, or not buying the helmet, because, you know, that's $350 against AKs and an op, useless. But against a Glock, unfortunately, it can come in handy just in scenarios like this. The timing couldn't be better. And LDLC left for dead, dried out with economy. They are down onto Deagles here. We see a few Kevlars, well, 2 of them more precisely, 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and 4 Deagles with a Pizza 50 to accompany it all. This is a huge problem for LDLC. Though Sixer might just be pulling a flusher here without a UMP even, but only a single frag ain't gonna be enough. Chaos replies, but Sergey through the smoke. It hits him through that smoke screen, and Haji will reply again. Deagle's connecting. Somehow LDLC still getting this one to be such a close battle. Down to a 2-on-2. A 1-on-2 now. Lambert. Oh, Lambert. He's shot through the smoke. 1v1. Wait a second, Lambert. He might not be done just yet.
Ooh, look at Lambert's positioning. It's probably doable enough. Oh, the timing is everything. NATO Staffix goes in for the jump, but it will be Lambert to win it out. Shuts down NATO and wins the round for LDLC. A clutch coming in here for the Frenchman. I'd say if they wanted to start building up some sort of confidence, or at the very least some momentum, they needed a round like that.
They definitely needed that round, but can they continue on though? This is the better, you know, the bigger issue here for LDLC. At least recently, they've had an issue with trying to continue on with success, as we see double up Maka, Sixer wielding those 2 beautiful ones, and LDLC, the economy is the problem here for them, but nonetheless, the positive outtake has to be looked at, and that is the fact that they are able to evade 14, potentially 15 already. Up on Sergey, yet to signal, yet to sound off. NATO at 19 as well, so it's not exactly going to be perfect. I'm not going to lie, I would love to see Sergey and NATO switch up the op, because he is tagged up that heavily. NATO would definitely perhaps have a higher chance of success if he had the AWP. Am I seeing this correct? It's only Haji on short, right? Yeah. And Lambert on long. There goes the kill. Yeah, I just wanted to see if perhaps NATO jumps out of the corner, kills Lambert in the process, but no. Through short, in comes Sunny, and I think the round might actually be decided here. LDLC holding the line.
This is looking stellar. Absolutely. Gorillas being shut down everywhere they go. Long or short, it doesn't even matter though. Sergey, good frag actually on Sixer, and Haji having a difficult time winning his duel against Sergey. But we can see, yeah, there we go. Chaos coming in from short. That will be the victory here for LDLC. A good round being picked up. Luckily for Gorillas, they still have loads of money to reinvest here, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. And what we've seen thus far from Gorillas is that they have a great level of aim, great level of proficiency. And if you guys want to be proficient playing your mobile games, perhaps the Red Magic's 6 series phone could be something up your fancy.
Might just be worth checking out, that's for certain. So, in this case, look at the LDLC, of course, the faces of these players is getting a little bit more concerned by each passing round, though the 2 they've gotten here will be a relief, but it is far from being done yet. It is far from being in their hands. They have to tie it by 1 more, as Gorillas have a rebuy. Sergey back on the op once more. Floud, did he get a drop, or is he going to be playing with a Galil? Because I didn't see any drops being thrown out there. So he is on a Glock. Okay, he is on a Glock. Fair enough. Meanwhile, Maka. No, there's the AK. Okay, for a second there I was a little bit weirded out. You know, why would he have only a Glock? So that makes more sense that he has the AK up. Oh, Chaos. Oh, Chaos. Come on, this is crazy. Haji. He saves his life, and not only that, Maka meanwhile finds the frag on Sergey. And that is Flusha and NATO. This is a quick round, Danny. I'm a little bit perplexed. Not gonna lie. Very quick round.
I mean, that's for sure. As the players of GORILLAZ get shut down in the tunnels, some great positioning on the side of LDLC to make that one work. It's always a difficult gunfight there in the tunnels, especially if whoever's holding the tunnels will have a massive advantage. The guys there from LDLC do a tremendous job at it. Lonesome Flush and NATO Sapphics remain. This is where things are getting dangerous for GORILLAZ. If you'll notice that their economy, there's not a lot of money remaining. So much so, in fact, saving the two weapons could be important for them. Though, as we can see, Flush just seems to try and want to go for this, but that bomb's dropped in a very bad position, and maybe they're just trying to keep the LDLC members at bay so they don't go for any aggressive plays or try to hunt down Flush and NATO, which could also be part of the agenda.
They should be hunting them down, right? Because why not, right? As you say, it should be a part of their plan, because at this point, economy is a big factor for GORILLAZ. They've lost a few rounds in a row, and we can see in this case, Lambert, of course, going to be holding in Suicide. Coming in to support is Maka. Though he might be caught here, this is still great. Although Lambert gonna be falling. That's a bit of a shame. Would have expected far more success. Now Maka getting caught. This is getting a bit rocky. It's getting a bit weird. NATO dies after time. Ouch. Ouch, that hurts. That just hurts right now. NATO, of course, not only does he lose the op, he has no loss bonus. That means that for the 27th round, ladies and gentlemen, for the round that will propel LDLC to have an advantage, and not just that, but actually push on over into the potential map and series point. This is devastating.
Absolutely. This is where things are getting difficult for GORILLAZ, and it's not a good start. Look at Maka go as well. Very aggressive, up in middle, gets the one. Chaos with a response on Haji. So at least a few good frags coming in for LDLC, but that's something you can't say for GORILLAZ. It's just three of them. Three individuals on pistols. In which you just have to say, this just looking like another great victory for LDLC, as the players from GORILLAZ are getting close towards B site. They're going to group up for what seems like the final push, at least on round 27. They still have a few more rounds to play, but things are looking dire. This is where every single round counts. And I wouldn't be too surprised if this one's not going to go down too easily. Might even see the time being wasted just a little bit longer. Perhaps GORILLAZ looking all across the map for any sort of openings.
Yeah, it felt like they for a second wanted to go B. Though moving back, I feel like with the AK on Sunny, they want to have a bit of a better opener. Might just go through short, because if you ask me, short is the easiest position to get onto site at this current position they're in, at this current stage. But with Maka on long, the flash is a dead giveaway. Fair enough. Players are coming out in throws, and whew, nice shot by X-Floud. Sure enough, still a 3v2. 13 seconds, 20 seconds. In general, well, 20 seconds with 13-13 result. This is devastating if they lose, and then they still have to concede the result here. They don't even get the plant. Loss bonus is not the best. They do get enough to rebuy at least, but gotta be honest here, LDLC, they're on the verge of picking up a 15th, and the one issue that I'm seeing for GORILLAZ as of late, as of these last 3 rounds that, of course, LDLC have picked up, is the fact that every single round starts off with LDLC getting an entry, be it either through middle with, of course, either Maka or Sixer hitting that shot on towards T-base, or getting an entry or towards long upper B halls. And GORILLAZ need to tighten up those spaces. They need to get refrags for every single loss they have. Otherwise, they'll just keep on losing rounds left and right. And here comes the commitment. This is going to be 14-13 and a final chance through short, it looks like, by GORILLAZ. Let's see if the Silverbacks can get any control here. Or
Haji, great early frag here on Sunny. Do we see Maka find any frags? Not for the time being. Though we do see someone like NATO Sapphics lingering about. Maka will just throw down the Molotov for good measure. But he will consider to back away from this. Won't go for the fights just yet. So far, a 4v4 is still good for the CTs. Though we see a lot of exchange of utility. Look at Chaos' positioning. He catches off Flusha. That's amazing. That's one player you want out of the equation, because Flusha has been doing such good work. And now Maka gets another one, leaving it all up to remaining members of Sergey and NATO Sapphics. There's still one player at the back of sight. And Sergey, has the angle. All he has to do right now is just hope he can hit his shot, because NATO
Oh,
Safix
no.
doesn't, on the other hand.
Yeah, doesn't help if Sergey finds himself anything here. This is pretty much it. It should be 15 for LDLC. Sad reality we're seeing, though. Maybe Sergey? No. No, I don't know. He's not getting anywhere here. No time, no chance. 15. LDLC. They reach series point. Ladies and gentlemen, the money for GORILLAZ as well coming up on that worst possible position. They are running on fumes now. As Coinbase, of course, you don't need to run on fumes. Go check it out. Cryptocurrency base where you can buy, sell, and all that good jazz. Third tactical timeout. GORILLAZ definitely concerned, and who wouldn't be? I mean, it's the last round effectively. Two have to be one to just pull us into overtime. It's not impossible, but it is unlikely, as we do have what, 4 AKs, 5 AKs potentially, with 2 missing head armors or helmets. Is that going to be the case? Flusha, you go for AK? No, maybe. SG on Sergey. What are we seeing? Do we expect at least one more AK? X-Flout? Come on, do it, buddy. Yes, there we go. So 2 AKs, SG, UMP, and MAC-10. We wanna be realistic, Danny? This doesn't look good.
Maybe it's gonna be just enough. NATO Safix, first point of contact. He's got the MAC-10, but already LDLC, they're backing away from this. They're not going for the aggressive plays, which is something you can't say for Sergey. Pushing through the smoke. That's a great frag. Flusha as well getting one on Maka, and Lambert with the 2. That might just slow things down a little bit, but Chaos. Oh, this is such a good positioning from Chaos. They're not aware of it. They're not aware, or are they though? Sunny, great response on Chaos. So Lonesome Sixer remains, and being left in a 1 versus 2, not the best position, though he can isolate the duels. He has to win it against Sunny first, and he won't do it. That will be a victory for GORILLAZ. A quick round on the A bomb site. Saw some flanks there from LDLC, some counter flanks from GORILLAZ, and at the very end, it is the GORILLAZ that bounce back.
With that being said, of course, GORILLAZ now in a position that LDLC were before in. The fact that now LDLC, of course, have a decent enough of a buy. They have the op-up on Maka as well. 2 kits as far as they can make it out of it. And let's see, of course, if GORILLAZ can find more success. Maka, this is what I'm talking about. It's always been this issue through middle. They've usually lost players. GORILLAZ, they need to be far more vigilant of this, and they do need the refrag within the next 30 to 40 seconds if they wish to have a chance of winning this round. It's a 5v4. LDLC, no double up, but that just might be the solution to their issues. Double up does put you into a bit of a defensive stance, and it forces you to be far less mobile than otherwise you would be. And contact on middle. Maka here does not make the shot, but neither does Sergey. So luckily, in this case, it's just a warning whiz past their ears. LDLC, they've already got a player close long indoors. He's going to be ready to hold the line here. I feel like this is still going to be a B take, GORILLAZ. They're definitely looking like they want to commit towards B at the end of the day.
Those players, for sure, seems to be on the agenda. And right now, LDLC, they have a lot of map control as well, on long in particular. But it is Lonesome Maka just holding the bomb site as well as short. So for Maka, things can get dangerous real quick. There's going to be the run boost. Maka, oh, hitting the shot on Flusha. Haji has come in with the rotation, gets the one on NATO Safix. Still looking for more fights, but Haji goes down. And so the bomb can be recovered for GORILLAZ. But look at this, Lambert getting in position. He will shut down X-Cloud, leaving it all up to Lonesome Sergey in the 1v3. Luckily for him, all players same position, but of course, flash rains in, 10 seconds remaining. Sergey can't win this one. It's impossible for Sergey, and it's impossible for GORILLAZ to bounce back here with a victory. It will be LDLC to close things out in the best of 3.
16-14 final score as LDLC eliminate GORILLAZ out of the round of 16 here at Blast Rising and put themselves on a golden pedestal, or at least a pedestal that might give them another chance on the next series. Of course, that's going to be Tricked versus Copenhagen Flames coming up in a matter of moments. I am not sure if we're going to be jumping into an immediate game there, but we do have that series starting off, of course, in a matter of the next few. I think we'll go into a short pause and then get ready for a second series, folks. So stay tuned, and we will be back. Actually, no, we are going into an interview. Apologies there. You are right, Danny. We are going into an interview I've just read. So we'll see who, of course, will be coming on. But just to quickly go through the motions here to kind of break down what happened. Of course, we started off with Mirage. It went amazingly well for LDLC. Is there anything special we want to mention about that map?
On the map of Mirage, perhaps not necessarily. I will say there were some fine setups coming in there from the side of LDLC. Sure, there were moments where there was some struggle in their end, that's for certain. But at the very end, you know, their setups and their individual plays did secure them the victory, as well as you had some members like Maka having a great run of form. It was also Sixer as well who was able to perform. So clearly, it looked like everything was going pretty well there on the side of Mirage, whereas on Inferno, that's obviously not the same storyline. On Inferno, the map pick there of LDLC, that's where they struggled the most.
Yeah, they had a few issues, of course. Pistols not really going their way, losing the first one, losing the half then, or actually, yeah, they lost the half 9-6. It didn't look sweet, right? They were able to win the second pistol, only to then lose 5 rounds in a row, kind of get themselves into a bit of a weird spot where, of course, GORILLAZ had a great advantage, then win one and then just lose it all out and lose the round or the map 16-8. But here on Mirage, they show promise, they show quality, and above all else, they show that determination and, of course, commitment still is one way to push it over the edge for themselves and more so to victory. And I'm eager to hear, of course, the words here from one of the players of LDLC. We'll see who's going to come on over here for the interview. Though my question would definitely be about Inferno more specifically, and perhaps about the pistols themselves. You know, how do they feel about these pistols? What do they know that the pistols for them haven't really been as successful as one would have hoped, or as they would have hoped, I guess, you know?
I guess you could look at it that way, but at the same time, for me, the pistols are still somewhat random in Counter-Strike, right? I don't necessarily believe that there's a true importance for a squad to be so specialized in trying to win the pistol rounds, especially because worst case scenario, you don't win the pistol. Guess what? You get a second round, in which you can go for the force fight, yeah, and maybe even better guns if you get that bomb planted. So I wouldn't necessarily think that the pistol rounds are really important for the squad of LDLC. Sure, you want to try and get them. Absolutely, try and get them pistols. That's going to give you at least somewhat of an early start. But if I'm being honest, for me, the question I definitely would like to ask about the latter stages of Dust 2, because we saw a changeup coming in there from LDLC. And that changeup was, in fact, their aggressiveness. On that CT side, when things are looking dire, you notice there have been a lot more aggressive plays coming in there from LDLC. So my question would be, did they really think this is going to be the answer to face GORILLAZ, to try and fight aggression with aggression? If that is the case, I mean, absolutely props to him, but definitely would love to hear from the guys themselves.
Oh, absolutely. We'll have more info about that in a moment, though. One thing I'd actually add on top of your point, as you just made it, yeah, the change up of their aggression, of course, we've seen that already throughout Mirage continuously, right? LDLC do like their little pushes in towards certain nooks and crannies to find success, and they did it splendidly on Mirage. They really showed us what they're capable of. They tried the same on Inferno, didn't really work out as well. Then they kind of realized, perhaps our aggression wouldn't be, or even on the T side, you could see that they slowed down, because the T side was usually be the one where they really just go all out, you know, rush out straight to B, rush out straight to A, rush out straight to mid, and just run up through connector and such and such. And on Inferno, of course, you could see them taking a bit of a step back, realizing, oh damn, you know, we're not succeeding. On T side, they stopped, they halted their aggression, and they started failing even more, because then they would lose an entry, and when you have no position, you would lose the second player. It's a 3v5 or a 3v4. What do you really do? Well, of course, the answer then is, okay, aggression, but at that point, too late. And it's nice that you actually pointed it out, because Dust 2 kind of went the same way, right? They started off a little bit weird. They didn't really get too much control control. They lost the first pistol, they won the first pistol. They got a little bit of a few of the rounds. At the end of the day, they still didn't do too successfully in the first half. 9-6, 8-7 is okay, but it's not perfect. And if we were to look at the stats for Dust 2, of course, they win the pistol, they win 2 rounds, so it's 3-0, then they lose 3 in a row. Then they win 3, then they lose 4 in a row. So it's a very weird sense of, okay, a back and forth trade that doesn't really work out in anyone's favor. And especially when aggression doesn't work out for LDLC, you could see that they would just start losing control over and over again. And by the time they realize, at least on Inferno, for example, by the time they realize that, you know, they really didn't find any purchase, it would already be too late and the map would by that time be gone.
Yeah, and looks like, folks, we're going to be gone ourselves. We're going to take a very brief break because we do have a second best of 3 lined up. That should be quite the banger as well, so definitely stay tuned to the stream as we'll be right back in about 10 or so minutes. So go grab yourself a drink, perhaps even some food, as we'll be right back to bring you that second best of 3. So guys, don't go anywhere.
How am I to reach up high? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me fly. Watch me. Just watch me. Climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me. Climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Run down 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 while I run. Ain't no secrets here to tell me. How am I to reach the stars now? Oh, are you still beside me? Just watch me, watch me. Just watch me. Watch me. Just watch me. Climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Just watch me. Climb. Don't take off your eyes while I run down. Run down 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 while I run. Ain't nobody here to tell me. How am I to climb this mountain?
Scrolling for a heart, scrolling for some blood in the veins.
came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. I came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to our second best of three. Of course, this time around, things are going to get exciting because the matchup right here is an interesting one because we have, of course, first and foremost, a Danish derby. That's already a massive plus. And second of all, we have a fresh roster in the form of Copenhagen Flames. They have undergone a complete reconstruction, and it is basically a whole different roster.
I mean, effectively, still Yabi and Nikodos have been together with them for like a better part of a few, 6-7 months. But yes, absolutely, as you say, Asilian has been put out of the roster now, effective immediately. And of course, Huxi, Roje, and Zyphun have been added to the actual squad as we speak. So effectively, yes, this is basically a new team that has been built yesterday even. I feel like, it was yesterday. Yeah, they announced it, like they actually made it official like yesterday or the day before. So effectively, this is going to be Copenhagen Flames with another Danish potential superstar team. Wink wink, maybe some more talents coming out, of course, from the squad or from the team itself, up against Tricked, another team, as you said, from Denmark. Of course, another team organization, more specifically, that had quite a few names that I think many of you should recognize. One of them being Akor, of course, that is currently on Mouse Sports, the Opera. But now today, of course, they are holding a very young team of Danish players, amongst others, Quez, for example, or Kir even. I think Lucky, though, resounds or kind of resembles the biggest factor in that squad, but in either way, Tricked. Let's talk more about them, shall we? You know, about how good of a team they can actually be, given that they've been together for a year now.
Yeah, the roster has been together for some time now, and one of the things you've pointed out as well is that this is a roster of youngsters. This is a team that has some really young players on it and don't necessarily have any veterans on their side. If you look on the side of Copenhagen Flames, yes, there's some fresh faces on it. Of course, some members who have been in the previous lineup, players like Yabi, he's also still a youngster. They also have a player in the form of Zyphod, who was in fact part of the Astralis talent. I believe he left them around April and was one of the best, if not the best player on Astralis talent. So it's great to see that he still has found himself a new home. But it's going to be interesting to see how that squadron that is, well, freshly built for this encounter against Trick can fare up. Because, yeah, on the case of Tricked, this is, yeah, like I said, you know, a fresh roster, don't necessarily have any sort of veteran players on their side. They could potentially lead them through victories, through the difficult times and the good times as well. So it will be interesting to note how well they can fare up against this fresh project, because in the earlier days, or shall I say, when there was the old roster of Copenhagen Flames, they obviously played against Tricked. Not that long ago, they faced off against each other about a month or so prior, and that was Tricked actually securing the victory 2-0 against Copenhagen Flames in a pretty convincing manner as well. I think it might have been a 16-6 victory on the very first map there on Nuke that was picked by Copenhagen Flames, and then eventual victory there on Tricked map pick 16-11 on Train. So the two rosters obviously had to play against each other in the past. Some of these players must have already faced off some of the youngsters here on the side of Trick. But yeah, really looking into this one, it's just so hard to position a squad like Copenhagen Flames anywhere, really. This is a completely fresh lineup.
It really is, and it's a lineup that, of course, will bring some much needed refreshments to the team itself. And you know, we know that there were quite a few issues with the side of Copenhagen Flames, but hopefully those issues today will no longer be persistent. In any case, let's go on to the Vita and see what maps we'll be watching. Of course, to begin with, both Train and Vertigo being banned by respectively Copenhagen Flames and Tricked both, and then we have Inferno, of course, being as the first pick for Copenhagen Flames. No surprise there. I feel like this has been a staple for Copenhagen Flames in the past. Inferno has been a map they've played multitude of times before. And honestly, I'm not even surprised they choose Inferno here first. And Tricked themselves are no strangers to it. Of course, as we always say, this is something that we need to get used to, and I think teams in general need to get used to. These days, it's very normal to just have a single map on a ban, on a consistent ban. So you only have one map that is your perma ban, because that's how you can play, right? Best of threes do only allow you 2 bans, meaning that you're destined to play at one point a map that you don't play. So Tricked, of course, have done the great job of, like so many other teams that, you know, how to do this, have of course only a single ban, and that is of course Vertigo, and that's it. Everything else they play. And this is where, you know, for Copenhagen Flames, I feel like it's more of a vanity peak. It's more of a peak of, okay, we choose Inferno because this is a map we know, this is a map we know we can win, let's just play it and see where we go, right?
I mean, for me, yeah, it definitely makes sense that we do get some the more tactical maps out of the pool as well, especially if you're Copenhagen Flames. Right now, you're just going to remove that map of Train 100%. It is a tactical map. You are a fresh squad. You do not want to be seen playing that map. Interestingly enough, though, we do see Trick with the pick on Dust 2, which for me is a little bit perplexing, because I thought if you're going to be playing against a fresh roster, you might have even considered taking one of the more tactical maps. Try to punish them on that sense. The fact that we see Dust 2 come out, this goes to show that, you know what? Even on a map like this, too, Copenhagen Flames can still be dangerous.
It's interesting that we don't see either Train or Nuke being picked here in this case, for me personally. I feel like, obviously, with Train being banned first, that's a thing. So in this case, Nuke should be the second pick for Tricked, right, in my opinion. As you say, Dust, why would you want to go on Dust up against a team that has just been freshly made? And basically what you're doing here is going up against a team that is obviously going to go off of certain strategies that have probably had at least some basics that they've gone through in terms of, okay, this is what we're we're going to be doing consistently, you know, defaults that they've set up, anti-eco, such and such. That's really, you know, that's a one-day operation. You can set everything in a single day. You can't get the consistency and you can't get the team quality out of it, though. That's the problem, right? When it comes down to a single day of practice. So that's why I would have loved to see Nuke as our second map instead of Dust. Maybe Dust as a third map. Sure, I could see it as a third map. But second map, I feel like Nuke would have been a far better choice for Tricked. Because as you already mentioned, tactically, a map that is far more diverse and far more complex to play. And that's where obviously today, at least we should expect so, Copenhagen Flames will fall short. Especially T side, I feel like will be the biggest issue that the Flames will be dealing with.
Yeah, I think the T side should be a massive problem for the Flames unless their individuals will able to pop off. And speaking of which, that's the one great thing about this roster. They definitely have a lot of individual skill right now. Of course, they have Yabi, who's going to be their anchor player on the bomb side. They're also in the, of course, with the addition of Xiphon. Xiphon, I believe, is the right way to say it.
I think it's Xiphon, yeah.
So that's also a young, talented player from Denmark that's also going to be playing here in the Flames. And of course, they also have some of the other members. Of course, Nicodots being the main opera for the team. And from what I understand, it's going to be Huxi, who's going to be taking the leadership role, going to be taking the IGL mantle. And for what I saw as well, that Roj should be the one, as it was said in the PR statement, you know, bringing in that veteran experience. But overall, in all fairness, this roster of the Flames is looking very exciting. You know, right now in this matchup, I think it's going to be somewhat difficult for them to really accomplish much. I mean, this is not even necessarily this matchup. Let's say the Blast Rising right now playoff stage, because this is a fresh team, a completely fresh team. Out of the block, they have to play a best of 3 against a proper team. It's going to be difficult. It's really going to be difficult here for the Flames starting things off. And of course, if they somehow manage to secure this best of 3, I mean, the odds of them securing the victory here in the tournament, I mean, I'd say they're pretty slim.
Honestly, you are not wrong. I mean, it'd be foolish to think that's not the case, because when you look at it, when you take a wider look at it, honestly, I mean, they are a fresh team. They need at least, let's say, you know, since they've already established talent, since we, as you said, we already know basically that, how to say, that they've been on the scene for a little while, all of these 5 players. Roger, as you mentioned previously, being the one that's been here on the longest, even Huxi in that manner, of course, being here on the scene for quite a little while now. Of course, both players being a part of Mad Lions, and before that, you know, Roger being a part of Tricked when they were successful with the run, if you recall that setup or that team of Tricked back in 2019, where it was Akor Bubsky, Roger Hunden, and I think it was Syash, I believe it was Syash actually, yeah, as the 5th member there. And they really had a beautiful set of 5 players. So I think that experience is one thing, but the other problem here for Copenhagen Flames that will be a factor is, you know, just no time to practice, no time to prepare, no time to really play this and have some sort of set knowledge about each other. Though on the other hand, I'd expect this to be a good test of mettle and to prove themselves as best as they can in of course, in this first round of, round of 16.
Well, it's going to be a trial by fire for Copenhagen Flames, but let's see how well they fare against the potential trickery of Tricked Esports. We can already see here on the CT side, Prime trying to spot out the players, not going for any sort of engagement. He's just gathering information, but not really seeing anyone in second mid. And speaking of seeing anyone, look at Xiphon as well. He's cleared up an auto, not a single player there, and Nicodots. Great way to kick things off, and Yabi's got the angle as well on Prime.
Ooh, this is working beautifully so far. Tricked Esports not looking too sweet on this pistol round, as 2 players will enter the apps itself through anti-baller. Yabi and Roger, they are going to be met with no resistance. Interesting choice, of course, for Trick to rotate all 3 towards B. It's a usual choice that we do see quite a lot these days. It's a gamble, but at the end of the day, it's a better gamble to put 3 on B and potentially win the round rather than have 1 on A, 1 on mid, and 1 on B, and then all 3 die for nothing. Oof, Xiphon. Oh, excuse me. What am I saying? Not not Typhoon.
Zayfoon.
Yeah, that would. No. That's the wrong player, folks. The wrong player. Of course, in that case, a single frag still doesn't change anything. Copenhagen Flames get the bomb plant and a 3v4 retake. There is a kit available on Kir, and this could be the game changer, and even a smoke and a flash on ZipZ.
Here we go. Now the players gonna move in. Yabi is in a prime position. Good kill here on Kir. Kvez and ZipZ gonna move in for this one. Clear out the angles. There's going to be one shot here from Kvez. Very nice shot here in Hooksy. Could go for the potential defuse. They have the kit to work with, but look at this. You also have Nicodots chiming in from behind. So a very good round here for Copenhagen Flames. Great start for them. 1-0.
It was a nice try. Unfortunately, they've lost one too many members too early. And lucky this pick on middle, I've already mentioned before that, you know, challenging middle is one thing, but having a single player on that challenge is a bit of a problem and should never have been the case in the first place. Strict Esports losing their pistol. But the scout is up, so is the force, and a tag on Hooksy already, starting pretty well. Copenhagen Flames, we said that we are going to be worried about their T side. Luckily, it seems like at this current stage, at this current moment, they at least open up a little bit better than believed.
Well,
Wait
that
a
banana
minute.
stock right now, I mean, you can see the players of Copenhagen Flames just really want to try to go towards the B bomb side. Oh, you might want to go B, but Prime has other ideas. And so if you're tricked, well, so far so good. You still have the smoke grenades remaining, which I'll say is the key part in this one. Yes, we're going to see the smokes from the Flames, but Prime will deploy his, and on the other side, he will just wait. Wait for the players of the Flames to arrive, and he has 3 members to work with. This should be lethal. Flames move in. Yabi, good frag on one, runs out of bullets. Yabi even gets himself a second one. So the Flames actually doing a good job at hitting the bomb site, still getting the frags, but Lucky, good response.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit insane right now. Lucky with that shot has just made it far more difficult for the Flames to do anything, as they're having to deal with 3 players, with Quez and Kir coming in, respectively from CT. Lucky needs to stay alive, though. If he dies, this is the round gone, and he goes for a white peak. Oh, well, still a 1v2, and there is the USP in hands of Yabi. He just goes wide with the USP. The bomb is planted. Yabi making this decision far more difficult than it has to be. And, well, the round goes for Tricked, as the T side of Copenhagen Flames crumbles under the pressure of the force buy of Tricked. The Flames will be doused with quite a lot of water. Though, luckily enough, it is only map 1. It is Inferno. And as we said, it is the choice here for the Flames to play Inferno. And the reasoning behind it, you know, I think we both came to the conclusion in that sense. Kind of makes sense, obviously. Makes for a logical one. Is that they want to play a map they're familiar with. And they want to play a map that's not exactly the hardest tactically in terms of how much you need to do as the T. Of course, you have to do a lot as the team nonetheless on Inferno, but you can play defaults and you can still get away with it if you have some great shots going your way. As you mentioned earlier, headshots are still going to be a big factor, and in this case, Tricked have the have the young members to make it happen.
That's for sure. I mean, on the side of Tricked, definitely young bloods definitely can do some damage on the side of Tricked. Now, of course, here it's a simple round from Copenhagen Flames. Just going for the standard eco. Gonna hope to get this one over with as soon as possible so we can see the real guns at disposal. Nice nade though being deployed. We do have even a crossfire set up here, so this is a good one though. End up losing Lucky. Not the biggest of issues here on the side of Tricked. It is, however, look. Oh, okay, that's actually a nice one from Hooksy. Still manages to find that one player. So damage inflicted on the eco. That's the best thing you can hope for if you're Copenhagen Flames.
It really is, actually. As we can see right now, the Flames, of course, coming in with the big investment. AKs are across the board. We have 0 frags for both Zayfoon and Roj at the moment. Roj. Actually, it's Roj, right? Or how the correct pronunciation. I know I've been blasted before by chat for saying it wrong, so I don't want to mess it up again to be blasted once more. Of course, you guys are watching Blast Rising. Of course, Blast TV right now. This is our second series of the day. There are 2 more to follow. And Danny, you're a bloody like you are amazing that you're going to be sticking to it for the whole day. It's pretty damn insane.
I've got this.
You got
Don't
this,
worry,
man. I
man.
believe in you.
Thanks.
Not gonna lie, would have joined in if I hadn't had obligations with the girlfriend. So, you know, and unfortunately, sometimes you just can't, you know, break those promises. But nonetheless, the Flames right now, as you said, this would be a good proving ground for their squad. It's the first real test on the field. It's the first real field test, if we want to call it that.
For sure. And on their side, I am enjoying the way they're approaching Inferno. I mean, it's a very slow-paced approach. It's a good thing they already got the fragger in Quez. That really softens up the defense as Tricked, holding on to the site. No one's really keeping a close eye on Long. That's one avenue of attack that Flames seem to choose. And luckily for them, not a single player will try and stop them right now. Tricked have the awareness of what's going on, or do they? Look at Cure. I think he's not keeping a close eye on things. Good flashbangs being deployed as they move in the site. The frags will go their way. And that will be one way Copenhagen Flames secure the victory here. Very late push, very late control, but it all works out. Luckily for them, there was only 2 players to face. That will be the victory here for the Flames. And this is the one thing you should expect. A derby between these 2 teams. This should be a very close matchup. Even though the Flames is a fresh roster, I still expect this to go as close as possible. Double digits and beyond.
At the very least, double digits right now. Tricked, of course. Well, I mean, beyond double digits, what is Zyphun doing? He's just knifing the air. It seems like he might have disconnected because he's not moving and he's literally just watching the air and knifed for a second. So I think, no, he's back. Never mind. He might have just alt-tabbed. But perhaps a bit too early to call the double digits just yet, though. The start definitely quite good, given this is T side of Inferno. Tricked, of course, having to face the music of economy being a problem. It's a chance here for the side of the Flames to take it away to 4 rounds potentially. And then we'll see where it, of course, gets them moving forward, given what we know, given what we are aware of. Oh, this pick by Lucky. We've seen before. The scouts can be absolutely devastating if played in the right hands. But so can the AKs. Nikodos, very beautiful shot. Make sure that Trick do not get anything lucky out of that one.
Well, that's
No
a
pun intended.
stellar one. Oh. Oh, but that's a stellar shot nonetheless. Oh, Yabi's going to back away from the apartments. Look at the push. Zeeps doesn't hold the line. It's a good one from Zyphun as he now moves in the bomb set alongside his teammates Prime on the other side. They potentially just go in for the push, or on the other hand, we'll recover that extra smoke. It looks like, yeah, he's just going to back away from this one. It is always a difficult task for the CTs to recover the B bomb set, especially now. Look at this. The Flames have 4 members of the bomb set. We even see Yabi there holding middle just in case. No, this round will not go the way of Tricked. They're just trying to run away from this one, but Lonesome Yabi will make sure they don't run away too far.
In this case, but if all 5 can survive, of course the Flames will be far more happy, far more happier with that kind of result. Though at the end of the day, it's very important to note that Tricked Esports, they need to keep all 3 players alive. So as we say, if they can take away at least just 1 already, well, make it 2. That is perfect. That will not allow for a rebuy. I mean, it wouldn't be a rebuy generally in the first place, most likely. I mean, we'd see an eco. Though, if you want to take control of your own economy, go check out Coinbase. Cryptocurrency is currently on the fall. There's a lot of great coins that are falling in the price. One of them that I'm actually on the lookout to buy, not gonna lie. The Cardano one apparently is really good, and it just went under $2. Yeah, sorry. I'll stop there. In any case, 3-2, and we have ourselves, of course, a few pistols in the hands of Tricked with the M4 saved up. So this should be another round for Copenhagen Flames, and kind of like predicted, isn't it, Danny? This goes to 4 rounds for Flames.
By the looks of things, I mean, this should be the fourth round for the Flames. Oh, but look at the setup in middle as well. This is perfect. What is this? Nice little push there in middle. Nice little sequence. Does only give them the one frag, and Prime is nowhere near any of these engagements. Looks like he just wants to try and save that weapon of his. But yeah, not gonna happen. This round will definitely go the way of the Flames. Looking pretty solid. End up losing a few players. That's not the worst thing in the world. Now, however, is the really important round. Tricked going for the purchase here. It's going to be a full-on investment from their part. Loads of utility, loads of weaponry, just as you'd like to see it. As on the part of Flames, of course, Nicodots on the AWP.
Well, that is going to be an interesting little tidbit here. I'm interested in seeing where it takes us with the, of course, with the MP9 and the FAMAS. Prime is going to push down Banana. This is getting a little bit crazy. There are no nades. There are no shots being made through the smoke. Of course, the Flames are playing smart here as well. They don't want to risk their lives, nor do they want to be tagged through the smoke itself. Speaking of which, in balcony, it's Lucky, or on balcony, Nikodos lines up the shot, but he misses it by a millimeter. As in this case, Lucky is lucky and gets himself the first entry. Flames perhaps a bit too off-key and more specifically a bit too slow. Yabi, meanwhile, replies. And now it's left over to Lucky and Quez. They have played with 4 players towards the A site. Unfortunately, Prime gets caught on Speedway as Zyphun and Roje are running towards B. This is another round for the Flames. My God, this is great success, man.
Absolutely.
Great success.
Truly great stuff here from the Flames. Nice split on the B bomb side as well. As from here on out, there's really nothing Trick can try and do. It's just too difficult for them. And it's just the nature of Inferno as well. You end up losing one of those bomb sites just so quickly. The remaining players are just going to save their weapons. That's just your modus operandi if you're Tricked. Keeping on to the 2 weapons alive. As the Flames, very nice push from their part, getting themselves the important frags. And from there on out, the victory as well. Of course, this is also, we have to note and remember that Copenhagen and Flames, they were the ones that picked Inferno. And for them to get this good start is desperately needed, I'd say. Because if they get themselves the good start here in Inferno, perhaps it spills over to Dust 2, and there's the potential 2-0 victory. And if they want to win this best of 3, I think they have to do it 2-0 right now. Otherwise, once we go to the map of Nuke, things could get hairy. And, well, luckily for Tricked, or maybe unluckily, or beknownst to them, Zyphun manages to find Lucky as well. So no saved weapons.
Well, this is a disaster. Tricked, they are falling short on all accounts, and for some reason they are not even having a chance to get more than a frag or 2. This is unusual, but a welcome change, a welcome success from Copenhagen Flames. This is very nice to see. We do have the up on Nikodos, we do have the Mech 10 on Hooksy, but the AKs and the utility, what really makes the difference here. And again, towards Banana, the Flames do go. Kind of classic standard procedure right now that we do see. Double Molotovs, apps mollied through window, of course, and another being dropped on towards stairway. But this time, Fnatic setup with the pistols works out. Quez and Kier find 2. Meanwhile, counter smoke on B. Tricked have halted the push for a few seconds, but they won't be able to hold it for far longer as rotations are coming in from the CTs. Here comes the push by the Ts themselves. Zip, oh my God, Zip ZT. Oof, that was beautiful. Zyphun still replies, though it's a 4v2 right now.
Now Zyphun overlooking the side, expecting Prime at that angle, and well, he's right. He'll get one of the players here. There's still a lot of time, in fact. Oh, it gets dangerously close. Nicodots remains, looks for the angle, gets it on Lucky. From here on out, it's a 1v1. Nicodots has so much time remaining, can really go wherever he wants. Looks like he has chosen the A bomb side. 40 seconds remaining. Will he expect Quest to be here? P250 out. I don't think he will, but he still taps him down. And so Nicodots wins the round. I've got to say, though, Copenhagen Flames, that round, early on, it does not look good for them. They end up losing the 2 players in the apartments, and then they make the rapid switch. Let's go B. But Tricked, so aware of it, throwing down that smoke grenade, making sure the flames don't go anywhere. And surprisingly still, what was it? I think at the very end, a 2 versus 5, which Zyphon and Nikodaz just absolutely decimate Tricked on. Really surprising loss here from the young Danes.
Absolutely, a little bit of a weird take for the Danes, but it seems like Tricked is doing a little bit better with this gun round. Let's see if they can take control yet again. Copenhagen Flames, they were supposed to lose the previous, but doesn't go that way. Of course, in this case, the youngster part of this derby is having to deal with quite a successful start of the mill. Nikodos, of course, spotting the cross on towards Banana, towards Scar. Lucky, alongside Prime, are the ones to hold the angle there. For Tricked, this is going to be a tough battle, because this kind of start usually entails poor future continuations. Though Quez and Lucky, finally some success being found. That is going to be a lot better. That is going to be a lot better. Let's see if they can keep it up.
That's the thing in the previous round as well. They had a start of a similar nature, and well, Roy, good pickup here on 1, not the second one though. And it comes down to just 2 players, the same players as in the previous round, Zyphon and Nikodos, to try and win this round. 20 seconds remaining. There's not a lot of time remaining, so they really got to book it. Got to move as soon as possible, and they got to move in now. There's the crossfire being set up here by the Tricked players, who are just ready and waiting for the incoming advance here of the Flames. They have so many angles to check, and they can't check them all, so that will be the victory here for Tricked. They finally secured themselves the 3rd round in. Finally, good to see that they also convert the early advantages their way. Unlike, like I said, in the previous encounter where they managed to find those 2 players in the apartments, but still end up losing the, actually 5v2, because they also lost that player on the bomb side.
Yeah, Tricked really starting to, show signs of control, sign of quality, but unfortunately still behind 3 rounds, and they need to make it up in this current space and time. Otherwise, they could be facing the music of, potentially 8-7 or a 9-6 half to face off against. In any case, Tricked, the op on Lucky is up. Good nades coming down towards Banana. Copenhagen Flames will be facing with the Banana take from Tricked, but not for long, as counter nades are thrown in and fall backed by Tricked. Want to play it safe, of course, realizing that perhaps there is no reason for them to stick towards Banana, to stick towards Scar, since they've already lost it. The flash, though, being prepared. Prime needs to throw it now. Here comes the take. Lucky gets tagged, but ZTV, he will be coming in hot, and oh my god, his second shot as well. Beautifully done. 4v3 all of a sudden in Tricked Esports. They have the advantage they were desperately trying to get from the start. Should not mess this one up in terms of positional advantage that they have. Like, don't look for kills here. Just play for refrags, play for crossfires, help each other out. That's it. Prime should be on B as well. It's a 4v3. Of course, not gonna lie, that could be smarter to leave the 3rd player here towards A as well, but it's a, it's a 4v3. You should keep 2 players on each side, so it's an equal, kind of an equal based defense set. Roy J. Roy. Ooh.
Ooh, Molotov at his feet as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
just 14 seconds remaining. This looks like another victory on the side of Tricked, and Copenhagen Flames this time not finding any success towards Banana. I mean, that's where the early engagements take place, and from there on out, Tricked maintaining a pretty strong 4 versus 3, even though a guy like Lucky is very low in HP. Him being the operator, that doesn't really matter that much. What matters, though, is the money here in Counter-Strike. It's not looking too good here for the Flames. Looks like they're going to go for the force play here just because Nikodos has enough money on the AWP. But the other players, not looking too great. Great to see the AK on the hands of Yabi, though. That's quite nice, but it's SMG here for Roy, Hooksy on just the Tech 9. Could see a faster style of round, as we do see from Tricked. Very early banana control, as well as very aggressive, going all the way in banana and throwing down that deep smoke to have full presence of it. Whereas Prime, though, manages to catch one of the players through the smoke. So again, not a good start for the Flames, and they're being pincered in as the players of Tricked holding some very aggressive positions.
This could still work out for, of course, the Flames, but they need to clear it out perfectly here, and they do start off so well, and Roy will find a second. Prime is out in the open. He's waiting in sandbags like this is almost matchmaking, and unfortunately that will be his undoing. A huge misstep here by, of course, Prime to leave himself like that, wounded and wandering. Kier will return, at least boosted onto Flowers for a moment, gets himself one. Quez, though, this is a vital duel, and he will lose it. And I think that should prompt Trick to save up what they have. The money is not great, though. Kier responds pretty well. Time is ticking. Kier finds a second, never mind the save. They apparently will try it out nonetheless, and Kier is waiting on the corner here. He will go for the fight, and Kier ducks walk. What? He literally duck walks into the corner itself and gets the shot. Tricked. Thankfully to Lucky, and Kier will save the day. Jesus, Danny, what in the world just happened there?
My oh my, that was a dangerous one. Bit of a dangerous situation there at the very end. Tricked come out on top with the victory. I have to say, though, this is where things are getting a bit more interesting, because initially the Flames seem to be just running away with this first half, and well, now Tricked with a response finally. Once they got that investment going, things have been looking much better here on the side of Tricked. And of course, AWP in the hands of Lucky will back away as he's expecting a fast play, and it is a fast one. Lucky needs to hold the line. So many players coming his way. Yabi moves in with the Tech 9. Zyphon gets his. So now it's Lonesome Zeeps who has to hold this angle in between the players. But look at this. The Flames will change it up completely. Abandon hope towards B and look for some new horizons over at A. And Kvez holding the line, getting himself to the third one by Kvez.
No bloody way.
Single-handedly
What?
stopping the push and in fact winning the round here for Tricked.
How is this even possible? I don't know, but it is. And well, that is fantastic for Trick. The fact is that they win a round that they were not supposed to. And Quez is the man of the hour there. That was quite fantastic indeed. And with that being said, we are left over to a tactical timeout, if I saw correctly here. We can see the players of Tricked, of course, right here, right now. The happiness, as it should be. Of course, on the majority of them, as it needs to be. And this is the coach of Tricked, of course, Winspy. Oh, Winspy. Wait, it is Winspy. That is how it's pronounced, yeah. Might be botching it a little bit, you know, but... So, what are we thinking, Danny? What's our prerogative here? Who do we think is going to come out on top for this first half?
Ooh, for the first half, that's quite hard to say. I'd probably go with Trick right now because they've been looking much more solid the past few rounds. Once they got that investment rolling, they've been looking so much stronger right now. And on the side of the Flames, I mean, I'm quite surprised to note that they've already picked up those 6 rounds. Getting the 6 rounds already is a good scoreline for them, considering this is, again, a fresh roster. Having to work together for probably for the first time, I like to say, in the official environment. I'm sure as heck they must have done some of the preparation as well, you know, going into the practice servers and whatnot. So this is probably not their first outing together. But considering this is their first official matchup together, then yeah, you're not expecting too much out of Copenhagen Flames, though I would expect this game still to be close because this is a Danish matchup. Both of these teams, both of these players on each side know how each other play. They should be very much aware of some of the incoming shenanigans and how close could this be. Look at the boost as well. Very nice. Lucky has got a good angle, but not going to find anyone from the Flames side, whereas Prime going to go for a bit of a spray, and that will force the peak. Zyphon, so sick.
That was fantastic. Lucky, of course, dies in the... Meanwhile, 4 players push up towards Banana, towards the Flame side of, towards Strict side of Banana itself. Nice attempt at least to get in control, and they do so for the Flames. They lose a good portion of their health, but they do get it. And of course, Prime in this case, he was the first point of contact, and Lucky was supposed to be his saving grace, effectively, because with his op, he was supposed to get an easy shut down of anybody coming close. Well, kudos to, of course, Zyphon as we go towards B. Here comes the main push. ZTV holding the line, and Zip Z, that is beautiful to see. 2 for him through the smoke. What is Kier thinking there? Well, clearly not too much, but still Zip Z easy as Kier adds on top of that. Prime doesn't even need to shoot a bullet. That is going to be the round gone. Holy smokes, Tricked. I think they can count their lucky stars. That was something else entirely.
That was a nice hold. Absolutely great stuff here from Trick, managing to hold on the bomb side. Though Hooksteward now, looks like he's still gonna try to go for this one. 10 seconds remaining. He has just enough time to get on that bomb side, but you can see the players actually not challenging him. That's gonna allow Hooks to get that bomb planted and maybe even put himself in a winnable spot. But yeah, Prime has got the angle ready. If not Prime, then you have Zeeps coming in from middle. So it will be a victory here for Trick, regardless of the attempt of Hooksy. A great hold on the B bomb side once again. I've been really enjoying this utility usage from Trick. Very good timings. Once the advancement comes in, then we see the utility being used. And even here, when things seem to get a little bit hairy, Lucky goes down. We can see that the remaining players managed to hold their own on the B bomb site. And so they managed to scrape by with yet another victory. And I'll say that bomb plant seemed to be pretty important here for the Flames because now they have just enough to reinvest.
Nope. Let's find out for certain where this leads us to. Flames, of course, in their current state, a little bit wounded, and unfortunately will lose again a player here and a very early on being traded out. Problem here for the side of Flames is the fact that they have no response to the aggression of Tricked, and usually as the T's, you would usually need to go for at least a single refrag, so it's a 4-on-4, right? And if you don't get a refrag, you at least want to hope for positional advantage, which they still don't have. No banana. Apps, yeah, but who cares about apps right now? Tricked side, they don't certainly care about A, which might be, you know, a lose-lose scenario for them, but let's find out for certain if that is going to be the case. Of course, Lucky holding with the AWP, and if soon as he sees him. I think he sees him there in the corner. Though no, not going to go for the fight. Fair enough, respectively. Here, Quez waiting for a golden chance, and oh, the Flames, sneaky beaky like they want to walk onto a site. They want to try and make it look like this is some sort of a fake out, but no, they'll still go for this A take. And how far do they make it?
25 seconds. They need to make it right now because the smokes, yes, they're blocking off their vision, but they need to swing out for frags. It's a good one from Kvez, but Roy and Nicodas. Oh, Nicodas, one more. That will surely put Tricked in an almost unwinnable position. Kier gets in position from Library, but look at this. A smoke grenade deployed. Zeeps as well on the other side of the map. I don't think this one's happening here for Tricked. So much time already being wasted. 20 seconds, in fact, and no control, no kills, no nothing. Though Kier is still playing cautiously through the smoke. I guess he's still looking for some engagements. That Molotov will surely slow things down. Zeeps should be going down. This is a very peculiar retake coming in. Nice attempt. But yes, that will be the victory here for the Flames as Tricked. They try to go for a bit of a retake. Fair enough, they still had some money to work with. So I guess that's one of the reasons why they decided to go for the retake, because they think, you know what, we don't care about money. Instead, what they probably care about is skins. CS.money. If you want to get a hold of some skins, whether it be your USPS Cyrexes, your Deagle plays, be sure to head on over to CS.money if you want to trade, sell, or buy some skins.
Well, skins might get you skill as well. You never know how they might positively affect your mindset. Other than that, Copenhagen Flames, gotta say, this is a very successful first half. And yes, it wasn't exactly the perfect of, the perfect of mid rounds here, but they are getting some control, and above and beyond, they're going potentially onto the 8-7 ending of the first half. Even 7-8 for them would be acceptable, but 8-7 is perfect. ZipZ with Prime holding the line. The flash is perfect. Hooksy, the pop, and the break, and the round. 7-7, turning into 8-7 most likely. Quez and Lucky, no chance of success, as Yabi is on the lurk on second middle, and he is absolutely prepared to make sure that this does not go anywhere but the ways of Flames.
There we go. The victory here for Copenhagen Flames as they secure the 8-7 scoreline. Yeah, as well. Yeah, I'll be doing a pretty solid job here on a lot of these lurking scenarios here in T-side. And no wonder he's sitting on 17 frags. A really good effort there coming in from the side of the Flames. And for Tricked as well. I mean, fair enough for them. Managing to secure those 7 rounds, it's still somewhat okay. But again, we're talking about the scenario that this is Inferno. You expect those tight scorelines. You expect these games to be as close as humanly possible. So the fact that we end up with a current scoreline of 8-7, I think it's still suitable for both teams. But I think if you're the Flames, you're probably more excited that you already got those 8 rounds in.
Beyond that, I'd say this is really good for the Flames. I mean, 8 rounds. I think we were both kind of convinced we won't be seeing much out of them on the T side, that we will be expecting, a bit of a disastrous T side. In fact, we get a pretty good ending. I mean, this is in a way wasn't clean, right? There were quite a few rounds where we were a little bit in doubt, perhaps a little bit in shambles, but overall, I am surprised that they're able to pull it off like such. And 8-7 might not be the biggest difference, though this pistol could tell the tale, as of course we'll be starting off in a moment. Nikodos and Zyphoon, Yabi, basically nobody on the side of Flames yet bought. On the side of course, Strict, everybody's ready, almost geared up to jump into the fray. We should be seeing 2 more Kevlars. They already have Lucky with the P250 and flashbangs, whilst we have a single smoke and Molotov on ZipZ. And there is a good spawn currently towards B. As far as I can make it, this could be a B push. No, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try something crazy like that.
I mean, there's always the potential, right? Inferno does land itself to some really aggressive plays that you can make. The one notorious one, the B play, straight up banana, on the B bomb side we go. But you can always play aggressive in the apartments as well, some of those early advancements, and then push out the balcony. Play fun? Holding himself with the banana. Doesn't really see anyone on the side of Tricked. But they're getting close. Dangerously close, in fact. Looks like Zyphon, manages to find the frag here. Lucky, and a great nade to boot.
Well, that is certainly going to work out like a charm. Tricked. Losing their first player this early might be an issue, especially if they wish to have any sort of chance of a B take. Zyphon and Hooksy holding the line here. There is not much utility besides a single flash, and Hooksy has to throw it within the next few seconds. It's going to be a pop in towards Pool, and could work. The flash is quite wide, and it does come out on top, at least for a second. Zyphon with his second, but it doesn't last him too long. Prime, in his absolute prime, will be able to get himself the shutdown in the bomb plant. 2-3, as Copenhagen Flames try desperately to retake the B site. They have a man advantage, but not for long. If they can be isolated into these duels, this is going to be a problem. Tricked, expected to do so, though. Yabi expecting that push from Ruins, and he is a smart man because he otherwise would have been dead on arrival. Tricked, retake, nothing. As well, excuse me, not nothing. Tricked, do nothing, as Flames, unfortunately, will get the round for them. And beyond that, a plant is the one thing they get. So, okay, fair enough. A plant. Do they buy? Did they go for GORILLAZ? I feel like Prime could... Prime has enough for an AK, which is perfect. So, Kevlar AK. And we can go with 2 GORILLAZ for the rest if they really feel lucky. Or, 2 AKs and 2 Kevlars. But, I don't know. Well, what we can also go is Red Magic, the Series 6 smartphone. An insane amount of hertz, an insane amount of refresh rate for a telephone, for a mobile phone. I'd be playing my Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes still. Probably would at least look a lot better than it does currently, but yeah.
Yeah, there's always the potential here for a squad like Trick to maybe even bounce back with the second round. We see the purchase coming in. It's not a bad one, if I'm being honest. There's, of course, the Hero AK in the hands of Prime. The other players might even consider playing with some of those Galils as well. There we go. Lucky getting his. Kvez not really investing into anything, but it looks at things. Oh, there you go. Gonna get that Deagle out. But on the side of Flames, I really like that setup there on the B-bomb side. Of course, you have Zyphon doing a stellar job at securing the first frag, but you also have the grenade at the ready. The grenade is deployed as Trick pushing the bomb side, so much damage inflicted, players being softened up, and that puts the Flames in a very winnable position. But here, Zyphon, the only player, in fact, holding this position. He does not have the backup of Hooksy.
And this is not the first time we're seeing the mistake like such being played from the CTs. Luckily not from the Flames, but in general, this is a mistake that many do make many a times. Though counter nades are being thrown in, rotations are already close range. They will boost onto flowers, but this is a predicted angle, I think. They should be looking at this trick. No, nobody's looking at this. Luckily, Prime responds, but the damage is already dealt. That is going to be a 3-on-4 retake. Let's see if Tricked are capable of holding on to this position. Or will it be another round for the Flames? Either way, an attempt has been made and probably will be a successful one. As they're already falling back. Yep.
No retake on the B-bomb side this time if you were the Flames. Better off saving those guns for the next round. Because here, Tricked do a great job at taking over the B-bomb site, but I think the most important part is that they also get the frag there on Zyphon. Once you eliminate Zyphon, you're just expecting the one player there in the form of Hooksy. And so, they don't waste any time. Trick just fully committed on the B-bomb site, and that was a great choice from their part. Eliminate that one player and then just go for the full-on commitment. Very nice. That's how you want to play. Actually, that's how it ends up being played out a lot of times on Inferno. It's just that the guys here from Tricked, once they secure the opening, instead of slowing down like some teams might do and then set up for the execute, they just barrel their way through, get themselves the last remaining frag, and well, that is the victory for them. But this does not mean that Copenhagen Flames will back down so easily. It's a reinvestment here, and as we do see a peek from Nikodas looking for the early fights, does lose a big chunk of his health.
That is going to be a bit of an issue. Prime will be able to find himself one. That's the max 7 out of commission. Copenhagen Flames, as you said, it's not yet done for the round itself, though it's certainly not yet made as well, as Banana by Hooksy's hand is in good hands. He has a smoke to go, so he can escape judgment for a few seconds, for 17 more exactly, if in case they decide to push into him. But the timing here on the smoke could not be worse. Kier is dropping by this time around. Hooksy at least gets the one, but the damage, I think, is already dealt, and pretty much the round is already decided. There's not much hope in this case for the side of Copenhagen Flames. The retake of B is not going to be happening. Like, I don't think there's ever going to be a retake of B in this kind of scenario. It's a 3v4. They do not have a kit. They do not have utility that would really make it a lot easier. And it makes sense that they're not going to be very happy with the current stance.
I agree. In the case of Flames, you'll be saving those weapons for the next round because retaking the B bomb site is always a massive hassle. Difficulties of taking over a bomb site with so many tight angles is the one problem the terrorists have to face, but it's also an issue for the CTs once it comes down to a retake scenario. So here, yeah, plenty of time to get that bomb planted. For the Flames, they will not pursue any engagements or any frags for that matter. If anything, they want to be left alone. As pacifists of the world, they do not want to be faced by any meager or perhaps any violent decisions.
I do like how it all went down, how it all started for the Flames. They had control of Banana. They had control of quite a few positions. They looked okay. They looked strong. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, when you do have Banana control, you have to consider that, you know, you have one player there. If he dies, that's it. That's the round gone. You can try all you want. You can be as strong as you want, but it doesn't make the difference. It doesn't make it doesn't make any difference if you can still go in a 3v4 retake when you lose it. 9-9 Copenhagen Flames. I think there's an option for them to rebuy. There is an M4A1S to be bought. I mean, they have $2,900 available on one of the players, or in this case, Hook and Nikodos. but they don't want to risk the current situation. They do not wish to risk the current economy they have, and of course, playing into this will be tricked with their classic setup. Banana take, app stake, taking it nice and easy. They do have to worry about those rifles that were saved, though. They can be a difference maker, especially in a round where tricked would be perhaps a little bit less on their guard.
Ooh, but it's a good start here for NIKODAZ. That's what you expect here from the saved rifles, or at least one of the players to go for the aggressive push, and in this case, NIKODAZ delivers on the early frag. As let's see if the remaining players will try to do something similar. We do see NIKODAZ rotating towards the B-bomb site. In fact, 2 of the rifles are here towards B. I think some damage has been inflicted on Kira as well. That is a lot. I think he might have been dinked by one of the rifles. So, of course, loads of utility on the B-bomb site. What they're trying to do is sell a fake, and they've more or less done it. There are 3 players on the B-bomb side. The A side, on the other hand, only 2. One of which is, of course, Yabi with the M4A4. That's the one player you got to keep your eyes on, looking to see whether Yabi can find the impact. So far, it's actually Roy with the USP. When will Yabi peak? He'll do it now, but Zeeps with a good response. And now we'll see Trick getting themselves the bomb site, getting themselves the bomb plant. From what we can tell, Hooksy, NIKODAZ, and Zyphon still trying to go for this one. Looks like it might just be a retake on their end.
I mean, I think they will have to attempt it now. Tricked. At this point, they are taking control that Copenhagen Flames didn't really account for. And Zyphon, of course, going in first with the M4. NIKODAZ following suit right next to him. And through apps, of course, going to be coming Hooksy. Zyphon starts off well, starts off even better to find a second. Now down to Quest it goes. A 1v3. And he's being checked by Hooksy. Beautifully done by the Flames. They retake the site, they retake the round, and they will successfully take themselves up to double digits. You said it well, my friend, at the start of the first half, at the start of the game. You said it that most likely because of their success, they might go to double digits because of it soon after. And well, they certainly are on the verge of not just going not just achieving double digits, but potentially taking it even further. As Tricked, they have a rebuy, yes. They have everything they need. No op, unfortunately. A Mactin on Kir. And I think they need to switch up their aggression a little bit. Something that we mentioned between, of course, LDLC and GORILLAZ was how LDLC, when they started being aggressive and when they counted it at the right time, it worked like a charm for them. And the same can be said here for Tricked, of course. Aggression is key. They just have to focus it and work together for it.
Oh, this is a scenario where the players here are Tricked have a difficult time moving through the mid area, but look at this utility usage coming in. That's the one great thing here, and Roy going for a bit of a spray right now, dealing the damage on the players. Yappy in the pit, such a good position to find himself the one and the only one, in fact, as Tricked swarmed the site, full presence of it, and at a 4 versus 3 this time, I think they're entrenched well enough. The players here off the Flames, yeah, already they're backing away from this. Don't want to be part of the retake, especially with Hooksy being so far behind. So it does make sense to try and save this one out as Tricked. Very nice hit on the A-bomb site. And yeah, this is, I think, something you should be expecting moving forward. A very close game between these two teams, perhaps even back and forth at some cases.
Well, we are, of course, swinging back and forth and Tricked. This is fantastic that they are able to find this 10th round so quickly. And I mean, we are neck to neck. I didn't believe possible for the Flames to be able to put such a defense up and such an offense up against, you know, Tricked, who have been far more established as of late, as of the recent times. And of course, with that being said, let's see where it takes us moving forward. Though one thing that can move you forward is Coinbase. I guess go check it out for all your cryptocurrency needs. In any case, Tricked, hot damn, they really are making it pretty damn impressive. Whilst NIKODAZ on the op again, he's going to be peeking down pit. But default, like standard default for Trick, they have not switched up this plan ever since we switched up the half, and it makes sense. Why would we? Like, why would they?
Ooh, look at Kier's positioning. They're not aware of it at all. Look at Kier move. Zyphon with the response. Great 2 frags coming in. But I really love the movement there from Kier. You can see Hooksy was just not aware of it whatsoever. believing Xiphon is covering it from the coffins. Xiphon, though, another Molotov will deploy it, slow down the potential bomb plant. Still no full rotation from the Flames. They're not 100% aware of what's going on. Right now, with more utility usage coming in, we finally see the Flames making the full rotation, Quez losing a lot of HP. And this is where the Flames finally getting themselves in position, but this does look like a bit of a late rotation.
Well, it makes sense in a way that, of course, the CTs do not entirely have it all timed in perfectly. This is, after all, still a fresh squad that needs to get in line. But ZipZTV, okay, that's going to work out perfectly. Prime finds himself another. And unfortunately, as you mentioned, the late rotation here from the side of Copenhagen Flames will, at the end, be their undoing. As Nikodos is the final member here as well. I think he's going to be caught. No, never mind. He will not be caught, luckily enough. Prime dies as he saves the op. Lucky break, if we can say so, for the Flames. But it's not so lucky when they have to deal with 11 rounds for Tricked. And plus that, they have to go for an eco here. I don't think there's a choice beyond that. Maybe a force, if they really want it. They can try something out, but it's not really going to look like anything.
No, it looks like nothing of the sort here for the Flames. A very dissatisfying end in the previous round because Xiphon has done a tremendous job there in the B-bomb side. Yes, his teammate ends up dying to some extent because of him, but it still finds himself the 2 frags, deals the damage on the 3rd guy, and that still wasn't enough to secure the victory. Though it's a good start here. Round 22nd, Nicodot's getting 1. Xiphon! Whoa, he's so quick there on Zeeps. Kir going for the taps, needs the backup ASAP. Finally, full rotation here for the Flames. This time, full-on push. Not going to find anything here. Hooksy Kir going for the cleanup. Good frag on one of these players as Kir holding the line. Now has more of his teammates backing him up. Nikodos tries to go for the aggressive play. Yabi, though, great shot on Prime. Kir goes down, and it's all going to be up to Lucky as he gets one here on Yabi. It's a 1v1 against Nikodos, and Nikodos will find the frag as he gets himself the angle on Lucky, and that will be a seriously impactful round.
Seriously, he saves the day with that. It could not be better here for the side of course, Copenhagen Flames. Nikodos, without that frag, without that kill, that would have been most likely 13 to Tricked and potentially even the map soon after. But successfully enough, they play it out like a charm. They play it out like bosses. And Nikodos, man, the op makes the difference. We didn't think it would be possible. The damage, to be fair, at the start of the round was already quite severe, though. I mean, when you look at that as a whole, when you look at the round as a whole, the CTs did deal quite a little bit of damage before we even went into that, of course, into that troublesome 3v2 position, or 1v3 effectively at the end. Either way, we are having ourselves the continuation here. AK's out, Force by 4, Tricked, and they'll be attempting everything they can to put themselves back on the menu of the advantage, of course. And ooh, up mid push by Lucky. This is very quickly done by him. Recognized by the Flames, apparently, that they will not allow anybody to enter the apps without their knowledge. Well, more specifically, without their blessing.
Ooh, not a bad nade here at Zeeps. You're getting dangerously close. Now as the smokes begin to be deployed, Roy has a very good angle on 2 of them. The Yabi and Roy crossfire works out wonders, and that bomb is also dropped in a very awkward spot. Prime will make his way out, but Yabi will put him in the grave. Roy right now holding his position. Kir with a response as the remaining players of Trick, they're just dropping dead. There's Lonesome Kir who remains, but even he can't stand a chance against the onslaught of Copenhagen Flames. Very nice attempt there from the side of Trick, I have to admit, as we saw the push basically happen before the smoke grenades even appeared. So it does give them that element of surprise, but as they're popping out of balcony, I mean, the players on the side of Flames had just a perfect setup. Roy and Yabi doing a tremendous job at shutting down the initial push from balcony, and from there on out, it becomes a lot easier to deal with the remaining players from A short.
Well, let's see where of course, we continue here. Tricked Esports. They were the ones to be destined for almost guaranteed success if they had found that one round where there was the eco from the Flames. Unfortunately, they get ecoed themselves, and we are in a position of power for the Flames. They are doing a splendid job. Nikodas already opens it up. The eco here not exactly going to plan. Of course, there wasn't really much of a plan for the eco itself. I mean, there isn't much to be going on either way. I'm assuming this should be 13 easy. Yep, kind of confirmed here as Roy clears the bank, and more specifically, the round. So final chance, isn't it, for Tricked? And I'll be damned, dude. The Flames are doing it. They're actually getting some great control, some great advantages over, of course, Tricked in this case. And unsuspectingly, Yabi at 26 frags right now. He is doing a great job.
Yeah, Yabi's been playing some really good CS in this first map at the very least. Might even see some more aggressive play perhaps. There in the apartments, Kirdo going for a bit of a spray. Has the awareness of a potential boost. Deals the damage here on Lonesome Xiphon. The only player that's being dealt the damage. The other guy's doing pretty fine and dandy. That is not the issue. If you'll notice as well, Trick right now gonna potentially go for some map control. Instead of going for the straight up aim duels or the potential execute, first we might see some map control, and it's working out really well for them. They're not being contested by anyone on the side of the Flames. There's not a single player overlooking middle, and for the Flames, they have no idea what's happening.
The rotation is late. Hooksy's coming in from CT, but he's going to be super late though, mate. Not even be required. Yabi and Hooksy both, they time it correctly. Yabi the third for him, as Lucky is about to count his lucky stars. It's a 1-on-4. Yabi for some reason decides to go aggro hard. It's a 1v3 now. Lucky takes a high ground position, and we all know how that usually works, don't we? The high ground, the best ground, but he's going to go through short, most likely trying to rotate behind the CT players. Or is he? All the way through middle? I mean, he's checking second mid, trying to see if there's somebody waiting. 20 seconds, mate. I doubt there's anybody in second mid. They're literally just waiting in T-base. Of course, hindsight 2020, but Lucky. Let's see. Still one. Beautiful stuff. 1v2. This could be a round for Lucky if he pulls it off, if he's able to do this magic. Why are they going one by one? Lucky can't clutch it out, though. What is this from the Flames, mates? What the hell are they thinking here?
Ooh, that's when things got a little bit dangerous, if I'm being honest. Peeking out there one by one on the side of the Flames. Definitely not the thing you expect from a team like this, but at the same time, it's what we've been talking about, that they seem to be a fresh roster starting from the ground up, so you do expect to see some sort of mistakes. But definitely, I don't think you're going to be making mistakes if you're going to be getting yourself some nice skins. So be sure to head on over to CS Money if you're interested in buying, selling, or perhaps even trading up some of those skins.
This is one hell of a mess up for Tricked. I don't even know how I would feel if I was them right now. Definitely disappointed, definitely not happy with the way it's all been going. At best, right now, Tricked. I mean, look at what they have to offer on the table. They've got Mech 10s, they've got a Tech 9. Well, make it double in a few nades, that's it. They are literally running on fumes as it is at this stage, and what in the world can one man do against an army of tens of thousands? Well, Nikodas. I tried to, by the way, I tried to reference Lord of the Rings, but I failed in the reference because I wasn't sure what I wanted to say at the end there. Oh, man. Even 10,000 orcs wouldn't break this wall. Psych. Some gunpowder boys do. Let's see, Nikodas. Oh, blinded. He sees him crushing short. He sees them on short, and that's enough. Hooksy with a double. Oh boy, Tricked. They get absolutely... they get destroyed. They get destroyed.
Oh, not gonna find anything in this round apart from loads of bullets in their bodies. That will be the victory here for Copenhagen Flames, a very swift one at that. Even when you see Nikodas not hitting his shot, or actually, you know what, not even firing off his shot, you're thinking, ooh, this could be a little bit dangerous here for the Flames, but they still managed to deal with the incoming onslaught of Trick players without much of a hassle. And this round is going to be really important for them. This is by far one of the most important scenarios here for Trick. They need to win this round, otherwise there's the potential loss the map pick of Flames. And what we do see is some mid-control, something we haven't seen in the past. Here, Roy going for the peak, but he won't find the engagement. He won't get the early frag.
Well, this is the entry that Trick required oh so long ago. Hopefully they can keep this up and not just make it a single-man entry. Well, Hooksy certainly tries to make it look like it. Zypher helps him out. What are they doing again? The Flames again go in one by one. Now, in this case, we can give them the benefit of doubt and say, okay, they at least, you know, they were on the contact towards B, and they didn't think that they would be picked by more than a single player. Maybe, you know, picked, but then not repeaked often and often again. Lucky Quez, 2v4. Danny, I am surprised. I'm very surprised. And now I'm starting to think, maybe the Flames know something we don't. And I mean, definitely they know something we don't, but this is very successful. I mean, even no matter how we want to spin the story here, this is unrealistically almost successful for the Flames, given they've only officially started to play yesterday.
This is truly amazing here for the Flames, managing to secure this first map, at the very least in the best of three. Lucky might just be able to get the better one here on Yavi. He does get that frag, and of course, we'll get that bomb planted. It is going to come down to Lonesome Lucky to look for more frags as well. He might just isolate this one, but no. Hooksy is a little bit quicker on the trigger, and it will be Flames to secure the victory here on the first map of the best of three. Of course, this is their map pick. This is something that a map that the old roster of the Flames tend to play, and so that puts us on Dust 2, the second map of the best of three.
And it's not just the second map, it's also the fact of, you know, when you look at this first map, when you look at Inferno, they won both pistols. That's one thing. So Copenhagen Flames, they were able to win both pistols. Okay, great, amazing. They won the half 8-7. It all went for Copenhagen Flames, and yet we were stubborn enough to not recognize that they are the better team at the end of the day. And I think this is a great proving ground and a great testing field for the team here. And absolutely, your words, I think, in the pregame, you said it well. That, yeah, enough. Yeah, sure, Trick might be the younger team, might be together for the longer time. But the experience and the quality of these players cannot be doubted anymore. And with this victory on Inferno, I think that's pretty much confirmed. Gents, we're going on to Dust 2. And we'll speak more about it in a moment as we take a short break. So guys, see you soon. Blast Rising continuing in 10 minutes.
Laid plans. came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. I came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our second map of the best of three. As of course, we got a chance to witness Inferno, in which Copenhagen Flames managed to surprise us a little bit. This fresh roster that was assembled officially just yesterday, already securing their very first win.
Now, let's pray that this victory is not just a short-lived one, that this is not just a, one round or one map stint, that now that this actually goes into something more than just that. Of course, we are moving forward into our second map of Dust 2 Inferno. Failure for Trick. Dust 2, a little bit of a different storyline, as it is their map pick, right? It is their home turf. They chose to play here. Let's see how far they can push it. Because, honestly, from what we've seen from Copenhagen Flames, I thought that things would be a lot more hectic, a lot more chaotic. It was anything but that. Yeah, sure, a few moments, a few rounds here, definitely where you can say, okay, because, they haven't pracked a lot, because they haven't had a lot of time together, maybe that's why that happened. But for the most part, they played a very good game of CS, and I was pleasantly surprised by their performance.
For sure. I mean, on the CD side as well, that's when they were managed to close things out. But even on the T side is where things were looking pretty good for that roster. We saw some of the players actually finding a lot of success on the entries. Zyphon is definitely going to be a standout player, I think, for this roster moving forward. But we also got to give props to Yabi as well, doing a tremendous job there on the A-bomb side, to be more precise, in the pit, holding it down. Even when there would be multiple players coming his angle, he would still manage to find himself the 1 or 2 frags. That is so important from an anchor, and it's so amazing to see that you have this youngster who's capable of dealing so much damage while it's being, so incredibly young here on the roster of Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, that's actually a great little expert you just brought out for the Flames themselves. Yabi, of course, at 17 years old, he is absolutely insane. Zyphon, as you mentioned as well, at 17, of course, coming out from Astralis Talent, or Astralis Youngsters, however we want to call them, right? Basically, the academy team of Astralis, where they would pluck their potential future pro players. But in any case, of course, in this case, or in this position for the Flames, I feel like that this victory on Inferno will be enough of a boost, of a morale boost, that, yeah, no matter how Dust goes down, no matter what the end result is, I think it's going to be a great game. I think it's going to be a great performance. And sure enough, there might be a few hiccups as we saw them on Inferno, as I think we should expect them, especially on Dust and T side. On the other hand, this is going to be the aim map. This is going to be the map that we talked about, where aim is going to be a big factor, where individual performance is going to be a big factor. And this is, I think, why you already mentioned in the pregame in general that Dust 2 is probably the worst map to pick for Tricked, considering this is now Flames on an aim map, hard aim map, where they don't need to think that much about their fellow man. They just need to think about the bullets they're going to be putting into their opponents' heads.
Yeah, because when we look at a map like this too, we can just regurgitate the same points over and over again. But that's just, and what ends up being the case is that this is a very simple map here in the Counter-Strike map pool. It is a map that really relies on your individuals to have some great success, some great individual plays.
Yeah.
And if you're a roster that is starting out, this used to be one of the maps that you would definitely go for. This and perhaps something like a Mirage that requires a bit more extra tactical depth. So for a team like Copenhagen Flames to land on a map like this too, I think they're super happy, noting that this is the second map they have to go up against. This is going to be great here for the Flames. And you know what? Still, we have to realize that Trick must have picked it for a good reason. And I would presume that reason is that the players themselves feel comfortable on it. It looks like the players of Trick also feel comfortable on it, so they potentially feel like they might just win the aim duels against a squad like Flames. But yeah, for me, it's still a very odd choice that you end up going with a map that does not require a very in-depth tactical strat book against a team that is freshly made.
Yeah, like you said, right? It wouldn't usually be a requirement for that, though, for those complex strategies, for those complex fakes. Because if anything, those things could kind of have a counter effect, right? Because many times we see when teams meet each other in head-to-head combat or in head-to-head battles, where both teams are well versed, well experienced. They've got many strats under their belt. Many times when you see fakes, a lot of teams don't react because they're used to fakes. They're used to these kind of things. And sometimes there is a counter reaction to the fake itself. So, for example, let's say there's a fake towards B. That would immediately prompt, of course, 1 or 2 players to rotate from B onto A. And it basically has a counter effect on what you want to achieve, which is basically an over-rotation from the opposite side you're faking. And in this case, I feel like for Copenhagen Flames, they won't really be into those, they won't really be too concerned about fakes. I think their biggest concern should be the speed and the ferocity of Tricked and their youngsters when they're going to be running up their faces through short, through long, through middle. For example, we saw the game between LDLC and, of course, GORILLAZ on Dust, how quickly things changed up, how quickly the landscape changed when GORILLAZ were aggressive. LDLC had to step back even on the T side. When LDLC were aggressive, GORILLAZ had to either step to the plate and be counter-aggressive, or they had to turtle it up, put 2 players on B, and just hope that they were going to hold. Even then, sometimes they didn't. Point in hand, the Flames, I think they need to fight here fire with fire, aka they need to hammer the nail to the coffin and finish the job they started on Inferno.
That's the thing right now. On a map like this too, you can really expect those individuals to really step up. And even though potentially Copenhagen Flames do have what it takes to close it out in a 2-0 fashion, I think they might still struggle there a little bit on the T side. Again, if we were to remember one play there on Inferno is when we saw the potential clutch attempt there for Lucky. And it almost really became a clutch just because of the timid nature of the CPH Flames players to eventually just swing out together and eliminate that player. What we instead saw was them peeking Lucky one by one by one. And in any other scenario, or perhaps even against any better player, you probably end up losing a clutch like that. You probably end up losing it, and that is a big, big mistake there for the Flames. But luckily, individuals on their side still managed to thrive. So yes, right now, jumping into the map of Dust 2, there could be some issues when it comes to their T sides, but I still believe that the CT side of Copenhagen Flames should be more than enough to give them the majority of the rounds.
Well, there's the thought process of, okay, since they're going to start T side most likely here, right? The Flames, since this is not their map pick, Tricked. Actually, no, apologies. They should start CT side, but I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling thankful here. No, I'm joking. What I'm trying to say is, I'm feeling like this could be a choice that the Flames choose to start on T side. And would you look at that? That is exactly the case. I love it. You know why? Because they know that their aggression can be very well planned out, or at least very well structured out. And if it goes hard for them at the start, it could have a profound effect on Tricked and basically be a slippery slope for the entirety of the map. So let's see how Flames deal with this. Pistol is live. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be our second map, the choice this time of Tricked. With me is Danny, of course, and we are going to be bringing you the action potentially for the last time today as we are ready for this second map.
Yeah, the second map is going to be super important here for both squads, and Zeep's not really seeing anyone in the middle just yet. Maybe that's for the better. As for a player like Prime holding this position, oh, he's in a good spot for a potential pusher from the Flames. But as we see on the minimap right now, nothing of the sort. We do see some mid-aggressions here from Roy as he spots out the player, but doesn't really commit just yet. And look at the flank as well. There's a big flank going on there in top middle, and I'm not sure, no one's aware of it. Look at Yabi. He's just looking towards long. He doesn't see Lucky as Lucky manages to find 2. Yabi finally shuts them down, but the damage has been dealt.
Oof, this is really good for Tricked. Yabi, of course, alone, as Tricked have tried their best, have thrown their cards in towards middle, unfortunately failed hard, and at the end, well, there it is. Here we'll close the gap. That is the first pistol to Tricked. They failed on Inferno to pick up any, so of course, it's definitely should be going at least somewhat in their fashion, in their way here on Dust. It is their map pick after all. And the funny part is, what is Tricked going to plan to do here with this first half? How are they going to plan to play? Because they know that the CT side of the Flames might be a little bit less, a little bit less cohesive, a little bit less well structured. And if you can abuse that, if you can come to the conclusion of finding those weaknesses in their play, I think they could get quite a lot of rounds out of it, but I like this eco rush through short. They won't waste any time. They won't waste any space. They're going straight for it. Lovely stuff. Very lovely.
No, I'll say this as well. If we can judge Trick from the first pistol round, then I expect to see some more aggression here from Trick. A good start here on the second round as well. End up losing just the one player. That's not a massive loss, but overall a good round for them. Gonna make it 2-0 very rapidly. As for the Flames, it's also a good round for them because they get onto the bomb side, they secure the bomb plant, and for them that is extra money. Extra money to allow a player like NicoDots to go for the early AWP play. There we go. There could have been a potential drop there for NicoDots, so that he could still have the armor alongside him, but overall looks like it is going to be the op at play. Very nice to see. Oh.
Ooh. Okay.
It actually gives Hooksy right now a good timing on the peak.
But he doesn't continue. This is actually a smart choice. Smart cookie Hooksy. Doesn't want to risk dying, so he falls back. Unfortunately, this time round, the risk is a little bit too real. Prime on middle through CT. Easy frags for days as Quez is holding B side. Donalds, this is going to be a B push. Oi, 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 oi. I see this as being a complete and utter disaster for the T's, and indeed it is. A triple for Quez and a 4K for Quez. It's what you want to see. It's what you love to see, and that is going to be tricked with a beautiful hat trick. 4K from Quez in a 3-round opener.
That's going to be the 3-0 start here for Tricked. Very good gun round victory that allows him to start building up some sort of economy, especially for players like Quez, who still haven't died. They're currently sitting at $7,000. That is a lot of money considering this is just the first few rounds of the half. Notice this as well. Copenhagen Flames putting almost all their players, right about now, all the players in the tunnel. So to me, this spells like a simple B rush. They have the smoke grenades to work with, the flashbangs that can be deployed as well. And with the two players on the side, well, it is going to be a good start here for Trick. Look at Prime go. Kvez will chime in with one, but Zyphon, great little deagle shot here in Prime. But yeah, you don't expect too much here out of the Flames as they move on to the tunnels. And that's a shooting range for a guy like Prime.
I mean, absolutely, it is, as we can see right now. It is an excellent start here for Tricked. Prime, of course, in prime time. He is getting those shots in. The op, of course, unstoppable. Likewise for Lucky. One thing that I can't get out of my head is the fact that they were able to plant in that second round. The Tricked allowed that. It's pretty, was important, of course. It gave some chance to Copenhagen Flames, but we can see that that chance hasn't really been used just yet, though. Speaking of which, Roy, and of course, Zyphon each finding one. Prime returns. 2v3, and oh, he's not expecting somebody to be in pit. If he walks too far, Roy will get his head. At least that's what we're expecting, and indeed, that is what happens. Gonna hurt a little bit, but let's see.
As now left in a 1 versus 3. This is just too difficult for the man. As well as look at the positioning here. The players of Flames are everywhere. You have Yabi here in the B bomb site, who will now face Kvez in the dual 1v1 gladiator style engagement, and Yabi will throw the mace in the face of Kvez. That will be the victory here for the Flames, as early control towards long works out really well for them. We, of course, saw the counter push coming in there from Tricked, as they had basically 3 players towards long dealing with the incoming forces of the Flames. The Flames do a much better job at winning the aim duels, and from there on out, it becomes a lot easier to try and win the round. Spreading out quite thin still goes their way. And perhaps long control, once again, looks like both teams will contest this area of the map, as Yabi going for the spray will be taken care of by Kier. So that's a really good start. Some more damage inflicted. In fact, kills coming through as well. Roy with a response here on Zeeps. But Kvez still holding the angle from the pit will be going down as well. So it's another bloody exchange in long, but this time it's Copenhagen Flames that have the edge, especially if you take a look at the control they have.
Well, this is certainly going quite well. Of course, let's see how far this goes, how far it is actually going to be going. As we can see here, Prime, Lucky, they don't have any idea that already A side's lost, though. Sure enough, they'll have at least an assumption since smokes are about to be deployed. There we go. Roy needs to be careful not to die with the bomb on his backpack. And there you have it. Should be the first round for, well, should be the second round for the side of the Flames, though the CTs, they're going to try and contest this. I mean, they have double AWP and they're really thinking of retaking. This is a crazy thought, but it might work. Lucky, truly, true to his name. 3v2 and the op on, of course, Prime and Kier. This time might just work out. Oh boy, what a round. What is going on here? How is this even possible? And Nikodos gets one, but Prime will save the day. Jesus, the double up. They actually go for it, Danny. They legitimately actually try the double up retake.
That is so sick there from Tricked as well. I love how teams end up going for that peek towards pit as well. Because obviously, if you're the player that's going to be holding the pit position, chances are you're going to be exposing yourself so you can kill the guy that's below the side. Even if you get that kill, if there's someone popping from above, you're going to be going down. And well, guys, if you end up winning your games, at least on your mobile phone, be sure to check out the Red Magic 6 Series smartphone, which is something up your alley if you're interested in playing those mobile games on a high refresh rate screen. As in this case, though, the players have Tricked. Oh, look at the aggression as well. Going for some early short control this time. The boost. Or actually, no boost. As it looks like it is Lonesome Kier who's holding the angle. And even though they go for some control towards short, they completely abandon long.
Yeah, it seems like Hooksy will be allowed at least a bit more room to work with. So I don't know, man. The Flames decided to start T side. Surely they have a plan behind it. Surely they know why they wanted to go onto the T side. That's for certain that there has to be some sort of an answer. I guess they hoped for a bit of a better start, but then again, you can never really account for anything. You gotta all make it by your own hand. As Prime is aggressive in upper holes, gets himself caught. It's a problem. This could be a B split that right now Trick do not have the means to defend against it, especially if Quest dies, then it's pretty much the round already gone. Good flash, burns a little bit the eyes of course, Roy, but Yabby's ready. Zibzy replies as well. That's Hooksy to fall, and we are back on the menu. It's 4v3. The Flames should be able to get themselves their second round here.
Absolutely. They have full control of the B bomb site. There's really nothing Trick can do. Potential retake is off once you realize it's a 4 versus 3 on the B bomb site. So yeah, save the weapons if you're Tricked. Nice attempt here from the Flames as well. Doing that frag there on the player holding the B site. But also like the fact, the approach, that we see some more map control here for the Flames. Very early on, some long control, and surprised to note that Trick don't even want to face long. I guess they realized that the past few rounds have been somewhat good for Copenhagen Flames to secure those early engagements and put themselves in a much more winnable position there on the back of the long push. So instead of having any players fighting for the long control, they just have no one. So if the Flames do have long control, let them have it. We're going to have the bomb site, and we're going to put a bit more emphasis on the short horde. Perhaps from shorts, also have a player holding middle. Let's strengthen the defense here for the Trick side. Even though not that long ago, I was talking about how Quez is just steamrolling money. He's just swimming in cash. Right now, the man's are just $100. The economy game is not looking strong here for Trick. If anything, it is looking lackluster. If they end up losing this round, money issues, that's for sure. But look at Zeebs. Look at the incoming push. Double man push. Zyphon getting them both. Nice response from Prime as well with the grenade, but lucky. A bit of an overextension as Hooksy gets another one.
What? Damn, that was beautiful by Hooksy. By the way, I was convinced that Lucky's already pressing on his screen that He probably asked his teammates, did I shoot? Did I shoot? Did you hear the shot? Because it looked like he should have been able to shoot, but of course he wasn't able to pull it off. And, well, we are back at it right now, folks. It is going to be, of course, a very, very important round moving up for us. Or more specifically, for the side of the Flames. If they can secure this one, which they should. It's an eco. The next round will be a true test of metal. Tricked Esports, they'll have barely anything to buy up in. Lucky and Prime could go for double up again. Though, do they really want to try it again? Do you really want to risk double up once more? It was successful in the past, sure. Even a retake worked out, which was amazing. But let's see for certain. Flames, down to a single round difference. One up for Lucky. Prime with the second. Okay, they will try it. They will go for it. I respect the choice. I really do. And I just hope that they are ready to be a bit more aggressive with them.
Yeah, that's the one thing you maybe expect from the Tricked side, especially what we saw in the previous one. But I will say this, though. That was a round where we saw just too much aggression because the push in lower tunnels and the player pushing from the B side, that was good. That was a very good setup that gave them the bomb. But the push coming in from short, that was just too much control. And in fact, they end up losing the gunfight to Lonesome Hooksy. And this one's not a good start. An early frag going the way of Copenhagen Flames. That's Zeep's dying in long, I believe. Yes, he has died in long. So currently that softens up the A-bomb side, but instead of going short or perhaps even long, look what's happening here in middle. The Flames walking out slowly but surely. We have the smoke out. Molotov as well, another smoke to boot. They're going to begin moving up the B-bomb side. Hooksy,
Oh, Hooksy.
Such a good spray. Takes care of Kvez, and now Yabi moves in. Prime is aware of the incoming push from Yabi, but in fact, it's kind of good for Prime that he gets that kill. That allows him to maybe back away to safety, but instead, he's going to try to go for this one, but it's just lonesome Prime. I'm not sure if he can win this one, and Nico does, even though he gets in position, and Kier gets the frag here. And Roy, you can see that the players have Tricked. They're very much backing away from this. Don't want to be a part of this retake at all.
Find out. Oof, Prime, fair enough. He's able to get the exit, but as you said, they can't and they will not be a part of this retake as they do not have space to get into this one anymore. I mean, the double up, it's one thing to try an A retake with success, with, of course, a player having the rifle, with success having some shots going his way. It's a whole different storyline going into a retake of B without having a single point of entry for yourself before, you know, the clock goes up to, or the clock goes down to 20 seconds and such and such. In any case, we can see that 5-5 tied up. Tricked Esports are finding themselves in a bit of a troublesome spot. The T side for the Flames finally coming out to play. You know, the real side of the Flames coming out in force. And ooh, I've seen this before. This peek into suicide. Luckily, Prime does not decide to repeat, but this could be dangerous. They're moving down middle. Ooh la la, the flash over doors. This could be beautiful, but Prime is alive. So is, of course, Lucky as he goes out to pick out Yabi. Kier on long doors. And Danny, this is a lot better than what I expected to see at the start. But Zyphun, his frag could be instrumental in this case. He also has the bomb on his back, so why not go straight for the plant here?
Absolutely, the bomb plant will come in here as Prime. Wonder if he's going to go for a jump with the AWP. That would be a very ballsy maneuver. But right now, Kier getting a frag here in one. That is looking very good. Zyphon going down. I think the bomb may be planted here for Hooksy, but he's left in a 1 versus 3. The AWP at the ready. That will be the victory here for Tricked. Not a bad retake here as well. Even though initially those were some good frags here for the Flames, as well as Zyphon securing the one on Lucky, I would like to say. Still, the players have Tricked. Very good retake here on the bomb site. So right now, this is a 65 scoreline. Tricked are looking pretty solid here in the CD side. I guess that has really helped them that they've been doing a good job at building up that money. And perhaps you want to build up your cryptocurrency, boys. And if you want to do so, be sure to head on over to Coinbase.com.
Speaking of cryptocurrency, man, the market is falling so much. Jesus, Bitcoin is down to 27,000 euros, $33,000. It's insane how far it's fallen. So if there's any time like the present, this is it. No time like the present. Go check it out, of course. In any case, speaking of the present, 65 and a full investment from the Flames, of course, again. They have the money. Do they have the position? Do they have the power to get it up to a tie again, though? Is a better question, perhaps. A Zip. Oh, that Molotov. It's a dead giveaway, but Ziphon is getting shut down. Ziphon, of course, unfortunately. Oh, what? Wait. Did that Molly just extinguish when there was no smoke on the ground at all? Because that's how it looked like. But, okay. Fair enough.
Here, though, holding the angle up even short. Let's go for a bit of a spray, but look at here go. That's a nice one on Hooksy and Roy with a response. You can see the bomb is firmly in the hands of Tricked, and Roy will go for a lengthy spray. And that will put Tricked on 7 rounds here. Not too shabby here on the side of Tricked. Already sitting on those 7 CD side rounds. Like I expect, at the very least, this to be a close half as well. It's just the nature of Dust 2. I don't expect Trick to secure 10 rounds on the CD side of Dust 2. I think that's too much to ask from them. At the same time, though, I do expect the Flames to bounce back here in the first half and potentially make it close. The 8-7, the 9-6, those are the type of scorelines that are very visible and very viable with a map like Dust 2. Nico Dawes, though, ooh, that's not a good start.
Yeah, definitely not the start that you would hope to see, though. Look at this magic right now. Zyphon, okay. Bringing it back, 4-4. Kier, of course, aggressive towards long. He's blinded. He still gets the shot. As Zyphon gets caught, unfortunately, the flash was perfect, but the angle of attack, and more specifically, the response was already there as the spray is, and that is more than enough. One hell of a successful storyline that is, and that is pretty much all there is to it, isn't it?
Yeah, this is
I
such
feel
a
like I feel like they
scenario.
can't break this. I mean, 3 ops. How do you break 3 ops, man?
Exactly. It's quite the awkward scenario for the Flames right now. As the current setup here for Trick has been looking stellar the past few rounds. Almost impenetrable. Fortress. Not going to go down easily. Ooh, lucky though. Does not seem to be aware of the player jumping down. Some great movement there for Hooksy. And now it's CT spawn control. They could very easily just go towards B. Avoid the A-bomb set at all cost. But there's still players here on the B side. Of course, one of them being Kvez. Oh, ends up losing the fight to Yabi. That's massive. And Prime loses his against Roy. It felt like the guys who were holding the B bombs just weren't aware of the B side push from middle being possible.
Let's see where this is going to go. It is the best potential, of course, for Copenhagen Flames to not only get an 8-7 half, but also, at the end of the day, still break the economy of the CTs before they get to that final round. As, of course, Tricked, they should be able to buy. Yeah, Lucky has 4.1. Kier has 2.5. They should be able to buy in the next. It's not perfect, of course. It's not optimal, but it is going to be a buy nonetheless. And Kier, of course, getting away with shots as well as Lucky, more specifically in T-base, is what you love to see. And yeah, there is enough money to rebuy. So let's, of course, find out for certain if that is going to be the case, if they can get themselves at least a little bit more, you know, one more. Let's say Copenhagen Flames, if, in my opinion, if they close this half 7-8, so it doesn't matter if they get 8 or if they get 7. As long as it's a single round difference, I think they're in a great spot moving forward.
For sure. Honestly, even if it's just a few rounds different, it's still not that big of a deal in a map like this too. Zeeps though, oh, that's a big deal. That's the first scalp for Flames. And early on, there's not much of a response from Tricked. It was the only player given the task to hold the long, and well, it's not looking good because Kier, who tries to re-advance, will be punished here by Roy. So early on, it's an advantageous position here for the Flames. They have so much freedom right now. A 5 versus 3, they can really go wherever they want, though that doesn't mean they have a lot of map control. If we'll take a look at the minimap, there's not a single player there holding middle on the side of the Flames, not to mention short. And in fact, luckily for them, no one holding the A-bomb site. So Yabi can go for a bit of a peekaboo, see what he can see. Luckily for him, his eyes don't see any opposition. That will allow them to create the bomb site, get themselves the bomb plant. Lucky, holding this position as well, waiting for anyone in his vicinity, will fire off the shot. The Molotovs should slow down the bomb plant, but it's still looking good here for the Flames to close out round number 14.
Absolutely does. I mean, Lucky and Prime, they have the double up again. And this is the issue that I have with double up. It's not a problem to have it. It's absolutely actually fine and even better in certain positions to have it. Though the fact is you are then destined to not be able to retake, especially not if you are at a man disadvantage or even at equal numbers. It's almost impossible. And for Copenhagen Flames, I wouldn't be surprised if they give chase, if they actually want to hunt down these last 3 players and basically prevent them from saving whatever they have in the bank, because it makes sense that the economy for Tricked is getting far worse than it should be or than it is. And we already good night Prime. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Good flash into upper halls as well. He will not have time to line up the shots though. Luckily, they both survive. Money though, as we can see, again, luck strikes once more as he has enough money to buy a second op, though he will rather go for the M4 and respectively, they will avoid the secondary op this time around. It's a smarter choice, honestly. I think they are far too... It feels like Tricked with the second op. They forced something that wasn't them. They forced up something that wasn't really them at heart, right? You get me? And they were very stoic, very defensive about it. They didn't really do much and just kind of halted in every single point.
Ooh, look at this early play from Nikodaz. Great frag here on Zeeps, who's the first player to go down in a very unorthodox position. Would have loved to see if Zeeps could have found any frags from that spot. But in his case, oh, it's getting problematic. Look at the long play coming in here. Roy single-handedly shuts them all down as he holds mouse 1 to rack up the easy kills. And the potentially good half here for Copenhagen Flames. A great way to end the first half of the second map as well. 8-7. Even when things were looking dire. If you take a look at the scoreboard right now, Tricked were looking pretty solid. They secured themselves the early first few rounds. But you have to admit, though, Tricked, they kind of let the ball go a little bit. Copenhagen Flames managed to bounce back in an 8-7 fashion.
And with that being said, the second pistol might be a big show and tell of what can and what cannot be done. I cannot believe that Copenhagen Flames again successfully penetrate the defense and get up to 8 rounds. I mean, the start for Tricked was fantastic. At one point, they were leading by a margin of quite a few. I believe if memory serves me correctly, at one point it was already 7-5, and they could have taken it away then, but failed hard with the double up. And once again here, proof that the double up, of course, can only be played if you really have a good plan behind it. Meanwhile, the second pistol, the second half will show and tell, as I said. For Flames, I'm not going to say it's a necessity, and as I already spoken at in the first half, it's like, 8 or 7, doesn't matter how they end the half, as long as they end it with a single round difference, they're in a good spot. So pistol or not, I don't feel like that's going to be a big impact for them. For Tricked, it just might be, because I think we can both agree on the part that Tricked are a little bit more emotional right now and a little bit more on the ropes.
Oh, there must be that. Considering they had that good start early on here in those two. And right now, they're on the back foot. Sure, it's not by a huge margin. It's just the one round. But you also have to remember some of the rounds they ended up losing. There's some of the rounds which should have gone the way of Tricked. Saw some great early aggression there in the lower tunnels, in the tunnels themselves. And still the players end up losing the round because of Tricked's aggression in short. So really, there were more than a few rounds where you're thinking, Tricked, you're in a very good position. You should be able to close this one out, but ended up struggling. So for them, that's probably going to be in the back of their mind. Some of those rounds which you're thinking, if only we would have won that round. If only we would have been able to secure that victory right there. And if only I would have gotten myself that expensive skin earlier. Perhaps Something like I'll give you one a classic. The AK-47 Predator that used to cost, I think, maybe a few euros at the very max, now costing tens of euros. Crucial
Bro,
is that money, of course.
I had like a few op lightnings and a few booms. Do you remember the op boom,
I do
the orange
remember.
one? I had like 2 or 3 booms and I had like 4 lightnings. And I sold them between like 10, 15 euros back in X year. I it was like over 4 or 5 years ago now almost. I am still salty about it, man. Still salty. Not to mention, you remember the weapon, the M4 before the Howl, which was the Griffin? Was it the Griffin? I think it was the M4 Griffin, was it? Royal Griffin. I think it was the Royal Griffin. Anyway, I had quite a few of them. I had like a load of them. Each was worth like 2 euros. And obviously I was like, oh, I'm going to sell them to buy some games on Steam. Yay. So there's that. But, you know, let's leave it at that. Tricked are going to be buying up a bit of a chance towards short, towards A. And it's going to be a free round that's going to be, of course, waiting for them. Or at least a free site that's waiting for them. Quez on the lurk on middle. And this could be an interesting little development still. Quez on the lurk through middle might be the winning combo, though he needs to hit this timing perfectly.
It's all going to come down to that timing here. As the players of the Trick, they have the bomb site, but the Flames going themselves full. The retake actually pushing through. This is actually really good for them because they don't have to worry about long. All they have to focus is on short. And for the Flames, this is perfect. Zeeps with a response. Prime is yet to peak from Gandalf. And look at the damage inflicted by Zeeps. Oh, it's a shame that Prime ends up dying. So it is just lonesome Zeeps. But that's another good frag from him. And luckily, there's going to be just enough time on the defuse. But great shooting from Zeeps. Managing to hold the line for as long as he did is really impressive.
Respect from Zip. Yeah, absolutely. That was very hard for him. Very hard to do anything. And Tricked, of course, trying their best. Through short, they get a free entry. Unfortunately, they don't come out on top. And they don't really get more than just a little bit of hope. A little bit of, a little bit of a boost of economy, we can say. AK, Galil, Scout, Deagle, Mac 10. Sounds like a bad bar joke. Unfortunately, it's a bad buy. It's not perfect, but it will have to make do. As Prime is going to be stuck to long. The rest of the team probably focusing either on mid or short again. If I'd be a betting man, I'd say they'd probably stick to short again. Because I feel like they had the most success through this position. And they probably have a higher chance of taking this round if they go short again once more. Even though Nikodos is waiting for them. Oh, they're going to go through middle B, huh? Is that the case? Is that the plan right now? Smokes are being lined? Nope, it's short. Okay, thank God. Yeah, they will go short. So I feel like this is the best chance of winning for them to go short. Though Roy and Nikodos with the rifles might be a bit of a deterrent.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a deterrent, so to speak. We'll have to wait and see. With Nikodots here, with the AUG, Roy with the M4A1S, this should be a good combo to deal with the incoming advancement of the Trick players. Nikodots, though, manages to find the one player. Roy still holding his angle here on Goose. Now the players are getting close. Roy struggling quite a bit, but he also has the backup here, Hooksy, so not a big of a deal. Not a massive issue here, and a good victory for the Flames.
That is superb. The force buy for Trick fails. Their buy or their plant didn't really give them too much of anything at all. It is the best potential outcome here for the Copenhagen Flames if they can get, of course, the next gun round. This eco should be easy enough as it is. Glocks only is what Tricked have, with the exception of a P250 on the side of both Kier and Prime. Not gonna lie. It's a little bit wonky, is what it is. Tricked, they chose Dust, and they're having so many troubles with it. Though this time around, Nikodos getting caught, but a good Molotov timing on Zifon. And he sprays them down like there's no tomorrow. 11-7, and this is it. This is the round that's going to decide the fate. And more specifically, not even the fate. It's not like it's over, but this will decide the current, the current next few rounds and the current state of this second map.
For sure. As you'll notice right now, the scoreline is 11-7. It's still very good for the Flames. But the Trick, they're getting dangerously close. This gun round is really important because this could allow Copenhagen Flames to simply run away with the second map This could at least show us that Tricked have something up their sleeve, and well, ooh, looks like it's gonna be tattoos because they are dangerous to society. Look at Kier go. Not a bad shot here from Nico Dawes, but as we'll see as well, the guys here from Tricked, even though could potentially contest some long presence, have slowed down quite a bit, which is not the case for the Flames. Look at Nico Dawes as well as Zyphon. Together, they're holding short, as they do expect a potential push here on the side of Tricked, but nothing of the sort. Tricked have really slowed things down in long.
Tricked have decided that, of course, the plan here is to hit A. Fair enough. Let's see if it works, though. Let's see if they can get anything done. It's all or nothing right now on the side of Trick. They have to win this round, and they will be propelled into a very poor moment, poor position. Oi, oi, oi. Zyphon does not seem to care about Car. Will be talked down by Zip. Of course, talked down from getting any closer. And Zip is like shouting with the AK. He's like, stop moving. Ta 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 ta. Well, this should be an eco. Actually, a save, not an eco, by the Flames, right? It's a 3v4. They don't really have a position. They don't even have the economy. The op on Nico Dawes is too valuable to lose. It has to be a save here. 100%. I don't see them even trying this anymore. Of course, Hooksy's hooked onto site because he doesn't really have an option, but let's see.
Yeah, this one's a little bit awkward there for Hooksy, and looks like he's just going to try to back away from this one, and I'm not even sure. Maybe, yeah, it looks like he will be able to survive the bomb explosion, but as to be expected, you're right about it. Over. It will be a save. Not going to go for anything too audacious or anything that could be a bit too dangerous, so to speak. Instead, what we're going to see is, of course, Red Magic, our sponsors here of the event, who of course have the Red Magic 6 Series smartphone. So if you're interested in one of the faster smartphones on the market, which also have a really good refresh rate, maybe the Red Magic 6 Series phone could be something up your alley.
This could work. Let's see for certain. Of course, the op on the side of Lucky does not hit its mark. 3 rounds to go to tie it up. 3 players in B tunnels, and seems like they really wanted to get lucky. Quest tagged already, and far more tags coming out potentially, but it's Zip that is able to catch onto Roy, of course, pushing top middle. Meanwhile, Zyphon refrags back to make sure that this is not a lost cause entirely. And they've read this as a B push, but this is a fake. This is what I'm talking about. This is now a perfect fake, a dupe by the side of Trick that could work like a charm, although right now Zyphon, does he check doors? Of course he does not. He's not expecting Kier to be here. And that is going to be a free kill. That is going to be potentially a free round. Tricked, they will be propelling themselves on the top of the mountain. Oh, well, that sucks. Nico Dawes dies. Could be a change of plan still for Tricked. If they go B, they'll be meeting 2 players, though. And that's going to be both Yabi and Hooksy.
Yeah, that's the one kill making such a huge difference. The Tricked are looking to rethink their plan entirely, but look at this. Nico Dawes holding the angle up in short. He's getting dangerously close and primed with the insta-frag of Nico Dawes. That's going to allow Tricked to move in the bomb site. As they clear out the site, they will realize not a single player from the Flames. So an easy bomb plant, and by the looks of things, a victory as well, because Hooksy and Yabi on the other side of the map, and even though Hooksy is getting close towards short, I don't expect to witness a retake. Looks like, yeah, he just wants to recover a better gun. And overall, that will be the victory for Trick. Looking quite solid here. The 9th round goes their way. And it's also a very important victory because that puts Copenhagen Flames in a very difficult economical state.
I love how Tricked went about this. Of course, through short, again, they find purchase. As I said already before, it's something that it seems to be an issue for the Flames side to hold on to their spots. More specifically, it seems like when they don't have everything perfectly lined up, they kind of just drop dead, roll over. Should be an eco here. Of course, the CTs now find themselves in a bit of a weird position. They don't really have much to go on. A few deagles perhaps to be bought. I would love to see Hooksy join with the rest of the squad and just work together. in this case. Like, avoid playing solo towards B, towards A. Just all 5 players stack up somewhere, and, you know, the AK can still come out on top. We've seen this time and time again, how the AK as a single weapon, as a single thing in this round, or a single play in this round could be instrumental. But the other thing also works if tricked. You know, avoid going middle, just run B. Fair enough.
Yeah, at this point, the players just trying to run down Zeeps, but Zeeps is holding the angle. Plus, he has loads of friends. I heard he also has a big brother. So if you're in the playground and Zeep says that he's got a big bro, that's something you are definitely feared of, and something you don't want to contest. Though Hooksy looks like he's just gonna keep on chilling there. Potential frag here, but doesn't look like they're going to get much out of it. As right now, Hooksy, yeah, gets his, and there's just no time remaining.
I'm not sure what exactly the idea here was for Hooksy to lose that AK and buy and everything he had, but fair enough. I guess he wanted to be, you know, going out in style like Hollywood movies where you walk away from the bomb explosion without watching it. Luckily, this is not a Hollywood movie, and you do die if you're too close to it. If nothing else, shrapnel gets ya. But it is 11-10. Tricked Esports. They are down to a single round difference. This is where it's all at. Copenhagen Flames, if they can conclude this round with success, again, find 12. They're still not going to be having enough of a difference to break, break the stride of Tricked. But I like what we're seeing here. A 2-1-2 setup with, of course, Roy being set up for middle. Hooksy seems to be keeping an eye out on short, whilst Yabi is the one that's attentive towards long. Flow style by Tricked as well. They're not really they're not really committed to anywhere just yet. Does feel like it's going to be an A commitment at the end. And Yabi, oh boy, we've seen this position before. Oh boy, I've seen this so many times before. Tricked, if you do decide to go A split, please check long corner. But no, bomb towards B. Seems like B might be the outro here.
Oh, look at Nikodot's positioning as well. The only player, in fact, holding the B bomb set in such an aggressive manner. Look at this, 40 seconds remaining. He has held the tunnels for such a long period of time that he might think, probably the tunnels are empty. I'm just going to get behind here, back of plateau. And now the push will commence here. Nikodot for the peak. Gets the one here on Kvez. A lot more players entering the bomb site. In fact, no. They've been slowed down. Zeeps, in fact, Lonesome Kvez were the only two, but Kier, the response here, and Roy Hooksy getting himself 1-2, and the third one from Hooksy as he single-handedly guns down all the Trick players. That will allow the Flames to secure themselves a 12 victory on the board here on Dust 2.
Oh boy, we are certainly moving in the right direction. That's, of course, a guarantee. But as you can see right now, the position of course, Tricked is not yet completely lost. They've got the rebuy, as I said. It's only one round that, of course, Copenhagen Flames do get. And it enables them to potentially keep this one in their hands to perhaps push it over into the, of course, into the 14th point. Although Hooksy, hot damn, on long, that is amazing. Wait a minute. This could work out like a charm.
For sure. On the side of Tricked, gathering up here as many members as they want to, but eventually, maybe it won't be the B play. No, look at this here from Tricked. You can see they have already 3 players there up in short, and slowly but surely, they're going to set themselves for the smoke grenades and the utility usage here on the bomb site. They do have Lonesome Zeeps here on long, which something tells me he's going to be part of the big flank. As right now, he has to wait for the players in short to be the first players of contact here, hoping they can find some frags and then alleviate the pressure from long. That is so important right now as Nicodas holds the angle, waiting for the players to run over towards his direction so he can pull the trigger and finally gets himself the first. Looks for more though, goes down to Krez. He's going for a bit of a spray. You can also see that Hooksy still holds the line, but Zeeps, he finds the perfect timing.
right.
Boy goes down. So for Trick, this is a good take of the site.
This is going to be quite harsh. Let's see if the Flames can retake it, of course, for Tricked. This is perfect. They've got the op on Lucky still, and he's got a one-shot wonder in his hands if he can make it happen. Quest sees the booster, at least hears it, and a spray down. Now they know that the last player is coming, of course, from that elevator position. Quest will win the duel, 12-11. Worst comes to worst here for Copenhagen Flames. They lose their economy. They lose their round, must-win round, I guess you can say, and we are in round number 24, could be tied up quite soon as the Nico has to be played for the side of the Flames. Beyond that, tactical timeout for the first time to date in this second map for Tricked.
This is going to be timeout here of great importance. At the same time, though, I mean, Tricked are, well, just one round away from evening up the scoreline. And for them, this is looking very likely to just even things out. If you'll take a look at the economy here for the Flames, I mean, it's just non-existent right now. So they'll have to go for a bit of a save, so to speak. You know, maybe get some upgraded pistols, perhaps armor if you want to. But apart from that, Tricked have to take this one slow. Super slow, in fact. Just like in the previous round, even when they did end up losing one of their players early on, they still decide, you know what, we're going to go for the push here in the A bomb side. And the timings, they just work out so well for them. Especially with that commitment there for short, they managed to eliminate one of those players, but it's also the guy in long that does a lot of good work there in the form of Zeeps, because he manages to find that one frag, and as the refrag comes in from, I'd like to say, I think it might have been Roy in that position, then Tricked, they're already in the bomb site. They can clear out long single-handedly, and, you know, from there on out, the 2v2 on the A bomb site is always a difficult task. Like this is going to be somewhat of a lengthier pause coming in on the side of Tricked. Because, yeah, I mean, what else do you expect here over? We have two Danish teams battling it out here, neck-and-neck affair. Inferno as well, some close, and here in Dust 2, it's delivering once again.
Yeah, you said it well. It's a derby, that's for certain, between these two teams. It's, of course, who will be having the Danish crown and, you know, who will be the better team. Timeout finally concludes, and we are in the freeze time now, counting out the moments and the last few seconds here before we move on to this eco round. Smoke for the cross should be... Oh, lucky. Should be a stack towards B initially, I said, but seems like, you know, already lacking Nicodas is kind of telltale sign that this is most likely 12 confirmed before it even began. And in long pit, Prime has already established himself as a powerhouse. I like the fact that Tricked, you know, they're still going on towards long and short. You know, they continuously push towards A in general. And not always were they successful, but they're they're persistent. They persevere, and they know that perhaps it hasn't to do much with the fact that Copenhagen Flames are that crazy good. It perhaps has to do more with their performance sometimes being a little bit wonky, or their aim just not being on point. I'm happy they're not giving up on these classic strategies, we can say. Because usually they do give you at least round victories without too much of a complication. In any case, 12-12, not long now. Unless Happy Deagle action? No, not going to happen.
Oh, the bomb is still going to be recovered here, so not bad of a deal. Whoa, look at the damage inflicted here. Prime losing a lot of HP, Kvez as well. But this should be the victory. I say that, though. Royshna actually finds that one player. 20 seconds, though. There we go. Tricked will manage to close things out. Like the slow approach there from Tricked, but even a round like that, where the players with the P250 is actually finding so much success, yeah, that could have potentially gotten dangerous. Not going to be the case. Of course, folks, be sure to head on over to Coinbase if you want to check out one of our main sponsors of the Blast Rising. Coinbase.com.
Tied up. Up on Nikodos. And now the real challenge comes out for Tricked and both for Flames, of course. An opportunity here to see who is better, who is going to do better. And oh, look at this. Reminds me of Wu, how he played that world record for Dust2. Who can win it sooner, who can win it faster. And right now, Hooksy's alone on B. This is an issue. He does spray down Wild, but he does not know what is awaiting for him already in his back. As Squez comes through connector window. And that will be enough as the entry does go back into the Flames' hands. 2 players lost on each side. So far, certainly not yet done, but I love this mid push. I really liked it. Tricked. They changed it up a bit. They definitely surprised Flames. And now we have ourselves a darn amazing retake round that perhaps the CT won't even go for. And yeah, they won't. They realize they are already out for the count, and they wish to save their weapons, buying them in the next instead of risking everything for this one round. But yet is not a fully decisive round for the for the game itself or the map itself.
Yeah, this is just as close as it possibly can be between the two teams. Right now, with the free weapons being saved, this is very important for the Flames. Because of the rifles being saved, they'll have just enough to go for the purchase. Otherwise, things could have been dire, truly, for the side of the Flames here, and CD side does too. So great to see. They have what it takes to reinvest, and we even see a timeout being deployed here. Maybe this is where some nerves right now kicking in here for the Flames. Of course, as we've been talking throughout the entirety of the best of 3, this is a fresh roster. Yesterday, officially, they've been guarded as the new 5 here for the Copenhagen Flames. Of course, with some old names in the form of Yabi, in the form of Nikodas. These are the players you've seen in the past. But of course, they have some new additions in the form of Zyphon, Roy, and Hooksy. So the Flames right now, 12 for them. This is an incredibly important round for both teams, even more so for the Flames, because again, lose this one and Economy will be in a really difficult position. As for Trick, that's really not a problem. I mean, you can take a look at the right-hand side and notice that there are players about $2,000, $6,000 here for Lucky. So the Economy is looking strong here for Tricked, and look at this. Early B play here from Tricked. Yabi holds the line alongside Hooksy. A good crossfire has been set up, but now it's Lonesome Yabi, and that Molotov should force Yabi out of position. But there we go. Smoke chimes in. He goes in for the push, but he's not aware of Quez. And so Roy moves in as he looks for more. Ooh, Lonesome Roy had no backup, tries to go in for the frags. And so look at this. It's up to Zyphon and Nikodas.
What are these foolish one-on-one engagements or even 1vx engagements that really are doing no favor for the Flames? If I am the coach here right now of the Flames, I'd be going absolutely ape on Hooksy. Like, what the hell was that going in solo? Excuse me, on the player coming in through, of course, window. That was unacceptable, man. It was a 3-on-3. The bomb wasn't even planted. In this case, we can safely say that that was a very, very bad round for Flames, and more specifically for the decision they've made in this retake. I don't know what was going through their mind, and I can't begin to even imagine, but that is a basic rookie mistake that should not have been happening in the first place. 14-12, Tricked. They're making it happen, Danny, and they are looking like they might pull us onto a third and final one of Train. And this might just be, excuse me, of Nuke, not Train, apologies, of Nuke. And it just might be an amazing finisher here in the third and final map. But let's see for certain, as a final buy effectively for Flames is here, and it is all or nothing.
Yeah, an all or nothing scenario for the Flames, that's for sure. End up losing this round, and it's dire straits from here on out. Kvez, though, losing quite a lot of HP, but still gets the frag here on Hooksy. There's the advancement here. Roy holding it, from the pit, but has to reload. I guess he was hoping for Nikodas to hold his back, but Nikodas doesn't fire off a single shot with the AWP. And for Tricked, I mean, this is a perfect start. You move in long, you get yourselves a few good frags, and right now you can see the Flames even holding the 2 players up in long, leaving the B bomb site completely open. It's vulnerable. It's very susceptible for any attack here.
I think this is 15, man. Like Copenhagen Flames, they don't have anybody in position. They have not once gone for the retake besides that foolish idea that they had previous round where they had a 3-on-3 and they actually wanted to go for the retake, but for some reason they went in without any sort of thought or process behind it. Yabi, nice attempt. This 3-on-3 now could be attempted for the side of Flames. Yabi needs to stay alive though. Stay alive, Yabi. It's a 3-on-3, mate. As we can see, at least hoping in this case that they'll get a chance. And finally, let's see where they go with this play, as Tricked have a good afterplant set. In tunnels, it's lucky, but through upper tunnels, there it is. Zyphoon finds the first. That's a good start.
The massive one as well, because now they have to look towards the tunnels as well. And Zyphon, when will he pop out? They're not aware of it just yet, but Kier, keeping a close eye here, gets the perfect timing here on one, Kier with one, and also wins it out. Kier looks to his left-hand side, pops another one, and that will be the victory here for Tricked. A massive one as well, because Lonesome Kier, even though he was stuck in a very awkward position, he manages to do so much damage here, and Zyphon, not necessarily aware of Kier's positioning, ends up going down. And you can see right now, Tricked with the tactical timeout. It's 15-12. They're the ones on the brink of victory, and they're the ones taking the timeout.
Absolutely, and I guess we can, we can ease up a little bit on the Flames. It's a fresh team. Of course, mistakes will be made. It's just sometimes a little bit frustrating seeing those mistakes being very basic. If it were something different, then sure, but so far, the Flames, of course, when we look at them as a whole, doing a splendid job. I mean, they are holding their ground against a team that's been well established for over the last half a year and more. Plus the fact that, I mean, B is an issue. B is a problem, and obviously they'll have to look at that because they're continuously losing B site without pretty much having a fight for it. Whilst their retakes are another issue entirely. In any case, fresh roster that is trying their best, and we'll see how far they can go here as we do go. Okay, Hooksy open it up with the start, but Prime is already responding quite nicely, and where's 4-on-4 ensues as the Flames have this final round to conclude with success, or they pretty much finish this map with a 16-12 result in favor of Tricked. Prime once more for him on B. Kier walks out, doesn't check the corner. Bit of a mistake. 2v3. Finally retake of A. That might just succeed in this case.
And the positioning is looking good for the Flames. They still have a really good chance here with Nikodos securing Kvez and Zyphon getting the one on Prime. Absolutely. It's a winnable scenario here for Flames. They will secure yet another victory. So that is quite nice to see that they still managed to bounce back from this one. As in the case of Tricked, I mean, after that bomb plant, after the lost money bonus, and the fact that they still have money from the previous rounds, they'll have no issues reinvesting here. I wonder if the Flames really considered going for the double up setup there, but we didn't really see anyone apart from Nikodots picking up the big green. So perhaps that could have been one of the options here for the Flames to try and get themselves the next few rounds in. Yeah, another tactical timeout, another discussion here for the Flames. Perhaps we might see some similar changeup like we saw in the previous matchup of LDLC versus GORILLAZ, in which the members of LDLC, when things were looking dire, they were on the back foot. They decide, you know what? We're just going to play aggressive on our city side. And that aggression really caught off GORILLAZ. They were not expecting it at all. And maybe that's something Copenhagen Flames can use to their advantage on their city side.
We'll see for certain soon enough, but let's wait for a second. Let's wait for a second or two, of course, to what the decision will be made. And Hooksy, technical pause being called. Okay, this is a little bit different, a little bit harder to get by. We'll get information as to what is going on in a moment. Apparently, it's a very short issue, perhaps another FPS issue that is quite standard, which you just have to write log address _1 into the console and you're good to go. That's usually the FPS fix that works. Might be different these days. But Let's, of course, see what is the decision here for the Flames. Up on Nikodos, as always. AK is being saved by Yabi and Zyphoon. Roy, and of course, Uxie. With the... Okay, Nikodos gets one. Look at the trade on Long. What is happening here on Long? Huxie, the nade as well on Kir. Tricked. They are losing players. They've lost the majority of them already. 4v2 and both left on short. This is a take. They will try their best. Not sure they can do it, though.
Well, they're going to try to give us their best shot. Nikodots holding the angle. Needs to be very precise on his shots with the AWP. They might just be able to sneak past through him, though. They still even have the smoke grenade that will allow Lucky to get that bomb planted, though. Prime. Good pick up here, Nikodots. Lucky, though, being left at 1 versus 3. Good first one on Hooksy. Looking for more. Ooh, missing the flick, though. 2 players to find, one of which will be Yabi, and the other one will be the response of Zyphon. Not a bad round here for the Trick members to still secure themselves the bomb site, still get it on the side, but it's Copenhagen Flames that once more managed to secure the early few frags, and from there on out, managed to secure themselves the victory, looking very nice here on the side of the Flames. Right now, of course, a message from our sponsors here at CS.money. If you want to buy yourself some skins, trade some skins, or perhaps even sell some skins, be sure to head on over to CS.money.
Or you just like nice skins, go check them out. Yeah. 14-15, last round. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It is all or nothing for the side of Tricked, and they might just be rushing B. They've got the utility, and certainly they've got the firepower to pull it off. The Mech 10s, the Tech 9s, the AKs, it's all or nothing for real. Oh boy, Yabi, he's holding in a position. We've seen them many times before, and I'm not particularly fond of this. Yabi's only good for 1, good for 2. Yabi, he's done his job. 2 kills is enough. If he can now, well, if the rest of the teammates can now survive and find some purchase, this could work well, and overtime could be coming. Though map 3 is right behind the corner, and Tricked, 1 lucky streak is what they need. 1 lucky spray down is what they need, and they will get themselves this 3rd map to play for certain.
And they also have the utility. Hits on the side of the Flames, so they're gonna throw down the Molotovs, the smoke grenades, all they have to eventually secure this one. But no,
Oh, boy.
no one's
Oh,
checked the
boy.
left-hand side. This is not looking
GG.
good. The crossbar has been set up perfectly, and Tricked managed to close out the 2nd map. Unbelievable from their part. What a very successful B-side hold. The players not even contesting them by the looks of things. In fact, no one dying on the side of Tricked.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty amazing from the side of course, Tricked in general. I'm just kind of perplexed that the Flames even were able to pull up to 14 at the end of the day. Lucky enough, we did get to see some great moments, some great rounds. Of course, now we recognize what the mistakes are for, of course, Copenhagen Flames. That B-hold really is a weak one, and hopefully on Nuke things will be different. With that being said, of course, Danny, we are jumping into our 3rd map in about 10 minutes time, so folks, stay tuned, and we shall return with Blast Rising pretty soon.
Got no will to breathe, growing more and more complacent. Train wreck at my feet, this monster I've created. Running out of steam, but I can't fight the craving. So on and on, I train alone. The pain it slips away. Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, but I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. I came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can. to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the return of the best of three. Of course, this is going to be the third map of the best of three, which probably something we didn't really expect to witness, if I'm being honest, because the way that second map was shaping up was looking very solid there for the Flames to potentially close it out, but Tricked, just at the nick of time, managed to snatch away that second map.
They really did, didn't they? That was something else entirely. Of course, with that trick to provide themselves a chance to win the series, to still stay in this playoffs, of course, round of 16. We are in Blast Rising, of course. This is the second series of the day. Tricked have been duped on Inferno. Unfortunately for Dust2, they're the ones that take it away from underneath Copenhagen Flames. It was their map pick after all, but they cut it very close. 16 to 14, certainly no easy result, no simple ending. But with Nuke being the third and final map, this is, I guess, where we can say safely, at least our fears and our doubts about Copenhagen Flames might come true, because being a fresh team, being a new team, Nuke is going to be one of the hardest maps to play when you don't really have anything on the T side set and prepared, which I doubt they really had the time to prepare for like 5 maps, 6 maps. They probably prepared for like a few. If Nuke was amongst them, they're in luck. If it wasn't, things could get very dirty.
Perhaps maybe the reasoning why they decided to leave Nuke in is because the earlier roster still used to play some Nuke, and in fact, this was also one of the maps that were picked under the leadership of Asilian when actually Trick played against Copenhagen Flames about a month or so ago. So perhaps there's some bias in that sense that, okay, we have a few players that seem to be comfortable on the map. I would also presume the other individuals are also somewhat comfortable that they allowed to slip through the veto as the third and final map. But yeah, you're right about it. I definitely agree on the points that with Nuke being more of a tactical map here in CS, it's going to be somewhat difficult for this fresh roster here, the 5 members here of Copenhagen Flames, to have the cohesion, have the strategies to play on this map. It's definitely going to be a difficult matchup for them, for sure.
I mean, depending on how many frags they're going to get, depending on how they're going to play, of course, right? That's also going to be one big factor, because Copenhagen Flames, you could see them here on the side of Dust. They did okay, but nobody really came out on top. Nobody was really the big, the shining star that we would easily say, okay, this is the reason why they got 14. No, everybody was playing really well. Maybe not everybody in terms of the final stats at the end of the day. Obviously, Zyphoon had the least amount of kills. Actually, I apologize. Yabi and Nikodos both had the least amount of kills, but the top amount was 22 frags, which isn't a lot considering everything. Considering it was a 30-round game, and usually when you are lacking in structure, when you are lacking in tactics, you gotta make it up in skill and in kills. And in this case, on Nuke, it's gonna be twice as worth as for that much, for what it's worth, of course. But I believe we're ready to jump into it. And before we do that, Danny, by the way, I noticed that you have a beautiful chair as well as I do. It's the Elite Gaming, of course, provided by Blast, truly. So thanks again for Blast, to Blast, of course, for giving us this chance to test them out. They're comfy, they're amazing. I love them. And this is definitely not sponsored. No, but all in all, it is going to be, of course, our final map here, Nuke. And Danny, give me your thoughts just in general about the map itself. What do you think is going to happen here?
One of the things I always expect here is for the T side to have a good run of form. With the current economy situation and the way the map works, it has just become much more often to see those 7, perhaps even 6 rounds going the way of the T side. And there's still, in fact, a lot of mobility you can have on the map, a lot of great setups you can deploy, because you can always potentially look for the simple plays that, for instance, the simple push on the upper bomb side, the push down the B bomb side through a secret, for example, or perhaps through the ramp. But you still have to remember the outside area gives a lot of flexibility for the terrorists. It gives them so much flexibility. They can potentially go for the B bomb side play. They could potentially go for the A bomb side play. And well, what we do see is a fast one from the Flames. Very early on, they're going for some speedy control. And in fact, they're not even in a position where they have to fire off a single shot, as right now on the A bomb side, this is where the action is taking place.
Yeah, this is going to be beautiful. Lucky already. We can see in main, he's going to try to step up to the plate, but Copenhagen Flames have taken control. The damage is dealt, as now an advantage for the Flames is being built, and the Flames go ever higher, as right now, Quez is coming in hot. Good refract, 3v4. It's still a possible solution for Trick to be found here if they can get a few more on the line, but no, Quez 1v2 left over. He does have a kit, but time is against him, and he has to find frags immediately. He does on Zyphoon, and he's going to stick it. Of course he's going to stick it. Why wouldn't he? But he has not enough time, unfortunately. Down to the 1 second, effectively, and there it is. That is going to be the end of the round. Copenhagen Flames, the pistol is theirs, my dude. God damn, that was a bit of a lucky break there.
I mean, I really like their play. That was a really nice play the Flames decided to do in this round. So perhaps they still have some setups of the old Cillian lineup, because basically what they did there, initially what it looks like, oh, okay, this is just going to be a straight up rush on the B bomb side. But instead what they decided to do, because they didn't encounter any sort of crossfire that could have been set up, they'd go straight up heaven and onto the A bomb side. That was such a sick play. And again, that's one of the things I wanted to mention earlier, is that is what Nuke gives you. Nuke is definitely one of the creative maps, I like to say, with the way you can approach some of these bomb sites. Even though you might say, oh, there's just a few choke points, but there's just numerous ways to get to set choke points that really give the creativity there for the T side.
Well, the Flames, of course, are getting higher here as Tricked is going down, down, down in the first round. Of course, let's see if perhaps Zip... Okay, nice shot as Quez also makes it up with a second of his. Roger, though, or Roy, more specifically, able to return the favor. Hooksy finds Zip. This is actually a really good pickup, because now they don't have to deal with the outside threat anymore. Now the bigger issue is, of course, Prime with that Eagle and Lucky with his own. And a kit as well on Lucky, by the way. That is really good. Didn't even consider that. The fact that they have a kit on Lucky means that they are playing to win this round, as they, of course, should. So we all know these rounds are one of the hardest to get. Sometimes the easiest, because it's weird, right? It's weird, because sometimes these rounds, the force buy rounds, are the hardest to get as the CT, but sometimes they're just the easiest to get as the CT. Like, it's such a discrepancy. Like, most of the times it's the hardest, but when you do get it, it's usually the easiest. It's like, just what? How did that happen? Oh boy, ouch.
Yeah, this is a bit of an awkward round because the Flames, they have currently just the one player here in the bomb site. So it's good to see the bomb going down, but where is Yabe? He should be joining his teammate right about now. And in fact, maybe that's not going to be necessary. Hooksy just to get himself a few good frags here, and that will be the end of the round. Copenhagen Flames successfully fend off the force by here of Tricked, and those rounds are definitely scary. And in the case of Flames, we saw them spread out and still managed to secure the victory here on the side. As for Tricked, no more forced by shenanigans will be the simple eco here. Perhaps maybe a bit of a stack, always one of the options you can do here on Nuke, or maybe even an aggressive play if you want to try to get things over with as early as possible. Currently, I think they are, the majority of the players here seem to be stationed here in the A-bomb site. Perhaps a push through Hut or maybe Squeak, but from what I can tell, just seems to be your standard setup here, waiting for potential knives and maybe potential kills.
Yeah, expecting more or less just put the stack on A, expecting, of course, this push. Oh, wait a second. Yabi Roy, never mind. Those pistols might be dangerous, might be well fed to get a few kills, but they do not do anything for the most part. 3-0, great start for the Flames, and Tricked. Well, they've been able to at least diminish the economy tiny bit. Not a lot. There's not a big difference in economy here for the side of Flames. Sure enough, they could have had a bit more on Hooksy, but that's about it. The rest are going to be well equipped as is and keep still a good portion of it in the bank. Trick, meanwhile, first gun round. Lucky. The AWP is up, and I'm eager to see where he's going to be posted. As far as I can make out, he is going into Heaven, which makes sense. Though he's going to be very static in Heaven, and I dislike, of course, static oppers on a nuke, usually because they are very useless by the time the execution actually begins. And Yabi, 20 HP currently on him, was burned, I believe, if I saw correctly.
Yabi losing already some of that early HP of his, as on the case of Tricked. Yeah, Zeep's holding this very powerful angle, but once the smoke grenade is deployed, he's not going to see a single individual. Though I wonder when will we see the smokes, because right now they're just playing here. There we go. Smoke's coming in right now. That should obscure the vision here. If Zeeps could go for a potential smoke. This time, also, the smoke grenades are a little bit deeper. And Zeeps, yep, there we go. He's going for a bit of a spray, dealing the damage. But Nikodas, in response, does eliminate Zeeps. But there are a few players that are really low HP on the side of the Flames.
Could be an issue, of course, but Lucky still in CT, absolutely, yeah. Those low HP players, of course, easy targets for those rifles to be finished off, while the op has to find its mark on either Roy or Nikodos or even Zyphun. Roy might be eager to walk into CT. Oh, he sees what? Oh, Lucky, he's about to be duped because Roy saw the op, but Lucky still, he's not ready for Roy, as close range he is. 4v3. And a B push behind it. Don't look in secret. There is Quez. He's running away. He's trying his best to not get hunted down. And he will find the bomb carrier. Gets headshotted, but still gets the kill. And a great nade. Oh, what? Nikodos, hello. Great nade damage as well. What is this for Copenhagen Flames as Prime runs out of short doors for some reason? But no time. No time to plant. No time to win. Trick get there first. Thanks to the slow approach and the slow game of Copenhagen Flames. They burn themselves, basically.
Yeah, the Flames just simply running out of time, and it has costed them dearly as the Trick defensive holds strong. And of course, the slow approach does make a lot of sense. I really like the fact that they still managed to find that early frag there and outside on a guy like Zeeps holding it with the AUG. But on the side of the Flames right now, it looks like there's going to be some tech issues from what I can tell on the side of the Flames, potentially. But shouldn't be a big issue. And from what we've heard, this issue should be fixed here as soon as possible so that we can continue on with the matchup. And there we go. That is going to be ASAP. Super quick.
Yeah, no problem. Of course, thankfully, no bigger issues beyond that. Just, classic FPS problems. For Flames, the previous round was a little bit of a hiccup. They definitely had a nice enough of a chance to get a little bit of closure, though unsuccessfully. as Tricked with the op of Lucky now not being operational, I think are in a pretty dire situation themselves, especially if you look at the money spot. Of course, for Flames, it's not much better. The economy is still in trouble even for them. But they are on the T side. They bomb plant and they are good to go for the next round. If they don't plant, well, that's a different story. Though Kieran Lucky, oh my god, they got 2 kills in a matter of seconds, in a matter of moments. 4 go back in the hands of the Flames. As the A site is under attack, it's going to be a plant here. 1v3 for Quez. Do they know he's coming out from heaven? Well, certainly they will be checking him. As Quez finds 2. Hot damn. Quez, very beautifully played, very well thought out. Nikodos, though, unfortunately too accurate. And there is the headshot. There's the finisher. 4-1. Copenhagen Flames, they break the back of Tricked. No money left in the bank. They have to go for an eco, and a full one at that. A few deagles, if anything, at the most.
I'm not even sure what occurs there at the bomb site, because you take a look at the CT setup and it's just so solid. It feels like it's impenetrable, impossible to go through, and yet the Flames, yeah, they end up losing the first few players, but then the remaining 3, they just mop up the CTs. Even with their lackluster weapons, the MAC-10 Daddy-O's, actually really sick, really nice. As for Tricked, we will see, in fact, the push here. Kvez getting himself 2. Really nice kills here on the side of Tricked. Lucky as well, dealing the damage, even getting a kill. This round seems to be looking horrendous here for the Flames. Look at this, weapon recovered as well.
I mean, it's not the first time we're seeing this coming out from the Flames, that they would lose against an eco, but it is definitely distressing to think about it moving forward in this case. Moving into this position, the fact that they're now left over with 2 players, Huxi and Nikodos, both having to fend for themselves, hunt for themselves, is a problem. And Lucky, of course, easy. Tricked, they have just been given a literal free round. This is success on unprecedented scale that should never have happened in the first place. And Nikodos, no chance he gets this. Like, at least I don't think so, because in heaven there's a second player. That's going to be, of course, none other than Quez. And he is not dumb enough to be picking out after that first one had already failed. And 4-2, Tricked. Hot damn. Can't lie, that was beautiful to watch. An eco victory. I mean, not exactly beautiful if you're a fan of CS, but then again, beautiful if you're a fan of Tricked. In any case, Coinbase, you might be a fan of that if you're using cryptocurrency. Go check it out. Maybe it's worth seeing if there's a few coins under the shell today. In any case, 4-2 and full investment from Flames. We have a Galil, we have a Deagle, D-Goals, and P250s. Not a lot, actually.
Ooh, you just can't compare to what they had in the previous round. It was a massive loss for the Flames. Those are the type of rounds you should not be losing. But perhaps those are indeed the type of rounds you will be losing if you're a fresh team. In the case of the Flames, that is exactly true. A super fresh roster heading into this best of 3. And right now, really challenging Tricked on the other side. Kvez holding the angle, just waiting for more players to appear in his crosshairs. There's going to be the flashbang. It's actually very accurate. Forces Kvez off the angle. They don't even have to fire off a single shot to fight for ramp control. But where did it go from here? In the pistol round, what we saw them is trying to move up heaven. This time, though, I don't think that's going to happen. You can see that Lucky's playing very far back there in CT spawn. Just keeping a close eye if anyone decides to go hell. Looks like Copenhagen Flames won't waste too much time. They're going to descend the lower bomb site. That's a beautiful frag from Roy.
This is potentially still a round that the Flames could find some opener, some chance, though. I highly doubt that it's going to work out. Nikodos, he needs to stay alive, man. And in short, look at this. Prime is ready, though his spray is very inaccurate. Oof. Cutting it a bit close, I thought. He definitely almost pulled off a bit of a victory run there. 4v3 after plant with a deagle in the hands of Nikodos. Do we expect them to take this? It does look like it's a pretty good spot in after plant as well for Copenhagen Flames.
Like, they're going to try to give us their shot. Oh, not looking too good, though. First view, frag.
Oh, look at this. Typhoon, Roy. Oh, Roy And Zyphoon, they saved the day, man. They actually pull it off. I was like, for a second there, you know, I was in doubts. I was in like thinking to myself, it's not looking good. You know, 3v5, 4 after plant is initially wasn't set as well, especially when short was seemingly lost already.
Yeah.
I believe it was Prime or it was Quez in short. I'm not actually sure who exactly. But, you know, it was like, oh my god, you know, are they going to lose Zyphoon? And then, bam, a second later, poof, the dude strikes out, tags onto, I believe it was at that point Prime, hides behind the site, and they play a beautiful double setup, watching long doors. And that really gives them the reason, or not just the reason, gives them the chance to survive. And there it is, 5-2. Tricked are finding themselves to be again on the losing side here in the start of this first half of Nuke. Not a happy camper that they will be, but perhaps there is more to be had moving forward.
I'd definitely say so, because even Tricked, in those rounds where they have just some pistols to work with, primarily can still cause a lot of damage here on the side of the Flames. So I want to see just some more gun rounds out of him. That's for sure. Some more gun rounds on the side of Tricked. Again, Zeeps holding the same angle just like he did in a few rounds prior. The case of Trick not going for any sort of, you know, too aggressive plays, but that is to be expected. Here on the CT side, primarily the CTs do play defensive. Map like Nuke, I've seen a few times, and a few teams, in fact, going for some really audacious lobby controls very early on. But Tricked not going to be doing any of these shenanigans, though Hooksy needs to be careful with the MAC-10. There are two players here, one of which is, of course, Lucky with the Deagle. He's not that big of a problem, but Zeeps with the AUG, and that's a whole different story. And look at this, the Flames deploying the smoke, but there's a smoke in return, and now they have to look for options elsewhere. That option, smelling like B. It is going to be a fast play as Zeeps holding the angle, swings out, but Yabi is so aware of the push.
Oh boy, that could work here for, of course, the Flames, but are they going back towards A? Yes, they're going back towards A. They legitimately are going back towards A, and this time Quez replies. Yabi unfortunately gets himself caught, and this could be a second frag here for Quez as well as Prime comes out hot. But Zyphoon, he is so accurate, so deadly. Invents a player is awaiting the shark lurk, and oh, the bomb dropped. That's the awful kid. No scopes it. Prime finds one more. And the choice from Copenhagen Flames to go actually from ramp back towards A was the worst one. If they just had gone back to, well, forward towards B, they probably would have been able to get the plant, if nothing else, the after plant. But nope. They are duped and they are destroyed. Oh boy.
Ooh, this is a really dissatisfying showing here for the Flames because, you know, we saw some attempts there to try and go down the lower bomb side, but instead they decided, you know what, we're still going to try to go A. That decision, that split decision, not really going the way of the Flames, and that's just one of the things on Nuke. You just got to be very able to make those split decisions. That's the one interesting thing on this map. Perhaps you can also have that setup that we're going to go towards B or towards the A bomb site, for example, but sometimes you need to make that split decision as an in-game leader and have the faith in your teammates. Perhaps we don't necessarily have that faith in the IGL in the form of Hooksy, him being fresh in-game leader on the block. But we'll have to wait and see. Perhaps as this team progresses, might even find some success. But so far, let's look on Nuke as Quez holding the angle with the FAMAS, a very long-range angle with that weapon. Doesn't want to really go for that engagement. In fact, the Opper is at hell from what I can tell. And even he's not going for any of these fights.
Nah, he shouldn't. I mean, this is a dangerous position. It's pistols. They don't need entries. They need positional advantage. Pistols, even if you get an entry on one, those pistols, if they run up to you and you don't stop at least 2 or 3 players with a good position, from a good position, you can easily be shunted and, well, outed. In this case, Copenhagen Flames, they're trying to get control of heaven and hell, it looks like. iPhone going to be going for that. Auto shotgun on Kier. That's a problem. Rate of fire is quite slow, what you would usually have compared to those rifles. And, well, Roy finds one more. Zyphon finds Quest. No, what? What has just happened? Are you kidding me? Copenhagen Flames, you should be playing for the lottery, not for the game. What the hell? I am just speaking about how you need good positioning, you need good moments, and more than anything, good decisions. And well, Tricked are getting just destroyed. And I was praising their choice of not peeking too aggressively. I mean, sure, you can peek at the start, but you don't want to give them, you know, a chance to prong you in. What? Danny, my brains are trying to calculate this. It's not a good calculation. It's not a good calculation, man.
To me, it just feels like the Flames are just given too much freedom, you know, too much freedom to get in position, and then once they do, they absolutely decimate the Trick defensive. Beautiful stuff here for the Flames. And this as well, this is a round where they have loads of weapons, going in the outside area, looking for those engagements, not really finding anything just yet. They're doing a good job at putting the CTs in awkward positions. So I say that, look at Kier. He's already in the lobby. He could very easily begin making the big flank and also give the information that, guys, no one's close by here. No one's in the lobby. Chances are they're going towards the B bomb site, or perhaps there's still the slim chance they might go A through heaven. So those are the two positions we really got to keep a close eye on.
Roy made some noise. I believe they're well aware now that heaven is most likely occupied. It's something the Trick should predict, as Roy actually... poor Prime. Oh, Kirdo, Deagle again! These pistols are giving me minor heart attacks, man. It's amazing how good they're playing with pistols almost. I mean, when you gotta start thinking to yourself, would it be better if they just played with pistols all the time? But Zip on site. Of course, lucky with the deagle of his own from Vents. And oh, he's gonna hit Hooksy. Of course he will. On site, Zip. Beautiful. Nobody checks it. Huge mistake from the side of Copenhagen Flames. Are they gonna lose this round? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. I don't even know how to... Like, how do the Flames win an eco or anti... Like, how do they win literally pistols and Kevlar with Deagles and Kevlar? And then they lose against Deagles back-to-back. Because they go against split. I mean, we know how they lose. Because they're playing very foolishly. They split up. They go up and down. They just go all around the map and hope for frags. That's a huge mistake that shouldn't be happening in the first place. Strict, of course, thank God, at least abused that. And as they should, they will be getting wins like that.
This is so reminiscent of the GORILLAZ versus LDLC match on Mirage, where initially there was just so many pistol victories, some forced by victories as well from both teams, and no one really having a substantial edge. So to me, it feels oddly similar. See this thing happening here, or Nuke. Definitely Nuke as well, one of the maps that does lend itself quite well to some of those close quarters engagements. We see Roy though, first point of contact here. Zyphon with the refrag. It's always difficult to make your way out of hut, so the fact that you even get the first one, that is good. Look at Prime. Will be going down. Now we do see Zyphon picking up a third one. Good entries on the bomb site. That will allow him to get that bomb planted as Lucky goes in. That will be Hooksy to get one, but no one's looking towards Quez's positioning. But oddly enough, looks like he does not want to be part of this one. He will just back away to safety. He does not want to try to even get any frags before the bomb is planted.
I mean, what is this back and forth action? It is so crazy. Quez alone again. I mean, against mini buys again. It's happening. Truly, it is happening here. The happening, you know, the insane happening here is these rounds. And all I'm gonna say, Trick, they fall to the same thing. They fall onto the same spear that was set out already 2 rounds ago. And with that being said, maybe they need the better skins. You never know. Maybe, you know, if they had a Glock Fade, maybe if they had a USB Kaiman or a Deagle Blaze, they'd be hitting more shots. But this is going to be CS Money, so go check them out. The main sponsor, well, amongst the main sponsors of this tournament. Tactical timeout, meanwhile, for the Flames. A second one already in this first half. Tricked, on the other hand, of course, they will force. We have Deagles again across the board with a PT5, no, a 5.7, excuse me, and a few smokes.
Yeah, in terms of purchasing power, there's not a lot on the side of Tricked. Though, as we've seen in the past and just demonstrated a few rounds prior, these pistols can really cause a lot of ruckus. On the side of the Flames, even though, yay, okay, we're going against opponents who only have the pistols, you still have to be very careful. So much so, in fact, that maybe no fast plays so quickly. I say that though, look at Roy's positioning. Already makes his way down the vents. Hooksy gets the one on Zeeps. That could allow the players to go down the B side. I mean, they already have a player in the vents. That's going to be Roy securing the frag here, and Lucky keeping a close eye on things as now Quez up here close with the Deagle. Great frag here on Hooksy. A lot more players coming in. Ooh, the spacing.
Quez.
Oh, it's a little bit
Quez, no
awkward.
way.
Quez gets himself two. Finally will be shut down by Roy. But you can see this round is not looking easy here for the Flames as Roy out here alone does not have the backup of Yabby. And Yabby needs to get in position ASAP. Roy, though, gets the frag on Prime. Must have been a false information play. They thought that he must have joined Yabby on the A-bomb side. But if anything, Yabby and Roy will stick together right now.
That's the way you got to play in this case. There is no point to split. There is no point to go one by one. Hit the site that you want to do. Or hit the site you want to hit. Go together. Help each other. Don't go in a line, because that usually allows for potential collateral. And that's it. End of story. No complication, no hard feelings, no mathematical equations, no philosophical questions. Just don't be foolish and don't split up too much, and that's it. In any case, should be enough in this case. Will be the 8th round, or at least technically should be the 8th round here for Copenhagen Flames. I feel like Kira is going to be saving up an AK at the very least. He's got one down in tunnels, and he's already picked it up. Now the question, he's got a kit and an op, and look at the nades he's picking up. Fair enough. There's a lot of money on the side of Kira that is potentially saved. If he had an AK, I wouldn't even be surprised if he still tried it. Because honestly, I'm not going to lie here, Danny. I'd actually try this round if he had an AK and no op save, right? If he only had an AK, just go for it. Why not? It's a 1v2. You know that both players are a bit tagged. You have a kit. You had the time as well for a moment. But this is hindsight, of course. Moving forward is for the future of Trick. They need the op, and it's a fact.
That's for sure. Especially now because there's no money. No money on the side of Tricked. And the only real weapon is going to be the AWP. So the fact that he have saved the weapon perhaps is even more worth it than the clutch attempt. Because worst case scenario, if say someone like Kerr ends up dying holding the AWP, he can always have one of his teammates to recover the big green, right? He recovers the weapon and then can try to go in for the kills if Kier fails. So this is the type of round, for me, that's perfect. If you're Tricked, you can absolutely go for the aggressive plays. You can see Kerr is moving in alongside Lucky. Kerr gets the one. It looks like he might even try to go for more frags instead of just backing away from this position. As Kerr is holding the angle, Flames, feeling the pressure, will begin to locate their players somewhere else, and that somewhere else being the A-bomb side. They're just walking out on A, not seeing a single player, but yep, there's going to be one in the form of Prime. But overall, a very good play here from the Flames. They've now cleared out the bomb site, and they don't have to worry about Kier.
We already saw Prime in the previous round be a little bit perhaps behind everything, not being as attentive to his surroundings. This time again, unfortunately unsuccessful. Roy will actually die to a P250, but the round is already gotten as the double up from Kier and Lucky is actually fantastic. If they're able to save both, that is very good. Tricked, they're given a chance to transfer a lot of money into the next, as well as firepower that will mean pretty much the world given what they're in right now, what they're facing. Imagine if they lose both of these two players here. Not only can they not go for the op next, at the very best, if they are going for AUGs or M4A4s instead of M4A1Ss, they would even be limited quite a little bit on their utility. But it is going to be the double up. We have the AUG on Kier, we have the M4s on the rest, and a lot of utility considering the position they're in. 9-4 though, Danny, I think we can both agree, or at least I think I speak for the both of us when I say that this is a fantastic first half from the Flames. And we really thought they wouldn't be doing so well when it comes down to Nuke. They're doing a splendid job. They're doing far better than I ever believed possible, actually.
They definitely made some big mistakes here, Nuke. Probably the biggest mistakes they've made throughout the entirety of the best of three. But at the same time, the scoreline, I mean, it speaks for itself. Even with the mistakes, they have a massive lead against Strict, and they may even reach double digits. Look how close they are towards the A position. And to be more precise, they already have a player up in Hell. They can very easily go for the wraparound on the A bomb site, but that's just still one of the plentiful ways of taking over the site because you have NicoDaz securing another frag here. And look at Yabi going to move up the heaven, going to scout ahead. Look, are there any CTs here in the bomb site? Luckily for him, there's going to be one, so Yabi has the potential to secure that frag. The case of Trick, they're just hoping to see what's going to happen next. Lucky, ooh, that's a very tight angle on the hut position. Not going to find anyone on the side of Flames, and the Flames have found the bomb site for them. This is great. They will be sure to get that bomb planted. As for the remaining members of Trick, at least they found an avenue to escape the potential hunt from the Flames, as keeping the free weapons alive is going to be really important, if not top priority.
Honestly, I'd go with basically DEFCON 1 with top priority here. I don't think they have a choice. They either save this or they are absolutely screwed for the last round. With double up again in play, I think they have again a good chance to at least bring it up to 6 rounds for themselves, or excuse me, to 5 rounds for themselves, as this is 10-5. Double digits are about to be confirmed. Well, 10-4. I am fairly certain that they can get 5 rounds. There is no doubt there. Lucky and Prime are the last 2 survivors. Unfortunately, one of the ops is lost, but there is enough money to rebuy it if they really want to. Though in this case, I'd rather drop 2 rifles and, you know, be done with it, because he had enough money just for 2 ops, for 2 M4s, not 2 ops. By the way, you guys might have just enough money for this phone. 165 hertz refresh rate, Red Magic 6 series, world's smoothest smartphone. Not sure how smoothest plays into the smartphone part, but might be, you know, as smooth as a puck and might go well on ice. But in any case, let's see how this goes. As Tricked, outside control towards red, towards behind main. I like the idea, but they've been heard. Oh,
Kyr's positioning is perfect right now. They're not aware of it at all. NicoDaz, good response on one of these players, but the bomb's already dropped. And even though Yabi could potentially find a good flank here, ooh, the timing is everything right now. Lucky will manage to find a kill here. And Yabi, you also have Zyphon stepping up as well. Loads of frags across the map. The bomb site in the hands of Flames. But they still need to get that bomb on the site. And that's the big problem, because look at NicoDaz. Right next to him is Kyr. And Kyr has got the superior angle. No! It will be NicoDaz to get that one. So here, Zyphon and NicoDaz could very easily, yeah, they're going to do exactly that. Group up, stick together in this one, and go down the lower side. Lucky, however, ooh, looks like he's just going to get put out here. He's going to go down to the 9th circle of hell, and that's where he will meet his doom. 11-4 is the current scoreline here, and the Flames absolutely amazing here on Nuke. The one thing I did not expect to witness is them have such an amazing run of form.
this is fantastic, beautiful, and absolutely bombastic. Copenhagen Flames, this is the way you want to present your team. This is the way you want to present your squad. This is the way, basically, for what they're trying to achieve here, and that is ultimate dominance. Hopefully not of the world, but currently they are certainly going to take dominance of this. Well, they have taken dominance of the first half. 11-4 is as good as it gets. Second half is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, Blast Rising. Round of 16, the second series of the day, as Tricked and Copenhagen Flames are bouncing at each other. Unfortunately for Tricked, they've run out of juice and stamina. You know, if they were Slark, they'd probably be dead by now. So let's see if Copenhagen Flames, of course, have a response to all of this. Or more specifically, the other way around. With, of course, Trick now having to have a response. And more than anything, they need this pistol, my friend. Danny, I think we can both agree here that this pistol is either a win or it's a bust for the map and series.
For sure. The pistol round victory is gonna show us whether Trick can bounce back, or is this gonna be the end here in the best of three? And whether Copenhagen Flames can continue on with their run of form, because this has been so good here on Nuke as well. Some great individual performances coming in, some tactical play as well. Some mistakes, sure, but that is to be expected. Yeah, you're right about it. This pistol round can really set the tone of this third map. It could be the bounce back that Trick need. Eventually, it could be the Copenhagen Flames victory. There's only one way to find out, and that is, of course, seeing how it plays out. The guys here from Trick can have all of their members, in fact, moving towards the outside area, only with the Glocks, though. They have that one smoke grenade in the hands of Zeeps, which I'm sure should be deployed right about now, unless they're just going to shift walk their through. No. They're not going to shift way their walk. They're going to move into the bomb site here. They're going to try to go down secret, but it is not looking good. Look at Yabby go, gets the headshot on one, but Lucky and Zeeps actually good kills.
Not bad at all. Right now, there's a way into this one round for Tricked if they can get at least control of a site. Now, be it B or A, does not matter. Let's see where they decide to go at the end. Lucky, of course, waiting patiently. Right next to him or closest, Prime with the bomb, of course. With Quez being the only... No, actually, there are two there. Quez and Zip, of course, being there to find some information, to find some control, perhaps. Well, that control, unfortunately for Zip, will be a bullet in the head. And if lead was a microchip, he'd had a few in his mind. In any case, let's see. Tricked. This is an opportunity. Can they get it? Beautiful shot, Quez. That is what I want to see. 3v2 and a Quez second. Okay, that's much, much better now. And it should be the round for, of course, Tricked here. 5-11, most likely. Beautifully done. So Hooksy is not out of it just yet. Hook, line, and sinker. This time, just the hang, just the hook.
I've got to say, though, once I saw the players of Trick going outside with just the Glocks, I thought, this is probably not the most optimal setup. But as we saw, they actually won out some of those duels, because a lot of times the T's, as they go down secret on, say, a pistol round like this, they end up losing at least a few players trying to go down because of their weapons. It's just the Glocks going up against the USPs. But in this case, quite the obvious. The Trick players do a much better job at fragging Flames. And so at the very end, they also managed to secure that victory. And so do see the Flames going for a force fight. That's something you should not be unaware of. Hooksy, though. Oh, that was actually a very solid shot there from Nicododds. A no-scope through the smoke, as well as a tag there on Quez. Good shot, but probably not going to win you the round. I say that, though. Look at Roy. He gets the frag here, and Lucky. Right now, they're getting close to the bomb set here. Prime struggling to get that frag. Damage inflicted, and the Flames, they're getting dangerously close towards the bomb site. Kier holding it with the MAC-10, waiting for the players to appear. He's been smoked off, so now all pressure here on Prime. He'll be going down. More damage inflicted. Zeeps chimes in with his, but he will be saved here by Kier. So the two remaining players of Tricked managed to hold off the offense, but definitely got close there on the A side.
Well, that was a little bit of a setback considering everything, though not bad at all. 11-6, Tricked. 2 rounds. One more should follow suit, no problems, no questions asked, unless they're going to pull a Flames moment and douse themselves with water, because Flames lost against this USP round, if you recall. They literally lost against a full eco. So we'll see, of course, if Tricked make the same mistake. Hopefully not, because that would be pretty bloody disgusting and devastating. Tricked, the comeback is real. If they can make it happen, that'd be fantastic. And of course, on A side, they will go. No contact, no one to face off. And that is pretty much the 7th round confirmed.
That will be the victory here for Tricked. I mean, that's where they needed the pistol round win. Once you get that pistol round, there's the potential to pick up the next few in a row. The second one being a bit more expensive and a bit more difficult. Oh, this is going to be easy here for Quez, as he's just lining them up, getting themselves the free frags. And this should be a victory here on the side of Tricked. But yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, that on the pistol round, you get that victory. The second one, a bit more difficult to acquire because there's going to be the armors on the opponent's side. They're going to have those Deagles, CZ. Those can inflict a lot of damage. And so, if you manage to win that second round, the third one is always a breeze. Well, most of the time it's a breeze. You can always lose rounds like the third one. Yes.
Well, either way, this is where the fun should end. It's going to be a hard one because of the op, of course, of Nikodos. The rest well equipped and to the bone, armed up. Let's see if the Mech-10 of Zip might make a difference. The Galil is well unlucky. In this case, could be a factor. So, seems like a little bit of a ramp take with the fake towards A. Not a bad idea behind it, though how do they execute it is a different question. Prime is in secret, but goes out. Okay, goes back out. Wait a sec. Yabi just randomly shoots a few bullets in towards Squeaky, gets the shot, and now Nikodos pulls off ramp. Now they know. Okay, ramp has been lost. Sure, it happens. Do we care? No, because we've got players down in B already. Down on Vents, B, and especially in Titanic, watching the ramp push already.
The positioning is good here for the CTs. Even though the terrorists getting dangerously close to some of these positions, nowhere near committing just yet. I mean, it's quite hard to say the final commitment because you still have the bomb carrier out here in lobby. So there's the potential fake here towards the A-bomb side. As we see the smokes being deployed, the flashbangs as well, though they're getting quite close to this one as well. Perhaps going down the vents on the B side could be an option. Here, moving in right now, looking for the potential players. He's not really going to see anyone just yet, but as they're trying to move around here, it will be Yabi with 2. Could go for more, but Nikodos is there to back him up. So a bit of a sloppy one here for Trick, not being very thorough enough on their approach. Lucky though, beautiful one onto Nikodos. That's going to allow Lucky to maintain the sniper rifle for the next round as Copenhagen Flames, good hold on the A side.
Definitely worth mentioning is the mistake of Tricked for not molotoving CT vent, or at least for not checking Yabi's position, and it gave him 3 shots, 3 kills. The lineup as well doesn't really help Tricked in that case as well. 12-7, rebuy is available, money is on the board, though not for long, and this is definitely a little bit of a setback that was not planned out by Trick. They kind of desperately required to win quite a few rounds in a row to close the gap down to potentially 1 or 2 rounds. Something we spoke yesterday about. Well, actually, I was just breaking it down. I remember basically when you are down 12, let's say 12-6, you just want to get up to 10, 11 rounds, potentially 12 if you can, but 10 rounds is the bare minimum you want to get, because once you get to double digits, once it's a 2-round difference, it's no longer that big of a stretch and that big of a marathon to get back. But if your opponent gets up to 12, you know, and you're at 6, and then you get a few rounds back, or let's say your opponent is at 12 and you're at 4 or something like this, things can really get out of control. Take control, by the way, of cryptocurrency and, of course, of your economy at Coinbase.com, the sponsor of this tournament. But to continue my thought, basically, in this case, Tricked, they fail when they desperately needed to get that victory. They have another chance, thankfully, to the economy, though they cannot allow this one to be dropped to the ground. Otherwise, it's potentially 14 next for Flames.
Absolutely. This is where the Flames, they got to put their foot down if they want to make sure the comeback from Tricked isn't possible. Right now, they could still be a dangerous opponent, though map control is the name of the game here for Tricked. Again, outside area, smokes deployed, flashbangs as well, though the 1 smoke, I believe, or maybe 2 on the cross. Not really going for the deeper smoke grenades, which have become a bit more common and definitely are safer if you want to maintain all of your players alive going down secret. In this case, though, not going to get challenged by anyone on the side of the Flames. So we do see Yabi in this position. This is, of course, a very common angle to have. Yabi is very much aware of the potential push. Flash deployed. It's a really good flashbang. Yabi's gonna back away from this one. Gonna hold the angle though. Nice shot through the window. That could force the players to look on this position, but that's where Zyphon is playing from. And Yabi waiting for the players here as he's gonna try to win it. He gets the frag. Massive one indeed. Drops the bomb carrier, and Krez just on 6 points of health can be such an easy target here. And of course the Flames, so aware of his positioning. He's already making away a lot of sounds by throwing down that utility. And Kvez should be going down the next few seconds as NicoDogs has the superior angle.
That went perfectly as planned. Or is it? Or was it? Or has it? Tricked. They're not going to be happy with how it all goes down here. They won't be happy with how they're left over in the left in the wind effectively with the position at this stage. Though timeout's still going to be used, the second one. I hope Tricked have a few tricks up their sleeves, and I know that sounds as funny as it can get, but honestly, they're going to need every single ace, every single thing they have up their hands to work with. They want to have any chance of securing this victory. It's Tech 9s, it's Deagles most likely. And even then, Zip has enough for one Deagle. Kid will go for Kevlar and Tech 9. Lucky will go for Kevlar and Tech 9. A few utilities being dropped. Loss bonus is not even at maximum. I mean, this is a disaster just waiting to happen.
13-7 right now. It is getting a bit disastrous on the side of Tricked, because right now they're running out of rounds to work with, running out of money as well. So this one, yeah, let's get this one out of the way as early as possible. They might even try to go for a change-up. Maybe something fast would be a very nice thing to see, because so far Trick's T-side has been somewhat of the more slower end. And there we go. The pistol is going to move in very quick down the lower bomb side they go. Zyphon holds the line alongside NicoDogs. Zyphon even getting one more frag. It's a really good hold here from Zyphon. Really good hold from NicoDogs. Though they allowed the players to recover an AK and the potential bomb plant.
And they'll get the bomb plant here. And I think the Flames are thinking to themselves, you know what, screw the bomb plant. Sure enough, the economy might be a bit of a boost to them, but we don't care. As long as we win, that's the only thing that matters. And indeed, that is the case right now. The Flames, they're not going to be affected by a meager $800 bonus to the T side. The loss bonus, as I said, is not good. Effectively, if Tricked lose this round right here, they're actually in a far worse position than they would otherwise be, even with the bomb plant or without. Because, as you can see, the money for them at this point, at $200 for the most part for everybody. So 2.9 loss bonus that they get, they go up to 3.1 maximum. At most, 3.150. At most. AKA, Flames are going to be on the verge of winning this map with nothing for Trick to be shown for besides potentially AKs dropped without Kevlars for the guys that will drop them, or Galils with head armors. That's it, with helmets. Yabi already finds Quest. This is a great enter. Oh boy, they know about Prime. Roy hears him, or at least knows about him, but Prime is quicker. Good headshot. Makes it a little bit more snappy, and at least this is going to be a challenge for the side of Flames now, as on side B it's Zyphon, and, well, how the hell do you get rid of a guy that's already waiting for you before you even know you're going to go to B?
Zyphon's been so good on the B side hold as well. Oh, NicoDogs will be taking the hit as well, and Yabi not aware of the incoming advancement. Now he'll be 100% sure what's going on. It's a push on A side. Yabi gets the one on Kier. Now Zyphon also needs to get in position. Looks like he'll come through the heavens. Something Lucky seems to be aware about it, but not 100% sure. Still gets the frag on Zyphon, and now Lonesome Yabi remains. Knows the positioning of one, but where is Zeep's playing from? That's something Yabi's not aware of.
Yeah. It's a very big off angle that usually you don't have in a 2v2 spot, because it's way too easy to get a kill there, or at least to be killed there. So yeah, Trick, they get the round. Thank God they get the round. They're not gonna They're not gonna go down in flames at 7 rounds, and luckily they put themselves up back for one. So this is a full eco as far as I can make it. Yep, it's a full eco for Flames, and I would love to see 5 men run up ramp or 5 men run up main or outside. I don't care. Just 5 man it up, do some damage, be the heroes you can be, and see how far you can push it. This eco, yeah, it's a stack A, understandable.
Yeah, that's one of the options. Try to go for a bit of a stack, maybe even aggressive play. Or if you really want to keep it vanilla, just a simple default, but not in the case of the Flames. Going for the stack seems to be the right choice. Of course, knife position as well. If anyone decides to sneak down the vents, Huxley has got his shank at the ready. As for Tricked, they're also very ready to enter the B-bomb site. As you can see, they're being very careful in their approach, clearing out as many angles as possible, left and right. It doesn't even matter. They just want to make sure there's not a single CT to be found, and luckily for them, they have chosen the correct part of the map. It is the one map, or shall I say the one area of the map that has no CTs on it, and it's going to be a clean take here for Trick, not losing a single player by the list of things, and perhaps even winning the round without even having to face the guys here from Copenhagen Flames.
Slow and steady. The Flames here, of course, I think this is just a, you know, a bit of a game for them. You know, they want to see how far they can go with these pistols. Why not? Not like they, again, care much about giving anything to their opponents. They've already gotten as much, they've already taken and gotten as much as they could and as much as they would want to. And there we have it. 14-9. It is a full buy coming out from the CTs. Nicodol's only at 3.6 thousand. I wonder what was the... I actually didn't notice that he would buy anything specific or that out of place. Or did I miss something, perhaps?
No, I believe there really wasn't anything.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit out of the usual, I guess. But, sure enough, this is where things take... Let's say it like this. This is where things take a bit of a wild turn, don't they? This buy is an excellent opportunity to close out for the Flames. And of course, your buy on CS.money might be an excellent opportunity for yourself. You never know when skins might go crazy up, you know, or crazy down. But in any case, let's see how it goes in any sense of the word. Quality here. Roy, unfortunately, does not possess any in this round. Great shot coming out from Lucky.
Yeah, a great early start here on the side of Tricked. Having an AWP on T side could really help them out because primarily we've just seen them roll with the AK-47s and their slow style of play could do wonders for them. Oh no! Yabi on the push! So much damage, so many kills, and Tricked, even though they had a good start, it's not meant to last. It will crumble as quickly as it began. Lonesome Lucky remains in a 1 versus 3. He may recover the bomb, but I don't think he can recover the round. That will be the victory for Copenhagen Flames. And look how quickly it just turns around in the matter of seconds. Copenhagen Flames, initially, they end up losing the one player, and you're looking right, Tricked. You're looking solid. That's the one thing you're looking for, is that early opening frag. And then Yabi chimes in with 3 massive frags, shutting down the offense, and to some extent, shutting down Tricked completely.
I think we can safely say that Yabi is the MVP of this series as a whole. He has proved himself to be a valuable and an absolute quintessential member of the squad. His skill on both Inferno and here on Nuke is coming out to be unprecedented. He had 31 frags on Inferno. He had a little bit less on, of course, Dust, as he was only at 15. But here on Nuke, he is currently standing tall at, if I am not wrong, 22. Yes, as far as I can see, 22 frags. He is doing a splendid job, truly. 15-9, Tricked. It takes, well, more specifically Flames. It takes them a while to get up to this one, but they do finally get to 15. Zyphon dropped, though. Quez again entries, and Quez as well. On the other hand, he's the MVP for Tricked. He's been one of the main reasons why they even made it this far. Lucky finds Roy. 3v1 well, make it 2v, of course, 2v5, 2v4 right now. With Kieran Quest still tagged, this could go horribly wrong, though I doubt that Trick are going to be this careless about it.
No, I mean, Trick will have to be incredibly careful, even in a round like this, where they have a substantial edge. A 4 versus 2 we're talking about. So they're going to have to hurry up, though. 30 seconds remaining. Right about now, they're going down secret. Currently, on the side of the Flames, there's not a single player holding on to the B-bomb site, so this will work out really well for the Trick side. As they begin to rush down the base site, they'll be very happy to know that there's no one to fight. Bomb is going to get planted in a safe position. They could set up themselves for the potential retake, and right now with that kill on Gabby, it could be happening.
Are you kidding me? Hello, Trick. How are you having a 4v2 and now you're facing off the music of two players about to come into this retake? Yabi through short is wallbang as hard as he can. He just saw the feet on the player on top of the bomb site on ramp. It's going to be, of course, Hooksy. Luckily in this case, Yabi, what a prevention. What a shot. And now a one-on-one. He's got the time, but he does not have his life. As that will be 15-10. Tricked save by Prime in this case. What a round, man. Yabi from a 2v4 into a 2v2 into a 2v1. He is doing a splendid job coming out for the side of the Flames, and he certainly deserves this spot more than anybody. He has been doing absolutely out of this world well. Let's see, of course, where it leads us moving forward. A tactical timeout, the last one for Trick being used. Hopefully, they'll find some purchase and some control in their mind.
I mean, the kid's on fire. That's the one thing you have to say about Yabi in this entire best of 3. Sure, like you mentioned, he was a little bit more quiet on the side of Dust 2, but on Inferno, he was such an impactful piece. Right now on Nuke as well, he's stepping up. So great to see that you do have these young talents on the side of the Flames who are able to do so much good work. I mean, Yabi's just one of them, but also Zyphon is also one of the players we've been talking about throughout the entire of the best of 3, and for good reason. He was also important on a map like Inferno, here on Nuke as well, especially with the B-side holds. He might just be the difference maker, though this round, not sure if it's going to be much of a difference, though I say that, Roy, early frag here on Zeepst, that's a good start.
Well, certainly it's an opportunity here for the side of Tricked, of course, to keep themselves on a potential 11th, or to go to up to potential 11. Should be simple enough, and I say simple and then Kier dies. No. Come on, again, Deagles. Again, Deagles find success, and in this case, thankfully, Hooksy gets shut down. Tricked are not going to be falling prey again to these rounds. But they still have to deal with an MP9, an M4, a Galil, a Deagle of Nikodosh. And 4 players, of course, out of Copenhagen Flames coming in from main and lobby. This is going to be an interesting little development. Yabi gets caught by Quez. 3v3, surely this is a round that they will win. Tricked, I do not believe they can lose this. Nikodos, no bloody way. He is actually doing it. And above hut, it's Prime. He's dropping down, does not check the corner. Doesn't seem to care about the corner. In heaven, there's the one and only left. That's Quez. Now a one-on-one. And Quez, he's already won this. Nikodos has no time. So there it is. 11th for Trick, but they actually survive with only 1 member. It is so bad that they only have 1 surviving member. Oh boy, 15-11. And of course, what is not bad is the phone from Red Magic, the Series 6 with 165 Hz refresh rate. Amazing. I checked it. It's not available in my country. Not even joking right now. You know, I was like, damn, I want to see, you know, if I could get it, because it looks interesting. If I'm paying for phone anyway, like 400 or 500 euros, why wouldn't I buy this one? Maybe it's better than what I have currently. On the other hand, then, you know, I am currently having some shitty Chinese off-brand that's like very cheap. So I guess that doesn't really count for much. But yeah, damage dealt. Danny, my god, look at this. Prime at 8. Oh, excuse me, at 24. Kier at 75 HP. And they're going towards ramp again. Let's see how this one works out. Nikodosh is waiting with the scout. And Zyphon with the MP9 behind the corner.
Oh, Typhoon, such a powerful position with the MP9, just ready and waiting to pounce. He gets himself one. Damage inflicted, sure, but just the one player may not be enough. So look at Trick right now. It doesn't look like they're 100% sure where they want to go. They seem to be just lingering about here. Nikodas, though, ooh, might just use this to his advantage.
Oh,
there
he
we
sees
go.
them. He knows them.
Exactly.
Oh,
He moves
oh
up,
boy.
doesn't see a single player. They have the intel, a lot of it, but still no kills on the side of Flames. Hooksy recovers an AK-47 though, and Nikodas, look at him. The flank coming in as well. They have the
This flank might
information.
work.
Now it's time to just rack up the kills, and so far, well, maybe there's a chance. Lonesome Quest remains against Nikodas.
No.
No!
Oh!
Nikodas!
No! No bloody way! Nikodas with the USB again! The USB hits hard as Copenhagen Flames will secure the victory 16-11. Oh, Danny, would you look at that? Wow. Okay. First of all, what? Again, it was pistols and Kevlars almost for the most part. I mean, it was a buy. It was an investment. We can't deny that. There was even a scout on there, but it wasn't like a full buy. It wasn't like a full commitment. It was literally just like, okay, we're playing in with, you know, SMGs. We're playing in with a few scouts and pistols, and let's see where it gets us. And
Yeah, you cannot deny it though. I mean, that individual skill on the side of Copenhagen Flames is just so good right now. Clearly, this is a roster that is worth your time. If you're definitely a fan of Counter-Strike, definitely makes a lot of sense to follow this team and see how far they can progress, because there's some really strong individual talent right now, and I wonder what they can accomplish potentially once they have some more time together, right? And I definitely agree on the notion that Nuke has been somewhat of a frustrating map for both teams, if I'm being honest, because both teams losing what seems to be the easy rounds, right? Both teams end up losing the eco rounds and whatnot. So there was a lot of mistakes, not just on the side of Copenhagen Flames, which again, we say this is a fresh roster, it's a new project, so the mistakes do make sense. But on the side of Trick as well, the more tenured roster struggling against Copenhagen Flames and their pistols.
I am honestly just so happy to see the Flames, you know, not give up to play this well, because just when you look at the whole game, there were so many rounds where they had pistols, where they had positional disadvantages, and they still came out in a relative way on top, either saving up a few weapons or, you know, just dealing damage to their opponents. It was a well thought out plan, and it didn't look like they had a plan to begin with. When we, you know, when we obviously went in the series, we knew, okay, officially they started up just a day ago. Actually, yesterday was the official confirmation date on HLTV for the rest of the 3 members that joined, of course, the new lineup of Tricked. But let's not linger on the past. We do have, of course, Roy coming in for the interview here with us, and I mean, Danny, this is something else, man. This is very well played, very well done by Flames, and I don't think anybody expected this kind of successful storyline.
No, what I expected was a potential close game, but even so, I did not expect a Flames victory, because I'm again looking at it this being a fresh roster, a fresh project. Also considering that even though it was a different core, I wasn't really expecting that the members here will be able to perform here against Trick, because again, it is a proper roster that we're talking about. So it was very surprising that the individuals found their level of success. Plus as well, when it comes down to the calling on the side of Copenhagen Flames, they were also looking pretty solid in that regard. So that is actually, you know, some great stuff working out on their part.
Exactly. So it was well thought out. I mean, you can see that the leadership in this case, Hooksy, the IGL, of course, being, or if I'm not mistaken, he is now the new IGL, right? Ever since joining, he is the new in-game leader. So, AKA in this case, Hooksy, of course, leading the team to victory. And this is the skill and the experience I talked about earlier, if you recall, like when I mentioned that. Of course, for Dust, it's going to come down to raw aim, so aka just the skill of the players, and it's going to come down to the experience of the players themselves. Obviously, it wasn't the best on Dust, but on Nuke, I think they showed up how best they could win this. And I think the interview, of course, our interviewee, Roy, hey, and welcome first.
Hello.
Hey, man, congratulations for the win, dude. That was...
Thank you.
An unexpected victory. Like me and Danny, we both were expecting a close game, yes, but we expected Trick to have the upper hand. No lies
Really?
there. Yeah, we did, man.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we can't deny that, you know, it is. Everybody's, of course, talking about the new lineup of the Flames, of you guys having, of course, yourself join alongside Ziphon and Hooksy just yesterday for in official capacity, right?
Yeah.
Could you perhaps expand a bit more? Was there, you know, how long have you guys been playing together beforehand, or have you been playing together before that already, or?
We only had like a couple of days of practice, so our map pool was pretty weak. So coming in and they actually caught us a bit on picking Dust 2, we were just full playing that map. I don't think I've played that map officially for like half a year or something. So yeah, it was kind of rough playing Dust 2, but we had practiced Inferno and Nuke so far, and being pretty decent. But like I understand the thing that you can say that Trick would probably win, but we're really new and stuff, so we're just getting to learn again. And me and Fuxi haven't played an official match for 5 months, so just getting back into it again feels really good, and I'm really happy with a win, especially facing Trick here. So yeah, overall we're pretty happy, and really insane performance by Yabi and Nicholas as well. So yeah, really happy overall. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. That kind of answers my question basically. At least you guys, like, I was worried that you wouldn't have more than like a day or two to prac, and you know, obviously we both know, or everybody knows, that that's just not enough time. So I was expecting a little bit less, but then Yabi came up, as you said. You know, he played absolutely insane, and I think Danny probably has a few more questions about that specifically.
Yeah, I definitely want to get that confirmation in as well about your opponent's Tricked. So from what I understand, you guys weren't even afraid facing the members of Tricked.
No, not at all. I think coming into the game, I think we felt as the favorites, even though we come in with only 2 or 3 days practice. But I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like we are the better team overall in terms of the players and all those kind of things. And I think we showed that as well on the server, even though it wasn't that pretty. I think the new game was pretty clown fiesta in terms of like losing Antigos. Like, it was both us and them. Like, we didn't play really well on Nuke. I don't think that we are really happy with the Nuke win, even though we took it home, because we were really sloppy. They had some good deagle rounds and stuff, but overall it was just a really sloppy Nuke from both sides. So I think we saw here some, like, it wasn't top tier CS, let's just say that. But yeah, I think we felt as a favorites coming into the game, and I also think that's why maybe Yabi and Niklas was playing so good, because they didn't really feel that we were going to lose this game overall. So yeah, we weren't really afraid at all, and I think that we showed that on the server as well. So yeah.
Right, and speaking about the current playoff bracket, you guys must have seen it. What are the other teams here and whatnot? So I have to ask a blunt question. Do you think that your team has what it takes to secure the victory here at the Blast Rising?
Yeah, I think so for sure. Like, we're gonna have some more practice, and we will have some things to look for. I think it's really good us going into winning the first match, because it's we haven't played officials that long, at least me and Hooksy and Siphon as well, so we can kind of take that away, and we can look at some good stuff to take away and some bad things. I mean, we have a lot to work on, obviously, and I think like you can get so much from practice, and I think official games you kind of get like the more deeper insight of what is wrong in your playstyle and stuff like that. So I think if we just keep winning these first 2 matches, I think we will just get better and better and better every single day. So I think we definitely have a good chance of winning this. Yeah.
That is a great mentality to have, not gonna lie. And my final question will just be the the setup for the of course the bracket. As you probably have seen, LDLC had won against GORILLAZ. Of course, you will be facing them tomorrow. No, excuse me, on Friday. So yeah, that's obviously gonna be in 2 days. So you have a little bit of time to prepare. You have a little bit of now time to relax for a moment or two. What are your feelings just going up against LDLC? Like, is this going to be the same approach as against Strict, or perhaps taking it a little bit more carefully?
I think it's probably going to be somewhere around the same approach. I mean, we just right now we just really want to focus on our own game and like trying to connect all the pieces, and like some of the guys have new roles and new spots and so on. So we just like kind of overall need to get like how we want to play and all those kind of basic stuff into the game. So right now we just have a lot of focus on ourselves and try to build a map pool pretty quickly, because of course when you play these BO3s you can just really get get a really bad start if they pick the right map, because sometimes if you don't have a map pool you have a really high chance to go into a map where you haven't practiced at all, and it just gives the other team a huge advantage, of course. So I think we're just gonna really work on a map pool and just focus on ourselves throughout the whole tournament and try and get going, get some momentum, and see how far it takes us here.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Roy. Danny, I'll let you, if you have any more questions about any of the matchup or anything of the else. If not, Roy, thank you very much for coming over. Of course,
problem.
congratulations once more, and hopefully you guys will have a nice, relaxing day today. You deserved it, definitely. It wasn't an easy match, but you were able to close it out. And I hope to see you guys in the next stage, of course, on Friday against LDLC first, and then obviously in the semifinals and the finals themselves, if you do get to it. And
Yeah,
as you
too.
said yourself, you are confident enough, and I believe that you guys might make it, because you just changed my mind. And hopefully
I'm happy
we
to
will
hear
see you
that.
there.
Great, thank you guys.
Be well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Bro J, everybody. How about that, huh? Danny, I guess we were superbly wrong on that part. We expected it to be a little bit harder for Copenhagen Flames, but apparently they took it quite simple.
I mean, it still was a close affair, and
Oh, of course.
in the wise words of Roy, the third map was a clown fiesta, and you really don't really know how it's gonna turn out, right? It being such a close
Yeah.
affair, it potentially could have gone the way of Trick, because it did come down to those double digits. It was another close scenario, just like the prior two maps. So of course, it's great to see Copenhagen Flames secure the victory, but just like we talked about earlier, it's a fresh roster. They're definitely going to be making mistakes. And in all fairness, right now, after seeing them play, even though it's a fresh roster and whatnot, I definitely wanted to know if Roy himself feels the confidence that he has, what it takes to win this tournament. Because in all fairness, from seeing the other teams play, and this team in particular, I really do have my high hopes here for Copenhagen Flames.
Likewise, and of course, we'll see them on Friday at 10 o'clock up against LDLC in the quarterfinals. But before we sign off, or before I sign off, of course, we have another game coming in about 10 minutes time. So let's not tarry any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking by us today. Danny will be with you all day, so give him your love and support in chat. Go check him out on Twitter, go follow him, and give him some more love there. In any case, from us, that will be all. Thank you, and we'll see you guys on the next broadcast. Until then, have a good one, and goodbye.
Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I wanna be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I wanna be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
watch me sway, darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek, yeah. Down to the river, down to the river. What you give me, but you never try. in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees. But no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free. But that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. Our shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome for our third best of three of the day. Of course, today is a bit of a lengthy day of Counter-Strike, but that is to be expected. It is, of course, playoff day, so we've been seeing a lot of great matchups here, and we're not going to be stopping anytime soon. The name's Sir Danny. This time, I'll be joining here by Scriv, and of course, we're going to be straight heading into this first, or shall I say the third best of three of the day, and that is going to be Apex versus Budapest 5. So initially though, Scriv, I do want to hear your thoughts. What do you think about this matchup at hand?
Ultimately, I think it does pose like a good few questions around it, right? These two teams are full of players and you know, conversations around like potential and how well they could possibly do and all this kind of stuff, but seem to always hit a plateau, right? I remember during the summer, everyone was like, yo, this Torsey kid is so good, man. Like, you got to watch him. And then they've kind of dropped off as a lineup, the Budapest 5, right? They're still in and around, looking solid at this level, but breaking through to a top level such as, you know, your Gambit youngsters at one point, into Gambit, of course, and then the likes of Skade at the moment and whatnot. I feel that these two teams are teetering on that knife edge, so to speak, to maybe break through the ceiling, and therefore in a very, very similar position. They have not played each other very much, right? So I think that this is going to be a relatively good test of, once again, they're at their mid-tier level. Can they compete with other mid-tier teams? I think it's a pretty interesting best of three in that sense.
But I also noticed that we primarily have two different teams and the way they've been built up. Because if we look on the Apex side, there seems to be everyone on a somewhat of a similar fragging level, right? Even a player like Dennis, who has had the tenure, has the experience in Counter-Strike, isn't necessarily just stomping on all the opponents Apex ends up facing. Whereas on the side of Budapest 5, like you just mentioned, they do have that one player in the form of Torzi, who has been doing a stellar job at this level of Counter-Strike, for sure. He seems to be the one X factor that allows Budapest 5 to come in contention in a lot of these best of threes. Kind of reminiscent of how it used to be with the Romanian lineup of Nexus, where you had the player in the form of IM, who was the big cog in the machine, right? And if he had a good run of form, then the other players would have a good run of form, thus winning a best of three and potentially securing the wins. Though here I would say Torji is probably a more impactful piece in the sense that if he does have a good run of form, suddenly Budapest 5 in contention. They might even win the best of three 2-0. If they're not in a good form, they end up losing it 2-0. And again, it just comes back to this one individual who is really important on the side of Budapest 5.
Yeah, big time. I think it's really interesting as well. Apex, you mentioned that they have a much more flat fragging curve, I guess. They also seem to have like some different philosophy choices, if that makes sense, in the way of like economy and the way that they move their team, especially on the T side. I think that you do bring up a really good point in the sense that they don't necessarily have the most structured, right, your entry, your second man in, you're the support. It tends to change depending on how they feel, or maybe if someone has, an idea for the round, they will follow that player who's spoken up in the freeze time, right? I don't think, from watching them, that they have like the most solid kind of game plan. Obviously, we've got the veto up here, though. This is an area of much contention, even before, we talk about the maps that have come out. I think that both teams kind of counter each other. Their strong maps tend to be their opponent's weaker maps, so we could see all three coming out here. The Mirage, very much the Budapest 5 home at the moment, for sure. They play it a lot. They play it to good success. And then the Overpass is Apex, up on 25 maps played. Like, it's just ridiculous. So, yeah, I think we could end up seeing all three in this series, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good point you make about the fact that they basically counter each other here as well. The Overpass pick does make a lot of sense for the squad of Apex because Budapest 5, you might look at the win rate and you might think, oh, this is somewhat deceiving. It looks like Budapest 5 can still play the map of Overpass. But the fact is, this is the one map that they end up banning somewhat often in their vetoes. They don't really want to play it against some of the better teams, and sometimes they're going to allow it to slip through the veto. And in this case, in order to ban the map of Inferno, they've allowed Overpass to go through. So this is going to be one of the weaker points on the side of Budapest 5, that is for sure. So there is the potential for them to be in contention for the best of three. It is a must for them to win that first map of Mirage. Mirage, of course, being somewhat of a more simplistic map in the Counter-Strike map pool, does give a lot of teams a good chance on it, right? Even if a squad like Budapest 5 calls this map our hometown, and this is the one map we can succeed on, even a team like Apex, who don't necessarily play the most amount of Mirage, can still have a good run of form on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so, right? And that's where kind of the danger comes in with having it as a home map. To be honest with you, is the fact that it's like all these teams at this level have got to know Mirage to a certain extent. Maybe, you permaban it. I think for that reason, there are some like high-level players who permaban it away. But when you're looking at this kind of level, they will be comfortable on it. So it's certainly a risky map to have as your solid. But at the same time, Apex don't find a lot of success on it usually. So I think that it plays into their hands quite comfortably on the Budapest 5 side of things. In all honesty, Apex, like, they play every map, but if they had a permaban, Mirage would be a contender for it. So certainly I think it is going to be a challenge for them on that first map. It's more for me moving into, the Overpass. It's not necessarily a terrible one. I think Budapest 5 have got a decent amount of experience on that. Certainly not the most comfortable, like we're saying, but if they can't shut down Torzi especially, and Mirage is a great place for him to kick off the carry train, as it were, I think that moving into Overpass could be difficult if they can't answer back AWPing wise. And I think that we have seen Apex, it's something that they struggle with a little bit. Relaxer has been on that main AWP in most teams that he's in. I don't think he's quite having the impact for me on the Apex side of things. He just isn't, out at the forefront in any respect. I'm not really wanting him to hit the same kind of numbers as Torzi, that's fair. but I just think that his impact has been a little lower, and they rely on the likes of Freddy Frog, the twin, of course, but also Gruss to step up maybe, and Dennis a little bit more recently to do some of the heavy lifting. So yeah, the AWPing play I think is going to be really important throughout this series.
Yeah, and especially if we do go to that third map as well, the map of Dust 2, it is just synonymous with individuals having great runs of form on it, especially because it has a lot of these long-range engagements in which the operators can excel at. So, of course, a player like Torji is definitely going to enjoy playing this map in particular. I also remember when he played this map of Dust 2, I'd like to say, I think it might have been against the Sinner Squad. It was, again, another map in which Torzi, the individual with the AWP, was able to find so much success. He was just given the freedom to roam around the CT side and just look for frags wherever he wants. The mid area, sure, go ahead. You want to try to go for a faster peak on short? For sure, we'll give you a quick boost. And that could also be very scary if you're a player like Freddy Frog, who, yeah, like you said, tends to go for that AWP from time to time, isn't on the level of Torzi. He will definitely struggle against some of those individual engagements that may take place.
Yeah, it really depends on how Torji steps up, though, because I think the thing is, for me, like, he's a very good Mirage player, and I think that feeds into the fact why it's one of their favorites. He's such a key part of this team. But Overpass, Dust 2 are two of his weaker maps, if anything, like, on average, of course. I think at the moment, form for players and for teams is so damn important. It really is. But at the same time, if you're going off of the kind of the average stats, he doesn't sit very well on those second and third maps. So we'll see. He'll have to kick things off, and he will have to keep things consistent throughout the series. It is also, as I'm sure people are figuring out, we talk about him so much, it is also a very, very difficult time for Budapest 5 if they don't have Torzi. If he's having an off day, they don't have much of a game plan to work around that. Whereas Apex, they're all about the adaptability. They're all about, just following the guy who is feeling it on the day and allowing that person to do a lot of the work and then work around them. And, if I have to be support today, that's fine, because we've got Dennis stepping up instead of Gruss today. You know what I mean? So I think that they have a bit more of an ability. But here we are, of course, as we get into the game. No utility for that T side. Certainly interesting. Just rushing straight into middle. Gruss going to kick things off with a bang. Relaxer helping him out as well. 3 quick kills for the CT side.
Perfect start on the side of Apex. Leave, though, going for a bit of a tag, but it won't get any further. That's going to be a really good start on the side of Apex. Really good frags here in the mid. And, of course, Fasher being left in a 1 versus 4. Somewhat of a difficult position here by his lonesome will be taken care of, as that will be Dennis eliminating him. And one of the things we haven't really talked about as well is that currently Budapest 5 are trialing their 5th player. So they had a guy by the name of Camion stepping in who had a fair run of form, but now looks like they're going to be playing with Fasher, a Dutch player. So this is going to be very interesting to note whether something like communication could be an issue for the side of Budapest 5, because earlier, Camion, Hungarian, no questions about that. But right now, Fasher being a Dutch guy, that could cause some issues here for Budapest 5.
Yeah, it's another thing to deal with, isn't it, really? I don't think we got round to it massively. I don't know that much of their usual game plan changes, though. Do you know what I mean? Because I think it is just the Torzi show for this team. We'll keep hammering that home as we see it. But yeah, it definitely can have an effect in your clutch moments, for sure, with the communication and things like that between players, or if he's getting like secondary info from someone who speaks the best English, if that's the way that they're doing it. Who knows? You never really know, like, fully these kinds of stories, but Gruss overstepping the mark ever so slightly. This is something that Apex do quite often, in fact. They like to have a bit of fun with things, let's say. I think sometimes they can lack respect for their opponents, which can go swimmingly well, just roll them over like, they really are just playing a regular pug, or they can let the ball drop from time to time, and I feel that's exactly what's happened there with a slight overstep from Gruss. Not only has he gone down, Relaxer's on 3 HP, he was one of 2 M4s, so a pretty big weapon to be losing early on. They've also recovered it, so yeah, massive weapon to be losing.
Overstepping those boundaries can be very dangerous, as Coolio is now going to begin walking on the A-bombs and clearing out the angles. Also has Torzi securing the frag here on Dennis. They don't really check the positioning of GORILLAZ, but not a big issue. Here you have Fleeve stepping out of Palace, securing the frag. And even though they get that bomb planted, of course, Apex don't want to be part of this retake at all. Freddy Frog and Relaxa going to be trying to save their weapons as early on here, Budapest 5 securing themselves that great early frag there in middle, recovering the M4A1S, and from there on out, things start getting out of hand here for Apex. And I'm not even sure whether Freddy Frog can really save that M4A1S of his, because he is being hunted down by these Budapest 5 players. So, of course, going to make sure the M4A1S does not stay in his hands, because right now that puts Apex in a very difficult economical conundrum.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that it's like the worst financial position to be in. You're on the CT side. Things are more expensive. You've not got any loss bonus. You've not got any money rolling. So it's pretty terrible. And at the moment, I think it's something like 40% of force buy rounds like that are successful, which is kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. Even without the Krieg, do you know what I mean? Like, it's still a bit of a problem that your CT side is so damn expensive, and now they have to deal with that in the biggest way. But I have to say, it's a round for Budapest 5 that I feel should never work. Trying to take mid on Mirage with no utility, you know, in a round like that, it just shouldn't be in your favor. I think if it's a passive hold from Gruss instead, he probably cuts them off jumping up window if they go for that. Maybe they have a slight lack of information around connector, but it does just come off of that one swing, to be honest with you. And then the snowball effect, it's too much to deal with. They can't stop it from rolling down the hill, so to speak. Very difficult stuff for Apex to deal with, I think, because it's a simple round to be losing.
And even around like this, that seems to be somewhat simple and should be in the books here for Budapest 5, you can still see how carefully they're approaching middle. Not going for any sort of ballsy connector moves or, for so to speak, a push down window, nothing of the sort. Now they finally spot out Lonesome Dennis here on the side. He's firing off his shots, but he has no idea about Fasher's movement. So quick to get the frag there on Dennis. And of course, him being the only defender, that's going to allow Budapest 5 to have full control of the side, get that bomb planted, and maybe even go for a bit of a hunt once more here, as Fasher definitely wants to get that frag and will get it here on Relaxes. So 2-1 here for Budapest 5.
Yeah, just going from bad to worse, really, on the Apex side of things as well. Obviously, not around they're expected to win. And they kind of, well, they don't kind of, they do have to force buy into that. But they find nothing for it. So I think really rubbing salt in the wound in that last round on the Budapest 5 side of things. Their map pick, winning the force buy, you know, honestly, it's a better position to be in than winning the pistol, because you'll just have that CT economy under wraps for so long and just really keeping them under the cosh as it goes. The MP9 speeding down short, though, looking to make a fast finish here to their third round. Okay, we'll walk into a double stack, though, and get dinked out. That's a nice little exchange, in fairness, but you don't expect them to be getting too much off the back of that. The B-bomb site, of course, has fallen, and trying to go for the retake in a scenario like this is just not going to happen. If they can drop another AK, yeah, it wouldn't be too bad of a scenario, to be fair. They do manage to do so, maybe even a chance to hold on to it. So it's actually a nice chunk of damage. You know, as I say in rounds like this, any damage is good damage when you've not spent anything. AK trying to find another head. He does have an opportunity to back off, but instead decides to push forwards, and he walks straight into a crosshair. So Dennis now the only one left. There's no true danger here on that T side, but losing rifles is always annoying.
It is, and for a team like Apex, they can absolutely go out here for a bit of a scavenging hunt. Look what Dennis can find, and he's actually going to get a frag here on the head of Corey. Not too shabby here. Again, some damage inflicted here in the T-side economy, which is probably the one thing you could have hoped for if you were a team like Apex. You go into this round, you're ill-equipped. You only have some of those USPs, some basic pistols to work with, and the fact that you already get yourself free kills, that is a massive plus moving forward. Now, of course, moving forward, we do see a good purchase coming in here on the side of Apex. No EWP of the sort just yet. Somewhat lacking in terms of money, but we do see the mid play here from Budapest 5. Relaxa going for a bit of a spray towards the getting one. Dennis with a quick, oh, the triple here from Dennis. Nice, solid push from Dennis. not much of a result here from Budapest 5 as they go in there for the mid play, trying to eliminate those players of Apex and just not finding any success.
Yeah, the rifles in hand, Apex have found some stability. Whether they're able to hold on to it or not is, of course, the question here. Dennis up the ladder. I thought he was going to go around the corner and might get the drop, but he's just floating around. Does need to be careful. This next moment could be big. Fleeve just playing contact, walking in. Got to check all his angles, of course, and make sure that he finds the cleanest possible way in. Oh, Dennis has just crept round the corner, but his back's turned. It's a free kill for Fleeve. Coolio finding Freddy Frog as well. Oh, no. That is absolute disaster for Apex. They were solidly in, but just not able to guess correctly, not covering themselves. You know, the buddy system doesn't actually work out, and now it's Relaxer left to clutch up versus 2 with no kit, and of course, no information.
No information to speak of. Just that the 2 players are alive. They got that bomb planted. And I like the setup here as well. Coolio and Fleeve playing this one together, well, until Coolio decides to take matters into his own hands and eventually secure the victory here for Budapest 5. And it's a nice bounce back as well. We see the mid play coming in here from Budapest 5, but one thing they don't expect is this play from Dennis. He swings out wide, eliminating free players instantly. But the one thing he did not expect was that we'd see some of those Budapest 5 players trying to hunt Dennis down. He goes down in short, then we see Coolio securing a frag as well, and from there on out, the B play comes in. Some nice little adjustment there from Budapest 5, even though Apex seemed to have done a good job initially.
Yeah, again, another tough one to be on the end of, right? Like, you just have to stomach it, and Budapest 5's showing why this is kind of a home map for them. Oh, messy first kill to be given away, though. Nice double spray down from Corey. Needs the third. He needs a bit of support, but the flashes are in from the CT side. Solid stuff. Torzi with the no-scope going to find Gruss, apparently. It is still up in the air here. It was that A-stack that they walked into. 3 in and around dark, playing the little triangle setup, 1 towards CT. Now they've had the rotation in. Direct 2-on-2, and, well, Budapest 5, you can see very, very precarious movements here. Unsure of whether there is another player ready and waiting, and they don't have smokes to work with, so they will instead opt to back away, try and give the B bomb site a go, and now the ball in Apex's court. How do they respond? Are they going to rotate across together, or just bank on the A hit?
Right now as well, with 40 seconds on the clock, if Budapest 5 really want to go towards B, they better do it right now. There's not a lot of time remaining if they want to clear out the B bomb site thoroughly. And it does look like, yeah, Freddy Frog and Dennis are just going to play it safe. Wait for any sort of sound cues, potentially have the A bomb site in their hands to recover the weapons. But yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, now they have some confidence to peak. They're going to realize there's no one here on the A bomb site. And as the utility whistles on the B bomb site, it's going to be obvious what's going on here if you're Apex. So the weapons have been required and acquired if they want to try and go for this B site retake. And by the positioning there of Freddy Frog and Dennis, it does look like they want to attempt this one. Dennis getting as close as possible right now, but don't the positioning here as well. Coolio has got the perfect angle. Should be able to deal with the first player, Torzi, as well. The crossfire has been set up. So Lonesome Freddy Frog could try to go for this, but yeah, it's going to be Torzi on the other side. So Budapest 5, definitely an expensive round for them, but it's nice to see them bounce back from that difficult start early on.
Yeah, losing a pistol these days, man, like I mentioned, man, it just doesn't seem to have as much of an effect. We generally say if you win both pistols, you win the game. But that's a long way off now, I feel, you know. That's a long time in the past. Especially in the first half. Unless it's a complete blowout, I don't think the pistol is as heavy because you get so many of these resets, or you get so many chances to just build up the money, and then maybe you lose a round, but it doesn't matter so much. B-Rush coming in, though. Oh, nice catch from Freddy Frog. Pretty important kill for him to be finding his lost Gruss on short. However, does have a little bit more support coming in, but they are losing men left, right, and center. Freddy Frog going to have to go huge. Team Flash comes in to save the day, but he needs more. There has yet to get the bomb down. That's a hell of a flick coming through from Torzi, though. The AWP is always dangerous in this man's hands. The fake comes through. Freddy Frog with the perfect timing, and there he is for his 4K. All right, solid stuff from Freddy Frog, as he needs no help on that B bomb site. Second round for Apex, off the back of a heroic moment. Of course, shout out to Coinbase. Now it's probably a good time, to be honest, if you're in the crypto space. So, you know, if you're thinking about getting in, everything's on a dip. So be sure to check it out. And, you know, they're a really, 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 really easy to use app and website and whatnot. I personally have used them in the past, so definitely recommend at the moment.
Oh, early flash has been deployed here. Apex want to try to take the fight early on here. It's going to be Gruss with the MP9. May not be the best weapon, but with that flash, oh, it's not going to matter. Corey, so quick on the trigger, getting himself the second one as well. There's the response from Dennis, but he gets caught out in sandwich. So far, the trading has been really good for Budapest 5. Have finally made their way into the site, getting that bomb planted. Relaxa making his way through connector as well, trying to spot out the players just yet. Doesn't really see anyone from Budapest 5. You can see they're playing this one very safe, not going for any engagements, waiting for Apex to come to them. They have the crossfire set up. And for Apex, if they're not going to find a frag in the next few or so seconds, maybe they should retreat. But Relaxa, there we go. Smoke for ramp. Freddy Frog coming in as well. Fleeve has got the angle. Relaxa may get one, but he will be shut down by Fleeve. And a good, solid A-bomb site take here coming in from Budapest 5. They tried going towards the B bomb set in the previous round, no success. This time around, to some extent, maybe even lucky for them, we see the aggression there from Apex, which fails instantly. And so Budapest 5, on the back of that failed aggression, they decide to commit on the A bomb side, and it works out splendidly in the end.
Yeah, really solid stuff and worrying for Apex, right? That immediate bounce back is never a good sign, particularly if you're on the CT end of things. Talk about the economy, of course we do. It's super important. And, well, Apex, it's been escaping them all game long. They cannot get a grip on this. It could be a quick first half. It could be a dominant start from Budapest 5. It already is fairly dominant, to be honest with you. Flash comes in. Oh, a half-ass peek from Kreese. It's Freddy Frog to find the first frag. And to be fair, that damage now on Corey really going to matter. Relaxer does go down in mid-window. Gross, what a hell of a shot, though, to take down Fasher. The trade's coming back in, the 4-on-3. The looser, faster kind of round. These are the ones that Apex often find success in, right? Just flying around, taking wild peaks with the Deagles. And now Budapest 5 left in a scenario where they have little to no map control. And they've essentially got 2.5 players ready and waiting. AK retrieve for Kreese could end the round here and now.
Love the rotation as well. Apex have all the members on the B bomb site, well, except for Kreaz. There we go, Coolio trying to enter the bomb site here. Dennis behind Edward, such a good position, powerful to find the one. But now Lonesome Torzy has to check so many angles, and there's just not enough time. 30 seconds for Freddy Frog. All he has to land that one bullet, and it's going to be precise enough. Really good round here for Apex, barely an investment, and they find so much out of it. Budapest 5 really struggling when it comes down to those pistols. And again, the mid call from them to try and go towards the B bomb side initially seems like a good idea, but we also see the rotation from Apex, and that's the one big problem. Apex puts all of their forces from the A bomb site towards the B bomb site. And from there on out, Budapest 5 do have a difficult time entering the site, and you can see the implications massive. Not much of an economy left here for the Hungarians. They're going to have to eco this one out. Some upgraded pistols, but that's about it. Though some aggression on the side of Apex. Flashbang deployed. Early frag for Dennis.
Yeah, looking good here as they find that second frag as well. When you're on these anti-eco scenarios, if you're finding kill 1 and definitely kill 2, it's probably going to go your way. That nade damage is massive as well. Love to see that. So, yeah. Should be sorted here. Apex very quickly looking to close the gap then. Try and bounce out as best they can, but it's just not going to happen. Freddy Frog too fast and set up for that really well. It's a great little angle to watch out when they've got no utility and whatnot. You can just catch them coming around the corner. So, good stuff in the past couple. Apex are going to have to keep this going, though, of course, to buy straight back in from Budapest 5. Still got solid advantage and looking to continue dictating the pace, continue holding on to the lead. As we mentioned, their map pick, and a very, very, very momentum-based team. I think that it can be over-talked from time to time, but this Budapest 5 team certainly are. And you could see why. Torzy cracking the round open. Oh, if it had gone for the random shot for the smoke, you never know what would have happened. Nonetheless, he's asserting his dominance here into an important round. Kreese with the spray down, though, will spot him out. Gets a second as well. They're not able to recover things back here. Man, that is so messy from Budapest 5. Honestly, you lose to one, maybe, but trying to go for another is just kind of desperate. They lose Corey on short as the smoke blooms, and now only 2 remaining. Budapest 5, after a great start, have let it slip.
That was a great entry frag there, initially from Torzy. But right now, it's just the 2 players remaining in this form of Fasher, as well as Coolio entering the B-bomb site. Freddy Frog and Cole in the backup. It's pretty obvious what's going on right now. Coolio does take the hit here from Freddy, and Fasher might swing out to get the one. Oh, the second one as well here. Looking solid to maybe get that bomb plant. There we go. Punching in those digits. That's a bomb plant here for Budapest 5. Lonesome Fasher, though, not in the best position. Stuck on the side. Dennis, though, will secure the eventual victory here on the side of Apex. But Budapest 5 at least make things interesting in there at the very end. And they did have a good start, an interesting start. Torzy, with the early opening frag, secures it there for Budapest 5. But then we saw the plays, the aggressive plays there from GORILLAZ, going for a bit of a spray for the smoke. Precise, gets the player, and Fleeve, who was playing in Palace, hoping he could potentially catch his opponent off guard, swings out wide as well. But what he does not expect is the proficiency on the side of GORILLAZ. So good with the AUG.
Worth noting as well, really well played by Dennis. That's where his experience comes in. He's been on the end of 1v4s, and I'm sure he's delivered some 1v4s as well. It comes from a point of, right, I know that this guy's found the first 2, he's feeling confident, but he's still got to do something else before, you know, we start to really, really worry. He's got to thin the numbers before we're able to rotate in together to go 2-on-1, so he's going to try and 1v1 me, therefore I'll just contain, hold the extremities, and perhaps he'll walk into me, and that's exactly what happened, rather than rushing forward. So, a smart move from Dennis, very, very subtle, something that he didn't even think about that hard, do you know what I mean? It's just so instinctive at this point. But definitely comes from that experience, the years of experience at playing such a high level of Counter-Strike. Of course, the tactical timeout for Budapest 5 will apply a little bit to this round, but ultimately is going to move forward into the next. Apex very quickly evening things back up here. And now it is the shoe on the other foot. Budapest 5, sorry, are going to have to worry ever so slightly moving forwards whether they start to drop the advantage and allow Apex to get back in. This is what we talked about, man. Mirage, such a comfortable map. Also a very predictable one in the veto. Who's to say that Apex have not done some prep? Gruss finally gets his head shot through the smoke there. But ultimately nothing doing here for Budapest 5. Yeah, bomb plant not going to occur. Trying to fight their way out. It's all left on to Fleeve, who does find a couple. Oh, and he was damn close to that third. Makes it exciting for a second, but ultimately Apex able to clean up.
For sure. Even rounds like that, I mean, they're always so scary. They're always so scary because even you might say, oh, it's just the lonesome player there with the deagle. What more can he do? Well, he can absolutely pop a few heads. And suddenly that round becomes a bit more expensive on the side of Apex. But as long as we'll take a look at their economy here real quickly, they're not doing too bad. Almost every single player above $4,000. The one exception, of course, being Dennis, just on 1,400. What we do see as well here on the side of Budapest 5, mid-control seems to be the name of the game. Now, this is T-side Mirage, so it does make a lot of sense to fight for that early mid presence. But instead of having all the players coming in from top mid, we also have a few from underpass. That's going to be Corey and Coolio joining in the fray. There's always the potential for the window boost. Now, of course, nowadays, it's a lot easier to go for the window boost. You don't even have to ask for your teammate. You can just do it by yourself from that bench position. So once you do have that mid control, where do you go next if you're Budapest 5? Consider the fact we have Fleeve here in ramp. It looks like he's going to be setting up a Molotov or flashbang as well.
Yeah, they've already lost a player on that Budapest 5 side of things, though. Relax, they're going to find Coolio. That's the bomb. Isolated him by itself. I don't know whether he spotted it out, but nonetheless, Apex... This is why they can be such a hard team to play against, man. I think, again, it's maybe one of those things that I'll hold the point. Fleeve's going to walk out here and actually find the frag and the double. We're back in contention. Bomb's being recovered. The A bomb site seems to have fallen. There is indeed, you know, players watching out from the flanks. Relaxer, though, on the repeat gets taken down. Think it would have been difficult for him. They were tracking him. They were ready to chase him out as Fasher was just round the corner. Nonetheless, they've now hightailed back towards the B-bomb site where Freddy Frog is here. He thinks he's maybe ahead of the action. Not going to be the case. Flash comes in. Ineffective. Missed shot from Torzy, though. He does get tagged down ever so slightly. He's still waiting for Fasher to cross. Got to check all his angles in. Just goes swinging in. Fasher going to get a freebie, and now Dennis is left on the 1v2. I don't think we necessarily needed that from Freddy Frog, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, tag the first one, wait for the bomb to go down, and then just play the 2v2. But now you've left Dennis to do everything. He's been having a pretty good game for the CT side. Oh, and he dodges the bullet. Creeps underneath the crosshair. Still so much work to be done, though. Going to flash himself out. Wins the fight against the AK, and now his low HP really doesn't matter. Torzy has got to hold on. He's debating the Glock, but he goes back to the AWP, and he gets the no-scope to clean up the round. Budapest 5, as soon as their lead under contention, they will snatch it back.
And of course, if it's a player like Torzy being left in a difficult spot, like that 1v1 against Dennis, he's always going to clutch it out with the AWP no matter what. Torzy, again, one of the players we've been talking about in the pregame, as well as right about now. He's been able to deliver some phenomenal numbers, and it's good to see that he's having a good run of form. And on the back of it, Budapest 5 also picking up rounds here on the T side of Mirage. Though mid-control, that's the name of the game right now. It's a fast play, and it's also Dennis on the other side. Good return here from Corey. Still some damage exchange, but most importantly, oh, it's Torzy with the frag on Grus. Coolio stepping up as well. So there's a lot of frags all over the map, but with the last few frags going the way of Budapest 5, absolutely, the A side control, and Corey, perfect angle, but no, it's Relaxa to win his. And now if you're Budapest 5, you're very much aware of Relaxa's positioning. You don't have to face this player.
Yeah, this is their round to lose once again. And we are starting to see it creep in a little bit. It's been effective for some rounds, but the lack of respect that I have talked about in the analysis, the pre-game analysis, I think is really coming to a head. Like I say, it can make them a very, very difficult team to lock down. But at the moment, it is costing them a few too many wide swings here or there. Freddy does the same last round. It happened again in this one, and they're in a deja vu scenario. Oh, that timing is filthy. Torzy's going to be so frustrated. Relaxer takes him down and trying to fake a bit of a reposition. However, it is all on to Coolio up in the apartments, who will get his cross. He'll get his bomb plant. Relaxer very unsure. I think he was suspecting a bit of a fake out. I go B, you go A, that kind of move. However, oh, just misses it. Coolio's got to be careful taking this fight against an AWP. He's trying to close the gap. It's a smart move. It's the correct move, but the contact play from Relaxer really going to be difficult to get through. Coolio out in the open, though, catches him off guard. And I don't think he meant to be there, but nonetheless, his reactions are clean enough, and Budapest 5 have now secured themselves the lead moving into half 2.
And of course, with that lead as well, there's going to be some money on the side of Budapest 5. And of course, guys, if you want to get some money, perhaps from some skins, be sure to head on over to CS.money, because that's one area you can go to the online marketplace, sell yourself some skins, or perhaps, if you're interested, you could also buy up some skins, or even better, trade up some skins to get a fresh new inventory. And for Apex, they're going to have to look for a fresh start here, but it's difficult. Because right now, we still have to finish off the first half. And right now, the force buy, it's a good start, though. It's Dennis securing the frag here in Coolio. So perhaps there's still a chance here. Torzy going for a bit of a spray. And will get the frag on Dennis.
Okay. Little interesting to start things off. Not going to lie, but here we are. We've seen these Deagles particularly be successful in the past, so I guess Budapest 5 wanting to find themselves a bit of comfort moving forwards. Minute left, just kind of chilling, hoping somebody oversteps here with all the utility and whatnot. Fasher is pushed ahead, hoping a swing comes in. Oh, with the timing, he's not seen Relaxer. Could be a deadly spot. They've got the distraction as well over at stairs. He's going to get overlooked. Relaxer in for one, Grus helping him out. and they will secure the man advantage. Yes, they've lost one. The nade going in. Torzy up close and personal. Oh, the tag lands. The headshot so damn close. Meanwhile, Fleeve is taken out from the side, expecting no one else to be out on A. Torzy with the shot from behind does manage to survive, but he's got 2 more to find. He's got the bomb. He will back off towards B, but my God, this is a chaotic end to the first half, if ever I've seen it.
And with 20 seconds as well, Torzy has just enough to cross safely on the bomb side and secure the bomb plant, but instead, he's going to try to go for the fight. Misses the shot, though. That's going to allow Kraz to get even closer towards Torzy, and Torzy right now needs to be so precise. Gets it on Gruss. Now looks it onto Kraz, but Kraz will be just that tad bit quicker to secure the clutch victory here for Apex. And even though I was talking about a potential fresh start here in the second half here for Apex, they still end the first one with 7 rounds to their name. So all in all, this being Mirage, this being a somewhat of a tight map for both of these two teams to play at, I have to admit, the 8-7 scoreline is not too shabby. I think both teams are going to be somewhat happy and satisfied about their performance. But if anything, Apex can be very happy that they managed to bounce back to secure the 7th round.
I'm excited to see how things pan out. It has been a topsy-turvy beginning, to be honest with you. It is generally, though, as I so often say, the T side where things fall apart. For a team that are unsure, a team that are not comfortable on a map, you know, it's very, very hard to instinctively play the T side. I think the CT side, when you recognize the map and, you know, they are pro players, they will play plenty of Mirage in pugs, I'm sure. CT side is much easier to just assimilate yourself into. But the T side, not so much. Takes a bit more work. And I don't know whether Apex, not that they've not done the work, but whether they have a strategy that's going to prove effective.
That's the thing as well. On the side of Budapest 5, you can also talk about how they must implement this new player in the form of Fasher in their lineup. Perhaps on the T side, you could have very easily said that, okay, Fasher, just go alongside me. We're just going to be going for this 2-man setup here and go for some of these engagements here in this area of the map or somewhere towards the B bomb site, for example. But right now in the CD side, is going to have to take the positioning of, I do believe, Camiad, who Camiad had to take the positioning there of Bodito. So this is going to be somewhat interesting to note whether Fasher can really step in those new shoes, those new roles he has right now on the CT side. And it's also going to be interesting to note whether Torzy can have the similar level of success just like he did on the first half. Because in the first half, great AWP kills all throughout, almost even reaching 20 kills after the end of the first half. So good performance from him. But now we'll have to wait and see if his teammates can also follow suit, because Apex, though, might be interested in hitting the B bomb site, though mid control first and foremost. And Torzy, though, going for a bit of a hunt, spots out one of the players, might even contest for more, but considers to back away.
Yeah, very tense. I think, you know, I talked about first half pistol not being as important. You can see why, right? It ends 8-7, but then that does mean that the second half pistol is pretty important. Torzy opens it up nicely. They have got a player in window, though, and they're hoping to cause enough of a ruckus on the B-bomb site that someone goes for a rotation. Little do they know, on the Apex side of things, there's already 3 players ready and waiting on B, so they don't really need anyone to rotate just yet. And you've got a push coming in from Fleeve at ramp. So lots and lots of info here for the CT side. Going to prove effective. Ooh, in just a few moments' time. 1 bullet lands in the head. Freddy Frog as well, getting the catch. They've evened things back up. And very unsure. You know, the mid-presence is in, but they had 1 up on short. What's the game plan here? Meanwhile, over at ramp, it does actually get checked. I was going to say, Fleeve could have a deadly angle here, but no, they are aware of the fact. It's a very strange game state that we're in, though, with, you know, CTs sandwiching the Ts in, but they still need support from the rotations. Fasher on short, finding the head of Freddy Frog, looking for a little bit more. The bomb has gone down. They've got a kit available, and they've got heavy numbers advantage here on the Budapest 5 side, so it is looking good. Someone's got to step up for Apex. Someone has to go absolutely huge, and, well, it has to be Gruss, because everybody else is dead.
Oh, the defuse coming in as well, though it is lackluster. Gruss getting himself 2 already. That leaves Fleeve in a must-win 1v1. And even though Fleeve can potentially recover the kit, the problem is he needs to fight it against Gruss. And Gruss, oh, he's playing this one to perfection as Gruss wins out the 1 versus 3 clutch, being stuck in a very awkward position. But Gruss doesn't hesitate. He finds the first 2 kills, and from there on out, you know Gruss has basically won the round.
That was pretty magical. Exactly what they needed. I suppose the caster's curse working for good there. Sometimes it can have a negative effect, but when I said they need a hero, there you are. Gruss is the one to do it, left all by himself as well, so pressure at a maximum. Force Spike coming in from Budapest 5, going to try their best to rush their way through Palace. Think lands through the pillar, but he can't get the second. Kreese has fallen on the other side of things here, as they also put pressure in the B apartments. That leaves short open, though, and Dennis going to capitalize. Coolio, the only one left, and he's got no HP. Well, he's got 3, but it's basically none. Now he's got none. And Apex will get the 9th off the back of it, only losing 1 player.
Overall, that's going to be super clean. That's one way you want to approach your games. You got to make sure that you have the best weaponry at your disposal, and perhaps you guys want to have a great phone at your disposal. That is, of course, going to be the Red Magic 6 Series phone with a very smooth 165 Hz refresh rate screen. So definitely, if we want to pwn some noobs, whether it be on PUBG or some other mobile game, Red Magic 6 Series phone might be the choice for you, but if anything, it is going to be Apex pwning the players here at Budapest 5. They're unarmed, they're weak, and they will be easy pickings here for Dennis and Kriaz. Good few kills coming in, though. Bit of a shame that Dennis ends up dying in the mix, but overall, still a good round for Apex.
Now, indeed, is where the true test comes in the second half. If they can take this, I might start to bend their way in terms of believing. But Budapest 5 immediately need to get back on the board and bring things back under contention, really. Their own map pick, like we're saying, and they got their home map. That's how the veto worked. However, Apex also got their home map, so very dangerous times. If they can't find this, Gruss holding for the aggression, beautiful stuff. I mean, just in their heads right now, aren't they? Absolutely fantastic. Easiest kill of his life. Wants to go swinging in. Torzi's there on the response, maybe not expecting an AWP, and the man advantage very quickly back up in the air.
Ooh, but what is Dennis going to do? Is he just going to hold this position right now? That seems to be the modus operandi for, in fact, all the members of Apex, not committing anywhere just yet. Playing the waiting game. Right about now, Dennis might consider that it's about time to link up with some of his teammates. Perhaps the B-bomb side is not the area of the map you want to go to if you know Torzi is on the other side. Perhaps they might look for options elsewhere. Consider this. They still have Relaxa and Freddy Frog close by the A-bomb side, so it does look like a potential A-side hit. Plus, you have Kriaz, who can potentially come from the connector position as sort of a late flank or even part of the initial push. That could really cause a lot of havoc here on the side of Budapest 5. And right now, 30 seconds, there's the Molotovs for connectors, so Kriaz can't really do much, but he can stall players like Fleeve here in window, which leaves Lonesome Corey there holding on to the incoming advancement, and Fleeve gets the shot here on Kriaz. Corey, though, with a response of 1, but he has done it. He gets himself the 1 kill, and now Dennis needs to find his. Fasher does get the 1 on Freddy, and Torzi will eliminate Dennis. So Apex, not a successful round for them. They decide to go for the A-side commitment, but those Molotovs, they really slow things down for a player like Kriaz. Couldn't really get in position, and so Budapest 5 claimed the victory.
Exactly what they needed. Still not out of the woods just yet, though. The buy fully available into this round. They've actually pulled the AWP out on that T side as well. Not something that you see very often on the T side of Mirage. So we'll see what happens. I mean, going to go for the rush in. I was just about to say Relax's impact on that CT side. Not as big as you would like. However, a great opener coming in, and that economy game always comes under question. This round, just as important as the last for Budapest 5. Like I say, no breathing room at all. They need to find this. Otherwise, they'll end up dropping another round off the back of it as well. One would assume, you know, with the half buy that comes in that world. All conjecture at the moment. But with an opening pick like that, Apex in full control.
Ooh, but look at Fleet's positioning. He's close to get the frag on Freddy. That's perfect. He even finds himself an avenue to retreat. Really puts the scales in an even footing. A 4v4. Neither team really having a substantial advantage thus far, though Fasher up in short. Keep a close eye on his positioning because now with Relaxa getting the frag on Fleeve, that will force him to move and that will put him in his grave. Dennis, great pickup on Fasher. Leaving it all up to Lonesome Corey here on the A-bomb side, and he's about to feel a lot of pressure mounting on his shoulders, though. Thought he might get himself the double. That would have been amazing. But even so, it is the bomb side in the hands of Apex. They got the bomb plant. In the case of Coolio, he might consider to recover the AWP of Torzi if that's possible. But even so, I think it might be somewhere out there in short or perhaps even middle. So looks like recovering the AWP is not an option, but saving his life is something you can always be responsible for.
Yeah, this is really not how Budapest 5 wanted this one to go. At the very least, Mirage is going to be a competition here where they perhaps felt they would have a free pass. I guess wrong. Apex setting somewhat of a trap. Ready and prepared for Mirage quite clearly. And as we mentioned, they've not got any head-to-heads. They've not played each other before in the past, which is quite surprising, to be honest with you. They float around in similar circles. I suppose maybe in older rosters, I think the players will have played against each other. But these two, I guess one's more of a four-man lineup now with Fasher coming into the fold. But nonetheless, they've not played each other. So maybe that's playing into the hands of the way that veto went. Half-buy for all the players that did not manage to save in the previous. There is that M4 particularly in play that could be dangerous. See what Coolio can find. 11-9 though. Apex looking set if they carry on this way. If they keep this economy low on that CT side, they really could surprise here and pick up their opponent's map pick. B-Rush coming in. One player to hold down. A second now joining him with that M4, but they've broken in pretty deeply here. Yeah, and with no counter utility, it's just easy pickings.
It is, because all you have to focus on, if you're Apex, just popping heads. And here it looks like one more will be going down. It's on the opposite end, though. Torzi secures the frag here on Freddy Frog. So he'll be sure to get that AK-47 for his troubles. Might as well get the smoke as well. Not too shabby. On the side of Apex, of course, recovering themselves with the 12th round. And yeah, this is where things are getting somewhat neck and neck between the two teams. Of course, Apex right now will have a 3-round advantage, but it's still not a huge margin. Budapest 5, after the round is over, they'll have plenty of money to reinvest. It's going to be a very solid purchase. And Corey, though, that is a lot of damage right now. It's not like the opponents of Apex are swimming in money, so the fact that we still see 3 kills commit in total, that puts a bit of a dent on the terrorist economy.
Yeah, I mean, we'll make it awkward moving forwards. It just means that that loss, inevitably in the minds of Budapest 5 when it comes, will be slightly harder hitting for the Apex side, but still comfortable moving into this round. You just take it a round at the time. That's what this T-side's all about, grinding it out. We're actually going to go for a fast one in by the looks of things, or at the very least a fast execute. However, the Molotov keeps them at bay for now, and there's only 2 players ready and waiting on this A-bomb site. Could be a bloodbath, Danny.
Oh my. The smokes, the Molotovs, everything being deployed over the A-bomb site as Apex right now. Ooh, look at Freddy Frog. He has been slowed down, but Dennis will persevere. He'll get himself another frag as Budapest 5 slow down. They can't really see anything behind the smoke grenades. They just have to play the waiting game. Wait for the smokes to fade, and only then they can find any of these engagements, though. Fasher, there we go. The smokes have faded. Now it's time for him to pounce. They'll look at CT spawn as well. The members not really finding any engagements thus far, as Fleeve with the AWP could and will see the head of Relaxa. That will prompt the members of Budapest 5 to move in, as Fasher gets one. Gruss needs to hold the line. Freddy Frog gets one. Torzi with the response. It's Lonesome Freddy that remains in 1 versus 2. His position compromised and his body is dead. That will be 12-10. On the side of Budapest 5, a great recovery there on the round, even though when we saw on the minimap, there was just loads of smoke grenades deployed, and you're thinking this is the potential victory on the side of Apex, but somehow they failed. Clearly, they didn't really have control of the bomb site. But if you guys want to have control of your cryptocurrencies, perhaps you might want to go to Coinbase, the app, or even Coinbase.com.
Timeout coming in here for Apex, their first one of the game. I think they realize what kind of position they're in, right? Again, not their map pick. That sometimes can remove some of the pressure, particularly if you're confident in your own, but they've gotten up to a position where they're like, okay, hold on. We can do this. Pretty sure if we keep at it, things are looking pretty good for us. It's showing to be a chore, not going to be a breeze. And of course, this is a big round to take a timeout. As you mentioned, ahead of the last round, money not fantastic because they went under that bare minimum of 3 surviving players, and therefore they have to think about things ever so slightly. An AWP out for Relaxer, he maybe could have dropped across, right? So they've made a decision on this to have the MAC-10, to have the Deagle in order to facilitate utility, surrounded by 2 AKs and an AWP. Definitely a workable buy, but certainly not perfect. So Apex, hopefully they've got some tricks up their sleeve.
I thought somewhat of a slower style of round here from Apex, but early on you can see Dennis deploying loads of utility on the B apartments, just showing off the presence there of the terrorists. That doesn't mean that's the one area of the map they want to try to contest, but we could also see an exchange of utility from both parties. Dennis throws down his smoke, then the player who's holding the B bomb site also is expecting some sort of advancement, so Coolio chucks in a smoke grenade for good measure. That's actually one way you can try to bait out the utility of your opponents. And in the case of Budapest 5, right now it is, just them slowing things down, waiting for any sort of signs here on the side of Apex. Fasher holding on to that one smoke grenade. I believe that is, in fact, yes, the last smoke grenade deployed here towards the B bomb site. So a fast usage here of utilities. This was a fast pick there from Relax. A great pickup here on the A bomb site. This could force some rotations away from the B side in towards A, and that's exactly what Apex need right now, because the one area they want to hit is the B bomb site.
Slow but short. Edging their way in. Really do not want to throw this opportunity away. An early pick. Oh, could be everything. Flash hits a player. That's awkward. Certainly could make a difference. Coolio going to find his frag. He needs a few more, though. Does get another. Still the man advantage for the Apex side, however. And a double AWP walking into the retake here. Surely not. Budapest 5 going to try and go for it, though. Maybe someone peeks into a crosshair. They're coming dangerously close here, but not giving anything to the AWP. Stolzy closing the gap, trying to play shotgun. He's got support behind him in the form of Fleeve. The tag lands, but too many bodies to deal with. Relax has revealed the other AWP as well. Does eat a tag in the meantime, but yeah, not going to happen for Fleeve in a million years. So he will walk away and save. A desperate attempt to the retake, a costly attempt to the retake, and maybe one that will end up costing them everything. And it does. 13-10. Apex so damn close, and Budapest 5 no money to answer back in round number 24.
13-10, the current scoreline, and rightfully so. Apex, I can't say they went for some truly big brain play. It was basically that one kill on the A bomb site that really set the tide for the upcoming encounter on the B bomb site. Of course, rotations coming in from Budapest 5. They leave the B bomb site believing it is the A side hit. That was a big mistake. Apex fully committing towards the B bomb site, successfully taking over it. And as well, the interesting thing I pointed out earlier, the players from Budapest 5 quite rapidly using their utility on the B bomb side. Like I said, the first smoke was baited out there by Dennis. He just chucked in a smoke grenade for good measure, and Coolio instantly responds with a smoke of his own. Then Fasher, at about the 1 minute mark, throws down his. So it's about 40 or so seconds remaining, and Apex, of course, no smoke grenades to block off their vision. All they can do right now is just fully commit to the site, throw the flashbangs of their own, and successfully take control of it. Very important stuff here on the side of Apex, and they are looking very solid here in Mirage, which is something you can't really say about Budapest 5 right now. 13-10 at a potential 14-10 scoreline. The members of Budapest 5 consider it's time to save up that dough.
Walk up connector. Going to discover a clean A-bomb site here. However, they have got heavy presence in Palace. They are watching from behind in the form of Relaxer, but timing going to be everything. They could actually catch him looking in between 2 angles. The shame is the push from the front is coming in pretty easily. There goes the A-bomb side itself. There is a potential flank. There's one coming to strike. Actually, 2 players now on the backside from that T side. But the bomb should be going down in a second. I feel like, you know, breaking in with nothing but deagles. They do now have an AWP, but that's so damn hard. Fleeve goes down. Surely the AWP just walks away to save into the next round, and maybe the deagles can find a bit of something. That's exactly what they're going to go for. Should be a 14 for Apex pretty easily, though.
Yeah, you can see the players here of Budapest 5 just looking for some exit frags or maybe just some damage on the side of Apex. That's actually one nice shot here. Thanks to Fasher, and Dennis will mop up the last 2 here on the A-bomb side as Lonesome Coolio making the right choice, saving his AWP for the upcoming round. That recovery is going to be quite important, I'd say, for a player like Torzi. Even so, he still saved up as much money as possible so that he can have that AWP purchase. But why not? If you're Budapest 5, this is Mirage we're talking about. Double up setup on Mirage does make a lot of sense. In the case of Torzi, he of course has his, but perhaps no AWP. Okay, so it is going to be just a singular AWP in the hands of Torzi, but for me, it doesn't look like he's going to go towards B. Something tells me he's looking for some early engagements, maybe towards the A-bomb side or somewhere perhaps connector. There's, of course, a lot of angles you can go for if you're an operator on the CT side, and in the case of Budapest 5, they need to try and get something going, and from what I can tell, early aggression in ramp. Standard stuff, Fleeve going for the spray. Ooh, not aware of Dennis's positioning though. Nice little nade stack coming in, dealing the damage on Relaxa, and now Torzi getting one, but Dennis swings out here on Corey, and will be the response here from Fleeve, and look at Dennis. He also had the bomb on his shoulder, so now they must commit. Freddy Frog, great frag on one. Freddy's gonna get another one. So good from Apex as they push on the bomb site, leaving Lonesome Coolio now pondering what has just occurred. And even this, Apex recovered the bomb and they can very easily just go wherever they want. It is now in their possession, but you can see that Relaxa in a position where he's overlooking the ramp position. Freddy Frog on the other hand, keeping a close eye on CT spawn. And for Coolio, the name of the game is to wait. Wait to hear something.
Patience, right? Absolutely has to pay off. That point on the line. So unsure. They've got plenty of utility on this T side, though. Like a Molotov over here. Got another one available. There it is at CT. They're going to hear him, surely. Swing comes in through the smoke. He can't quite find it. Relaxa somehow. Avoids all those bullets around the smoke. Oh, Coolio going to find him. And such a damn important round for Budapest 5. Apex will be kicking themselves. They can't convert it. And Budapest 5, I'm sure the camp is absolutely ecstatic right now. That 11th round will come in. The AWP will be saved. And the CTs live to fight on.
Yeah, the side of Budapest 5 here looking somewhat solid with that round victory. I mean, definitely in terms of their appearance, it's quite nice. And if you want to get yourself a nice appearance or in the form of nice skins, CS.money is your place to be. You can buy skins, you can trade skins, and of course, you can also sell skins. And on the case of Budapest 5, we're going to notice that this investment right now is somewhat differing than the one in the previous round. And in fact, the play is differing quite massively. This time around, the aggression here is in top mid. Now, we're not going to see anyone from Apex just yet. In fact, the Apex members are playing this one very safe. Consider this, they're primarily in pistols, except for Lonesome Freddy Frog, who has gone for the Hero AK-47 purchase, but the other players on pistols just waiting for that aggression in the form of Budapest 5.
Holding pretty solidly here. Very, very patient play. Least up going to come in for the late rounds. The bomb, though, is edging towards the AE side of things. So Apex, I think even they are unsure, right? Just depends on where we find a pick, that kind of thing. Very, very slow on the uptake here. And the late round burst, I don't know, it could work over towards A. There's only that one player at CT. They'd be able to get the bomb down at the very least. In a round like this is a good goal. Oh, and a good achievement, but middle might not be the one. Fasher finds the first and the second. Clean headshot to get that done. And now a 3-on-5 that really looks unwinnable.
No, you're not expecting too much here inside of Apex. Perhaps Freddy Frog could get maybe a kill or two. That would be quite nice here on the Apex camp. Maybe not necessarily because of the economical damage you can inflict on Budapest 5, but somewhat of a little confidence boost. And if anything, I don't think they're going to gain any confidence from a round like this without a single kill going their way. But you're still not expecting to win a round like that. What you are expecting is perhaps this round, the victory in round 27. We, of course, see Dennis on the AK-47. The other players won't really have a lot of utility to work with. In fact, we will primarily see the AKs come out and some smoke grenades. In fact, just the 4 smokes in total here for Apex. So that is a little bit dissatisfying. Wouldn't be too surprised if this time they consider, you know what, let's change up the pace. Let's go for a fast style of round. And right now, there we go. Early flashbangs there from Budapest 5. On the ramp position, there's a grenade as well on Freddy Frog in the B side of things. But you can see right now, Budapest 5 putting a lot of emphasis on the site holds, in particular here on the A-bomb site. They even have 3 players at the ready.
Could be massive. Corey has to find this first. The slow creep comes in straight into his crosshair. He drops down. He will get traded. Gruss as well. Going to find Fleeve. At the very least, they've kept things even here on the CT side of things. Nice nade goes through. So, HP advantage in with Budapest 5. Key round to be winning, absolutely. Fasher finding a kill onto Freddy Frog. I guess lurking position over at B, it looks like. And now just the 2 remaining for Apex. Slow but sure. Again, trying to edge forward. Fake to come in, maybe. Seems savvy to a player at CT. It does indeed. 2 watching it. Coolio, he takes the bait. The bomb will now go down, and late picks coming in. The tag actually lands onto Gruss. They're so damn low here on this bomb site. It is definitely doable. No nade available for Torji, but there is one available for Fasher if he wants to just launch it in. It looks like he might just in a second here. It's actually the molly. Pushes Gruss out of position, but he's still alive. Smoke goes over towards CT just as that flash comes in. Gonna leave it down to Torji for now. He finds one. He's able to stay alive and create space for Fasher. Beautifully done by the 2 of them, and there's plenty of time for the defuse. A successful retake comes in. Budapest 5 moving up to 13. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
A massive save as well, because Fasher in that round, he had a full utility belt. He had the HE grenade, he had the Molotov. He could have very easily used it on the opponent. And in this case, he decides to go for the Molotov. That forces the players out of the open. They have to go for those engagements, and from there on out, Budapest 5, a very solid round. Of course, they managed to secure that victory. Yeah, some frustration as well on the Apex side of things. As we saw in the player cams, you can see that the guys are not happy about their performance. Of course, right now, they shouldn't be. They have to play with pistols. It's back of the pistols. Some utility, which is nice to see. So they can always just close in the gaps with those smoke grenades, and the Tech 9s will be perfect dealing with some of these members on the side of Budapest 5. But first and foremost, they need to make it out of the apartments. Once you make it out of the apartments, you begin to clear out the angles on the site. That's when you have a chance. See if that's going to happen, because Julio has that HE grenade. Fasher's still keeping on to his utility belt. Like we might see, ooh, nice little nade. Well, there we go. Dealing the damage as well.
Here we go, the burst coming in. Coolio. Oh, he's so damn blind. He's got cover, though. He will go down, but at the very least, Fasher doing the damage to Molly as well to finish off the 3rd. They'll continue to move through it. Korea's no care in the world. Retrieves the bomb. They've got to try and find one of these kills. Either the one over at short, the one player in market. Neither of them coming just yet. Trying to create space to get the bomb down. It is proving very, very difficult, though. The gap's closing. All the shots seem to be landing here for the CTs, but it's a nice little double peek. I think through his teammate, Kreese finds that kill. Nonetheless, 2-on-2. Corey on the backside should be able to clean up here, and he will have done. However, Torzi, of course, stealing the thunder. 14-14, Budapest 5 looking to steal away their own map pick, but nonetheless, Apex were in the ascendancy, and now things are under threat.
That's the thing right now. Apex reaching their highest point, but now they've been going down, descending even further. As the scoreline right now is not looking good for them. Yes, it's 14 for them, on the brink of victory, for sure. But Budapest 5 right now, the past few rounds have taught me that they have momentum on their side, and maybe, ooh, Not the kills, however. Not gonna find anything right now, Apex nor Budapest 5, though what we do see is some early ramp attempt control. Corey, though, could potentially go for this fight here against Freddy Frog. Could have the flashbang in from one of his teammates. In fact, maybe even a two-man setup. But, oh, Torzy! What a beautiful frag from him. Perfect timing there on Gruss. And now we see the push from Apex. This is not looking good. A bit disjointed. The player from Palace dies. Kreaz moves in from ramp. Has to clear out the angle, though. Goes for a wonky spray. Find the frag here on Fleeve. Response from Corey, though. 1 and 2. I think that just about does it for Budapest 5. Lonesome Relaxer remains. The bombs dropped on the site. And I think we might even see a flanking maneuver there from Fasher. The flashbang is just perfect, though. No peek, interestingly enough. Relaxer might just recover the bomb out of this one, but cannot recover his life. That will be 15 here for Budapest 5. A nice hold on the A-bomb side, but a little bit dissatisfying to witness Apex falling apart.
Of course, shout out to Red Magic for sponsoring and providing what they call to be the world's smoothest smartphone as well. 165 Hz, that's more than my monitor. So there you are. It is indeed a smooth gaming experience. Be sure to check them out. Their support is always appreciated. But here we go into the nitty-gritty. I mean, Overpass is our next map. Overtime may be required on this map. Apex would love it to be that way, as they would feel greatly confident to pick it up. And I mean, it would be disheartening to lose this one 16-14. They were in prime position. It is now Budapest 5 who are in prime position. The early mid control comes in. They're not really contesting here on that CT end of things. Don't want to be taking any chances early on.
Especially right now, this is such an important round for both these teams. As we can see right now, Fleeve going for a bit of a mid-peak. Deals the damage here in Kreaz. Dennis and Relaxa losing a big chunk of their health because of a HE grenade. So some nice damage. Fleeve holding this position as well. There's, of course, a huge smoke grenade here blocking off the vision here of top connector. But right now it fades and Fleeve gets himself 1 and 2. Damage inflicted. Fasher chimes in with a kill of his own. Freddy Frog finally chimes in with a good frag here on Torzy, but look at Corey. He's already holding the ramp position. Doesn't have to peek, but will deal the damage on Freddy. And with the bomb being dropped in such an awkward spot, Freddy Frog cannot win the round. It will be a victory here for Budapest 5 as they claim victorious on their own map pick of Mirage.
Yeah, deadly stuff, man. Deadly stuff. I mean, Apex trying to fight fire with fire the whole way through, and we saw bursts of it working really, really well. Actually had a good advantage in the first half, a nice little comeback from them that put it into contention. But Budapest 5, the whole way through, just one step ahead, and you can see how it makes them feel in the end as well. You know, a little frustrated with themselves. Still going to have that confidence moving forward. It's a great map for them coming up, but I think they could have taken that one. What, we were at like a 14-10, I think, and just another timeout, think things over. A couple of key clutches in there as well that worked their way into the hands of Budapest 5, you know, with some wide swings and things like that we talked about the whole way through. And that overconfidence costing them big time until, you know, they get to a point where their confidence is shaken and then all of a sudden they can't actually find the rounds again. So yeah, really, really unfortunate in the end. Just very unlucky for Apex. But credit to Budapest 5 keeping it together, the composure towards the end to take their map pick 16-14.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations there for Budapest 5. Somewhat of a dissatisfying end here for Apex, but that's just the first map. That's why we're going to have our second map in the best of 3. That's going to be Overpass and an opportunity for Apex to bounce back. But to find out that, folks, we're going to have to tune into that second map after a very quick break. We're going to go to a commercial break. Once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that second map.
you bleed me, but you never tried. I thought you'd gone and left me here to die. On and on you keep staying by my side. But it's me who's going for the ride. I'm standing in the middle of the sea. There washes over all that passes me. I'm pushing hard against the tides of time, so I can see you as forever mine. I'm standing in the middle of the sea. There washes over all and passes me. I'm pushing hard against the tides of time, so I can see you as forever mine. Won't leave you now, don't leave me then. Won't leave you now, don't leave me then. Won't leave you now, won't leave me then. I just think you're
I am the worst addict. I suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending. It brings you to your knees, but no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say all free. But that's not all that bothers me. I had never said a word about it, but never stopped believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. My shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stopped believing.
since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I feel there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Then I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy alert you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right.
Welcome back, folks, to our second map of the best of three. Of course, not that long ago, we witnessed a very close affair between Budapest 5 and the squad of Apex. It was in no way, shape, or form an easy victory for Budapest 5, but to recap it quickly, it was a good comeback coming in from their part and a bit of a choke on the side of Apex.
Yeah, you're not wrong, to be honest with you. I think they were looking really good throughout. As we talked about in the first half, they lost against a force buy, and it was like 6-2, and I was like, okay, here we go. I think they might get a few isolated rounds, but this first half is going to dictate the pace and ultimately lead to the victory. But no, they were able to turn it around, prove my, subconscious wrong, and even take the lead into the second half on their T side of all things. They were looking really, really good there. But it is that choke factor like you talk about. A timeout taken by Budapest 5, a break of the economy on that Apex end, a few clutches, key clutches won by Budapest 5, and Apex just couldn't recover the mental, it felt like, and ended up dropping 6 rounds in a row at the end. It was 14-10. They were in a great position, and I think if they'd have maybe taken a timeout, it's all hindsight now, but yeah, a difficult one to be on the end of. Not their pick. That's your one silver lining. Very thin silver lining, because you absolutely now could have been in position to win things 2-0. But Budapest 5 have got everything in their favor moving forwards. And of course, the magical Torzi that we always talk about, hitting 30 frags there on Mirage. So making all the difference, and now could be a scary prospect on Overpass.
For sure, because I again mentioned the prospect of how Torzi is so important on the side of Budapest 5. It does feel like if he does have a good game, then there's the potential for a 2-0 victory. If he does not have a good start, it ends up being a lot of times the 0-2 loss there on the side of Budapest 5. So for them, it is absolutely imperative that they got Torzi having a good run of form, able to find some really impactful frags with the AWP, and also even some clutch scenarios with that very same AWP. And now on a map like Overpass, this is again an Opera's paradise to some extent. There are so many long-range engagements you can go for as the Opera. You have such good mobility as well, even some of the more tighter spots of the map. For example, the B short area is a good example of where Operas could still go for that engagement, even though it's not as long range. But you do have one great thing on a map like Overpass, and that's always the ability to get behind cover. Even on For example, the very same Be Short. You go in for that early engagement, you get the frag, you can very easily return back to cover because your teammates are covering your backside. Something like the restrooms is synonymous with just so many of these angles in which an operator can still excel at, even though they're so close by. The reason being, the operator can go in for that engagement and instantly return back to cover. So for an operator, this is a great map, and I would presume a guy like Torzy should also have a good run of form equivalent to what we saw him play on Dust 2.
On the other side of the coin, though, I think it's a great map for Apex as a team. We talked about them being super adaptable, and I think that, well, I know that this map hands itself to an adaptable playstyle, right? Particularly on that T side of things where you are flitting about, the rotational game. It can be really hard to pin down where the T's are coming from, and they can just sort of throw you off and really, really mess around with the information game and all that. So I think certainly it is going to be a tough one here for Budapest 5 to be on the end of that, to get into the heads of their opponents, because I feel the whole way through, up until the very end, you know, where it mattered most, it did feel that Apex had the mental game in their favor, as it were, and they were able to get the better of their opponent in that sense and keep them guessing throughout. And also that kind of lack of respect playstyle that we were talking about, in your face. They might have gone a man down early, but they don't really care. They're still going to keep on taking the aggressive peaks and keep on trying to push forwards and make the difference, right? Very hard team to predict, and Overpass, I think, plays into that factor.
For sure, and the fact that they've also played loads of Overpass gives them the experience edge. If you compared it to a squad like Budapest 5, who have barely played the map, and like I said in the pregame, this seems to be the one map the opponents tend to pick against a team like Budapest 5. Sometimes it's gonna slip through the veto, and that's the one map you can punish a squad like Budapest 5, and multiple teams have tried and done it. Fair enough for Budapest 5. They even, in some of those scenarios, even secured the victories against some of the better squads. But in all fairness, for Apex, this is still a good map to contest the best of 3 on, because obviously end up losing the first map. That's a little bit dissatisfying for them. But consider this: second map, your own pick. You have so much experience on the map. You have yourself some great individuals on your side as well. And so what that they have a guy like Torzy on their side? You have a team. You have a team, a full roster that you've been playing with, and so you have that advantage in that regard as well, because we also mentioned this earlier that right now Budapest 5, not the full 5-man roster. The 5th player, open door policy. Camion played here instead of Badito, and now they have Fasher playing in for Badito. So obviously not the full strength lineup here on the side of Budapest 5.
Yeah, and that will play a factor, and that certainly could have come into things with them being behind and whatnot, and it takes a bit of a talk to be like, right, okay, we may have let you walk around a bit loosely, Fasher, but we're actually going to have to place you properly now and, you know, structure you and maybe keep you out of the way. He started lurking quite a bit towards the end, and you know, on that CT side, he was just anchoring B by himself. He'd go for the odd swing here or there, but he didn't have as much license to play aggressive. They clearly didn't want him doing that because maybe he wasn't in on the game plan. And I think that perhaps might have caused the shift in the end, both in terms of the team play that was quite evident and the scoreline, you know, going 6 in a row, and bringing things back beautifully. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That could definitely have a more of a factor, more of an effect in a negative sense when you come onto a map that you're not as confident with. I think it certainly will be a challenge for the Budapest 5, but as we're both feeling a little doable towards the end, they were looking very, very good there. They will get the pick of sides, I presume, starting off on that CT side of things. Don't see why they wouldn't, and therefore that can get the AWP rolling. Even your double AWP setup, I think Mirage back in the day was a map that was very, very solid for that, but you don't see it as much anymore because of retakes and whatnot. But on Overpass, very viable. 1 on B, 1 on A, maybe even 2 on A as well, you know, watching short and long respectively. So I think things like that could really throw the Apex side off. And just play this one, you know, more instinctively, more loosely on that Budapest 5 side of things. And I think they will be difficult to track down. Apex, it all comes down to what they've talked about in the break here, and whether they can avoid the mental downturn that can come with losing a 16-14 in such a fashion.
Yeah, that's true. But I'll also give the Apex members the edge in terms of the tactical sense because of their experience on a map like Overpass. Of course, if you want to try and fight for some map control, you primarily, as the terrorist, first and foremost, you have to acquire Birthday. Once you acquire Birthday, only from there on out, you can actually try to get some map control. The side of Apex. Look at this, though. Two players that connector very early on. A two-man setup here. Fleeve and Fasher. This should be enough to counter the incoming push here from Kreaz. And wow, this is interesting. Thought they're just gonna headbutt their way into connector, but instead they consider to back away from this push, at least for now. But as we can see, they're getting dangerously close. Two-man setup here. Fleeve and Fasher at the ready, waiting for the Apex push. Fasher reveals his position. This should be a good bait and switch, but Fleeve has been checked. Fleeve, though, gets the one, but Apex doing a good job at clearing out the angles, relaxing with a frag on Corey, and they've just about done it, leaving only Lonesome Coolio with a rotation from the B bomb site.
Very popular to play in and around connector on the CT pistol. Just allows you to rotate towards B if it ends up being B. See what Coolio can find. Does get one. Ooh, a second as well. Nice read for that. Kreez has got to be careful. He doesn't have the support from his teammate. Of course, a kit available for Coolio, so time on his side. He's just playing all these headshot angles, as you see. Kreez noting that fact is not going to allow him a way in. Now the noise being made. Going to go for the hold here. Could get away with this. Flash over the top. They've got to peek into him, and it's so damn close, but just a free one for Freddy Frog. They get him taken out, a little close in the end. Nice attempt from Coolio, but ultimately the connector hold just failing. It's a nice idea, like I say, very well known. They do indeed try and stack and bait things out, and I think that is a smart move. Very popular, like I mentioned. But you either need those players who are swinging to find a kill before they go down or not go down at all, so that the player on the bait, maybe if he does get traded, he finds two before he, and creates all that chaos. I think your swinging players, your distraction element, they go down too easily. And Apex can just run in with the Glocks, therefore.
Yeah, that's true. Only the player would have survived for just a little bit longer. Maybe that changes the tide of that round, because Budapest 5 still had members outside connector just ready and waiting for the potential push. So Apex, in this round, like I said, if you want to start off with some map control here on Overpass, first and foremost, you need to acquire Birthday control. Once you have Birthday, now you can work your way from here. Interestingly enough, the bomb is still very much close by the stairs of T-Spawn. Not 100% sure whether Apex wants to commit towards the A-bomb site or B-bomb site. But right now, the main goal is to get that map control going. So they have the player retrieving the bomb, and they have some individuals in the restrooms. Now, of course, in this round, if you're Apex, you're expecting the force spike. You're expecting pistols and maybe a scout or two. So you can see they're being very careful in their approach, though Kreaz, given some freedom here in short, he could still get very easily caught out, but looks like he's just going to move in, get the perfect timing on Fasher, and the one on Coolio. That changes things completely, because now instead of going A, they're just going to fully focus on the B bomb side, Apex.
A smart move. Still is presence here, though. It's a little further removed, of course, but not too far to rotate for some members of the CT side. Corey looking to try and pull off the flank, and he could have opportunity at a massive frag here. Gets it done. Takes a dink for his trouble, but he gets a Galil in hand. I don't know whether they want to fully go for this here on the CT end, or whether they will just hold what they have and try and go for it into the next. I think that indeed is the plan. So second round for Apex, but there's going to be pressure in the next, so have to be on the ball. More and more work to be done for Apex if they want to get that clean start.
Well, at the very least, the second round will go the way of Apex, as to be expected. Some very nice plays there from Kreaz as well. Probably not the one thing you expect in this round. Definitely something Apex did not expect, that Kreaz will find not just the one frag, but even two frags in that scenario. And of course, that really just changes the round and completely. If you're a team like Apex, you're just going to abandon your initial idea to go towards the A-bomb side, because now you have an empty, free, and clean B-bomb side to contest with. Yeah, that's going to be a good start here for Apex, the 2-0 start. But it doesn't mean that Budapest 5 will be a walkover in this round as well. If you'll notice, they've managed to keep some of the weapons alive. That's going to be the CZ here for Fleeve, the Galil here for Corey, and Torzi with the Scout. Going for the early peek, gets the tag on 1, but no early kill for BP5.
Yeah, not going to happen for them just yet. I mean, still potential. That Scout's been dropped. Pretty key weapon to be having in a round like this where you're working around the pistols. You want tags left, right, and center so the pistols have an easier time. So keeping that away is pretty important. And I'd honestly quite like to see a T pick it up and throw it somewhere else, you know, out on the map if that's the case. But don't allow anyone to recover it for the latter round stages. Kree's going to find Corey. That's the Galil. Pretty massive frag that I think will seal the deal. Coolio's found one with a deagle. He does get a second, in fact. Okay. The bomb's been dropped as well, so they're put on a standstill here on the Apex side of things. Galil's retrieved for Fasher. He's lost everybody else, though. There's 3 more to find. Certainly could catch a couple in rotation, but no armor. Aim punch going to be a big factor. Ooh, going to go through the smoke, though. That's giving him a way in. It is being watched. They line up for him. The team kill comes in. Relax is now going to clutch up. Fasher's on 9 HP, but positional advantage could be everything. He's not going to take the direct fight. He will look to, you know, reset back to the neutral game, allow Relaxer to pick up the bomb and go B. You never know, he could get the creep in here, and he could clutch this one up.
For Relaxa, the important part is that he gets that bomb planted. It's planted in the open position as well, so for Relaxa, yeah, absolutely, take the high ground. Especially now, he must have heard the footsteps of Fasher as well, so instead of going and taking the high ground, he will play close by the side, which again seems to be a good choice to make because you land a few bullets, and that's going to be enough to shred the inner organs there of Fasher. So really good round there at the end, working out for Relaxa, but for Apex as a whole, that is quite satisfying because you did not expect to lose 4 members in your tally. Perhaps the 1 or 2 for sure, but at the same time, Fasher, some unbelievable timing to find the 2 players close by top connector and dealing quite a lot of damage, that's for sure. And of course, gun round, if you're Budapest 5, you're not going to waste any time. Torsi on the AWP early on, looking for the engagements, but as we see, smoke deployed, he's going to back away and play in the restroom position, unlike his other teammates in the form of Corey. In fact, right now, Corey is somewhat isolated, so you might even consider going for this gunfight, deals the damage, and will go down to Freddy Frog eventually.
Start for Apex. Things have come dangerously close. I think finding some stability here early on to their T side and keeping it rolling, not only in terms of the scoreline, but also their confidence, really. Very, very important. But after that first frag, very, very slow, as you would expect. The AWP is here, but there's a smoke in the way. It's going to dissipate, and he finds the frag onto Dennis. Too fast for the experienced player of that Apex side. That will even things back up and give Budapest 5 a chance back into the round. An off-angle haul comes so damn close. But Kree's taking it slowly. He knows all the tricks in the book. Maybe another kill in here for Freddy Frog. Got to be careful not to give that one back. Yes, it's a 4-on-3. But look how low the HPs are for Kree's, for Gruss. They could swing this back in their favor on that Budapest 5 side of things. So Relax has crept up long towards he's not ready for it at all. However, escapes his grasp. For now, still sticking around. But no, not going to fully send it. My goodness, he is damn lucky to be alive.
No, this is just not going to happen right now. In the case of Apex, even though the players are low HP, they have taken over the bomb site. And it also looked like Torsi, once he realizes that there's no one in the long position and he considers to back away through bank, it almost feels like that's the capitulation, that he does not want to contest that one and is perhaps expecting more players to pounce out of the restrooms on the bomb site. Luckily for him, he'll be joined by his teammates Coolio and Fleeve, so together they can save the weapons in harmony. At the same time, though, Apex, so far so good. Really good performance thus far here on T-side overpass. The first 4 rounds going their way. Not much of a response on the side of Budapest 5, but I guess the Hungarians just need some more time before they can finally click here on the CT side. That's just the danger going up against a team like Apex, who have so much experience in overpass, so much tenured on it as well. In the case of Budapest 5, well, yeah, the free weapons being saved is massive because now all the players can reinvest in this one. Still the AWP in the hands of Torsi. And again, that's the one highlight player you're looking on the side of Budapest 5 to perform. In some of the previous rounds, it did look like he wants to go for the aggressive plays, but eventually backed away.
Corey, up to party. Going to get aggressive here. Ooh, flash comes in from the T side. Don't know whether he was spotted there. We saw him. But you know what? On 4x3, I think he might just have snuck through. But we'll see. Smoke down towards Monster. Slower on the uptake here for Apex. It's a really good chance for them to solidly break the back and get up to 6. Threaten a 7-0. Oh, that's not the way to do it. A little bit awkward. They both jumped for the throw. Not the way that it's meant to go. I think the player at the front doesn't throw, but nonetheless, the same story applies. Apex in a prime position here to really start sending it. And, you know, that 6-0, the potential 7-0, and whatever comes after that could just make all the difference. In the end, flash with the smoke. Kree's not going to find anything. He does make it out, but, yeah, there's a very tit-for-tat kind of round going on. No kills as yet. No,
just the exchange of utility, the flashbangs, the smoke grenades, that's about it. But no lethal blows delivered on any side, really. 35 seconds as well, and this would be the right time for Apex to finally move in one of the sites to pick the side of their choosing, and they've gone for the A-bomb site. Curry not being checked could be a massive issue as the bomb. Oh, it's dropped in a very awkward spot. Kriaz will come in the backlines, should secure the frag here, and Corey Torsi chimes in with his. That will stall the advancement for as long as possible, but now Apex moving the site, but the reinforcements have arrived, and Budapest 5, no struggle. Good round from their part, good positioning from Corey to drop the bomb carrier, and Budapest 5 absolutely decimate the incoming push from Apex.
Well, we'll see whether they can keep it rolling. Talked about the economy game pretty much throughout the entire CT half for Apex. Really does apply here to Budapest 5 as well. However, with how close things have been coming, you can see Dennis is on the deagle. Early missed shot. Fast pace from Apex, though, to respond back here, Danny. They are looking to just try and find an early frag off the back of a Russian. It's Kree's with the idea, and he is by himself right now. Nothing showing itself, though, of course, as Budapest 5 once again like to keep things neutral, like to keep things passive and just wait for the executes rather than those early faces.
Slow approach and overpass always makes a lot of sense, even for a team like Apex, who in this round don't have a lot of utility, but they're being very thorough in their approach, clearing out the angles, checking the angles together as a two-man unit. That's a really good approach. Really enjoy watching Apex play right now. As in the case of Budapest 5, well, they're not really contesting them in terms of map control, though it would be quite important, especially here in the restroom area. As Corey going to go in for the peek. Doesn't really see anyone on the side of Budapest. Oh, but there we go, Apex. Really good frag coming in here from one, and Dennis with a response. Look at Kriaz on the B-bomb side as well. Kriaz going to jump into the loving arms of Coolio, but it is Lonesome Fleeve on this A-bomb side. Behind Optimus, he must play. And looks like he's not going to be checked here. So for Fleeve, perfect angle to find the one. Looks for the operator though, but Fleeve losing HP. And leaves it all up to Coolio in the 1 versus 2. It is not looking good for the Hungarian side, as now Dennis and Blaxa backing away from this one. The bomb is planted in, of course, a very favorable position. As for Coolio, he has the kit. Needs to find the frags here as soon as possible. Flashbang chimes in, and Dennis will secure the final frag here on Apex's side. As Budapest 5, even though looked somewhat solid on the hold there, Fleeve dealing the damage, but at the very end, that restroom hold just doesn't hold up on the side of Budapest 5.
Of course, shout out to Coinbase. Their provided support, continued support, is very much appreciated. Do be sure to check them out. And as I mentioned earlier, now is a very good time to do so. If you're looking to get into crypto, they are one of the better platforms to do that for sure. Very simple to use, and they have a lot of lessons in there about certain cryptos. Essentially give you, a breakdown of the white paper, but you can also earn while you learn. So do be sure to check them out. Banner down below in order to do so. We come to the end of the pause, though. Budapest 5 looking very dangerous here, isn't it, to be honest with you? They get the one. You kind of need a second and a third, to be honest, especially if you're on that CT side. A string has to come. Apex, they don't really care about dropping the one round. They can take this up to, another rifle in their favor, then up against an anti-eco, like they're singing. So back in control. No real threat to their lead at the moment. Apex really looking good. Budapest 5, a lot of pressure on them coming into round number 7.
There's definitely a lot of pressure for Budapest 5, and that's why Fleeve will try to alleviate the pressure by going for some aggressive plays. That's a good maneuver. Eliminates Relaxa. He's out of the picture. More players of Apex are close by the B bomb site. I don't recall a lot of B bombs that executes from Apex. This might be one of the first ones, in fact. Primarily, it's been that A bomb site, and now let's see what's happening on B. It's Gruss with the first opener. Fleeve still holding his angle, waiting for more players as Fleeve. Beautiful shot on midair Dennis. That's going to allow Apex to take over the bomb site, but look at Budapest 5. They're not coming in from your standard position. They're coming in the back line, and that's when they will pop the remaining 2. A good round here for Budapest 5. Some really good flanking maneuvers. And props to Fleeve as well, holding on to the bomb site for as long as he did.
Absolutely solid stuff. That all-important key round goes their way, so they'll keep on rolling with the punches and eventually get their payoff. As you can see, the half buy in from Apex. Well, they do go for the full spend, actually, but it is a weak buy, let's say, I think, is there's lots of ways of putting buys together and quantifying them, different nomenclature for them. Oh, that's so damn awkward, yeah, and he gets caught by the bait, will be taken down. Corey's found Relaxer, so at the very least it's a 4-on-4, but the even trades never really work out for the CT side. The T's have gained a lot of control, as you can see, if they choose to push up through short. Ooh, could find an opportunity. Kreese is thinking about it. He is being watched, but only temperamentally, not like a solid hold here for the CT side on that B-bomb site. And they're trying to push through Monster. Deadly choice. There's so many players ready and waiting for them. Down goes Coolio. Fleeve now left by himself to fend off against the onslaught of T's coming his way.
Ooh, that's a little bit unorganized. We see Gruss with the peak. Finally, the players from Monster chime in as well. Torzy with the AWP, though, has to shine, has to get these frags. It's good to see Corey stepping up. Dennis, though, takes the high ground. And he will secure the victory here for Apex. Very good stuff here. Even though once I see the smoke grenade deployed and the free players have to push it for the smoke, I'm definitely a little bit scared there. Maybe even cautious on the side of Apex, as you have to push in for the smoke and there's just one player to face. Fair enough, but he has the M4 to work with. If he's precise enough, he could get all the players, but luckily in the case of Apex, the number game works out for them. And speaking of the numbers, I mean, primarily in this first half, they've been in the lead, and looks like they're just going to extend that lead. Budapest 5 really struggling thus far. I guess you could also say that one of their main players, Torzy, not having a lights-out performance, but as I've seen as well, looks like he's going to try to teach me a lesson as Torzy swings out with the deagle. But as I was saying about his AWP prowess, he just really hasn't had those moments with the op when he goes out with the aggressive plays, gets the opening for Budapest 5, and puts them in a winnable 5 versus 4, as an example.
Right. And I think some of that is the economy game, actually. That they've just not had as much money as they would want, so not as consistent with the AWPs. How Kreese doesn't go down there, I'll never know. Corey also going to fall. There's low HPs all over the place for that T side, but man advantage for them, so if they can work off the back of that and drop Torzy on the A site as they do, even before I say it, just as I think it, the Caster's Curse is in play. Nonetheless, looking good here, I think. They might lose 1 or 2 more, but they should be able to compensate. Eagle lands a clean headshot, looking for a bit more. It comes in. Okay, and Dennis going to fall as well. It's all left onto Kreese. He's got 10 HP. I think there's still smoke on the bomb. It will be the 10-second hold required. Gets the first. Gets off the defuse as well. I thought he was in for it, but no, he's got off the defuse. And, well, Fasher, his bluff being called. Beautifully played so far by Kreese, just spotting away. Oh, my goodness, and I think he might just get away with this, right? You've got to go for the hold and force the swing at the moment because he is just peeking in. He will go down. There's no time, though. And a brilliant recovery coming in from Kreese. It definitely should not have come that close, folks. But when it does, when the chips are down, the all-in from Kreese is successful for that 7th. Beautiful stuff in the 1-on-2. However, Apex, I think that needs nipping in the bud quickly. And as you can see, very, very costly moving forwards.
For sure, a very costly endeavor on the side of Apex. And for Budapest 5, yeah, at least Budapest 5 now have the investment going into this one. So you have Fleeve, of course, with the AWP, Torji on the AWP as well. So double op setup here. The one you were talking about earlier, something that could really help Budapest 5 excel on the CT side. That's something they need right now. Torji going for the aggressive plays, something we haven't seen in a while now, because it did feel like whenever he felt the pressure, he just backed away. But this time, they will maintain the pressure, and it's solid. Corey eliminating 2. That's already a very winnable round for Budapest 5.
However, Apex have found success pulling rounds like this out of their backside. Oh, I don't know, though. Yeah, getting caught with nades in hand. Fleeve surely should have found that one. Freddy Frog does get one, but he's traded back. Fleeve finds the more pressure-filled kill, but not the easy-peasy kill. Nonetheless, the round goes the way of Budapest 5, and bare minimum of 3. Recover the double AWPs. Exactly what they asked for now. Unlike previously, they need to keep it rolling. They need to keep things in their favor. As you can see, the weak buy coming in from Apex. Of course, shout out to CS Money if you want a little bit of things in your favor over there, I suppose. There's certainly a lot that you can get on board. I was having a look the other day. They've got a 30% top-up bonus. Now, that sounds pretty spicy, to be honest with you, on your first one, I believe it is. But all the same, if you are, again, unsure or been thinking about it, check them out. Some pretty good rates and a nice bonus for you on your first purchase, you know, to perhaps pick up your first knife or a pair of gloves that have taken your fancy for the past few months.
Apex seem to fancy this B bomb set right now. Look at their positioning. They have all the players here. The Tech 9s and whatnot. Definitely going to be a speedy play on the bomb side. The question is when. There's the first smoke grenade. The flashbangs should follow suit. They have 2 players at the ready. Should be a good crossfire. Oh, but there's a few good kills working out for Apex. Now this is interesting. Budapest 5 still have the players here, but Dennis with the M4 can cause a lot of havoc. Fleeve losing a lot of HP. We might see the boost come in here, but Budapest 5 playing it safe. Torzi, good pickup on Dennis. Apex slowing things down to a halt, and Budapest 5 with a successful hold. Not too shabby here. I actually was thinking things are looking dire on the CT side, because once we saw the initial few frags there on the side of Apex, okay, it's a good scenario of 3 versus 3. Thought they're going to go for the insta bomb plant and then retreat, but instead they still waited, lingered around, waited for the smokes to fade, and thence that is when the players of Apex, they finally got shut down by Budapest 5. They found the angles, found the kills, and look at this. Finally, the economy of Apex has been broken.
Yep, just charging in, trying to find something with the Glocks here. They do get 1 frag off the back of that 4-man rush, which, like I've said in the past, is always nice. Nearly the second onto Corey, but he will live, at least for now. He's holding the angle. Yeah, Dennis is here with another deadly Glock. He's got a flash as well. Right click comes in. Corey just going to hold it. The Glock could find him, but no. Not able to capitalize. The blind spray down works out. Budapest 5 moving up to 5 rounds. Apex starting to lose some wind in their sails, and this is a key turning point. This round in particular really could spell the potential of picking up the 8 rounds, you know, picking up that half victory here for both teams, really. It really could.
This is getting interesting because initially it was looking that Apex might just run away with this first half. They were looking so solid, almost unstoppable. But right now, Budapest 5 in contention. As it's really good to see that it's not a one-sided affair. We get to see the potential fight back here for Budapest 5. Plus, Torji with the AWP out there in the long position. Not really going to find anyone on the side of Apex, but long control could be on the agenda. Again, something we haven't seen too often from Apex. Only now they're going for some long presence early on here, and Torji, kind of a rough place. It's a good thing he has his teammates covering connector for him, but at the same time, apart from Torji, no one's looking at long, no one's covering bathroom. So he's gonna have to be careful about this. Torji, though, oh, he's not gonna evade the bullets. Same Matrix, that's for sure. And so in this scenario, Budapest 5 lose one of their players very early on. That leaves the remaining forces, in fact, gonna go with a full-on rotation towards the A-bomb site, believing this is the final destination for Apex.
They will guess correctly. 3 players at long, 1 in connector, 1 in the bathrooms. Grus gets the catch onto Fasher, though. I'm not sure about that push, man. Second player in will find it, but they've got to be ready for the long onslaught. The steps of Kreese are not heard. He finds another, the org in place. He was trying to track it down, but he can't quite do it. Coolio, the only one left, though, and he will get taken down. Oversteps in places from Budapest 5. The theory is there, but certainly, you know, the bathrooms aggression, I think you've got to go for that if you're going to go for it. And it looked like they were not on the same page at all. Fasher, especially the trial player, you know, newer to the team, overstepping the mark in bathrooms and really just, therefore, confusing things for the Budapest 5.
Good thing for Budapest 5 is that they can still bounce back with a purchase, though things are looking dire. If they end up losing this round, economy is just going to be screwed. The Hungarians will have a really difficult time, though Torji, I love to see that he's going for the aggressive plays, but this time it's just a 4 versus 4. Fasher might take matters into his own hands as he goes for the push on Grus. And there we go, an advantageous position. Budapest 5, though, not giving up their positions just yet. Look at Fleeve. He's still in birthday and will find the frag here on Dennis. So another one going the way of Budapest 5, and they're still holding some very aggressive angles. This is the opportune time to back away. You can see the players from Connector alleviating their position. They're not going to be going for any more aggressive pushes, though I say that, and look at Fleeve. He has taken even a more aggressive play here in the playground. Doesn't see anyone on the side of Apex, but might just see a player in the form of Kreese who is currently patiently holding this angle, hoping to catch someone from Budapest 5 off guard, and you know what? A certain Fleeve might walk into his crosshair.
Key moment here. Yeah, Fleeve walks straight into it. 3-on-2 gives them a chance back into the round, so they do need to be careful here on the Budapest 5 side that they don't give anything else back. Still a player on the A-bomb site ready and waiting, but it's hard to read, hard to discover. Now grouping up. AK retrieved. Still the odds against them, and as you can see, rotations coming in from Fasher, ready and waiting. I think Corey at long, you know, especially on this closer long angle, I get slightly overlooked. Some nice smokes coming in. However, there it is from the back. He manages to find one. Kreese trying to trace him through the smoke, left so damn low. They both are. Bullets landing. He hears it. He tries to go back for another, but not going to happen for him. Corey, cool, calm, and collected, will get it done. The 6th round in for Budapest 5. And denying the bomb plant is so important. Apex have no money into the final round of the first half. They'll be left with pistols, and that is all.
Oh, you're so right about it, Scriv. If you'll notice on the side of Apex, things are really dire. And yeah, I mean, that bomb plant could have been the difference maker. It could have been a better investment in this last round of the first half. But yeah, it's back on pistols, back to basics. And we might see a faster round here from Apex as well. Look at the speed they're taking B-shore control. So right now the players on the doorstep of the B-bomb site. And even though there's some pressure towards the B-bomb site, the players of Apex not really aware of what's happening in playground. We can see there's the advanced maneuvers on the side of Budapest 5, Torji and Connector, but you also have Fleeve alongside Corey, who have now cleared out the playground position, have cleared out Fountain, and will come in with a very long flank. Torji, though, could pick up on one, but oh no, Torji spots them out. He can see the players moving up Connector, so now he'll give the information that this is in fact the A play. Freddy Frog with a team kill. And there we go. Coolio chimes in with his. Dennis with the Tech 9 will be going down. And that's a stellar round for Budapest 5.
Quick little snipe at the end as well. But yeah, moving up to 7. I mean, bringing it closest, damn it. It's absolute deja vu here. If I'm remembering correctly, I think it was Budapest 5 that had the 8 in their favor on Mirage. Nonetheless, really difficult to call. And we've had a map that Apex don't play very often. Don't really find much success on. And it's a similar-ish story. It appears Overpass slightly better in that sense for Budapest 5, but like, still not a map that they go towards very often. And yet, everything is neck and neck. Everything is close as damn it. So the pistol, as it had last time out, very important weight here into the second half to give a boost up for one of these teams, particularly Budapest 5. If they can take it, get the clean 10, they would really be happy on that T side of things, dictating the pace from early doors, but never that easy. And of course, we have the breakdown here, the slight pause in the middle to give these teams an opportunity to pull something out. We'll see. The stacking connector, disastrous for Budapest 5. Whether Apex go for that and show them how it's done is a big question, but so far they've only bought the kit and 2 flashes, so they're thinking. I think they are indeed deliberating what kind of pistolage they're going to go for.
Loads of opportunities for Budapest 5. Even something as the long take is still acceptable for teams to try and go for, even though they have the Glocks to work with. If you do have the members on your side, 5 members, for example, from Budapest 5 going through long, and if there's just one player to face, they can still get a kill in that scenario. And so there's just so many options to do in the first pistol. Of course, yeah, you can go for the connector play, the one you've just mentioned, especially if it's an early play and you don't allow the opponents of Apex to get in position to set up the crossfires. That is absolutely one of the great ways to go about it. But yeah, there's just so much mobility on this T side of Overpass. And that's the thing right now. Budapest 5, they're on the T side. That allows them to dictate the pace of the incoming half. If earlier Apex were the ones dictating the pace, playing some slower style of Counter-Strike, right now Budapest 5 can be in control of this. But Gruss looks like he's just going to have to back away from this one. And Budapest 5 definitely want to get some early control here in the restrooms, and perhaps even long as well.
We are back to the old ways, though, aren't we? Slow on the uptake. Gonna work their way in and just send the feelers out there. Of course, it is a very, very different hold from Apex. They're just playing contact through bathrooms. This is a classic for that T-side. Classic pug call. There's the first spot. Torzi finds the head with that P250. Will be traded out. Someone's got to get their hands onto that, but is there enough time, really? Looks like they don't even need it. Flash is just pushing forwards. The new member picking up 2 very important frags to give them a solid man advantage. A great chance into this round. There is a kit available for the CTs to work with, but they have, like, no information. They're both split away. Freddy Frog gets some good timing as Corey looks awkwardly to the side. He will get the second as well. The USP God right now, showing Dennis how it's done. Pistol Master, can he find any more? No, it's the flanker of Kreese who's brought it down to a 2-on-1 after all that. Flea's the only one left, and he is struggling. Freddy Frog going to take his head clean off, and they actually manage to secure a 4-on-2 against Glocks. I am very surprised. I thought the hold at bank with 2 players in close proximity, surely not going to happen, but messy from Budapest 5 and perfect from Apex.
That should not have been the victory for Apex in no way, shape, or form. Budapest 5, they held the superior angles, they held the superior positioning, but still it wasn't enough. Apex managed to bounce back from an unwinnable scenario. And for Budapest 5, they must have been giving themselves the high fives, knowing that, okay, it's a 4 versus 2. We got this in the bag. If anything, the bag has been lost, and it's now in the hands of Apex. Torji, though, with that scout, trying to deal the early damage here in Relaxa. Scout on scout action, but it will be Torji who has been softened up. These are, of course, the type of rounds in which going for connector control as a CT would be unadvised, I would say, because you should be expecting an eco at the very least with some operated pistols, or perhaps a force buy in the case of Budapest 5. It is the latter. Players with some rifles, not a lot of utility, in fact, just some on the hands of Coolio. The one smoke grenade, really. So what they're doing right now is just going for some control, clearing out the angles, and we might even see Corey going for a big swing. In fact, there we go. There's the push. Corey gets one, but they don't check Dennis. That's a massive problem. No one's looking towards Dennis, but Dennis getting himself two finally goes down. Thought Dennis might even find more impact in the round, but he has done the damage. Now it's time for Budapest 5 to do the rounds.
He's... Oh, has he heard a step there? I think he did, but the information not in fast enough. Yeah, and as he goes to spin back around, there's still Corey. Budapest 5 able to get it done. Apex, oh man, kicking themselves again. Another force buy that they lose, another key one that they lose. Not necessarily in this game, but it happened on Mirage in a very similar scenario where they were, you know, getting that early foot in the door and just bam, Budapest 5 with the aggression, with the individuals. It is Corey this time around as opposed to Torzi, but all the same, they're actually able to rely on him a little bit, I suppose, here on Overpass. He's having a performance. Whether it is going to be good enough is the million-dollar question, of course, but at the moment, he's doing what he can.
At the moment, Apex, a solid reinvestment. Loads of pistols on their side, armor as well, as to be expected. Corey, though, ooh, in for a nasty surprise. The two brothers have done themselves the kills. AK-47s retrieved as well. Dangerous weapons on the side of Apex. Oh my, this is not the start you're looking for if you're Budapest 5. And here as well, they even have the two-man setup to be very effective on their approach to clear out the angles. And you know you have those two players because you could go for the refrag, but in the case of Apex, Freddy Frog and Relaxa do a tremendous job at eliminating the first two, and now this round has taken a much darker turn as Freddy Frog will hold the angle, expecting some more players his way. Relaxa at the barrels. Ooh, spots out the one player. He's going to have the information of what's going on right now. Molotov will force him out of position. Torji, though, gets the good frag here on Freddy Frog. Relaxa is going to be a huge issue. He must be dealt with as soon as possible, so Fasher gets that job done. But that bomb does go down for Budapest 5. That was main thing for them. Coolio alongside Torji might even consider to just hold this one as passively as possible. They should be aware that Apex, even though they gone for the force buy, very rarely will anyone invest in the kits. All they have to do right now is just count on their setup to work out. I like the fact that Coolio is holding this one a little bit far back with the AK-47. Torji being the human decoy in a sense. And Gress alongside Dennis not really contesting the defuse right now. Looks like they might just want to try and save the weapons and maybe get some extra damage in. And yeah, that seems to be fair game. Dennis will be going down, but that's damage inflicted on the Budapest economy. And actually, no, Dennis survives. That's massive.
I think you summarize it really well, though, when you say that, you know, you're generally not going to be picking up kits in a force buy like this. It's exactly how it goes, right? When the bomb goes down, even in an even scenario like that, where they have a bit more of a HP advantage, you kind of have to fly in, fly around corners, making noise. You know, you not only don't have a kit, very rarely you're going to have utility left by that stage of the round as well. So, because presumably you've used it a bit earlier on to try and get aggressive, to try and catch someone early, which they did, you know, to bring it into a 2-on-2. So, yeah, you don't expect too much from them in the retake, and Budapest 5, it's not perfect. Very messy, in fact. But this is their opportunity where hopefully they can build up a bit more cash. 2 deagles, a 5-7, and of course the 2 saved AKs. But this should be their round. So if they drop 1, maximum 2 players in this round, they'll be making money. But if they can find it super clean, then I think it nullifies the result of the previous round.
Yeah, this is still somewhat of a scary round. Even if you're Budapest 5, you're armed and you're dangerous. We saw what the pistols on the side of Apex managed to do in the previous one, right? So even here, Relaxa, there we go. We'll be going down to the hands of Torji. Long-range engagement, working out so far, so good. Still, though, keep an eye on that one AK-47 in the hands of Dennis. Let's see what he can do with the incoming push of Budapest 5. He will be the only player holding on to the site. Though, will they check his angle? No, they don't. And Dennis gets himself too. So much damage inflicted, but it is Lonesome Freddy Frog. 1 versus 3. They should be aware of his positioning, and they are. There's the peek from Fasher. the eventual victory for Budapest 5, and I do believe for the first time ever here on the second map of the best of 3, Budapest 5 are in the lead.
I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It will be the first time that they've secured themselves that lead, and as set up in the prophecy, they lose a couple players, but they will survive with the bare minimum of 3. So still not the perfect economy here on that TN, sorry, but if they get the bomb down, it'll be slightly easier for them moving forwards. We'll see. It's a key round nonetheless, right? They want to hold on to their lead, and they want to start sending this message across to Apex that the end is nigh, which it even feels like at the moment. Contact off Torzi coming in here on the T side of things. Definitely an unexpected push from short. They might give him a check, but against the AWP, very rarely are you going to win that one. So, do need to be careful. He's holding for the cross right now, not really swinging out too wide, hoping that the presence of his teammates at Monster will force the peak, will force the rotation towards short. At the moment, though, Apex standing strong, so he's not getting his reward just yet.
Oh, there's the first smoke and the preemptive spray from Kreese.
Wow.
Ooh, this is good. Very good here for Budapest 5. Look how quickly they push in the B bomb site on the back of that one smoke. And from there on out, the Apex members, or shall I say the remaining Apex members, will want to save the weapons. They don't want to be part of this retake, which will be impossible. Really, the 2 versus 5 is such an unwinnable situation on the B bomb site as well. And even though the damage was inflicted on these Budapest 5 members, you saw how that just wasn't enough. And I love the play from GORILLAZ. He goes in for the peek just as the smoke grenade begins to be... I think you might have noticed that the smoke is deployed, and he's expecting some flashes to come in from Budapest 5 and the potential hit. So he's not going to waste any time, just swings out, sprays towards Monster, but does not get the frags here on the side of Apex. A little bit dissatisfying, that's for sure, but for Apex, at least they have something to work with in the upcoming round. It's not much, it's just the 2 weapons being saved, and perhaps they need some better gear. If you guys want to get some better gear, why not take a look at the Rad Magic 6 Series phones? Of course, the world's smartest smartphone has also the very smooth 165Hz refresh rate screen. So be sure to check them out.
I have to say how a Mac 10 in the previous round kills 2 of them, though, is so surprising to me. I think that positionally, like you were mentioning, Apex seemed to be okay, but execution-wise, a complete mess. And that could be the straw that broke the back, so to speak, of the camel, to give it the full idiom. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. And it's tough, because I think they know that as well, that a Mac 10 should not be finding that much damage. It's unlucky you don't get the spray through the smoke, but you need your guy who's up on the boost to find success, and he doesn't get a single kill. So, disaster. Really is disaster. They try and do what they can into this round, though, with the weaponry they have saved. A few pistols. Everybody apart from Gruss has got armor as well. So there's potential. They can find an early rifle and steal it away, but at the moment, Budapest 5, and they've been doing this all half, playing a very, very solid goon squad. Dennis, yeah, he was unsure. As soon as I look away, I know he's going to peek. A nice find, to be fair, in between a rock and a hard place, but just the one for him.
Ooh. No, I'm not going to find anything from GORILLAZ, though, but from Relaxa, just the one frag. It's always a dangerous game going down connector, even against just the mere pistols, even if they don't have any armor to work with. It is going to be, though, Lonesome Freddy Frog remaining, holding the angle with the 5-7, though. Bit of a dance there of the 2 players, a dance of death, in which Corey does deliver the lethal blow. So it is now 12-9, Budapest 5 extending the lead even further so. And right now, this is a very peculiar situation. If you look on the kills, on the side of Budapest 5, we're obviously expecting someone like Torji to have that great run of form, to be the fragger in the lead. But if anything right now, Torji is almost at the very bottom alongside Fleeve. It is the other players who are stepping up in the form of Corey, in the form of Fasher and Coolio. So it's very interesting that Budapest 5 succeeding without their main member being a part of their success.
Wild spray downs here through the smoke from Freddy. Not finding a great deal as yet. But it does look like the B-bomb site might be the one Budapest 5 go after. 1:10 thereabouts left on the clock. They are set up brilliantly here to hold this off, honestly, on the Apex side. But we've seen in the past, despite the setup, the success does not necessarily come with it.
Oh, just a minute left on the clock, and this might be the initial play. A slow one for Budapest 5. No utility. This is so nice. There we go. The flashbang deployed. Some beautiful timing to get the one. Fasher with the response, and Kriaz and Relaxa still in short. Now he'll back away from this one. Still perhaps hold the angle, but he's a bit of an awkward position because he's not aware of connector, and that's exactly where Fleet will pounce from. Oh, he doesn't check the angle. That's a little bit weird. So now Relaxa not only needs to be careful of the B short position, but of connector as well. Should be a bomb plant from Budapest 5, though. Just 20 seconds remaining. It needs to get planted as soon as possible, but Relaxa. Ooh, these gotta take a long route, but this might work out really well for them because, again, who's gonna look at the backside? If you're a player like Torji, you're with the AWP. Oh, and he's gonna look back at the right time. Perfect timing for Torji. Great pickup on Relaxa. And Dennis and Gruss not going to back away. They're going to move in, but they might have to reconsider their options as it's Torji and it's Coolio with the response as Budapest 5, another successful hit on the B-bomb site.
I talked about some of those, philosophical things for Apex, right? And that's one of them for me. I think double up setup, no kit in a 3-on-3, just save. No money moving forwards. Doesn't matter if it comes close. You absolutely have to win that round because there's no money available. There's plenty of money available for Budapest 5, so you're not really going to make a difference if, you bring it down to 1. Oh, well, at least it's that, guys. It's like, nah, it doesn't matter. You got to win the round if you go in for it. And they don't even come close. And to be honest, 13-9, plenty of money on this T side to buy for a couple, I would say. May well have sealed the game with that round and that decision to not save. And I now feel with the hindsight and with the consequences of their actions, they kind of know that a little bit. He's going to... on the Apex side, are going to go for the pause and try and work things out. But yeah, I don't know if I agree with that decision, and I think it's going to cost them big time moving forwards. I really do.
Sure. They were definitely in a position where they could have still left the B-bomb site and potentially just saved the weapons. At least the one in the hands of Dennis and for Gruss as well. That would have been massive heading into this round as well. Because at the very least, yeah, there's some players who have invested in the pistols and armor. But imagine if they also had that AWP. They could go for some aggressive plays, something unorthodox. This position, though, does put Budapest 5 peculiar spot because again they're going towards the B bomb site, but this time though Apex has almost all the members on B site. Fasher though, good pickup here on Gruss. We can see that the advancement from Budapest 5 has slowed down. They're not going for the insta bomb plant. I think they're gonna wait for the smokes to fade and only then try to fight some of these players, and I'd say that's a good choice because you may never know what's on the other side of those smoke grenades.
Step there from Corey. Has been heard. Swing comes in. Kreese is close to a headshot. He's trying. Flash comes through. And he just gets taken down instantly. I was going to say, up close and personal with the CZ, anything can happen. Freddy finds one, but I think we've sealed the deal here. Dennis on the backside, not ready for this player underneath him. Yeah, even gets his knife out for good measure, just to make sure that he's absolutely not going to find that kill. The 14-9 comes in. Budapest 5 set to close things out here and take the series 2-0.
Looking very likely right now, as Budapest 5 so close to securing the victory in the best of 3, not just in the second map. And as well, what a performance from Corey. Just the one player I did not expect to have such a good run of form, because if you're looking for someone who'd be second in command here for Budapest 5, who's not Torji, you're looking to a guy like Fleeve. He seems to be the one player who can still deliver the important frags if Torji is having a difficult run of form. But right now, Captain Corey is in the lead. And again, the Budapest 5 players focusing on the B-bombs. They've found some success here in the past and they hope to replicate it. but so far, so good for Apex. In fact, 3 kills here for Apex. Gus even gets another one. Torji with a response, but maybe it's a little bit too late. The bomb's dropped on the site, leaving Torji in a very awkward position. The 1 versus 3. And it's not like Guardian's clutch in IEM Katowice 2019. As Torji has to go in there, needs to recover the bomb. That's the only way he can achieve victory in this round, and so far has to clear out all the angles. Has to be very precise on his shots as well. If he misses the first shot, that's going to be the end for him, but gets the 1, though I like the response from Freddy Frog. Very good frag, very accurate, and a good round for Apex. Finally, shutting down these continuous pushes from Budapest 5.
Of course, shout out to Coinbase once again. It is a good time to give it a look, like I've said, in a very easy to use app, very easy to use desktop app as well, or well, the website, the desktop website. Really simple and a lot of ways to earn while you learn, as they say. Go check it out. Appreciated support, their continued support. We love to see it, and we love to see this. Number 25 coming in between these two teams. Ooh, Dink lands. That's going to give the info away as well. Yeah, Gruss goes for it. Gets 1. Will he be traded? Nope. He's got the support even in from Freddy. Beautiful hold. Fantastically done from Apex here. Head of the first is lost, though. A few more CTs need to be felled here if they're to find a chance back into the round. It's definitely not impossible for Budapest 5. Oh, Torzi, I think, flashed himself up a little bit there. So he will go down all too easily, and well, I spoke too soon. It's Coolio in the 1v4.
This time the connector play from Budapest 5 just doesn't look good at all. They move in, and the players of Apex are just so ready for the pushes. And even so, the advancement from Budapest 5 is a little bit lackluster because the spacing is off. They go in for the fights, and Apex just decimate them. There is Lonesome Coolio walking into the bomb site, and he might just find the good timing on these two players, but just in the nick of time, Gruss decides, I'll keep my eyes on the right-hand side, thank you. So that is going to be a victory here for Apex, and in order to not to repeat the potential choke that we witnessed from Apex on the very first map, Budapest 5 not wasting any time, and tactical timeout it is. I definitely like this decision from Budapest 5.
Yeah, I think they find themselves in a similar position to Apex. Of course, 14-10 on the first map for Apex. 14-9 here for Budapest 5. And Apex, as far as I'm aware, as far as I remember, didn't take a pause. So, yeah, pretty important, I think, for Budapest 5 to make sure that they are, nipping this in the bud and not letting it get away from them, really, and into a position where it's unrecoverable. This is their last buy, at least for now, if they end up losing this round. So pretty important that they get it on the board, right, and don't have to worry about the finances so much. And at the very least, small sigh of relief if you secure that overtime, So 15, pretty important here. AWP out for Torzi, AWP out for Relaxer. Only on the 8 frags. Needs to have some impact here.
Looking for the impact for sure. Relaxer with the AWP. Gonna have to hold this one down, and it's surprising as well. Relaxa so far on the sniper rifle just hasn't been that effective. It is the only player holding this position as well, so there's so many angles to check. Not sure if he really wants to hold it any longer, and yes, you can see he's backing away from this position. He knows how difficult it is, and instead of trying to go for those engagements, he will play it safe at the bomb site. The safety of the bomb site as well. Relaxa, though, has to look at 2 different angles at the same time, and we'll ask for Dennis to reinforce the bomb site. And well, we do see the utility usage here from Budapest 5. The smoke grenades, the Molotovs, all of it is being deployed over the A bomb site. It does look like this is the commitment here. Budapest 5 entering through long first and foremost. There's one player behind Optimus Prime. Relaxa still at the bank position. Does get the frag here in Corey, but that's a good smoke. Blocking off the vision here and allowing Budapest 5 to secure the bomb plant.
Trees watching for the backside. Nothing coming from there, though, my friends. We're all ready and waiting in on the A-bomb site. Time ticking away. They do have kits available. A couple of flashes to work with as well. Long, far away hold from Fleeve, so it needs the Vanguard to be solid. Coolio and Torzi both chiming in, but they will drop pretty quickly. Fleeve is here, ready and waiting. Spraying through, tap onto the bomb. There it is. He's got to find the player. Grush defends out, and the AWP, of course, can't find it. Oh, that's so damn close. But somehow Apex will just about get the divine intervention. The gods looking over them for that defuse. 12th round comes in by the skin of their teeth, but it is hard fought. It is stressful, and it is not over yet.
I could have sworn the crosshair, it was on the player.
Man.
It felt like at the very least, and I thought, well, Torji is just going to pull the trigger and win the round. But not the case, though. No victories on the side of Budapest 5, as close as it was. And his Apex run away with another victory here. So far, 3 in a row. They need 2 more to even up the scoreline against Budapest 5. You see Lonesome Dennis in the restrooms. This time, though, no backup. Holding by his Lonesome will win the first engagement, but Corey with the response. So 4 versus 4 is a good start for Budapest 5. Now Relax again, feeling a lot more pressure in the restroom. Knows that the players could come from various angles, perhaps even the back lines. Ooh, this time, though, he has GORILLAZ to back him up. So I guess some of that pressure has been alleviated. Whereas for Budapest 5, they're looking for openings elsewhere.
Gonna be a key fight here, isn't it? In from sewers. Cleave. Oh. Not gonna go for it. They just back away the nade. Keeps them in. They'll look across the monster though. Fleeve. Does he even need to strike? Corey's found the head of the first. Surely it's a free kill for Fleeve in just a second here if he walks up. Playing it patiently though, waiting for the player in from Connector, who is seemingly gonna go past him. Does indeed. Gets taken down. Now Kreese is trapped in between the rock and the hard place. Goes swinging in, can't find the kill. Relax are the only one left, and this is it. You know, the difficulty of trying to go for that comeback. You cannot make any mistakes. Budapest 5 were able to pull it off. The no-scope doesn't land. And unfortunately for Apex, they cannot do their best Budapest 5 impression as the 15th comes in finally. Still not over yet, though. Definitely could see us go into an overtime with this one.
Well, there's always the potential of it. Though you'll take a look at the purchase from Apex and you're going to realize how poor it is. It is a really bad purchase, considering this is the last round of this half. Yeah, it's some pistols, it's some SMGs. Dennis with the M4A4, that's quite nice. But overall, looks like Dennis might have to take matters into his own hands. Interestingly enough, he's the only player on this side of the map. And even he does not have the cojones, the balls to hold that connector angle. It's just too much for him. But for Budapest 5, you can see the slow approach as well. Some of the players really far back right now. Some players like Fleeve bumping to that Portal 2 music. Whereas the players on Apex, again, playing this one somewhat safe. They know how important this round is, and they're not going to go for any ballsy maneuvers, though we do see some control towards the restrooms. And that's going to be the 2-man setup there from Dennis as well as GORILLAZ.
It's a pretty solid setup, to be honest with you. Definitely could, you know, find a player walking past or peek out the right time when they've all got nades in hand, ready for that A-bomb site hit. However, never going to be ready for the A-bomb site hit. Looks like a B hit. 45 seconds left. There's the one lurker left around. Coolio does need to be careful. Creeping in, looking to find the first head. Not going to happen for him. So Dennis secures the man advantage. But it is the B bomb site. Oh, they're bursting in, but then there's only the one player. That's not good at all. They diverted towards short, but he was already through the smoke. This is desperate. Freddy is not blind at all. The MP9 just mows them apart. Wow, yeah. Very messy hit from Budapest 5. There's no beating around that bush. That was pretty dire. All going to be on to Fleeve. Might be able to take a couple with him, but the round itself looks like it's over with only 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was very messy from Budapest 5. The players of Apex actually doing a tremendous job of just playing it safe. They played it safe, and eventually Budapest 5, they're the ones that stepped on the rake. Big mistake. That's for sure. Really dissatisfying here for the side of Budapest 5. But of course, guys, if you want to spice up your inventory, be sure to head on over to cs.money. trade up some skins, sell your old skins, and you know what? At the very end of the day, buy yourself some new skins. As in the case of Budapest 5, they're not going to be buying that much. They are quite poor in this round. Just going to have to go for your standard run-of-the-mill eco, but we do see some armor, we do see some pistols, and we do see Torji running it down very quickly, very rapidly, but you're not expecting too much out of them. Yep, it is going to be the victory here on the side of Apex, though Corey hitting his 32nd frag as well. Oh, man, Corey's having a great run of form, and it's a bit dissatisfying that Borgi, he's the one that finally is able to step up at some of these latter rounds, reaching his 21st frag, but he just hasn't had that same level of performance like he did on Mirage.
Yeah, not quite the effect to kick them over the line, I suppose. Corey, though, I think he's doing a little better. 32 and 17, and it was 31 and 20 for Torzi. If I remember that exactly, I'd be quite happy with myself, but it was definitely he'd hit the 30. Nonetheless, 1v3 is definitely not impossible. It's going to creep up. Should get a chance. Depends on where he decides to plant, but he'll get a chance at it. Oh, he walks to the front of the site, though, and that's been spotted. Doesn't take too much damage for it. Bomb plant will come in. That, at the very least, is solid. Really going to help Budapest 5 moving forwards, but the remaining 3 players, there's potential. They're all coming from the same angle. He's got a lot of control of the site. Trying to get Freddy Frog in from underneath, and he will slowly but surely work his way up. And now Corey taking a dangerous position here. He's not ready for the sideswipe to come in. He hears them all jumping out, but Gruss, the first man in, wins the fight. And Apex get their just desserts at the end. But the bomb plant, definitely what Budapest 5 were after.
Well, for sure, the bomb plant giving them that extra money as well. I would presume an AWP in the hands of Torji would be a great little pickup here on Budapest 5. Here we go. Here's the AWP that allows them to play slower CS here. That's for sure. You can definitely play now slower CS with that AWP purchase if you want to try to go for the long take or even take control of restroom. First and foremost, you have to take that birthday control. That's the one way you do here in Overpass. Go for that birthday control, and from there on out, you can spread across the map. Look for some of those other engagements. As we do see on the side of Apex, they are just deploying that utility towards the fountain position, but not really substantial enough because they don't have any players to stop the incoming advancement. If anything, though, they're just going to try to stall Budapest 5 for as long as possible, and perhaps Budapest 5 might even go for a quicker style of play. You can see there's already a few players lining up behind set smoke grenades, and Dennis looks like he's going to feel some pressure.
Certainly looks that way. Dangerous time for Dennis. Oh, they walk into him. Back turned. Can he get more? He can. A third would be massive here. Flash comes in for him. Perfect hold from Dennis. And he has taken us to overtime absolutely unequivocally, all by himself with that 3K. Torzi the only one left, and he is not finding this ace. No way, Jose. 1 minute left on the clock. No bomb. Half HP. He's got nothing in his favor. He knows vaguely where Dennis is. And that is it. There's a flank slowly making its way around. So I think he is going to go down in just a second here. Certainly looks to be the case, and he will try his best to find something, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I just don't see this happening as well. You have the flank, you have loads of players as well. Triple peak, basically. So it is going to be 15-15. Somewhat dissatisfying, I think, on the side of Budapest 5 because they were so close to potentially closing this out here 2-0 in the best of 3. But right now we have overtime, and overtime is a whole different beast. And on the side of Apex, well, this is still their map pick. Know this. They have experience on the map of Overpass, and sure as heck, they're going to be happy that, there we go, overtime is going to be upon us. You can see the smiles here on the side of Apex that, okay, that alleviates a lot of pressure for us. And now we're going to be in overtime. We're going to have loads of money, and we have a really good chance to just close things out.
With the 12,500 as well, which is pretty good stuff. I'm interested to see how it goes down. Honestly, I didn't think that we would be here again, you know. Oh, man. Maybe on the first one, with the way that was going, but I honestly felt like Budapest 5 had got the upswing that they needed in the second half. Unfortunately, not quite enough to get it done. And here we are moving into overtime. We do get these pauses, though, you know, before, I guess, via the config, it looks like, to be honest with you. And that gives some time to talk it over, what they opt to go for. Double up setup for Apex. It's expensive, but it certainly could be the bang they need to kick off overtime.
Oh boy, overtime is also just a different beast entirely. Because now both teams don't have to worry about money and the potential consequences that you might get from losing said money. So what I am expecting some more aggressive plays on the side of Apex, some more aggressive plays on the side of Budapest 5. Of course, them being on the T side, that is exactly what you hope to see. But Budapest 5 has been somewhat slow on the T side, and I would say Apex as well. We haven't really seen a lot of all-out plays from Budapest 5. Sure, there were a few rounds towards the B-bomb side, but overall, it was still somewhat of T side. We're focusing on map control. That's first and foremost. And from there on out, once you got the map intel, then they're going to go for some aggressive plays or perhaps the executes on one of the bomb sites. So in this round, it is going to be just Budapest 5 again, playing it slow. So we might also see some connector presence coming in as we have more than a few players close by Lonesome Dennis.
Solid cleanup in from the CT side, but it's Fasher on the back end who actually is able to find the double and pull Budapest 5 back into the round. There's certainly a chance here for them to get it done. Low HP, though, for Fasher. I don't know, man. It's a dangerous game, but Apex, as you can see, very readily left guessing. Sat ready and waiting on the B-bomb site. More than, you know, they've got that advanced position up short, but yeah, Relax are not really confident in it anymore. Smoke will go down nice and deep towards Monster. Does appear it's going to be a B hit, so it's a well-timed smoke to keep them at bay for now. And two-man setup on B, it really could be deadly here. Like I mentioned, the low HP of Fasher, I think, is going to play a factor. The AWP, is in, and look how close this AUG is. Perfect positioning, but he's too close, if anything. Kreese has got to stand strong. Good for the first. He knows there's a second in and around here. Going to burn to the Molotov, and he burns quite a bit, in fact. Relaxer on high at Heaven. The crack angle being held with that AWP is successful to find Fasher. All left on to Coolio. Go for the bomb plant. Oh, Kreese, though, has the opportunity to just come in and deny him. He really did not account for that factor at all. I thought a smart fake. Yeah, maybe. But no. Actually just holding the plant. And Apex get their 16th.
Yeah, that's going to be a victory here for Apex, even though there's some frustration amidst their ranks. No worries, though. 16 rounds for them. Good hold on the B-bomb site. As the players of Budapest 5, well, this has been the one saving grace for them, you know, consistently hitting the B-bomb site. Sure, there have been a few times they've gone towards A, but it's been somewhat dissatisfying there. How they put themselves in some very winnable situations at the A-bomb site, but still can't convert. Look at this. Apex have even some confidence to go for the aggressive fountain play. Positioning of Gruss is key. Now, he might even consider just playing close by the wall or even go further. I would say because he's out here with the M41S and you have Relaxa backing him up with the AWP, it probably will be just these positions and that's it. So you can see how the setup can also work out once Dennis feels a lot more pressure. Once Dennis is going to feel pressure here from Connector, you can have a player like Relaxa looking towards this area of the map. Good flashbang as well. Really blinds Dennis, but with him holding the off angle, Coolio, though, not aware of it. Dennis getting himself to. Relaxa has picked up his, looking very solid right now for the side of Apex. Good response from Corey, though. He's alone in a 1 versus 3.
Seems to be falling apart here a little bit for Budapest 5. They need one of these rounds in the first half of overtime. But yeah, a huge turnaround, I think, for the side of Apex. It looked like it was over. I think a lot of us had written it off, but they have answered back in a fantastic way and keeping it going. Absolutely keeping it going here as well. Agrees to find that final frag nice and easy. Yeah, the overtime especially has looked like no real sweat off their brow. Not much contest at all from Budapest 5. Like I say, they absolutely have to find this. I don't think they win 3 in a row on their CT side.
This has been a lot more, I guess underwhelming would be the right word. For Budapest 5, it's just not the same team. And for Apex as well, again, we are seeing a lot more aggressive plays here from Apex. Something we haven't seen too much on the CD side. Those change-ups are really doing massive work, and in fact, completely changing things up. Do a lot of good work for Apex with the 2 rounds already picked up on CD side overpass. That is already a good scoreline. There's always the potential for the third. Exactly something Apex wants to recover, as the members of Budapest 5, yeah, they have once again slowed things down to a crawl. They're being very thorough in their approach, but we might even see that exchange right now. GORILLAZ should be able to spot out the player here. I think he might be able to spot out the bomb carrier. And there we go. Fasher. Good pickup here on Dennis. This could prompt the players of Budapest 5 to now move in the bomb site. As now Craze holding this angle, sees the Molotovs being deployed, and for Budapest 5, they shouldn't waste any time. It's the commitment on the bomb site. It's Kreese getting 1. Fleeve with a response on Relax, and Kreese holding a difficult angle, but still gets himself 2. And I'd say that's about it here. Apex must have done it, as Lonesome Torji remains, and well, that will be a sick tap to the noggin. And Kreese, great 4K from him, and a victory here in overtime, 18-15.
Yeah, coming close, aren't they? Budapest 5 have to run it back in the second half. Really looking good for Apex. It is very dangerous territory indeed. Of course, if you prefer safety, you could take a look at Red Magic. They've got a beautiful little smartphone out. World's smoothest, 165 hertz screen as well to speak of. I mean, I remember getting mine. It was like 90 hertz. You know, it was all the rage. I was like, yo, first phone I've had for a while. It's kind of at the forefront. This is cool. And now, a couple years later, everything's pretty much double that. Nonetheless, fast play coming in from Apex. They're looking to end things here and now. Even a P90 in play for Freddy Frog. They're just spamming the nades. They've got a couple P90s, in fact. Fasher finds one. Coolio also. Ooh, finding a double. That could be big. Relaxo with the right click to try and take him down. It doesn't quite meet the mark, though. He's going to creep around to get the bomb. It's a 3-on-2 just in favor of Budapest 5. Relaxer on the P250, though. Looking to get the catch. He absolutely will. Yup, he's down below. Torsey with the no-scope. Drops the bomb for the second time in this round. Left all down to Dennis, and he'll get it done. The double spray down to finish the game just like that. The B-rush. Who'd have thunk? That's exactly what Apex were banking on. 19-15 as we go to another map.
Oh, that's a funky way to end things here. I mean, the excitement here for Apex, that's for sure. That's a bit of that's a great little victory for them, considering they ended up struggling at the very end of that first map of Mirage. It's finally great to see that they bounce back here on this second map and really showing what's what here for the Budapest 5 players. And yeah, on the side of Budapest 5, there's no other way of putting it. That was a bit of a choke there at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, exactly the same to be said of Mirage, right? So they both get a taste of their own medicine in a sense. Yeah, crazy stuff to see, to be honest with you. And I think Budapest 5 will be kicking themselves, especially because they were one round, but still looked much more confident, much more comfortable in the lead. I just think relying on their individuals a little bit too much. You know, Torsey shows up, but not in the same way. It's all about Corey, but relying on those individuals, man, so inconsistent, so difficult to do. And it really does take a lot of effort, you know what I mean, to keep playing like that the whole way. Then you go into overtime, and it's a hard kind of reset when they've got money available. They play very differently on that CTN. And I think Apex, starting on the CT side of things, would have been really happy with that. And a much more sort of even showing. Kreese and Dennis both supporting each other. Gruss and Freddy not too far behind. Relaxer was, you know, 13-25. That's not fantastic, but they were still able to pull it out in the end. Whereas Corey, I think, having to do a lot of the heavy lifting, leading the charge, and he just eventually ran out of steam, especially into overtime.
Well, and it's definitely going to get hot on our third map of the best of 3. That's where our individuals will have to strike if they want to achieve victory. And of course, to tune into that third map here, folks, we're going to go to a very quick commercial break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that third map. So guys, definitely stay tuned to the broadcast.
kill me now. Dying tree fantasy, come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. I can't imagine what await you, bear but me. I'll be just fine. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our third and final map of the best of three. Of course, it is Apex versus Budapest 5, and what we've been seeing thus far is a very close game between these two teams. Of course, the first map of Mirage, incredibly close. It ends up being 16-14 in favor of Budapest 5, but our second map, even closer, takes us to overtime to eventually close it out with a victory there on the side of Apex. And now, of course, we do have our third and final map in the form of Dust 2.
Yeah, and look, man, I think it's got potential to be chaotic. We've kind of had our first 9 rounds of the bout, as it were, very, very close, very tactical kind of movements. And now we're in those final 3 that can often be very messy and very bloody, you know, in a boxing match. So I think taking that analogy away from boxing, placing it here, this third map has the potential to just be an absolute bloodbath between these two teams, to be honest.
For sure, the third map, it always delivers, but because the third map ends up being the sort of close map for both teams, a map which they don't necessarily regard as their favorites or one of their best maps, but it's out there in the edge of the map pool, right? And so the fact that we end up on Dust 2 as well, oh boy, this is definitely going to be a close affair between these two teams because Dust 2 can get really messy at times. It is a simplistic map in the Counter-Strike map pool. A lot of times, you're going to have to rely on your individuals to just open up those bomb sites. For map control, though, it's a little bit of a different story. You do have to go for some of those engagements as well, but some areas of the map you can just take quite easily because the CTs don't necessarily always fight for it. A good example would be long doors as well as short. But in all fairness, what Dust 2 is known for is, of course, the aim duels.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And, you know, we have the likes of Torzi, Corey, both looking really, really solid across both maps and kind of swapping places, as it were, all about Torzi on Mirage, but with Corey on the support, as it, you know, that second spot, and then on Overpass, it's the other way around. So I think it's there, but it's just going to be such a scrap, and I don't know. It's the Orpus playground. That's kind of the big thing for me, where Torzi has looked very good on map 1, pretty good on map 2. He's had that consistency. Relax has been lacking it a little bit. I touched on it in the pregame, that for me, he's not been super impressive within this lineup, and it kind of has reared its ugly head here today. They maybe, if they had him, you know, just hitting 15 to 18 frags, we wouldn't have had an overtime. You know, and he could have been the difference maker to secure it in regulation. So, bit of a kick up the backside perhaps required in the break for Relaxer. Don't usually like to point a finger at an individual, but for me, on a map like Dust 2, he needs to perform, and that's just kind of objective. And then also adding in the fact that he's not performed throughout the day, he could actually end up being more of a detriment for the Apex side of things. But I think it will be a very different battle here. You know, you talk about closeness, now we're on the third map and all that kind of stuff. The fact that it's Dust 2 is just so wild. Very rarely do we see it as a decider, and yet here we are. So I think strap yourselves in, folks. That's all I'm saying. I think, look, either it's going to be another close, all 30 rounds required kind of thing, or one of these teams may well have run out of gas. And in all fairness, Budapest 5, towards the tail end of Overpass into overtime, they looked very flat. Very, very flat. Not only was it the clean, no rounds dropped in overtime finish, but also pretty decisive in those rounds as well. You know what I mean? And they finish it with a B rush and 2 P90s in play. Like, I think Apex are having the time of their life, and Budapest 5 just stressed out of control right now.
For sure, because they were just a few rounds away from just winning the best of 3.
Yeah.
Whereas in the case of Apex, sure, you end up losing Mirage. That's really dissatisfying for you, but you know that it's not a map you end up playing quite often, and you can always just throw it down to, okay, we're just not good at the map. We were close to closing it out, but whatever, it just happened. Then we can go to that second map of Overpass, and we can potentially secure the victory there. And that's exactly what Apex does. Even though it got as close as it did, took us to overtime with the victory there, 19-15 for Apex, they now close out their map pick. That's the one thing they were hoping to do from the get-go, Apex. And now, on the third map, yeah, absolutely. They're going to be feeling good about themselves. On the third map, this is Dust 2. This is a map they don't play too often, but it's out there in the map pool that they're more than willing to play if necessary. Whereas the case with Budapest 5, this is also a map they tend to pick from time to time against some of the opponents they believe do have Dust 2 as a weaker map. In a sense, they only play Dust 2 when they believe they can punish their opponents. A prime example for me being still here at the Blast Rising when Budapest 5 had to play against Sinners. Fair enough, that was the Sinners lineup that did have their coach standing in, as well as Torek from Grand. But they still managed to secure a very convincing first half, really beating the opposition right there. And well, look at the early engagements here in long. It's a fast play here from Apex. So far, some trade frags, and there we go. The edge for Apex as Freddy Frog gets the one on Corey.
The old classic here as well. Throw yourself at it, get the control of long, and then slow back down. Absolutely makes sense. And it has left the CTs guessing. They're trying to reposition here. Torzi in on the site. Will have his side spotted a bit early. Of course, retrieved USPs. Can battle back pretty convincingly against him. Freddy finding another. Looking really solid on the pistols across the course of the series. Fasher with the tip of the head shot. Coolio comes in with one of his own. Okay, and Fasher does bring it down to the one-on-one. But thanks to the initial 4-on-3 exchange, or 4-on-3 advantage after the initial exchange, I think is a better order of putting that. Apex can use the man advantage and secure themselves the pistol.
There we go. Apex keeping, I would say, pretty simple in the pistol round. A straight-up commitment there through long could always lead to some deadly engagements because you do have your mirror Glocks up against those USPs. But in this case, Apex from the get-go, the entry frags go their way, and looks like this round will follow a similar note. It's Relaxa finding the pickup here in Torji. And that is, of course, a good start as well, eliminating one of the star players inside of Budapest 5. Even though he does not have the AWP, but one of the important factors for any operator in the world is, of course, confidence. And if you're going to be losing a lot of those engagements very early on, that will impact for your confidence, and that will definitely impact the way you handle your AWP.
Absolutely. Flash out towards long, though, as the CTs are looking to take the fight to Apex. Of course, they have struggled to convert in the past, but it's looking good here so far. Finding another kill. No one pulling off the shenanigans for Budapest 5. Basher's still alive and on the A-bomb site, which appears to be the port of call here. The final destination for the bomb. But he should be easily dealt with, to be honest with you. They know exactly where he's at. He's trying to take these peeks in and around the smoke. It's just not happening. Dennis, meanwhile, is hoping, where's the B rotator, that kind of thing. But I feel at this point, Fleaver's in the saving position. If anyone comes my way, fantastic. If not, I will hold on to my Deagle for the next round. He's now the only one left as well to do that. So, second round for Apex. Cleanly getting the springboard that they need, presumably, to the 3-0 scoreline. And then working their way into the rifle round with a much better buy than what the CTs will be able to pull out.
Yeah, that the weaponry on the side of Apex will still look a tad bit better, that is for sure. But on the side of Budapest 5, I would say in the next round where you have to go for the eco, those are the type of rounds where you can consider, you know what, let's try to stack one of the bomb sites. I mean, a classic thing on Dust 2 would be to try and throw down the smoke grenade there for double doors. And then you can potentially have your players stack the A-bomb site. Perhaps even the B-bomb site could be an option. Then if someone like Apex decides to play a fast style of round, you could really easily punch them. If, of course, it is the right bomb site they decide to run towards. But, of course, it's the type of round you're not expecting too much from the side of Budapest 5. For Apex, you can have players like Freddy Frag, who I do believe had that Mac 10 in his possession. Just rack up some easy kills. Just go around, go for those kills, rack up the money, and of course, get yourselves some great money moving forward, which will help build up the economy here on the T side. And looks like they're going to do exactly what I was talking about. There we go. The mid smoke coming in and the potential stack, or actually, you know what? Even straight up push towards the tunnels. It's not looking too good for them. In fact, a few good kills go the way of Budapest 5, but this does look like a victory here on the side of Apex.
Solid stuff, yeah. I mean, taking a few rifles away is always nice, in fairness. Obviously, they were still there in the bonus buy, so I don't think they actually lost any rifles particularly, but stressing them out a bit. finding a couple of frags, kill bonus, etc., etc. There's positives to a round like that, absolutely, for Budapest 5. This is where we get down to it, and they are straight in with a double up setup. No messing around here. Third and final of the series that has gone on for a long while, so they know what Apex are capable of. They are not giving them any chances in here. The double up setup could be deadly. Dennis and Freddy Frog, though, going to find frags. Dennis just walking out middle, catches one. Cleve does get a frag for the CT end, but it does not look to be enough. 4 on 2 immediately straight out of the gate. Apex sending a very loud and resonating message with this opening rifle.
Very simple stuff from Apex as well. The straight up commitment there on the B bomb side works out wonders. And not much of a response from Budapest 5. They can't stand a chance against the machine of Apex. They end up losing just the one player in the form of GORILLAZ, but overall, that is a great round for Apex. Budapest 5, though, saving the weapons, as it should be standard practice right now. Yeah, a bit of a dissatisfying start, I'll give that for sure. As the side of Apex, you can see they can really change up the pace when it matters most, and that's the one scary thing about a T-side T1 does too, is that they might consider to play it slow. You might think, oh, we already have an idea how they're playing this one. And how can you have an idea when you're on the other side and Dennis is just going to go for a bit of a spray and secure the frag? Yeah, that's something you have to be careful of here, Budapest 5, and so far not a good start. You end up losing the pistol, the subsequent rounds right after. That's understandable, but the gun round loss, you don't expect here from the Hungarians.
Well, down and out a little bit. Down and out on Dust 2. Not quite how the original goes, but there you are. Ooh, Corey with a nice trade. Usually not ideal for the CT side, but in a round like this where they're heavily stacked and, you know, they want the opportunity to get some rifles and whatnot, definitely will take it. There's going to be the A hit coming in. There's 3 in close proximity. Corey on that AK especially. Set up and ready. The AWP not too far behind him, so not an easy task for Apex to break into this bomb site. They'll look to do so, of course. Flash is coming over the top from both sides. Deagle of Coolio to find one. Freeze with the double spray down. Corey trading up for 2, though, and now it's all left on to Relaxer. The stack has paid off. The gamble, absolutely correct. And now left up in the clutch. AWP spotted. He knows the AK's up close onto the P250. It's absolutely chaotic, and he will walk round straight into Torzi's crosshair. Mad round, but it's Budapest 5 to take it.
A perfect one here for Budapest 5, which is something you can't say on the side of Apex. That is not the type of round you should be losing here. As Budapest 5, you're right about it. The gamble works out perfectly here for the Budapest 5 side. They put a lot more emphasis on the A side hold, and it works out wonders for them. Apex, not careful enough in their approach, get punished by the Hungarian pistols. Yeah, that's going to put Budapest 5 on their first one here. They decide. Freddy Frog, though. Good early pickup here. Corey going for the aggressive plays will punish Dennis. But with Freddy Frog securing that frag there, could potentially allow for a mid to B split. That's one of the options they can go for, considering it's Lonesome Fasher holding the mid area. Gonna throw down Molotov for good measure. Still loads of time. 1 minute and 20 seconds. So the players of Apex can still look for potential avenue here on short. As we can see, they're clearing out the angles.
Working their way up. Torzi on this deadly angle. The dribble smokes. Ooh, not here. He looks away at the worst possible time, though. Maybe he thought that smoke was a flash. They're just going for the simple one, making the headshots harder, but the rail smoke isn't there. Torzi had an opportunity to clap some heads. However, he misses it. M4 up close as the A-bomb site's been taken. That's the first break-in. Not going to happen. Any more for any more? They're a man down. Apex looking to solidify the fact here. There goes the dribble smoke. So Coolio gets a freebie onto Gruss. Freddy Frog up close and personal, holding the crack angle. Gets a freebie onto Coolio. So it's nice and easy so far for the Apex side. 1 on 3 for Torzi now. And he's trying to back away. Takes a flick, misses it, but he will survive. Nonetheless, it's another round for Apex.
Quite dissatisfying for Budapest 5 that they don't maintain that consistency. Holding on to the A-bomb site just does not work out for them. And Torji, good frag on Freddy Frog, but is not aware of the backlines and, as expected, will be going down. So no EWP save for Budapest 5 as well, looking quite dissatisfying in that sense. At least if the AWP remains. I think even right now, it poses an interesting question. What does Budapest 5 do here? Because I would presume they might want to go for the purchase. Torji is sitting at $8,000. The other players are above $3,000 as well. Wouldn't be too surprised if you might consider going for the purchase on this one. Why not? Give it a shot. But as of now, tactical timeout. Understandable here on the side of Budapest 5. This is not a good start here in Dust 2, but if we do recall an overpass as well, Budapest 5 was also struggling on the city side of overpass.
Yeah, I think so. You are correct. Difficult, I guess, environment to work in at the moment. Oh, relaxer. Gotta be careful. Does find the first, and I think he spots them all out there. So the call to go B should come in. P250 up close for Fleeve. A lot of damage. He just cannot convert it all onto the same player. That's unfortunate. Whether the rest of the team can actually capitalize on that damage remains to be seen as well for me. So I think they'll break in pretty easily. Bomb on its way. Should be all she wrote for this round. Maybe a kill or two, but I don't think so even then.
No, even then, this doesn't seem likely. On the side of Budapest 5, it just should be an easy victory here for Apex. They might potentially just get a few exit frags. That's the best and most optimal scenario. But even so, that will not come through. It is another round here for Apex. 6 rounds already acquired. Of course, Budapest 5 taking the timeout not to discuss of their potential of winning that round in particular, but they're thinking about the future. And it does look like cryptocurrency might be the future, so you guys might want to be ready for that one. And be sure to head on over to Coinbase, coinbase.com, of course, your cryptocurrency wallet. And, ooh, not a good start. Look at this. Torji already softened up, and Apex going for the aggressive plays here in long. Already have a lot of presence, and look at this. Budapest 5 not even going for the fight. Instantly backing away from this one, and it's a huge mistake. 2 players already dead.
Not easy at all. Not easy at all. They'll try and break their way back in on the CT side, but don't see it happening. Apex, again, have got the better of them. No one peeking into Torji right now either, which is absolutely what they're after, you know, to give them a chance back into the round. And with that not happening, the save will come. Very repetitive so far, but it's repetitive in favor of Apex. Absolutely getting the drop on their opponents here. And I suppose the T-side start, you know, we don't show it. There's no real need. But the knife round, I would imagine, depicting that, and they end up on the T side, and clearly it's making all the difference.
So far, this T side of Apex has been stellar, in all fairness. They end up losing just that one round. That's about it. Apex has been on a tremendous run of form. You can be really happy with their performance thus far. And even though Budapest 5 can pride themselves as picking Dust 2 as a way of trying to punish the opponents for not playing the map too much, the case of Apex, and in fact for Budapest 5, they almost have the exact same win rates on the map, if not the exact same ones. And I do believe they may have played it 6 times the past 3 months as well. So in that scenario, definitely looking very even for both teams. Right now, of course, Dust 2 on the T side, a lot of times the plays will be directed by the way of the spawn. And we can see 3 players of Apex already booking towards the B-bomb side. They have a really good spawn there, and they might just go for the all-out play, just like relax up and long, though really find any of the engagements thus far. Grexto, good flash coming in, though. Fleeve getting himself one. Back of Plateau is a very powerful position, but he only gets the one, and Freddy Frog finds the one on Fleeve. So the satisfying hold here for Budapest 5 as Fleeve only getting the one in back plateau. That is really the satisfying. Because in back plateau, you're in a prime position to at least get the one, maybe even line up 2 or 3. So Budapest 5, an unsuccessful hold on the B-bomb side.
Yeah, difficult stuff. Again, history just keeps on repeating itself. They're really struggling here. And I saw in my mind's eye that it would end up being a super one-sided. Because the thing is as well, you know, it's not just that it's 7, now 8-1, sure. But also the fact that Apex, it feels like this is all too easy. You know? They're just breezing their way in, forcing saves time after time. It's not like it's coming down to a clutch where it's like, unlucky, if only, you know, he checked that angle, or Apex players survived on 1 HP. It's not the case. It's just very, very dominant, walking into bomb sites all too easy. And both of them, B and A, super successful for Apex right now. Budapest 5 cannot stop them. Another timeout in. They need more than just a timeout, though. This absolutely needs to turn things around.
Tactical timeout, and the second one for Budapest 5. Understandably so. Things are looking dire here. So they got to make something work. Get a big game plan going. Torji, of course, on the AWP. Wouldn't have it any other way. So it looks like this time Fleeve will opt out from the AWP purchase and just play with his M4A1S on the B bomb side. Probably is the better call. Allow Lonesome Torchi to have full responsibility of wielding the AWP. Case of Budapest 5, they absolutely need to get those rounds going. So far, it's not been looking good for them. One round is simply not enough of CT side, and well, there we go. Torchi taking matters into his own hands, but Dennis, so quick on the frag. It looks like Torchi didn't even know what hit him.
Disastrous start. But yeah, Dennis looking solid. Gurus bites off a bit more than he can chew, however. Go back into contention. Nice position on short. Dennis got to be careful not to fully give the kills back here. Oh, he thought about a flash coming in. Corey, though, is able to spin around and take him down. How's he gotten away with that 4-on-3? In favor of Budapest 5. The best chance they've had for a while here, Danny. They absolutely have to convert this. It is so damn important. Apex are already, you know, winning the half. Right, that much is solidified, but Budapest 5 have got to bring it as close as possible. You can say just 2 T-sided. I think it will be T-sided for this team as well, but you still need rounds to work with on your CTN, that's for sure.
Currently, there's the 2 players holding the B bomb side. So maybe that's the one good thing for Budapest 5. They at least have the members to work with. Though they failed in the previous round, this time they will make sure those mistakes do not repeat themselves. Fleeve, though, there we go. In fact, his teammate Coolio will screw the frag here in Freddy Frog. The 2-man setup should be enough, though. Krias and Relaxa getting one. Ooh, there's Fasher with the peek on Relaxa, so damage inflicted, and still somewhat of a winnable round here for Krias, though I say that. Double peek through the smoke, so smart, so good. Perfect timing on the side of Budapest 5. That'll be the second round going their way, though initially I see the 2-man setup there from Fleeve and Coolio, and I'm thinking, right, this should be the end here of Apex, but we saw that they didn't really have a crossfire set up. They were basically, to some extent, baiting each other. No one really going for the fight, no one really going for the engagement, and no one really being able to back up each other. It just came down to those individual duels, and it did end up being somewhat close there in the very end, which I think should not have been the case. For Budapest 5, they were in a prime position to close it out a lot easier, but oh no! Look what's happening towards the B bomb site. It is disaster.
Yep, it keeps on striking, doesn't it, Corey? Oh, you would have thought had to make it. Kreese watching the backside though, just salting the wound. The AWP on the front angle. Flawless round from Apex to answer back. As they just can't catch a break. Budapest 5, you really have to feel for them. They will. Thanks to the clean win, loss bonus stacked up, be able to buy back up. However, 9 rounds already for Apex. It becomes less about the buys and more about staying alive. Survival right now. And, well, Coolio does survive that tag, but he's tagged nonetheless.
Ooh. Look at the nade usage as well. This is solid stuff here from Apex. Kree is going for a bit of a spray as well. I don't think anyone from Apex even saw any of their opponents thus far, but look at the amounts of damage inflicted. Corey on just 5 points of health. Coolio on 28. That is a lot of damage. And on the case of Budapest 5, obviously not going to be going for any aggressive plays anytime soon. They just have to play solid here at the bomb sites. Keep it on to their positions. And for Apex, of course, they have the leeway. They can go wherever they want. They're on the T side of all places. It does look like we see a few players trying to channel middle. Ooh, Fasher, though. It looks like he's going to get close, and he might just get caught out. Some really unlucky timing for Fasher, just as Dennis peaks. And I like the play coming in from Coolio as well, noting that this could be a mid to B split. Is just going to hide in the tunnel and potentially maybe catch someone off guard. But as we see right now, yeah, the B bomb site is not where it's at. They're just going to fully commit on the A bomb site. This is so good here from Apex. They're just toying with Budapest 5.
Yeah, absolutely in their heads. Rent-free, as we would say in the UK. That definitely does seem to be the case right now. Bomb goes down. It's just a saving mission from Coolio, I suppose. The MP9's not an awful lot to bring into the next round, but it's something to soften the blow, to have a weapon that you can utilize. Dennis is creeping for him, though. I think he wins this angle. Oh, no. Okay, Coolio does indeed get it done. 1 HP, but he gets it done. And now he hightails it out of there to hold on to his MP9.
I suppose. Might as well keep some sort of weapon into the next round, even though it is the puny MP9. Though, I think he can recover, yeah, his teammates M4, or... Oh, this is not going to be good here for Coolio. It will, in fact, be the 10 rounds here for Apex, and this has been a very quick first half. Players of Apex, simply put it, steamrolling Budapest 5. Not much of a response from the Hungarians. Apex has been playing some really fast Counter-Strike. Budapest 5, no response. Then Apex decide to play the slow Counter-Strike. Again, Budapest 5, no response. And Apex, like I said earlier, can just toy with their opponents. They can really do whatever they want on the T side, and Budapest 5 just don't have the response. They can, however, go for a bit of an eco here, but just look at this again. This is probably the second or third time someone from Budapest 5 gets tagged while it's trying to cross the bomb site. It's just outrageous.
Yeah, big time. They're getting way too much consistency here. Dennis with the double spray down. Making it look all too easy. Torsi and Fleeve split and left against 5 to hold off against the B. Retake it would now be. And it's just not going to happen, is it? Torsi's got a FAMAS. He's going to opt to save it. So 11 rounds for Apex. No sweat off their brow. Not a single kill coming in. As they will fell all 5 Budapest 5 players. I think they have run out of gas. It's a scenario that we talked about in the pregame, and I think absolutely Budapest 5 have run out of gas, starting to run out of money as well. Oh my goodness, look at that. Speaking of money, CS money is here. There's more about skins than actual fiat currency, but nonetheless, do be sure to check them out. They've got the top-up bonus for you guys as well, 30%, and massive selection of skins, so really good value, to be honest with you. I am close to using them myself. Upshot missed early on, but Apex still landing a tag early, I suppose. Torsi gets taken down through the doors, maybe? He's over at B, so one would assume so.
We're going to see somewhat of a... Well, at least I wanted to see somewhat of Torsi aggressive play. And right now, he's out here on the B bomb site, and none of the players will try to challenge him, at least not yet. So short control is the name of the game here for Apex. They already have a few players there, so there's always the potential for maybe not necessarily a full-on commitment on the A bomb site, but they could really try to walk out here in this area of the map. As well as I like the change up from Budapest 5 that we do have Torsi now playing on the B side. It has come to notice on the side of Torsi that the B bomb site seems to be a little bit weaker, so he decides to offer his services for his teammates. Right now, 45 seconds do remain on the clock. There is just Lonesome Fleeve right now. Full responsibility over the A bomb site. You see the smokes now being deployed here. Fasher keeping a close eye in the middle. The counter Molotov has been deployed. And with 30 seconds remaining, looks like Corey still keeping a close eye on long. We'll have to now focus towards the A-bomb site, as we do see Fasher holding the angle. But are they aware of Fleeve? They finally checked the angle. Fasher with the push with the smoke. Some really good timing for Fasher, and Corey will get caught out. So that is exactly what GORILLAZ has been waiting for. He played the waiting game to secure that frag. And now in the case of Apex, they could just play it safe. They have the superior angles, but Pretty Frog going for a bit of a hunt. He catches off Fasher. Coolio alongside Torji. Still trying to attempt this one, from what I can tell. Coolio and City Spawn. Torji making his way through long. And looks like, oh, now, yeah, he's now giving away his presence. Misses the AWP shot. Barely any time remaining. And the remaining players of Budapest 5 evading the A-bombs at all costs. They do not want to be part of this retake whatsoever. They will run to the hills and escape the incoming terror of the 3 remaining Apex members.
Well, can they hit 3? That's the big question, excuse me. We'll see whether they can find it or not. The drop's coming across to try and facilitate as best a buy as possible. But a difficult ride, to say the least, for Budapest 5 right now. Oh, no. The auto sniper Cree's going to find Coolio through. Double doors has been the story the whole time. They've been getting tagged after tag after tag. And this time, instantly killed. Relax are going to find Corey from long. Yeah, I think they're already hammering the final nail in the coffin, to be honest with you. Dennis does go down, but Torzi's traded quickly. It's all nullified. Fasher and Fleeve to hold off. Nice find from Fasher, to be fair. Clean dink and finish. But the round itself up in the air. They're split. They're very confused. And of course, they're still a man down.
Maybe this is still a chance. Maybe this is still a chance for Budapest 5 to bounce back into this. Lonesome Fleeve is controlling the B-bomb site currently. That is his domain. This is his kingdom. He will make sure that no one trespasses his kingdom. And if they will, he will smite them with the ruthlessness of the Emperor A1S, but Relaxa will reply with a much quicker shot. And that seems to be the end here of the first half, unless Fasher, 1 versus 3 right now, does deal the damage. Right now, needs to try and find the kills as well. 35 seconds. As he moves in for the window, he will look for the openers, but it will be Freddy Frog to secure the final frag here on Fasher. And this is a dominating scoreline. 13-2. Apex not giving Budapest 5 any breathing room. And from the get-go, from the early days of Dust 2, Budapest 5 just not finding any success. And I think that Apex, with such an amazing run of form, they have basically done it here on this Dust 2 matchup. But perhaps, I don't know, Budapest 5 had some difficulties on the CT side here. Now they'll have to play on the T side. Perhaps this is what they needed. Perhaps this is what they wanted here, Budapest 5. Now, what they're going to do, of course, fully focus on the pistol round, because this is a pistol round or bust scenario.
Absolutely. Yeah, every round from here on in, they've got to win. You know what I mean? They have no room for mistakes. Maybe when you get to like 13-10 or something, but that's obviously not the way that you want to look at it if you are a player. Not an easy task for any caliber of team. Really, really difficult to bounce back in this fashion, but we'll see. Maybe they can defy the odds and surprise us all. But for now, things are looking very, very good for Apex to move forwards. And I'm sure this is something in interviews and whatnot we will talk about moving forwards, as it is a massive shift from map 1 and 2.
And of course, folks, well, looks like things are not so interesting here. Might just have to do something else. Perhaps you might be interested in playing a mobile game. That's one of the options you can do, and maybe you're doing exactly this whilst listening to our wonderful voices. You probably have to do so on a good phone, and maybe the Red Magic 6 series phones might be something up your alley. 165 hertz refresh rate. It is as smooth as these transitions. Look at them. Wow, very sick stuff. As for the members of Budapest 5, they, of course, going to try to give us their one good shot here, their one chance to potentially bounce back here on Dust 2. It is a good start. Look at Corey go. That's the one frag you're looking for if you're Budapest 5. Great way to kick things off on the second half.
Couple players ready and waiting in towards middle, though. Yeah, they're giving the kills back. Great Great angle. Not going to find the first, but they know where he is now. Freddy Frog, meanwhile, ever consistent on those pistols, you know. Will find Torzi. Will gain the man advantage. Kreese spamming away. Trying to find the frag. There it is. The two of them in at middle, holding down beautifully. Gruss at short, getting it done by himself. It is all too easy. Apex just on another level right now, and I think with that pistol, might just seal the deal into the 2-1 finish.
That seems about it as well. With that victory here from Apex, they're on the brink of securing victory here on the map, and of course the best of 3. Budapest 5, if they want to respond, they must do it now. You have the pistols to work with, some utility on their side as well, and that's about it, really. Dennis, look at this aggressive play. You can see that Dennis is feeling comfortable if he's more than willing that on this round in particular, with the SMG, go with these early engagements, gets the frag here, and Corey deals the damage on Torji. And still, though, probably a bit of a risky play to make if you're on the side of Apex, but right now the scoreline, it is quite daunting on the side of Budapest 5, 14-2, but if Counter-Strike has taught us anything, that even a 14-2 scoreline should be something looked at with some care, I would say. Obviously, a great example being the VP versus ENCE matchup, in which VP managed to come up with a ridiculous comeback. So I'm not necessarily saying Budapest 5 is a team in the form of VP, but you always have to be careful here. And, well, Coolio, that's going to be a great pickup here on Crust. That's another frag going the way of Budapest 5.
Yeah, they're certainly battling, staying alive. And I do agree, anything is possible in this game. Torzi, nice shot from him. That's going to open up the B bomb site. You have Relaxer here quickly. Few bullets through the smoke, come awfully close. He's trying to get ahead of the curve. The nade doesn't quite land. Oh, but it still finds the frag, and he's going to take out Coolio. Spot some time. Brought it back into the 2-on-2. The kill in towards middle goes the way of Kreese. You just cannot believe that it's unfolding before your very eyes. The demise of Budapest 5. Fash has brought it back down to the clutch, but he's so damn low, and Kreese will take him down. From the 4-on-2 to a 1-on-none. Apex now have 13 map and series points to work with.
Yeah, this is where you have to wonder. You're Budapest 5. You're given basically those openers from players like Dennis going for the aggressive plays. From also, there was another player that has gone aggressive that you were managed to shut down. And there we go, 4v2. This is your best chance to bounce back into this one. If you do not win that round, then I'm sorry, you're probably not going to win Dust 2. 15-2 right now. Gruss with the XM, holding the tight angle. Quite the unconventional weapon, I'd say, on a map like this too. You could definitely see it being deployed on some of the other maps. For example, Train, even Nuke in the hut position. On Dust 2, it is a bit of a weird weapon. Not going to lie, but for Budapest 5, plenty of weaponry. They have the weapons. That's not the problem. The question is, can they find the frags entering the A-bomb site? 3 players, in fact. Looks like they're just going to walk on out. And Coolio, swift engagement here. Eliminates Relaxa. Kreese going down as well to Torji Scout. And all in all, this is looking like a good round for Budapest 5 to take. I don't think the players themselves expected to find so much success because we can still see players like Fleeve who are just playing in the B-bomb site. Gruz, nice pickup here in Fasher. And yeah, that's going to be the victory here for Budapest 5. They managed to secure themselves the 3rd round victory here on Dust 2.
As is the old classic, you know, when you start to feel like you've closed things out, maybe your mind is in the future here. So, consolation at this point. Not quite believing. Not to downplay it. Okay, it was a relatively good round, but they actually found a couple kills on the tail end. And as you can see, the money's not really there for the T side. So when you're on this comeback, you don't want to be worrying about the money. Now they kind of have to. And to be honest, win-loss bonus, first of all. And second of all, they might as well just go for it on the Apex side. They will be forcing through here. Of course, shout out to Coinbase once again. Probably the last time we will see them on this map. But we've got another series coming up after, if you're here for that. I believe on schedule sense was due to start like an hour and a half ago. But nonetheless, shout out to Coinbase for joining us and supporting us. Super easy crypto trading platform to use. Nonetheless, speed rush coming through very fast indeed. Freddy Frog going to find the first. It is being traded back, though. Dennis and Relaxer finding 2 between them, and that might just be it. There's too many bodies around to deal with here. It's all onto Fasha. Flash to come in to force these 2 players forwards, and they will look to eliminate him. They do so. Kree's finding the final kill. 16-3 for a clean final map. And an anticlimactic final map, I have to be honest, after a series that was that close. Nonetheless, 2v1 in terms of the map. So they will move forwards and of course, go on to play the winner of, I believe, Double Pony and... Oh, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
Double Pony and Nordwind.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it's anticlimactic to say the very least, if I'm being honest, because we were really hyping up this being, the 3rd map. Absolutely, Chris. Absolutely. We were definitely hyping up that, this is going to be the 3rd map of the best of 3. This is where we have the potential to see a really banger of a map between these 2 squads going it up against Dust 2. Can Torji do the fragging? Can Freddy Frog do the fragging as well? And you know what? At the very end, it just ends up being everyone from Apex can do the fragging and not so much on the side of Budapest 5.
Yeah, big time. Big time. It did feel very strange. But like I said, a long series like that, and not checked, but I would imagine there's probably been another official today for Budapest 5, so a lot of Counter-Strike to be playing. And they just run out of gas. They just run out of energy towards the tail end. And it happens. And a very jarring shift as well. Super close, and then you lose things on overpass. The mental's not really there, and then you go into overtime, and it's a 4 rounds in a row loss. You're not able to get any rounds in overtime, and then Apex come in. They're just swinging their shoulders, feeling really good, and Budapest 5 never able to adjust on Dust 2.
Yeah, and I guess you could also just put it to one of the things you just called out, gas. The guys there from Budapest 5 seem to have just run out of gas. That they simply didn't have the stamina to continue on playing for that 3rd map. And I don't really blame them, because the 1st map was incredibly close. It was a nice comeback there at the very end from Budapest 5, managing to secure the victory 16-14. And here on the 2nd map, overpass as well, a very close affair, does take us to overtime. And of course, it is a potential, not even a potential, it is the victory there on the side of Apex, 19-15. So those are already 2 very impactful, very action-packed maps of Counter-Strike. So for a team to still have that stamina in the 3rd map, it's definitely not easy. Especially on a map like this too, you may have the communication still on point, but if your players are going to be struggling at hitting their shots, then yeah, no wonders that they will struggle at the very end to just get any frags, even for that 3rd and final map of the best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so, right? And it is disappointing, to say the least. I was really hoping for a spicy one to finish us off, but unfortunately just not there in the end. And I think it's hard to keep things rolling for that long. It is commendable to play that much Counter-Strike, but it's such a shame. I think Budapest 5 will be kicking themselves, and ultimately their minds just left in overpass. Do you know what I mean? I think that's how it happened, at least in the earlier rounds. They're dwelling on it, and they're not quite focusing, and they managed to get a couple rounds in there. Couple of rifle rounds on that first half. The 2nd half, it was just kind of over by that point, to be honest. But the first half, they just couldn't consistently string them together, was the issue. I think 2 isolated rounds and couldn't keep it rolling. And I think for me, that comes down to the mental more than anything.
Yeah, the mentality was definitely not looking good on the side of Budapest 5. But I'll also add this, is that at least there was supposed to be, some sort of saving grace on the side of Budapest 5, right? Even though they end up losing so many rounds here on Dust 2, you're still looking, perhaps maybe this A-side defensive looked good or something. Like this one player ended up looking so good. And looks like, folks, we do have, of course, Dennis joining us here for the interview. So, of course, Dennis, very glad to have you here.
Thank you. Hello.
And of course, my initial question is going to be, of course, after such a lengthy best of 3, how are you guys doing?
We're kind of exhausted, but it turned out very good after a comeback on that overpass game.
Right.
Yeah.
And I do have to ask you, initially, you go up against a team like Budapest 5. Are you really expecting that it's going to be as close as it ended up being today?
yes and no. Like this, it's hard to play at this level, and like you never know what to expect from teams. Everyone is very good individually. It's mostly like the tactics and game, like the game plan that fails sometimes for some teams. But we knew it could be close, but I think we should have won Mirage as well. Yeah.
I suppose my question, based on Mirage, you know, when you're in a position, and I suppose from your experience as well, this is a great question to ask, but like when you're in a position of possibly winning and then it slips away from you, and then you go into your own map pick, how do you keep that composure within the team? Like yourself especially, are you like a louder voice to keep everyone with the positive mental, as it were?
Yeah, like of course when you lose a close game like that, which we were in the lead, I believe, then you get pretty low, right? But we just say like let's go for our map pick and let's just win it, and that's pretty much it. We're pretty good at like winning the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what happens on Dust 2 though? Obviously, you've had a very close series throughout, and then Budapest 5, the phrase that we kept using is they just kind of, you know, run out of gas, run out of fuel. I don't know,
Yeah.
were you expecting Dust 2 to go that way?
Yeah, kinda. We have pretty good aimers, and we're pretty good on Dust 2 sometimes. We were very confident, and we felt like we should have closed it 2-0 already, so we just kept playing, and yeah, we still had gas in us, so we won.
Right, and of course, guys, after this victory now, you're going to be facing off the victor of Double Pony versus Nordowind. So I still want to hear your thoughts here, Dennis. Which team would you like to face more, and why?
I'd say I'd like to face the Pony guys, because we've been practicing them like once or twice, and they play pretty good. And I like playing like MBK, you know, the guys I know from before. So I'd say I'd like to play Pony.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for the interview, Dennis. And of course, any final words?
Yeah, thank you for sharing, everyone, and keep doing it. Have a nice day, guys.
You too,
Right.
mate.
Thank you, Dennis. Have a
Bye-bye.
good one. So, yeah, looks like that's going to be the end here for this best of 3. And as we've heard from the man himself, that apparently he himself thought that, you know what, going to that third map of Dust 2, that we should be able to win it out against a squad like Budapest 5. That we shouldn't have any issues, so to speak, or really big issues, because on our side, we also have the strong aimers.
Yeah, I think so, right? Very confident moving into it. That's obviously the way that you've got to play it. And I think, as we touched on throughout, Apex are a confident team. They're always believing in themselves. And, you know, you have some, especially like the Danish teams and stuff like that, can be very real about things. And yeah, it was going to be a tough matchup. And, you know, we didn't expect it to go that way. But, like, you know, you ask him about Dust 2, he was like, yeah, that's how we expected it. Maybe not 3 rounds, but like, you know, no more than 10 is kind of the vibe that I got from him. So a lot of fun to interview and to talk to him and to get a little bit of the insight on how things like that, particularly moving into map number 3 and sounds like it was just a reset for them. And I think that's what we were talking about. The reset didn't necessarily come in for Budapest 5, where it's like, okay, it's Dust 2, view it as the best one. This is a map that you like to play and you're decent on. We've got some good fraggers in the terms of Torzi and Corey and whatnot. Let's just have a good time with this. And they weren't able to do that. I think Apex, that's exactly what they did. And obviously you see how it works out.
Yeah, for sure. It works out in the way that Apex secured the victory here in the best of 3, 2-1. Now they're going to go to that second stage of the playoffs. But of course, guys, this is just going to be the end of our third best of 3 of the day. We still have one more lined up in the form of Ago versus Skade. So of course, guys, stay tuned here for the next 10 or so minutes. We should be able to return here and of course bring you that final best of 3 of the day.
Down to the river. cheek.